Isis Unveiled. A master key to the mysteries of ancient and modern science and theology. By H.P Blavatsky. Originally published in 1877. Continuation of Part 1, Science. Chapter 8. Think not my magic wonders wrought by aid of Stygian angels summoned up from hell, scorned and accursed by those who have essayed her gloomy divs and afrits to compel. But by perception of the secret powers of mineral springs, in nature's inmost cell, of herbs in curtain of her greenest bowers, and of the moving stars o'er mountain tops and towers. Tasso Canto. Who dares think one thing and another tell? Heart detests him as the gates of hell. Pope. If man ceases to exist when he disappears in the grave, you must be compelled to affirm that he is the only creature in existence whom nature or providence has condescended to deceive and cheat by capacities for which there are no available objects. Bulwer Lytton, Strange Story. The preface of Richard A. Proctor's latest work on astronomy, entitled Our Place Among Infinities, contains the following extraordinary words: "It was their ignorance of the earth's place among infinities, which led the ancients to regard the heavenly bodies as ruling favorably or adversely the fates of men and nations, and to dedicate the days in sets of 7 to the 7 planets of their astrological system." Mr. Proctor makes two distinct assertions in this sentence: that the ancients were ignorant of the earth's place among infinities, and had they regarded the heavenly bodies as ruling, favorably or adversely, the fates of men and nations. We are very confident that there is at least good reason to suspect that the ancients were familiar with the movements, emplacement, and mutual relations of the heavenly bodies. The testimony of Plutarch, Professor Draper, and Jowett are sufficiently explicit. But we would ask Mr. Proctor how it happens, if the ancient astronomers were so ignorant of the law. One, we need not go so far back as that to assure ourselves that many great men believed the same. Kepler, the eminent astronomer, fully credited the idea that the stars and all heavenly bodies, even our earth, are endowed with living and thinking souls. Birth and death of worlds, that, in the fragmentary bits which the hand of time has spared us of ancient lore, there should be, albeit couched in obscure language, so much information which the most recent discoveries of science have verified. Beginning with the 10th page of the work under notice, Mr. Proctor sketches for us the theory of the formation of our earth, and the successive changes through which it passed until it became habitable for men. In vivid colors he depicts the gradual accretion of cosmic matter into gaseous spheres surrounded with a liquid non-permanent shell, the condensation of both, the ultimate solidification of the external crust, the slow cooling of the mass, the chemical results following the action of intense heat upon the primitive earthy matter, the formation of soils and their distribution, the change in the constitution of the atmosphere, the appearance of vegetation and animal life, and finally the advent of man. Now, let us turn to the oldest written records left us by the Chaldeans, the Hermetic Book of Numbers, and see what we shall find in the allegorical language of Hermes, Cadmus, or Thuti, the thrice great Trismegistus. In the beginning of time the great invisible one had his holy hands full of celestial matter which he scattered throughout the infinity, and lo, behold! It became balls of fire and balls of clay, and they scattered like the moving metal into many smaller balls, and began their ceaseless turning, and some of them which were balls of fire became balls of clay, and the balls of clay became balls of fire, and the balls of fire were waiting their time to become balls of clay, and the others envied them and bided their time to become balls of pure divine fire. Could any one ask a clearer definition of the cosmic changes which Mr. Proctor so elegantly expounds? Here we have the distribution of matter throughout space, then its concentration into the spherical form, the separation of smaller spheres from the greater ones, axial rotation, the gradual change of orbs from the incandescent to the earthy consistence. We are not aware that a copy of this ancient work is embraced in the catalogue of any European library, but it is one of the books of Hermes, and it is referred to and quotations are made from it in the works of a number of ancient and medieval philosophical authors. Among these authorities are Arnaldo di Villanova's Rosarium Philosophe, Francesco Arnolfim's Licensis Opus de Iapide. Hermes Trismegistus, Tractatus de Transmutation Metallorum, Tabula Smaragdina, and above all in the treatise of Raymond Lully. Quicksilver. Total loss of heat which marks their entrance into the stage of planetary death. The change of the balls of clay into balls of fire would be understood by materialists to indicate some such phenomenon as the sudden ignition of the star in Cassiopeia, AD 1572, and the one in Serpentarius, in 1604, which was noted by Kepler. But, do the Chaldeans evince in this expression a profounder philosophy than of our day? Does this change into balls of pure divine fire signify a continuous planetary existence, correspondent with the spirit life of man, beyond the awful mystery of death? If worlds have, as the astronomers tell us, their periods of embryo, infancy, adolescence, maturity, decadence, and death, may they not, like men, have their continued existence in a sublimated, ethereal, or spiritual form? The Magians so affirm. They tell us that the fecund Mother Earth is subject to the same laws as every one of her children. At her appointed time she brings forth all created things, in the fullness of her days she is gathered to the tomb of worlds. Her gross, material body slowly parts with its atoms under the inexorable law which demands their new arrangement in other combinations. Her own perfected vivifying spirit obeys the eternal attraction which draws it toward that central spiritual sun from which it was originally evolved, and which we vaguely know under the name of God. And the heaven was visible in 7 circles, and the planets appeared with all their signs, in star form, and the stars were divided and numbered with the rulers that were in them, and their revolving course was bounded with the air, and borne with a circular course, through the agency of the divine Spirit. We challenge any one to indicate a single passage in the works of Hermes which proves him guilty of the crowning absurdity of the Church of Rome, which assumed, upon the geocentric theory of astronomy, that the heavenly bodies were made for our use and pleasure, and that it was worthwhile for the only Son of God to descend upon this cosmic mote and die in expiation for our sins. Mr. Proctor tells us of a liquid non-permanent shell of uncongealed matter enclosing a viscous plastic ocean, within which there is another interior solid globe rotating. We, on our part, turn to the Magia Adamica of Eugenius Philalethes, published in 1650, and at page 12, we find him quoting from Trismegistus in the following terms: Hermes affirmeth that in the beginning the earth was a quagmire or quivering kind of jelly, it being nothing else but water congealed by the incubation and heat of the divine spirit. Cum ad hoc, saith he, terra tremula esset, lucenti sol compacta. In the same work Philalethes, speaking in his quaint, symbolical way, says, the earth is invisible, on my soul it is so, and which is more, the eye of man never saw the earth, nor can it be seen without art. To make this element invisible, is the greatest secret in magic. As for this feculent, gross body upon which we walk, it is a compost, and no earth but it hath earth in it. In a word, all the elements are visible but one, namely the earth, and when thou hast attained to so much perfection as to know why God hath placed the earth in abscondito, thou hast an excellent figure whereby to know God himself, and how he is visible, how invisible. Ages before our savants of the 19th century came into existence, a wise man of the Orient thus expressed himself, in addressing the invisible deity: for thy almighty hand, that made the world of formless matter. There is much more contained in this language than we are willing to explain, but we will say that the secret is worth the seeking. Perhaps in this formless matter, the pre-Adamite earth, is contained a potency with which Messrs. Tyndall and Huxley would be glad to acquaint themselves. But to descend from universals to particulars, from the ancient theory of planetary evolution to the evolution of plant and animal life, as opposed to the theory of special creation, what does Mr. Proctor call the following language of Hermes but an anticipation of the modern theory of evolution of species? When God had filled his powerful hands with those things which are in nature, and in that which compasseth nature, then shutting them close again, he said, Receive from me, O holy earth, that art ordained to be the mother of all, lest thou shouldst want anything. When presently opening such hands as it becomes a god to have, he poured down all that was necessary to the constitution of things. Here we have primeval matter imbued with the promise and potency of every future form of life, and the earth declared to be the predestined mother of everything that should thenceforth spring from her bosom. More definite is the language of Marcus Antoninus in his Discourse to himself. The nature of the universe delights not in anything so much as to alter all things, and present them under another form. This is her conceit, to play one game and begin another. Matter is placed before her like a piece of wax, and she shapes it to all forms and figures. Now she makes a bird, then out of the bird a beast, now a flower, then a frog, and she is pleased with her own magical performances as men are with their own fancies. Before any of our modern teachers thought of evolution, the ancients taught us, through Hermes, that nothing can be abrupt in nature, that she never proceeds by jumps and starts, that everything in her works is slow harmony, and that there is nothing sudden, not even violent death. The slow development from pre-existing forms was a doctrine with the Rosicrucian Illuminati. The Trace Matres showed Hermes the mysterious progress of their work, before they condescended to reveal themselves to medieval alchemists. Now, in the Hermetic dialect, these three mothers are the symbol of light, heat, and electricity, or magnetism, the two latter being as convertible as the whole of the forces or agents which have a place assigned them in the modern force correlation. Synesius mentions books of stone which he found in the temple of Memphis, on which was engraved the following sentence: "One nature delights in another, one nature overcomes another, one nature overrules another, and the whole of them are one." The inherent restlessness of matter is embodied in the saying of Hermes, "Action is the life of Ta," and Orpheus calls nature, the mother that makes many things, or the ingenious, the contriving, the inventive mother. Mr. Proctor says, "All that is upon and within the earth, all vegetable forms and all animal forms, our bodies, our brains, are formed of materials which have been drawn in from those depths of space surrounding us on all sides." The Hermetists and the later Rosicrucians held that all things visible and invisible were produced by the contention of light with darkness, and that every particle of matter contains within itself a spark of the divine essence or light, spirit which, through its tendency to free itself from its entanglement and return to the central source, produced motion in the particles, and from motion forms were born. Says Hargrave Jennings, quoting Robertus de Fluctibus, "Thus all minerals in this spark of life have the rudimentary possibility of plants and growing organisms, thus all plants have rudimentary sensations which might, in the ages, enable them to perfect and transmute into locomotive new creatures, lesser or higher in their grade, or nobler or meaner in their functions, thus all plants, and all vegetation might pass off, by side roads, into more distinguished highways as it were, of independent, completer advance, allowing their original spark of light to expand and thrill with higher and more vivid force, and to urge forward with more abounding, informed purpose, all wrought by planetary influence directed by the unseen spirits, or workers, of the great original architect." Light, the first mentioned in Genesis, is termed by the Kabbalists Sapphira, or the divine intelligence, the mother of all the Sephiroth, while the concealed wisdom is the father. Light is the first begotten, and the first emanation of the Supreme, and light is life, says the evangelist. Both are electricity, the life principle, the anima mundi, pervading the universe, the electric vivifier of all things. Light is the great protean magician, and under the divine will of the architect, its multifarious, omnipotent waves gave birth to every form as well as to every living being. From its swelling, electric bosom, springs matter and spirit. Within its beams lie the beginnings of all physical and chemical action, and of all cosmic and spiritual phenomena. It vitalizes and disorganizes, it gives life and produces death, and from its primordial point gradually emerged into existence the myriads of worlds, visible and invisible celestial bodies. It was at the ray of this first mother, one in three, that God, according to Plato, lighted a fire, which we now call the sun, and which is not the cause of either light or heat, but merely the focus, or, as we might say, the lens, by which the rays of the primordial light become materialized, are concentrated upon our solar system, and produce all the correlations of forces. So much for the first of Mr. Proctor's two propositions, now for the second. The work which we have been noticing, comprises a series of 12 essays, of which the last is entitled Thoughts on Astrology. The author treats the subject with so much more consideration than is the custom of men of his class, that it is evident he has given it thoughtful attention. In fact, he goes so far as to say that, if we consider the matter aright, we must concede that of all the errors into which men have fallen in their desire to penetrate into futurity, astrology is the most respectable, we may even say the most reasonable. He admits that the heavenly bodies do rule the fates of men and nations in the most unmistakable manner, seeing that without the controlling and beneficent influences of the chief among those orbs the sun every living creature on the earth must perish. He admits, also, the influence of the moon, and sees nothing strange in the ancients' reasoning by analogy, that if two among these heavenly bodies were thus potent in terrestrial influences, it was natural that the other moving bodies known to the ancients should be thought to possess also their special powers. Indeed, the professor sees nothing unreasonable in their supposition that the influences exerted by the slower-moving planets might be even more potent than those of the sun himself. Mr. Proctor thinks that the system of astrology was formed gradually and perhaps tentatively. Some influences may have been inferred from observed events, the fate of this or that king or chief, guiding astrologers in assigning particular influences to such planetary aspects as were presented at the time of his nativity. Others may have been invented, and afterward have found general acceptance, because confirmed by some curious coincidences. A witty joke may sound very prettily, even in a learned treatise, and the word coincidence may be applied to anything we are unwilling to accept. But a sophism is not a truism, still less is it a mathematical demonstration, which alone ought to serve as a beacon to astronomers, at least. Astrology is a science as infallible as astronomy itself, with the condition, however, that its interpreters must be equally infallible, and it is this condition, sine qua non, so very difficult of realization, that has always proved a stumbling block to both. Astrology is to exact astronomy what psychology is to exact physiology. In astrology and psychology one has to step beyond the visible world of matter, and enter into the domain of transcendent spirit. It is the old struggle between the Platonic and Aristotelian schools, and it is not in our century of Sadducean skepticism that the former will prevail over the latter. Mr. Proctor, in his professional capacity, is like the uncharitable person of the Sermon on the Mount, who is ever ready to attract public attention to the mote in his despised neighbor's eye, and overlook the beam in his own. Were we to record the failures and ridiculous blunders of astronomers, we are afraid they would outnumber by far those of the astrologers. Present events fully vindicate Nostradamus, who has been so much ridiculed by our skeptics. In an old book of prophecies, published in the 15th century, an edition of 1453, we read the following, among other astrological predictions. In twice 200 years, the bear the crescent will assail, but if the cock and bull unite, the bear will not prevail. In twice 10 years again, let Islam know and fear, the cross shall stand, the crescent wane, dissolve, and disappear. In just twice 200 years from the date of that prophecy, we had the Crimean War, during which the alliance of the Gallic cock and English bull interfered with the political designs of the Russian bear. In 1856 the war was ended, and Turkey, or the Crescent, closely escaped destruction. In the present year, 1876, the most unexpected events of a political character have just taken place, and twice 10 years have elapsed since peace was proclaimed. Everything seems to bid fair for a fulfillment of the old prophecy. The future will tell whether the Moslem crescent, which seems, indeed, to be waning, will irrevocably wane, dissolve, and disappear, as the outcome of the present troubles. In explaining away the heterodox facts which he appears to have encountered in his pursuit of knowledge, Mr. Proctor is obliged more than once in his work to fall back upon these curious coincidences. One of the most curious of these is stated by him in a footnote, page 301, as follows: I do not here dwell on the curious coincidence if, indeed, Chaldean astrologers had not discovered the ring of Saturn that they showed the god corresponding within a ring in triple. Very moderate optical knowledge such, indeed, as we may fairly infer from the presence of optical instruments among Assyrian remains, might have led to the discovery of Saturnal rings and Jupiter's moons. Bel, the Assyrian Jupiter, he adds, was represented sometimes with 4 star-tipped wings. But it is possible that these are mere coincidences. In short, Mr. Proctor's theory of coincidence becomes finally more suggestive of miracle than the facts themselves. For coincidences, our friends the skeptics appear to have an unappeasable appetite. We have brought sufficient testimony in the preceding chapter to show that the ancients must have used as good optical instruments as we have now. Were the instruments in possession of Nebuchadnezzar of such moderate power, and the knowledge of his astronomers so very contemptible, when, according to Rawlinson's reading of the tiles, the Bersnamrud, or Temple of Borsippa, had 7 stages, symbolical of the concentric circles of the 7 spheres, each built of tiles and metals to correspond with the color of the ruling planet of the sphere typified? Is it a coincidence again that they should have appropriated to each planet the color which our latest telescopic discoveries show to be the real one? Or is it again a coincidence that Plato should have indicated in the Timaeus his knowledge of the indestructibility of matter, of conservation of energy, and correlation of forces? The latest word of modern philosophy, says Jowett, is continuity and development, but to Plato this is the beginning and foundation of science. The radical element of the oldest religions was essentially Sabbatistic, and we maintain that their myths and allegories, if once correctly and thoroughly interpreted, will dovetail with the most exact astronomical notions of our day. We will say more. There is hardly a scientific law, whether pertaining to physical astronomy or physical geography, that could not be easily pointed out in the ingenious combinations of their fables. They allegorized the most important as well as the most trifling causes of the celestial motions. The nature of every phenomenon was personified, and in the mythical biographies of the Olympic gods and goddesses, one well acquainted with the latest principles of physics and chemistry can find their causes, interagencies, and mutual relations embodied in the deportment and course of action of the fickle deities. The atmospheric electricity in its neutral and latent states is embodied usually in demigods and goddesses, whose scene of action is more limited to earth, and who, in their occasional flights to the higher deific regions, display their electric tempers always in strict proportion with the increase of distance from the earth's surface. The weapons of Hercules and Thor were never more mortal than when the gods soared into the clouds. We must bear in mind that before the time when the Olympian Jupiter was anthropomorphized by the genius of Phidias into the omnipotent god, the Maximus, the god of gods, and thus abandoned to the adoration of the multitudes, in the earliest and abstruse science of symbology he embodied in his person and attributes the whole of the cosmic forces. The myth was less metaphysical and complicated, but more truly eloquent as an expression of natural philosophy. Zeus, the male element of the creation, with Thoniavesta, the earth, and Metis, the water, the first of the Oceanides, the feminine principles, was viewed according to Porphyry and Proclus as the Zoon ex Zoon, the chief of living beings. In the Orphic theology, the oldest of all, metaphysically speaking, he represented both the potential and actus, the unrevealed cause and the demiurge, or the active creator, as an emanation from the invisible potency. In the latter demiurgic capacity, in conjunction with his consorts, we find in him all the mightiest agents of cosmic evolution: chemical affinity, atmospheric electricity, attraction, and repulsion. It is in following his representations in this physical qualification that we discover how well acquainted were the ancients with all the doctrines of physical science in their modern development. Later, in the Pythagorean speculations, Zeus became the metaphysical trinity, the monad evolving from its invisible self the active cause, effect, and intelligent will, the whole forming the tetractys. Still later we find the earlier Neoplatonists leaving the primal monad aside, on the ground of its utter incomprehensibleness to human intellect, speculating merely on the demiurgic triad of this deity as visible and intelligible in its effects, and thus the metaphysical continuation by Plotinus, Porphyry, Proclus, and other philosophers of this view of Zeus the Father, Zeus Poseidon, or Dunamis, the Sun and Power, and the Spirit or Nous. This triad was also accepted as a whole by the Irenaic school of the 2nd century, the more substantial difference between the doctrines of the Neoplatonists and the Christians being merely the forcible amalgamation by the latter of the incomprehensible monad with its actualized creative trinity. In his astronomical aspect, Zeus Dionysus has his origin in the zodiac, the ancient solar year. In Libya he assumed the form of a ram, and is identical with the Egyptian Ammonius, who begot Osiris, the Taurian god. Osiris is also a personified emanation of the father-sun, and himself the sun in Taurus, the parent sun being the sun in Aries. As the latter, Jupiter, is in the guise of a ram, and as Jupiter Dionysus or Jupiter Osiris, he is the bull. This animal is, as it is well known, the symbol of the creative power. Moreover, the Kabbalah explains, through the medium of one of its chief expounders, Simon ben Iochai, the origin of this strange worship of the bulls and cows. It is neither Darwin nor Huxley the founders of the doctrine of evolution and its necessary complement, the transformation of species, that can find anything against the rationality of this symbol, except, perhaps, a natural feeling of uneasiness upon finding that they were preceded by the ancients even in this particular modern discovery. Elsewhere, we will give the doctrine of the Kabbalists as taught by Simon ben Iochai. It may be easily proved that from time immemorial Saturn or Kronos, whose ring, most positively, was discovered by the Chaldean astrologers, and whose symbolism is no coincidence, was considered the father of Zeus, before the latter became himself the father of all the gods, and was the highest deity. He was the bell or ball of the Chaldeans, and originally imported among them by the Akkadians. Rawlinson insists that the latter came from Armenia, but if so, how can we account for the fact that Bel is but a Babylonian personification of the Hindu Shiva, or Bala, the fire god, the omnipotent creative, and at the same time, destroying deity, in many senses higher than Brahma himself? Zeus, says an Orphic hymn, is the first and the last, the head, and the extremities, from him have proceeded all things. He is a man and an immortal nymph, male and female element, the soul of all things, and the principal motor in fire. He is the sun and the moon, the fountain of the ocean, the demiurgus of the universe, one power, one God, the mighty creator and governor of the cosmos. Everything, fire, water, earth, ether, night, the heavens, Métis, the primeval architecturist, the Sophia of the Gnostics, and the Sapphira of the Kabbalists, the beautiful Eros, Cupid, all is included within the vast dimensions of his glorious body. This short hymn of laudation contains within itself the groundwork of every mythopoeic conception. The imagination of the ancients proved as boundless as the visible manifestations of the deity itself, which afforded them the themes for their allegories. Still the latter, exuberant as they seem, never departed from the two principal ideas which may be ever found running parallel in their sacred imagery, a strict adherence to the physical as well as moral or spiritual aspect of natural law. Their metaphysical researches never clashed with scientific truths, and their religions may be truly termed the psychophysiological creeds of the priests and scientists, who built them on the traditions of the infant world, such as the unsophisticated minds of the primitive races received them, and on their own experimental knowledge, hoary with all the wisdom of the intervening ages. As the sun, what better image could be found for Jupiter emitting his golden rays than to personify this emanation in Diana, the all-illuminating Virgin Artemis, whose oldest name was Dictina, literally the emitted ray, from the word Dikeon. The moon is non-luminous, and it shines only by the reflected light of the sun, hence, the imagery of his daughter, the goddess of the moon, and herself, Luna, Astarte, or Diana. As the Cretan Dictina, she wears a wreath made of the magic plant dictamnon, or dictamnus, the evergreen shrub whose contact is said, at the same time, to develop somnambulism and cure finally of it, and, as Ilithia and Juno Pronuba, she is the goddess who presides over births. She is an Aesculapian deity, and the use of the dictamnus wreath, in association with the moon, shows once more the profound observation of the ancients. This plant is known in botany as possessing strongly sedative properties. It grows on Mount Dict, a Cretan mountain, in great abundance. On the other hand, the moon, according to the best authorities on animal magnetism, acts upon the juices and ganglionic system, or nerve cells, the seat from whence proceed all the nerve fibers which play such a prominent part in mesmerization. During childbirth the Cretan women were covered with this plant, and its roots were administered as best calculated to soothe acute pain, and allay the irritability so dangerous at this period. They were placed, moreover, within the precincts of the temple sacred to the goddess, and, if possible, under the direct rays of the resplendent daughter of Jupiter, the bright and warm eastern moon. The Hindu Brahmins and Buddhists have complicated theories on the influence of the sun and moon, the male and female elements, as containing the negative and positive principles, the opposites of the magnetic polarity. The influence of the moon on women is well known, write all the old authors on magnetism, and Ennemoser, as well as Dupotet, confirm the theories of the Hindu seers in every particular. The marked respect paid by the Buddhists to the sapphire stone, which was also sacred to Luna, in every other country may be found based on something more scientifically exact than a mere groundless superstition. They ascribe to it a sacred magical power, which every student of psychological mesmerism will readily understand, for its polished and deep blue surface produces extraordinary somnambulic phenomena. The varied influence of the prismatic colors on the growth of vegetation, and especially that of the blue ray, has been recognized but recently. The academicians quarreled over the unequal heating power of the prismatic rays until a series of experimental demonstrations by General Pleasanton proved that under the blue ray, the most electric of all, animal and vegetable growth was increased to a magical proportion. Thus Amoretti's investigations of the electric polarity of precious stones show that the diamond, the garnet, the amethyst, are E, while the sapphire is plus E. Thus, we are enabled to show that the latest experiments of science only corroborate that which was known to the Hindu sages before any of the modern academies were founded. An old Hindu legend says that Brahma Prajapati, having fallen in love with his own daughter, Usha's, heaven, sometimes the dawn also, assumed the form of a buck, Risya, and Usha's that of a female deer, Rohit, and thus committed the first sin. Upon seeing such a desecration, the gods felt so terrified, that uniting their most fearful-looking bodies, each god possessing as many bodies as he desires, they produced Bhutavan, the spirit of evil, who was created by them on purpose to destroy the incarnation of the first sin committed by the Brahma himself. Upon seeing this, Brahma, Hiranyagarbha 21, repented bitterly and began repeating the mantras, or prayers of purification, and, in his grief, dropped on earth a tear, the hottest that ever fell from an eye, and from it was formed the first sapphire. This half-sacred, half-popular legend shows that the Hindus knew which was the most electric of all the prismatic colors. Moreover, the particular influence of the sapphire stone was as well defined as that of all the other minerals. Orpheus teaches how it is possible to affect a whole audience by means of a lodestone. Pythagoras pays a particular attention to the color and nature of precious stones, while Apollonius of Tyana imparts to his disciples the secret virtues of each, and changes his jeweled rings daily, using a particular stone for every day of the month and according to the laws of judicial astrology. The Buddhists assert that the sapphire produces peace of mind, equanimity, and chases all evil thoughts by establishing a healthy circulation in man. So does an electric battery, with its well-directed fluid, say our electricians. The sapphire, say the Buddhists, will open barred doors and dwellings, for the spirit of man. It produces a desire for prayer, and brings with it more peace than any other gem, but he who would wear it must lead a pure and holy life. Diana Luna is the daughter of Zeus by Proserpina, who represents the earth in her active labor, and, according to Hesiod, as Diana I Lithilucina she is Juno's daughter. But Juno, devoured by Kronos or Saturn, and restored back to life by the Oceanid Métis, is also known as the earth. Saturn, as the evolution of time, swallows the earth in one of the anti-historical cataclysms, and it is only when Métis, the waters, by retreating in her many beds, freeze the continent, that Juno is said to be restored to her first shape. The idea is expressed in the 9th and 10th verses of the first chapter of Genesis. In the frequent matrimonial quarrels between Juno and Jupiter, Diana is always represented as turning her back on her mother and smiling upon her father, though she chides him for his numerous frolics. The Thessalian magicians are said to have been obliged, during such eclipses, to draw her attention to the earth by the power of their spells and incantations, and the Babylonian astrologers and magi never desisted in their spells until they brought about a reconciliation between the irritated couple, after which Juno radiantly smiled on the bright goddess Diana, who, encircling her brow with her crescent, returned to her hunting place in the mountains. It seems to us that the fable illustrates the different phases of the moon. We, the inhabitants of the earth, never see but one half of our bright satellite, who thus turns her back to her mother Juno. The sun, the moon, and the earth are constantly changing positions with relation to each other. With the new moon there is constantly a change of weather, and sometimes the wind and storms may well suggest a quarrel between the sun and earth, especially when the former is concealed by grumbling thunderclouds. Furthermore, the new moon, when her dark side is turned toward us, is invisible, and it is only after a reconciliation between the sun and the earth that a bright crescent becomes visible on the side nearest to the sun, though this time Luna is not illuminated by sunlight directly received, but by sunlight reflected from the earth to the moon, and by her reflected back to us. Hence, the Chaldean astrologers and the magicians of Thessaly, who probably watched and determined as accurately as a babinet the course of the celestial bodies, were said by their enchantments to force the moon to descend on earth, i.e., to show her crescent, which she could do but after receiving the radiant smile from her mother earth, who put it on after the conjugal reconciliation. Diana Luna, having adorned her head with her crescent, returns back to hunt in her mountains. As to calling in question the intrinsic knowledge of the ancients on the ground of their superstitious deductions from natural phenomena, it is as appropriate as it would be if, 500 years hence, our descendants should regard the pupils of Professor Balfour Stewart as ancient ignoramuses, and himself a shallow philosopher. If modern science, in the person of this gentleman, can condescend to make experiments to determine whether the appearance of the spots on the sun's surface is in any way connected with the potato disease, and finds it is, and that, moreover, the earth is very seriously affected by what takes place in the sun, why should the ancient astrologers be held up as either fools or arrant knaves? There is the same relation between natural and judicial or judiciary astrology, as between physiology and psychology, the physical and the moral. If in later centuries these sciences were degraded into charlatanry by some money-making impostors, is it just to extend the accusation to those mighty men of old who, by their persevering studies and holy lives, bestowed an immortal name upon Chaldea and Babylonia? Surely those who are now found to have made correct astronomical observations ranging back to within 100 years from the flood, from the top observatory of the cloud-encompassed bell, as Professor Draper has it, can hardly be considered impostors. If their mode of impressing upon the popular minds the great astronomical truths differed from the system of education of our present century and appears ridiculous to some, the question still remains unanswered, which of the two systems was the best? With them science went hand in hand with religion, and the idea of God was inseparable from that of his works. And while in the present century there is not one person out of 10,000 who knows, if he ever knew the fact at all, that the planet Uranus is next to Saturn, and revolves about the Sun in 84 years, and that Saturn is next to Jupiter, and takes 29.5 years to make one complete revolution in its orbit, while Jupiter performs his revolution in 12 years, the uneducated masses of Babylon and Greece, having impressed on their minds that Uranus was the father of Saturn, and Saturn that of Jupiter, considering them furthermore deities as well as all their satellites and attendants, we may perhaps infer from it, that while Europeans only discovered Uranus in 1781, a curious coincidence is to be noticed in the above myths. We have but to open the most common book on astrology, and compare the descriptions embraced in the fable of the 12 houses with the most modern discoveries of science as to the nature of the planets and the elements in each star, to see that without any spectroscope the ancients were perfectly well acquainted with the same. Unless the fact is again regarded as a coincidence, we can learn, to a certain extent, of the degree of the solar heat, light, and nature of the planets by simply studying their symbolic representations in the Olympic gods, and the 12 signs of the zodiac, to each of which in astrology is attributed a particular quality. If the goddesses of our own planet vary in no particular from other gods and goddesses, but all have a like physical nature, does not this imply that the sentinels who watched from the top of Bel's tower, by day as well as by night, holding communion with the euhemerized deities, had remarked, before ourselves, the physical unity of the universe and the fact that the planets above are made of precisely the same chemical elements as our own? The sun in Aries, Jupiter, is shown in astrology as a masculine, diurnal, cardinal, equinoctial, easterly sign, hot and dry, and answers perfectly to the character attributed to the fickle father of the gods. When angry Zeus Acreos snatches from his fiery belt the thunderbolts which he hurls forth from heaven, he rends the clouds and descends as Jupiter pluvious in torrents of rain. He is the greatest and highest of gods, and his movements are as rapid as lightning itself. The planet Jupiter is known to revolve on its axis so rapidly that the point of its equator turns at the rate of 450 miles a minute. An immense excess of centrifugal force at the equator is believed to have caused the planet to become extremely flattened at the poles, and in Crete the personified god Jupiter was represented without ears. The planet Jupiter's disk is crossed by dark belts, varying in breadth. They appear to be connected with its rotation on its axis, and are produced by disturbances in its atmosphere. The face of Father Zeus, says Hesiod, became spotted with rage when he beheld the Titans ready to rebel. In Mr. Proctor's book, astronomers seem especially doomed by Providence to encounter all kinds of curious coincidences, for he gives us many cases out of the multitude, and even of the thousands of facts. To this list we may add the army of Egyptologists and archaeologists who of late have been the chosen pets of the capricious Dame Chance, who, moreover, generally selects well-to-do Arabs and other Eastern gentlemen to play the part of benevolent genii to Oriental scholars in difficulties. Professor Ebers is one of the latest favored ones. It is a well-known fact that whenever Champollion needed important links, he fell in with them in the most various and unexpected ways. Voltaire, the greatest of infidels of the 18th century, used to say that if there were no God, people would have to invent one. Volney, another materialist, nowhere throughout his numerous writings denies the existence of God. On the contrary, he plainly asserts several times that the universe is the work of the All-Wise, and is convinced that there is a supreme agent, a universal and identical artificer, designated by the name of God. Voltaire becomes, toward the end of his life, Pythagorical, and concludes by saying, "I have consumed 40 years of my pilgrimage, seeking the philosopher's stone called truth. I have consulted all the adepts of antiquity, Epicurus and Augustine, Plato and Malebranche, and I still remain in ignorance. All that I have been able to obtain by comparing and combining the system of Plato, of the tutor of Alexander, Pythagoras, and the Oriental, is this: chance is a word void of sense. The world is arranged according to mathematical laws." It is pertinent for us to suggest that Mr. Proctor's stumbling block is that which trips the feet of all materialistic scientists, whose views he but repeats. He confounds the physical and spiritual operations of nature. His very theory of the probable inductive reasoning of the ancients as to the subtle influences of the more remote planets, by comparison with the familiar and potent effects of the sun and moon upon our earth, shows the drift of his mind. Because science affirms that the sun imparts physical heat and light to us, and the moon affects the tides, he thinks that the ancients must have regarded the other heavenly bodies as exerting the same kind of influence upon us physically, and indirectly upon our fortunes. And here we must permit ourselves a digression. How the ancients regarded the heavenly bodies is very hard to determine, for one unacquainted with the esoteric explanation of their doctrines. While philology and comparative theology have begun the arduous work of analysis, they have as yet arrived at meager results. The allegorical form of speech has often led our commentators so far astray that they have confounded causes with effects, and vice versa. In the baffling phenomenon of force correlation, even our greatest scientists would find it very hard to explain which of these forces is the cause, and which the effect, since each may be both by turns, and convertible. Thus, if we should inquire of the physicists, is it light which generates heat, or the latter which produces light, we would in all probability be answered that it is certainly light which creates heat. Very well, but how? Did the great artificer first produce light, or did he first construct the sun, which is said to be the sole dispenser of light, and, consequently, heat? These questions may appear at first glance indicative of ignorance, but, perhaps, if we ponder them deeply, they will assume another appearance. In Genesis, the Lord first creates light, and 3 days and 3 nights are alleged to pass away before he creates the sun, the moon, and the stars. This gross blunder against exact science has created much merriment among materialists. And they certainly would be warranted in laughing, if their doctrine that our light and heat are derived from the sun were unassailable. Until recently, nothing has happened to upset this theory, which, for lack of a better one, according to the expression of a preacher, reigns sovereign in the empire of hypothesis. The ancient sun worshippers regarded the Great Spirit as a nature god, identical with nature, and the sun as the deity, in whom the Lord of life dwells. Gama is the sun, according to the Hindu theology, and the sun is the source of the souls and of all life. Agni, the divine fire, the deity of the Hindu, is the sun, for the fire and sun are the same. Ormuzd is light, the sun god, or the life-giver. In the Hindu philosophy, the souls issue from the soul of the world, and return to it as sparks to the fire. But, in another place, it is said that the sun is the soul of all things, all has proceeded out of it, and will return to it, which shows that the sun is meant allegorically here, and refers to the central, invisible sun, God, whose first manifestation was Sapphira, the emanation of Ensof light, in short. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, says Ezekiel, and the likeness of a throne, and as the appearance of a man above upon it, and I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about it. And Daniel speaks of the Ancient of Days, the Kabbalistic Ensof, whose throne was the fiery flame, his wheels burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him, like the pagan Saturn, who had his castle of flame in the 7th heaven. The Jewish Jehovah had his castle of fire over the 7th heavens. If the limited space of the present work would permit, we might easily show that none of the ancients, the sun worshippers included, regarded our visible sun otherwise than as an emblem of their metaphysical invisible central sun god. Moreover, they did not believe what our modern science teaches us, namely, that light and heat proceed from our sun, and that it is this planet which imparts all life to our visible nature. His radiance is undecaying, says the Rig Veda, the intensely shining, all-pervading, unceasing, undecaying rays of Agni desist not, neither night nor day. This evidently related to the spiritual, central sun, whose rays are all-pervading and unceasing, the eternal and boundless life-giver. He the point, the center, which is everywhere, of the circle, which is nowhere, the ethereal, spiritual fire, the soul and spirit of the all-pervading, mysterious ether, the despair and puzzle of the materialist, who will some day find that that which causes the numberless cosmic forces to manifest themselves in eternal correlation is but a divine electricity, or rather galvanism, and that the sun is but one of the myriad magnets disseminated through space, a reflector, as General Pleasanton has it. That the sun has no more heat in it than the moon or the space-crowding host of sparkling stars. That there is no gravitation in the Newtonian sense but only magnetic attraction and repulsion, and that it is by their magnetism that the planets of the solar system have their motions regulated in their respective orbits by the still more powerful magnetism of the sun, not by their weight or gravitation. This and much more they may learn, but, until then we must be content with being merely laughed at, instead of being burned alive for impiety, or shut up in an insane asylum. The laws of Manu are the doctrines of Plato, Philo, Zoroaster, Pythagoras, and of the Kabbalah. The esotericism of every religion may be solved by the latter. The Kabbalistic doctrine of the allegorical father and son, or pi alpha tau epsilon rho, and lambda omicron gamma omicron, is identical with the groundwork of Buddhism. Moses could not reveal to the multitude the sublime secrets of religious speculation, nor the cosmogony of the universe, the whole resting upon the Hindu illusion, a clever mask veiling the sanctum sanctorum, and which has misled so many theological commentators. The Kabbalistic heresies receive an unexpected support in the heterodox theories of General Pleasanton. According to his opinions, which he supports on far more unimpeachable facts than orthodox scientists theirs, the space between the sun and the earth must be filled with a material medium, which, so far as we can judge from his description, answers to our Kabbalistic astral light. The passage of light through this must produce enormous friction. Friction generates electricity, and it is this electricity and its correlative magnetism which forms those tremendous forces of nature that produce in, on, and about our planet the various changes which we everywhere encounter. He proves that terrestrial heat cannot be directly derived from the sun, for heat ascends. The force by which heat is affected is a repellent one, he says, and as it is associated with positive electricity, it is attracted to the upper atmosphere by its negative electricity, always associated with cold, which is opposed to positive electricity. He strengthens his position by showing that the earth, which when covered with snow cannot be affected by the sun's rays, is warmest where the snow is deepest. This he explains upon the theory that the radiation of heat from the interior of the earth, positively electrified, meeting at in no country were the true esoteric doctrines trusted to writing. The Hindu Brahma Maya was passed from one generation to another by oral tradition. The Kabbalah was never written, and Moses entrusted it orally but to his elect. The primitive pure Oriental Gnosticism was completely corrupted and degraded by the different subsequent sections. Philo, in the De Sacrificiis Abili et Cani, states that there is a mystery not to be revealed to the uninitiated. Plato is silent on many things, and his disciples refer to this fact constantly. Anyone who has studied, even superficially, these philosophers, on reading the Institutes of Manu, will clearly perceive that they all drew from the same source. This universe, says Manu, existed only in the first divine idea, yet unexpanded, as if involved in darkness, imperceptible, indefinable, undiscoverable by reason, and undiscovered by revelation, as if it were wholly immersed in sleep. Then the sole self-existing power himself undiscerned, appeared with undiminished glory, page 272, expanding his idea, or dispelling the gloom. Thus speaks the first code of Buddhism. Plato's idea is the will, or logos, the deity which manifests itself. It is the eternal light from which proceeds, as an emanation, the visible and material light. The surface of the earth with the snow in contact with it, negatively electrified, produces the heat. Thus he shows that it is not at all to the sun that we are indebted for light and heat, that light is a creation sui generis, which sprung into existence at the instant when the deity willed, and uttered the fiat, "Let there be light," and that it is this independent material agent which produces heat by friction, on account of its enormous and incessant velocity. In short, it is the first Kabbalistic emanation to which General Pleasanton introduces us, that Sapphira or divine intelligence, the female principle, which, in unity with Ensof, or divine wisdom, male principle, produced everything visible and invisible. He laughs at the current theory of the incandescence of the sun and its gaseous substance. The reflection from the photosphere of the sun, he says, passing through planetary and stellar spaces, must have thus created a vast amount of electricity and magnetism. Electricity, by the union of its opposite polarities, evolves heat and imparts magnetism to all substances capable of receiving it. The sun, planets, stars, and nebulae are all magnets, etc. If this courageous gentleman should prove his case, future generations will have but little disposition to laugh at Paracelsus and his sidereal or astral light, and at his doctrine of the magnetic influence exercised by the stars and planets upon every living creature, plant, or mineral of our globe. Moreover, if the Pleasanton hypothesis is established, the transcendent glory of Professor Tyndall will be rather obscured. According to public opinion, the general makes a terrible onslaught on the learned physicist, for attributing to the sun calorific effects experienced by him in an alpine ramble, that were simply due to his own vital electricity. The prevalence of such revolutionary ideas in science embolden us to ask the representatives of science whether they can explain why the tides follow the moon in her circling motion. The fact is, they cannot demonstrate even so familiar a phenomenon as this, one that has no. It appears that in descending from Mont Blanc, Tyndall suffered severely from the heat, though he was knee-deep in the snow at the time. The professor attributed this to the burning rays of the sun, but Pleasanton maintains that if the rays of the sun had been so intense as described, they would have melted the snow, which they did not. He concludes that the heat from which the professor suffered came from his own body, and was due to the electrical action of sunlight upon his dark woolen clothes, which had become electrified positively by the heat of his body. The cold, dry ether of planetary space and the upper atmosphere of the earth became negatively electrified, and falling upon his warm body and clothes, positively electrified, evolved an increased heat mystery for even the neophytes in alchemy and magic. We would also like to learn whether they are equally incapable of telling us why the moon's rays are so poisonous, even fatal, to some organisms, why in some parts of Africa and India a person sleeping in the moonlight is often made insane, why the crises of certain diseases correspond with lunar changes, why somnambulists are more affected at her full, and why gardeners, farmers, and woodmen cling so tenaciously to the idea that vegetation is affected by lunar influences. Several of the mimosae alternately open and close their petals as the full moon emerges from or is obscured by clouds. And the Hindus of Travancore have a popular but extremely suggestive proverb which says, "Soft words are better than harsh, the sea is attracted by the cool moon and not by the hot sun." Perhaps the one man or the many men who launched this proverb on the world knew more about the cause of such attraction of the waters by the moon than we do. Thus, if science cannot explain the cause of this physical influence, what can she know of the moral and occult influences that may be exercised by the celestial bodies on men and their destiny, and why contradict that which it is impossible for her to prove false? If certain aspects of the moon affect tangible results so familiar in the experience of men throughout all time, what violence are we doing to logic in assuming the possibility that a certain combination of sidereal influences may also be more or less potential? If the reader will recall what is said by the learned authors of the unseen universe, as to the positive effect produced upon the universal ether by so small a cause as the evolution of thought in a single human brain, how reasonable will it not appear that the terrific impulses imparted to this common medium by the sweep of the myriad blazing orbs that are rushing through the interstellar depths, should affect us and the earth upon which we live, in a powerful degree? If astronomers cannot explain to us the occult law by which the drifting particles of cosmic matter aggregate into worlds, and then take their places in the majestic procession which is ceaselessly moving around some central point of attraction, how can anyone assume to say what mystic influences may or may not be darting through space and affecting the issues of life upon this and other planets? Almost nothing is known of the laws of magnetism and the other imponderable agents, almost nothing of their effects upon our bodies and minds. Even that which is known and moreover perfectly demonstrated, is attributed to chance and curious coincidences. But we do know, by these coincidences, that there are periods when certain diseases, propensities, fortunes, and misfortunes of humanity are more rife than at others. There are times of epidemic in moral and physical affairs. In one epoch, the spirit of religious controversy will arouse the most ferocious passions of which human nature is susceptible, provoking mutual persecution, bloodshed, and wars. At another, an epidemic of resistance to constituted authority will spread over half the world, as in the year 1848, rapid and simultaneous as the most virulent bodily disorder. Again, the collective character of mental phenomena is illustrated by an anomalous psychological condition invading and dominating over thousands upon thousands, depriving them of everything but automatic action, and giving rise to the popular opinion of demoniacal possession, an opinion in some sense justified by the satanic passions, emotions, and acts which accompany the condition. At one period, the aggregate tendency is to retirement and contemplation, hence, the countless votaries of monachism and enchiridiasm. At another, the mania is directed toward action, having for its proposed end some utopian scheme, equally impracticable and useless, hence, the myriads who have forsaken their kindred, their homes, and their country, to seek a land whose stones were gold, or to wage exterminating war for the possession of worthless cities and trackless deserts. The author from whom the above is quoted says that, the seeds of vice and crime appear to be sown under the surface of society, and to spring up and bring forth fruit with appalling rapidity and paralyzing succession. But Dr. Elam thinks otherwise. On page 194 of his book, A Physician's Problems, he says that the cause of the rapid spread of certain epidemics of disease which he is noticing remains a mystery, but as regards the incendiarism he remarks that, in all this we find nothing mysterious, though the epidemic is strongly developed. Strange contradiction. De Quincey, in his paper, entitled Murder Considered as One of the Fine Arts, treats of the epidemic of assassination, between 1588 and 1635, by which 7 of the most distinguished characters of the time lost their lives at the hands of assassins, and neither he, nor any other commentator has been able to explain the mysterious cause of this homicidal mania. If we press these gentlemen for an explanation, which as pretended philosophers they are bound to give us, we are answered that it is a great deal more scientific to assign for such epidemics, agitation of the mind, a time of political excitement, 1830, imitation and impulse, excitable and idle boys, and hysterical girls, than to be absurdly seeking for the verification of superstitious traditions in a hypothetical astral light. It seems to us that if, by some providential fatality, hysteria were to disappear entirely from the human system, the medical fraternity would be entirely at a loss for explanations of a large class of phenomena now conveniently classified under the head of normal symptoms of certain pathological conditions of the nervous centers. Hysteria has been hitherto the sheet anchor of skeptical pathologists. Does a dirty peasant girl begin suddenly to speak with fluency different foreign languages hitherto unfamiliar to her, and to write poetry, hysterics? Is a medium levitated, in full view of a dozen of witnesses, and carried out of one third-story window and brought back through another, disturbance of the nervous centers, followed by a collective hysterical delusion? A Scotch terrier, caught in the room during a manifestation, is hurled by an invisible hand across the room, breaks to pieces, in his salto mortale, a chandelier, under a ceiling 18 feet high, to fall down killed, canine hallucination. True science has no belief, says Dr. Fenwick, in Bulwer Lytton's strange story. True science knows but 3 states of mind, denial, conviction, and the vast interval between the two, which is not belief, but the suspension of judgment. Such, perhaps, was true science in Dr. Fenwick's days. But the true science of our modern times proceeds otherwise. It either denies point-blank, without any preliminary investigation, or sits in the interim, between denial and conviction, and, dictionary in hand, invents new Greco-Latin appellations for non-existing kinds of hysteria. How often have powerful clairvoyants and adepts in mesmerism described the epidemics and physical, though to others invisible, manifestations which science attributes to epilepsy, hematonervous disorders, and what not, of somatic origin, as their lucid vision saw them in the astral light. They affirmed that the electric waves were in violent perturbation, and that they discerned a direct relation between this ethereal disturbance and the mental or physical epidemic then raging. But science has heeded them not, but gone on with her encyclopedic labor of devising new names for old things. History, says Dupotet, the prince of French mesmerists, keeps but too well the sad records of sorcery. These facts were but too real, and lent themselves but too readily to dreadful malpractices of the art, to monstrous abuse. But how did I come to find out that art? Where did I learn it? In my thoughts? No, it is nature herself which discovered to me the secret. And how? By producing before my own eyes, without waiting for me to search for it, indisputable facts of sorcery and magic. What is, after all, somnambulistic sleep? A result of the potency of magic. And what is it which determines these attractions, these sudden impulses, these raving epidemics, rages, antipathies, crises, these convulsions which you can make durable? What is it which determines them, if not the very principle we employ, the agent so decidedly well known to the ancients? What you call nervous fluid or magnetism, the men of old called occult power, or the potency of the soul, subjection, magic. Magic is based on the existence of a mixed world placed without, not within us, and with which we can enter in communication by the use of certain arts and practices. An element existing in nature, unknown to most men, gets hold of a person and withers and breaks him down. As the fearful hurricane does a bulrush, it scatters men far away, it strikes them in 1,000 places at the same time, without their perceiving the invisible foe, or being able to protect themselves. All this is demonstrated, but that this element could choose friends and select favorites, obey their thoughts, answer to the human voice, and understand the meaning of traced signs. That is what people cannot realize, and what their reason rejects, and that is what I saw, and I say it here most emphatically, that for me it is a fact and a truth demonstrated forever. If I entered into greater details, one could readily understand that there do exist around us, as in ourselves, mysterious beings who have power and shape, who enter and go out at will, notwithstanding the well-closed doors. Further, the great mesmerizer teaches us that the faculty of directing this fluid is a physical property, resulting from our organization. It passes through all bodies, everything can be used as a conductor for magical operations, and it will retain the power of producing effects in its turn. This is the theory common to all Hermetic philosophers. Such is the power of the fluid, that no chemical or physical forces are able to destroy it. There is very little analogy between the imponderable fluids known to physicists and this animal magnetic fluid. If we now refer to medieval ages, we find, among others, Cornelius Agrippa telling us precisely the same. The ever-changing universal force, the soul of the world, can fecundate anything by infusing in it its own celestial properties. Arranged according to the formula taught by science, these objects receive the gift of communicating to us their virtue. It is sufficient to wear them, to feel them immediately operating on the soul as on the body. Human soul possesses, from the fact of its being of the same essence as all creation, a marvelous power. One who possesses the secret is enabled to rise in science and knowledge as high as his imagination will carry him, but he does that only on the condition of becoming closely united to this universal force. Truth, even the future, can be then made ever present to the eyes of the soul, and this fact has been many times demonstrated by things coming to pass as they were seen and described beforehand. Time and space vanish before the eagle eye of the immortal soul. Her power becomes boundless. She can shoot through space and envelop with her presence a man, no matter at what distance. She can plunge and penetrate him through, and make him hear the voice of the person she belongs to, as if that person were in the room. If unwilling to seek for proof or receive information from medieval, Hermetic philosophy, we may go still further back into antiquity, and select, out of the great body of philosophers of the pre-Christian ages, one who can least be accused of superstition and credulity. Cicero. Speaking of those whom he calls gods, and who are either human or atmospheric spirits, we know, says the old orator, that of all living beings man is the best formed, and, as the gods belong to this number, they must have a human form. I do not mean to say that the gods have body and blood in them, but I say that they seem as if they had bodies with blood in them. Epicurus, for whom hidden things were as tangible as if he had touched them with his finger, teaches us that gods are not generally visible, but that they are intelligible, that they are not bodies having a certain solidity, but that we can recognize them by their passing images. That is, there are atoms enough in the infinite space to produce such images. These are produced before us, and make us realize what are these happy, immortal beings. When the initiate, says Levi, in his turn, has become quite lucid, he communicates and directs at will the magnetic vibrations in the mass of astral light. Transformed in human light at the moment of the conception, it, the light, becomes the first envelope of the soul. By combination with the subtlest fluids it forms an ethereal body, or the sidereal phantom, which is entirely disengaged only at the moment of death. To project this ethereal body, at no matter what distance, to render it more objective and tangible by condensing over its fluidic form the waves of the parent essence, is the great secret of the adept magician. Theurgical magic is the last expression of occult psychological science. The academicians reject it as the hallucination of diseased brains, or brand it with the opprobrium of charlatanry. We deny to them most emphatically the right of expressing their opinion on a subject which they have never investigated. They have no more right, in their present state of knowledge, to judge of magic and spiritualism than a Fiji Islander to venture his opinion about the labors of Faraday or Agassiz. About all they can do on any one day is to correct the errors of the preceding day. Nearly 3,000 years ago, earlier than the days of Pythagoras, the ancient philosophers claimed that light was ponderable, hence matter, and that light was force. The corpuscular theory, owing to certain Newtonian failures to account for it, was laughed down, and the undulatory theory, which proclaimed light imponderable, accepted. And now the world is startled by Mr. Crookes weighing light with his radiometer. The Pythagoreans held that neither the sun nor the stars were the sources of light and heat, and that the former was but an agent, but the modern schools teach the contrary. The same may be said respecting the Newtonian law of gravitation. Following strictly the Pythagorean doctrine, Plato held that gravitation was not merely a law of the magnetic attraction of lesser bodies to larger ones, but a magnetic repulsion of similars and attraction of dissimilars. Things brought together, says he, contrary to nature, are naturally at war, and repel one another. This cannot be taken to mean that repulsion occurs of necessity between bodies of dissimilar properties, but simply that when naturally antagonistic bodies are brought together they repel one another. The researches of Barth and Schweiger leave us in little or no doubt that the ancients were well acquainted with the mutual attractions of iron and the lodestone, as well as with the positive and negative properties of electricity, by whatever name they may have called it. The reciprocal magnetic relations of the planetary orbs, which are all magnets, was with them an accepted fact, and aerolites were not only called by them magnetic stones, but used in the mysteries for purposes to which we now apply the magnet. When, therefore, Professor A. M. Mayer, of the Stevens Institute of Technology, in 1872, told the Yale Scientific Club that the Earth is a great magnet, and that, on any sudden agitation of the sun's surface the magnetism of the Earth receives a profound disturbance in its equilibrium, causing fitful tremors in the magnets of our observatories, and producing those grand outbursts of the polar lights, whose lambent flames dance in rhythm to the quivering needle, he only restated, in good English, what was taught in good Doric untold centuries before the first Christian philosopher saw the light. The prodigies accomplished by the priests of theurgical magic are so well authenticated, and the evidence if human testimony is worth anything at all is so overwhelming, that, rather than confess that the pagan theurgists far outrivaled the Christians in miracles, Sir David Brewster piously concedes to the former the greatest proficiency in physics, and everything that pertains to natural philosophy. Science finds herself in a very disagreeable dilemma. She must either confess that the ancient physicists were superior in knowledge to her modern representatives, or that there exists something in nature beyond physical science, and that spirit possesses powers of which our philosophers never dreamed. The mistake we make in some science we have specially cultivated, says Bulwer Lytton, is often only to be seen by the light of a separate science as especially cultivated by another. Nothing can be easier accounted for than the highest possibilities of magic. By the radiant light of the universal magnetic ocean, whose electric waves bind the cosmos together, and in their ceaseless motion penetrate every atom and molecule of the boundless creation, the disciples of mesmerism, albeit insufficient their various experiments, intuitionally perceive the alpha and omega of the great mystery. Alone, the study of this agent, which is the divine breath, can unlock the secrets of psychology and physiology, of cosmical and spiritual phenomena. Magic, says Sellis, formed the last part of the sacerdotal science. It investigated the nature, power, and quality of everything sublunary, of the elements and their parts, of animals, all various plants and their fruits, of stones and herbs. In short, it explored the essence and power of everything. From hence, therefore, it produced its effects. And it formed statues, magnetized, which procure health, and made all various figures and things, talismans, which could equally become the instruments of disease as well as of health. Often, too, celestial fire is made to appear through magic, and then statues laugh and lamps are spontaneously enkindled. If Galvani's modern discovery can set in motion the limbs of a dead frog, and force a dead man's face to express, by the distortion of its features, the most varied emotions, from joy to diabolical rage, despair, and horror, the pagan priests, unless the combined evidence of the most trustworthy men of antiquity is not to be relied upon, accomplished the still greater wonders of making their stone and metal statues to sweat and laugh. The celestial, pure fire of the pagan altar was electricity drawn from the astral light. Statues, therefore, if properly prepared, might, without any accusation of superstition, be allowed to have the property of imparting health and disease by contact, as well as any modern galvanic belt or overcharged battery. Scholastic skeptics, as well as ignorant materialists, have greatly amused themselves for the last 2 centuries over the absurdities attributed to Pythagoras by his biographer, Iamblichus. The Samian philosopher is said to have persuaded a she-bear to give up eating human flesh, to have forced a white eagle to descend to him from the clouds, and to have subdued him by stroking him gently with the hand, and by talking to him. On another occasion, Pythagoras actually persuaded an ox to renounce eating beans, by merely whispering in the animal's ear. Oh, ignorance and superstition of our forefathers, how ridiculous they appear in the eyes of our enlightened generations. Let us, however, analyze this absurdity. Every day we see unlettered men, proprietors of strolling menageries, taming and completely subduing the most ferocious animals, merely by the power of their irresistible will. Nay, we have at the present moment in Europe several young and physically weak girls, under 20 years of age, fearlessly doing the same thing. Every one has either witnessed or heard of the seemingly magical power of some mesmerizers and psychologists. They are able to subjugate their patients for any length of time. Regazzoni, the mesmerist who excited such wonder in France and London, has achieved far more extraordinary feats than what is above attributed to Pythagoras. Why, then, accuse the ancient biographers of such men as Pythagoras and Apollonius of Tyana of either willful misrepresentation or absurd superstition? When we realize that the majority of those who are so skeptical as to the magical powers possessed by the ancient philosophers, who laugh at the old theogonies and the fallacies of mythology, nevertheless have an implicit faith in the records and inspiration of their Bible, hardly daring to doubt even that monstrous absurdity that Joshua arrested the course of the sun, we may well say amen to Godfrey Higgins' just rebuke, when I find, he says, learned men believing Genesis literally, which the ancients, with all their failings, had too much sense to receive except allegorically. I am tempted to doubt the reality of the improvement of the human mind. One of the very few commentators on Old Greek and Latin authors, who have given their just dues to the ancients for their mental development, is Thomas Taylor. In his translation of Iamblichus' Life of Pythagoras, we find him remarking as follows: since Pythagoras, as Iamblichus informs us, was initiated in all the mysteries of Byblus and Tyre, in the sacred operations of the Syrians, and in the mysteries of the Phoenicians, and also that he spent 22 years in the Attica of temples in Egypt, associated with the Magians in Babylon, and was instructed by them in their venerable knowledge, it is not at all wonderful that he was skilled in magic, or theurgy, and was therefore able to perform things which surpass merely human power, and which appear to be perfectly incredible to the vulgar. The universal ether was not, in their eyes, simply a something stretching, tenantless, throughout the expanse of heaven. It was a boundless ocean peopled like our familiar seas with monstrous and minor creatures, and having in its every molecule the germs of life. Like the finny tribes which swarm in our oceans and smaller bodies of water, each kind having its habitat in some spot to which it is curiously adapted, some friendly and some inimical to men, some pleasant and some frightful to behold, some seeking the refuge of quiet nooks and landlocked harbors, and some traversing great areas of water. The various races of the elemental spirits were believed by them to inhabit the different portions of the great ethereal ocean, and to be exactly adapted to their respective conditions. If we will only bear in mind the fact that the rushing of planets through space must create as absolute a disturbance in this plastic and attenuated medium, as the passage of a cannon shot does in the air or that of a steamer in the water, and on a cosmic scale, we can understand that certain planetary aspects, admitting our premises to be true, may produce much more violent agitation and cause much stronger currents to flow in a given direction than others. With the same premises conceded, we may also see why, by such various aspects of the stars, shoals of friendly or hostile elementals might be poured in upon our atmosphere, or some particular portion of it, and make the fact appreciable by the effects which ensue. According to the ancient doctrines, the soulless elemental spirits were evolved by the ceaseless motion inherent in the astral light. Light is force, and the latter is produced by the will. As this will proceeds from an intelligence which cannot err, for it has nothing of the material organs of human thought in it, being the superfine pure emanation of the highest divinity itself, Plato's father, it proceeds from the beginning of time, according to immutable laws, to evolve the elementary fabric requisite for subsequent generations of what we term human races. All of the latter, whether belonging to this planet or to some other of the myriads in space, have their earthly bodies evolved in the matrix out of the bodies of a certain class of these elemental beings which have passed away in the invisible worlds. In the ancient philosophy there was no missing link to be supplied by what Tyndall calls an educated imagination, no hiatus to be filled with volumes of materialistic speculations made necessary by the absurd attempt to solve an equation with but one set of quantities. Our ignorant ancestors traced the law of evolution throughout the whole universe. As by gradual progression from the star cloudlet to the development of the physical body of man, the rule holds good, so from the universal ether to the incarnate human spirit, they traced one uninterrupted series of entities. These evolutions were from the world of spirit into the world of gross matter, and through that back again to the source of all things. The descent of species was to them a descent from the spirit, primal source of all, to the degradation of matter. In this complete chain of unfoldings the elementary, spiritual beings had as distinct a place, midway between the extremes, as Mr. Darwin's missing link between the ape and man. No author in the world of literature ever gave a more truthful or more poetical description of these beings than Sir E. Bulwer Lytton, the author of Zanoni. Now, himself, a thing not of matter, but an idea of joy and light, his words sound more like the faithful echo of memory than the exuberant outflow of mere imagination. Man is arrogant in proportion of his ignorance, he makes the wise Mejner say to Glyndon. For several ages he saw in the countless worlds that sparkle through space like the bubbles of a shoreless ocean, only the petty candles that Providence has been pleased to light for no other purpose but to make the night more agreeable to men. Astronomy has corrected this delusion of human vanity, and man now reluctantly confesses that the stars are worlds, larger and more glorious than his own. Everywhere, then, in this immense design, science brings new life to light. Reasoning, then, by evident analogy, if not a leaf, if not a drop of water, but is, no less than yonder star, a habitable and breathing world, nay, if even man himself, is a world to other lives, and millions and myriads dwell in the rivers of his blood, and inhabit man's frame, as man inhabits earth. Common sense, if our schoolmen had it, would suffice to teach that the circumfluent infinite which you call space, the boundless impalpable which divides earth from the moon and stars, is filled also with its correspondent and appropriate life. Is it not a visible absurdity to suppose that being is crowded upon every leaf, and yet absent from the immensities of space? The law of the great system forbids the waste even of an atom. It knows no spot where something of life does not breathe. Well, then, can you conceive that space, which is the infinite itself, is alone a waste, is alone lifeless, is less useful to the one design of universal being than the peopled leaf, than the swarming globule? The microscope shows you the creatures on the leaf. No mechanical tube is yet invented to discover the nobler and more gifted things that hover in the illimitable air. Yet between these last and men is a mysterious and terrible affinity. But first, to penetrate this barrier, the soul with which you listen must be sharpened by intense enthusiasm, purified from all earthly desires. When thus prepared, science can be brought to aid it, the sight itself may be rendered more subtle, the nerves more acute, the spirit more alive and outward, and the element itself, the air, the space, may be made, by certain secrets of the higher chemistry, more palpable and clear. And this, too, is not magic as the credulous call it. As I have so often said before, magic, a science that violates nature, exists not, it is but the science by which nature can be controlled. Now, in space there are millions of beings, not literally spiritual, for they have all, like the animal kula unseen by the naked eye, certain forms of matter, though matter so delicate, air-drawn, and subtle, that it is, as it were, but a film, a gossamer, that clothes the spirit. Yet, in truth, these races differ most widely, some of surpassing wisdom, some of horrible malignity, some hostile as fiends to men, others gentle as messengers between earth and heaven. Amid the dwellers of the threshold is one, too, surpassing in malignity and hatred all her tribe, one whose eyes have paralyzed the bravest, and whose power increases over the spirit precisely in proportion to its fear. Such is the insufficient sketch of elemental beings void of divine spirit, given by one whom many with reason believed to know more than he was prepared to admit in the face of an incredulous public. In the following chapter we will contrive to explain some of the esoteric speculations of the initiates of the sanctuary, as to what man was, is, and may yet be. The doctrines they taught and the mysteries the source from which sprang the Old and partially the New Testament, belong to the most advanced notions of morality and religious revelations. While the literal meaning was abandoned to the fanaticism of the unreasoning lower classes of society, the higher ones, the majority of which consisted of initiates, pursued their studies in the solemn silence of the temples, and their worship of the one God of heaven. The speculations of Plato, in the Banquet, on the creation of the primordial men, and the essay on cosmogony in the Timaeus, must be taken allegorically, if we accept them at all. It is this hidden Pythagorean meaning in Timaeus, Cratylus, and Parmenides, and a few other trilogies and dialogues, that the Neoplatonists ventured to expound, as far as the theurgical vow of secrecy would allow them. The Pythagorean doctrine that God is the universal mind diffused through all things, and the dogma of the soul's immortality, are the leading features in these apparently incongruous teachings. His piety and the great veneration Plato felt for the mysteries are sufficient warrant that he would not allow his indiscretion to get the better of the deep sense of responsibility which is felt by every adept. Constantly perfecting himself in perfect mysteries, a man in them alone becomes truly perfect, says he in the Phaedrus. He took no pains to conceal his displeasure that the mysteries had become less secret than formerly. Instead of profaning them by putting them within the reach of the multitude, he would have guarded them with jealous care against all but the most earnest and worthy of his disciples. While mentioning the gods, on every page, his monotheism is unquestionable, for the whole thread of his discourse indicates that by the term gods he means a class of beings far lower in the scale than deities, and but one grade higher than men. Even Josephus perceived and acknowledged this fact, despite the natural prejudice of his race. In his famous onslaught upon Apion, this historian says, those, however, among the Greeks who philosophized in accordance with truth, were not ignorant of anything, nor did they fail to perceive the chilling superficialities of the mythical allegories, on which account they justly despised them. By which thing Plato, being moved, says it is not necessary to admit any one of the other poets into the commonwealth, and he dismisses Homer blandly, after having crowned him and pouring unguent upon him, in order that indeed he should not destroy, by his myths, the orthodox belief respecting one God. Those who can discern the true spirit of Plato's philosophy will hardly be satisfied with the estimate of the same which Jowett lays before his readers. He tells us that the influence exercised upon posterity by the Timaeus is partly due to a misunderstanding of the doctrine of its author by the Neoplatonists. He would have us believe that the hidden meanings which they found in this dialogue are quite at variance with the spirit of Plato. This is equivalent to the assumption that Jowett understands what this spirit really was, whereas his criticism upon this particular topic rather indicates that he did not penetrate it at all. If, as he tells us, the Christians seem to find in his work their Trinity, the Word, the Church, and the creation of the world, in a Jewish sense, it is because all this is there, and therefore it is but natural that they should have found it. The outward building is the same, but the spirit which animated the dead letter of the philosopher's teaching has fled, and we would seek for it in vain through the arid dogmas of Christian theology. The Sphinx is the same now, as it was 4 centuries before the Christian era, but the Oedipus is no more. He is slain because he has given to the world that which the world was not ripe enough to receive. He was the embodiment of truth, and he had to die, as every grand truth has to, before, like the phoenix of old, it revives from its own ashes. Every translator of Plato's works remarked the strange similarity between the philosophy of the esoterists and the Christian doctrines, and each of them has tried to interpret it in accordance with his own religious feelings. So Corey, in his Ancient Fragments, tries to prove that it is but an outward resemblance, and does his best to lower the Pythagorean monad in the public estimation and exalt upon its ruins the later anthropomorphic deity. Taylor, advocating the former, acts as unceremoniously with the Mosaic God. Zeller boldly laughs at the pretensions of the Fathers of the Church, who, notwithstanding history and its chronology, and whether people will have it or not, insist that Plato and his school have robbed Christianity of its leading features. It is as fortunate for us as it is unfortunate for the Roman Church that such clever sleight of hand as that resorted to by Eusebius is rather difficult in our century. It was easier to pervert chronology, for the sake of making synchronisms, in the days of the Bishop of Caesarea, than it is now, and while history exists, no one can help people knowing that Plato lived 600 years before Irenaeus took it into his head to establish a new doctrine from the ruins of Plato's older academy. This doctrine of God being the universal mind diffused through all things, underlies all ancient philosophies. The Buddhistic tenets which can never be better comprehended than when studying the Pythagorean philosophy its faithful reflection are derived from this source as well as the Brahmanical religion and early Christianity. The purifying process of transmigrations the metempsychoses however grossly anthropomorphized at a later period, must only be regarded as a supplementary doctrine, disfigured by theological sophistry with the object of getting a firmer hold upon believers through a popular superstition. Neither Gautama Buddha nor Pythagoras intended to teach this purely metaphysical allegory literally. Esoterically, it is explained in the mystery of the Kaunbum, and relates to the purely spiritual peregrinations of the human soul. It is not in the dead letter of Buddhistical sacred literature that scholars may hope to find the true solution of its metaphysical subtleties. The latter weary the power of thought by the inconceivable profundity of its ratiocination, and the student is never farther from truth than when he believes himself nearest its discovery. The mastery of every doctrine of the perplexing Buddhist system can be attained only by proceeding strictly according to the Pythagorean and Platonic method, from universals down to particulars. The key to it lies in the refined and mystical tenets of the spiritual influx of divine life. Whoever is unacquainted with my law, says Buddha, and dies in that state, must return to the earth till he becomes a perfect Samanin. To achieve this object, he must destroy within himself the trinity of Maya. He must extinguish his passions, unite and identify himself with the law, the teaching of the secret doctrine, and comprehend the religion of annihilation. Here, annihilation refers but to matter, that of the visible as well as of the invisible body, for the astral soul, perisprit, is still matter, however sublimated. The same book says that what F.O. Buddha meant to say was, that the primitive substance is eternal and unchangeable. Its highest revelation is the pure, luminous ether, the boundless infinite space, not a void resulting from the absence of forms, but, on the contrary, the foundation of all forms, and anterior to them. But the very presence of forms denotes it to be the creation of Maya, and all her works are as nothing before the uncreated being, Spirit, in whose profound and sacred repose all motion must cease forever. Thus annihilation means, with the Buddhistical philosophy, only a dispersion of matter, in whatever form or semblance of form it may be, for everything that bears a shape was created, and thus must sooner or later perish, i.e., change that shape, therefore, as something temporary, though seeming to be permanent, it is but an illusion, Maya, for, as eternity has neither beginning nor end, the more or less prolonged duration of some particular form passes, as it were, like an instantaneous flash of lightning. Before we have the time to realize that we have seen it, it is gone and passed away forever. Hence, even our astral bodies, pure ether, are but illusions of matter, so long as they retain their terrestrial outline. The latter changes, says the Buddhist, according to the merits or demerits of the person during his lifetime, and this is metempsychosis. When the spiritual entity breaks loose forever from every particle of matter, then only it enters upon the eternal and unchangeable nirvana. He exists in spirit, in nothing, as a form, a shape, a semblance. He is completely annihilated, and thus will die no more, for spirit alone is no Maya, but the only reality in an illusionary universe of ever-passing forms. It is upon this Buddhist doctrine that the Pythagoreans grounded the principal tenets of their philosophy. Can that spirit, which gives life and motion, and partakes of the nature of light, be reduced to non-entity, they ask? Can that sensitive spirit in brutes which exercises memory, one of the rational faculties, die, and become nothing? And Whitelock Bulstrode, in his able defense of Pythagoras, expounds this doctrine by adding, if you say, they, the brutes, breathe their spirits into the air, and there vanish, that is all I contend for. The air, indeed, is the proper place to receive them, being, according to Laertius, full of souls, and, according to Epicurus, full of atoms, the principles of all things, for even this place wherein we walk and birds fly has so much of a spiritual nature, that it is invisible, and, therefore, may well be the receiver of forms. Since the forms of all bodies are so, we can only see and hear its effects. The air itself is too fine, and above the capacity of the age. What then is the ether in the region above, and what are the influences or forms that descend from thence? The spirits of creatures, the Pythagoreans hold, who are emanations of the most sublimated portions of ether, emanations, breaths, but not forms. Ether is incorruptible, all philosophers agree in that, and what is incorruptible is so far from being annihilated when it gets rid of the form, that it lays a good claim to immortality. But what is that which has no body, no form, which is imponderable, invisible and indivisible, that which exists and yet is not? Ask the Buddhists. It is nirvana, is the answer. It is nothing, not a region, but rather a state. When once nirvana is reached, man is exempt from the effects of the Four Truths, for an effect can only be produced through a certain cause, and every cause is annihilated in this state. These Four Truths are the foundation of the whole Buddhist doctrine of nirvana. They are, says the Book of Prajnaparamita, 1. The existence of pain. 2. The production of pain. 3. The annihilation of pain. For the way to the annihilation of pain. What is the source of pain? Existence. Birth existing, decrepitude and death ensue, for wherever there is a form, there is a cause for pain and suffering. Spirit alone has no form, and therefore cannot be said to exist. Whenever man, the ethereal, inner man, reaches that point when he becomes utterly spiritual, hence, formless, he has reached a state of perfect bliss. Man as an objective being becomes annihilated, but the spiritual entity with its subjective life will live forever, for spirit is incorruptible and immortal. It is by the spirit of the teachings of both Buddha and Pythagoras that we can so easily recognize the identity of their doctrines. The all-pervading, universal soul, the anima mundi, is nirvana, and Buddha, as a generic name, is the anthropomorphized monad of Pythagoras. When resting in nirvana, the final bliss, Buddha is the silent monad, dwelling in darkness and silence. He is also the formless Brahm, the sublime but unknowable deity, which pervades invisibly the whole universe. Whenever it is manifested, desiring to impress itself upon humanity in a shape intelligent to our intellect, whether we call it an avatar, or a king messiah, or a permutation of divine spirit, logos, Christos, it is all one and the same thing. In each case it is the Father, who is in the Son, and the Son in the Father. The immortal spirit overshadows the mortal man. It enters into him, and pervading his whole being, makes of him a God, who descends into his earthly tabernacle. Every man may become a Buddha, says the doctrine. And so throughout the interminable series of ages we find now and then men who more or less succeed in uniting themselves with God, as the expression goes, with their own spirit, as we ought to translate. The Buddhists call such men arhat. An arhat is next to a Buddha, and none is equal to him either in infused science or miraculous powers. Certain fakirs demonstrate the theory well in practice, as Jacaliot has proved. Even the so-called fabulous narratives of certain Buddhistical books, when stripped of their allegorical meaning, are found to be the secret doctrines taught by Pythagoras. In the Pali books called the Jatakas, are given the 550 incarnations or metempsychoses of Buddha. They narrate how he has appeared in every form of animal life, and animated every sentient being on earth, from infinitesimal insect to the bird, the beast, and finally man, the microcosmic image of God on earth. Must this be taken literally? Is it intended as a description of the actual transformations and existence of one and the same individual immortal, divine spirit, which by turns has animated every kind of sentient being? Ought we not rather to understand, with Buddhist metaphysicians, that though the individual human spirits are numberless, collectively they are one, as every drop of water drawn out of the ocean, metaphorically speaking, may have an individual existence and still be one with the rest of the drops going to form that ocean, for each human spirit is a scintilla of the one all-pervading light. That this divine spirit animates the flower, the particle of granite on the mountainside, the lion, the man. Egyptian hierophants, like the Brahmins, and the Buddhists of the East, and some Greek philosophers, maintained originally that the same spirit that animates the particle of dust, lurking latent in it, animates man, manifesting itself in him in its highest state of activity. The doctrine, also, of a gradual refusion of the human soul into the essence of the primeval parent spirit, was universal at one time. But this doctrine never implied annihilation of the higher spiritual ego, only the dispersion of the external forms of man, after his terrestrial death, as well as during his abode on earth. Who is better fitted to impart to us the mysteries of after death, so erroneously thought impenetrable, than those men who, having, through self-discipline and purity of life and purpose, succeeded in uniting themselves with their God, were afforded some glimpses, however imperfect, of the great truth. And these seers tell us strange stories about the variety of forms assumed by disembodied astral souls, forms of which each one is a spiritual though concrete reflection of the abstract state of the mind, and thoughts of the once living man. To accuse Buddhistical philosophy of rejecting a supreme being God, and the soul's immortality, of atheism, in short, on the ground that according to their doctrines, nirvana means annihilation, and Svabhavat is not a person, but nothing, is simply absurd. The N, or ayin, of the Jewish Ein Sof, also means nihil or nothing, that which is not, quoad nos, but no one has ever ventured to twit the Jews with atheism. In both cases the real meaning of the term nothing carries with it the idea that God is not a thing, not a concrete or visible being to which a name expressive of any object known to us on earth may be applied with propriety. Chapter 9. Thou canst not call that madness of which thou art proved to know nothing. Tertullian, Apology. This is not a matter of today, or yesterday, but hath been from all times, and none hath told us whence it came or how. Sophocles. Belief in the supernatural is a fact natural, primitive, universal, and constant in the life and history of the human race. Unbelief in the supernatural begets materialism, materialism, sensuality, sensuality, social convulsions, amid whose storms man again learns to believe and pray. Guyot. If any one think these things incredible, let him keep his opinions to himself, and not contradict those who, by such events, are incited to the study of virtue. Josephus. From the Platonic and Pythagorean views of matter and force, we will now turn to the Kabbalistic philosophy of the origin of man, and compare it with the theory of natural selection enunciated by Darwin and Wallace. It may be that we shall find as much reason to credit the ancients with originality in this direction as in that which we have been considering. To our mind, No stronger proof of the theory of cyclical progression need be required than the comparative enlightenment of former ages and that of the patristic church, as regards the form of the earth and the movements of the planetary system. Even were other evidence wanting, the ignorance of Augustine and Lactantius, misleading the whole of Christendom upon these questions until the period of Galileo, would mark the eclipses through which human knowledge passes from age to age. The coats of skin, mentioned in the 3rd chapter of Genesis as given to Adam and Eve, are explained by certain ancient philosophers to mean the fleshy bodies with which, in the progress of the cycles, the progenitors of the race became clothed. They maintained that the godlike physical form became grosser and grosser, until the bottom of what may be termed the last spiritual cycle was reached, and mankind entered upon the ascending arc of the first human cycle. Then began an uninterrupted series of cycles or yugas, the precise number of years of which each of them consisted remaining an inviolable mystery within the precincts of the sanctuaries and disclosed only to the initiates. As soon as humanity entered upon a new one, the Stone Age, with which the preceding cycle had closed, began to gradually merge into the following and next higher age. With each successive age, or epoch, men grew more refined, until the acme of perfection possible in that particular cycle had been reached. Then the receding wave of time carried back with it the vestiges of human, social, and intellectual progress. Cycle succeeded cycle, by imperceptible transitions, highly civilized flourishing nations, waxed in power, attained the climax of development, waned, and became extinct, and mankind, when the end of the lower cyclic arc was reached, was replaced into barbarism as at the start. Kingdoms have crumbled and nation succeeded nation from the beginning until our day, the races alternately mounting to the highest and descending to the lowest points of development. Draper observes that there is no reason to suppose that any one cycle applied to the whole human race. On the contrary, while man in one portion of the planet was in a condition of retrogression, in another he might be progressing in enlightenment and civilization. How analogous this theory is to the law of planetary motion, which causes the individual orbs to rotate on their axes, the several systems to move around their respective suns, and the whole stellar host to follow a common path around a common center. Life and death, light and darkness, day and night on the planet, as it turns about its axis and traverses the zodiacal circle representing the lesser and the greater cycles. Remember the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, as in heaven, so on earth. Mr. Alfred R. Wallace argues with sound logic that the development of man has been more marked in his mental organization than in his external form. Man, he conceives to differ from the animal, by being able to undergo great changes of conditions and of his entire environment, without very marked alterations in bodily form and structure. The changes of climate he meets with the corresponding alteration in his clothing, shelter, weapons, and implements of husbandry. His body may become less hairy, more erect, and of a different color and proportions. The head and face is immediately connected with the organ of the mind, and as being the medium, expressing the most refined motions of his nature, alone change with the development of his intellect. There was a time when he had not yet acquired that wonderfully developed brain, the organ of the mind, which now, even in his lowest examples, raises him far above the highest brutes, at a period when he had the form, but hardly the nature of man, when he neither possessed human speech nor sympathetic and moral feelings. Further, Mr. Wallace says that, men may have been indeed, I believe must have been, once a homogeneous race. In man, the hairy covering of the body has almost entirely disappeared. Of the cave men of Les Isis, Mr. Wallace remarks further, the great breadth of the face, the enormous development of the ascending ramus of the lower jaw, indicate enormous muscular power and the habits of a savage and brutal race. Such are the glimpses which anthropology affords us of men, either arrived at the bottom of a cycle or starting in a new one. Let us see how far they are corroborated by clairvoyant psychometry. Professor Denton submitted a fragment of fossilized bone to his wife's examination, without giving Mrs. Denton any hint as to what the article was. It immediately called up to her pictures of people and scenes which he thinks belonged to the Stone Age. She saw men closely resembling monkeys, with a body very hairy, and, as if the natural hair answered the purpose of clothing. I question whether he can stand perfectly upright. His hip joints appear to be so formed, he cannot, she added. Occasionally I see part of the body of one of those beings that looks comparatively smooth. I can see the skin, which is lighter colored. I do not know whether he belongs to the same period. At a distance the face seems flat, the lower part of it is heavy. They have what I suppose would be called prognathous jaws. The frontal region of the head is low, and the lower portion of it is very prominent, forming a round ridge across the forehead, immediately above the eyebrows. Now I see a face that looks like that of a human being, though there is a monkey-like appearance about it. All these seem of that kind, having long arms and hairy bodies. Whether or not the men of science are willing to concede the correctness of the Hermetic theory of the physical evolution of men from higher and more spiritual natures, they themselves show us how the race has progressed from the lowest observed point to its present development. And, as all nature seems to be made up of analogies, is it unreasonable to affirm that the same progressive development of individual forms has prevailed among the inhabitants of the unseen universe? If such marvelous effects have been caused by evolution upon our little insignificant planet, producing reasoning and intuitive men from some higher type of the ape family, why suppose that the boundless realms of space are inhabited only by disembodied angelic forms? Why not give place in that vast domain to the spiritual duplicates of these hairy, long-armed and half-reasoning ancestors, their predecessors, and all their successors, down to our time? Of course, the spiritual parts of such primeval members of the human family would be as uncouth and undeveloped as were their physical bodies. While they made no attempt to calculate the duration of the grand cycle, the Hermetic philosophers yet maintained that, according to the cyclic law, the living human race must inevitably and collectively return one day to that point of departure, where man was first clothed with coats of skin, or, to express it more clearly, the human race must, in accordance with the law of evolution, be finally physically spiritualized. Unless Messrs. Darwin and Huxley are prepared to prove that the man of our century has attained, as a physical and moral animal, the acme of perfection, and evolution, having reached its apex, must stop all further progress with the modern genus Homo, we do not see how they can possibly confute such a logical deduction. In his lecture on the action of natural selection on men, Mr. Alfred R. Wallace concludes his demonstrations as to the development of human races under that law of selection by saying that, if his conclusions are just, it must inevitably follow that the higher the more intellectual and moral must displace the lower and more degraded races, and the power of natural selection, still acting on his mental organization, must ever lead to the more perfect adaptation of man's higher faculties to the condition of surrounding nature, and to the exigencies of the social state. While his external form will probably ever remain unchanged, except in the development of that perfect beauty refined and ennobled by the highest intellectual faculties and sympathetic emotions, his mental constitution may continue to advance and improve, till the world is again inhabited by a single, nearly homogeneous race, no individual of which will be inferior to the noblest specimens of existing humanity. Sober, scientific methods and cautiousness in hypothetical possibilities have evidently their share in this expression of the opinions of the great anthropologist. Still, what he says above clashes in no way with our Kabbalistic assertions. Allow to ever-progressing nature, to the great law of the survival of the fittest, one step beyond Mr. Wallace's deductions, and we have in future the possibility, nay, the assurance of a race, which, like the Vrilya of Bulwer-Lytton's coming race, will be but one remove from the primitive sons of God. It will be observed that this philosophy of cycles, which was allegorized by the Egyptian hierophants in the circle of necessity, explains at the same time the allegory of the fall of man. According to the Arabian descriptions, each of the 7 chambers of the pyramids, those grandest of all cosmic symbols, was known by the name of a planet. The peculiar architecture of the pyramids shows in itself the drift of the metaphysical thought of their builders. The apex is lost in the clear blue sky of the land of the pharaohs, and typifies the primordial point lost in the unseen universe from whence started the first race of the spiritual prototypes of men. Each mummy, from the moment that it was embalmed, lost its physical individuality. In one sense, it symbolized the human race. Placed in such a way as was best calculated to aid the exit of the soul, the latter had to pass through the 7 planetary chambers before it made its exit through the symbolical apex. Each chamber typified, at the same time, one of the 7 spheres, and one of the 7 higher types of physico-spiritual humanity alleged to be above our own. Every 3,000 years, the soul, representative of its race, had to return to its primal point of departure before it underwent another evolution into a more perfected spiritual and physical transformation. We must go deep indeed into the abstruse metaphysics of Oriental mysticism before we can realize fully the infinitude of the subjects that were embraced at one sweep by the majestic thought of its exponents. Starting as a pure and perfect spiritual being, the Adam of the 2nd chapter of Genesis, not satisfied with the position allotted to him by the Demiurgus, who is the eldest first begotten, the Adam Cadmon, Adam the second, the man of dust, strives in his pride to become creator in his turn. Evolved out of the androgynous Cadmon, this Adam is himself an androgen, for, according to the oldest beliefs presented allegorically in Plato's Timaeus, the prototypes of our races were all enclosed in the microcosmic tree which grew and developed within and under the great mundane or macrocosmic tree. Divine Spirit being considered a unity, however numerous the rays of the great spiritual sun, man has still had his origin like all other forms, whether organic or otherwise, in this one fount of eternal light. Were we even to reject the hypothesis of an androgynous man, in connection with physical evolution, the significance of the allegory in its spiritual sense would remain unimpaired. So long as the first God-man, symbolizing the 2 first principles of creation, the dual male and female element, had no thought of good and evil, he could not hypostasize woman, for she was in him as he was in her. It was only when, as a result of the evil hints of the serpent, matter, the latter condensed itself and cooled on the spiritual man in its contact with the elements, that the fruits of the man tree, who is himself that tree of knowledge, appeared to his view. From this moment the androgynal union ceased, man evolved out of himself the woman as a separate entity. They have broken the thread between pure spirit and pure matter. Henceforth they will create no more spiritually, and by the sole power of their will, man has become a physical creator, and the kingdom of spirit can be won only by a long imprisonment in matter. The meaning of Gogurd, the Hellenic tree of life, the sacred oak among whose luxuriant branches a serpent dwells, and cannot be dislodged, thus becomes apparent. Creeping out from the primordial Elos, the mundane snake grows more material and waxes in strength and power with every new evolution. The Adam Primus, or Cadmon, the logos of the Jewish mystics, is the same as the Grecian Prometheus, who seeks to rival with the divine wisdom. He is also the Pomander of Hermes, or the power of the thought divine, in its most spiritual aspect, for he was less hypostasized by the Egyptians than the 2 former. These all create men, but fail in their final object. Desiring to endow man with an immortal spirit, in order that by linking the Trinity in one, he might gradually return to his primal spiritual state without losing his individuality, Prometheus fails in his attempt to steal the divine fire, and is sentenced to expiate his crime on Mount Kazbek. Prometheus is also the logos of the ancient Greeks, as well as Heracles. In the Codex Nazareus we see Bahaksivo deserting the heaven of his father, confessing that though he is the father of the genii, he is unable to construct creatures, for he is equally unacquainted with Orcus as with the consuming fire which is wanting in light. And Phaethil, one of the powers, sits in the mud, matter, and wonders why the living fire is so changed. All of these logoi strove to endow man with the immortal spirit, failed, and nearly all are represented as being punished for the attempt by severe sentences. Those of the early Christian fathers who, like Origen and Clemens Alexandrinus, were well versed in pagan symbology, having begun their careers as philosophers, felt very much embarrassed. They could not deny the anticipation of their doctrines in the oldest myths. The latest logos, according to their teachings, had also appeared in order to show mankind the way to immortality, and in his desire to endow the world with eternal life through the Pentecostal fire, had lost his life agreeably to the traditional program. Thus was originated the very awkward explanation of which our modern clergy freely avail themselves, that all these mythic types show the prophetic spirit which, through the Lord's mercy, was afforded even to the heathen idolaters. The pagans, they assert, had presented in their imagery the great drama of Calvary, hence the resemblance. On the other hand, the philosophers maintained, with unassailable logic, that the pious fathers had simply helped themselves to a ready-made groundwork, either finding it easier than to exert their own imagination, or because of the greater number of ignorant proselytes who were attracted to the new doctrine by such an extraordinary resemblance with their mythologies, at least as far as the outward form of the most fundamental doctrines goes. The allegory of the fall of men and the fire of Prometheus is also another version of the myth of the rebellion of the proud Lucifer, hurled down to the bottomless pit Orcus. In the religion of the Brahmins, Moisashur, the Hindu Lucifer, becomes envious of the Creator's resplendent light, and at the head of a legion of inferior spirits rebels against Brahma, and declares war against him. Like Hercules, the faithful Titan, who helps Jupiter and restores to him his throne, Shiva, the third person of the Hindu Trinity, hurls them all from the celestial abode in Handera, the region of eternal darkness. But here the fallen angels are made to repent of their evil deed, and in the Hindu doctrine they are all afforded the opportunity to progress. In the Greek fiction, Hercules, the sun god, descends to Hades to deliver the victims from their tortures, and the Christian Church also makes her incarnate God descend to the dreary Plutonic regions and overcome the rebellious ex-archangel. In their turn the Kabbalists explain the allegory in a semi-scientific way. Adam II, or the first created race which Plato calls gods, and the Bible the Elohim, was not triple in his nature like the earthly men, i.e., he was not composed of soul, spirit, and body, but was a compound of sublimated astral elements into which the Father had breathed an immortal, divine spirit. The latter, by reason of its godlike essence, was ever struggling to liberate itself from the bonds of even that flimsy prison, hence that sons of God, in their imprudent efforts, were the first to trace a future model for the cyclic law. But, man must not be, like one of us, says the creative deity, one of the Elohim entrusted with the fabrication of the lower animal. And thus it was, when the men of the first race had reached the summit of the first cycle, they lost their balance, and their second envelope, the grosser clothing, astral body, dragged them down the opposite arc. This Kabbalistic version of the sons of God, or of light, is given in the Codex Nazareus. Bhakshiva, the father of genii, is ordered to construct creatures. But, as he is ignorant of Orcus, he fails to do so and calls in Phaethihil a still purer spirit to his aid, who fails still worse. Then steps on the stage of creation the spirit, which properly ought to be translated soul, for it is the anima mundi, and which with the Nazarenes and the Gnostics was feminine, and perceiving that for Phaethihil, the newest man, the latest, the splendor was changed, and that for splendor existed decrease and damage, awakes Charybdanos, who was frantic and without sense and judgment, and says to him, Arise, see, the splendor, light, of the newest man, Phaethihil, has failed to produce or create men, the decrease of this splendor is visible. Rise up, come with thy mother, the Spiritus, and free thee from limits by which thou art held, and those more ample than the whole world. After which follows the union of the frantic and blind matter, guided by the insinuations of the spirit, not the divine breath, but the astral spirit, which by its double essence is already tainted with matter, and the offer of the mother being accepted the Spiritus conceives 7 figures, which Irenaeus is disposed to take for the 7 stellas, planets, but which represent the 7 capital sins, the progeny of an astral soul separated from its divine source, spirit, and matter, the blind demon of concupiscence. Seeing this, Phaethihil extends his hand toward the abyss of matter, and says, Let the earth exist, just as the abode of the powers has existed. Dipping his hand in the chaos, which he condenses, he creates our planet. Then the Codex proceeds to tell how Bhakshiva was separated from the Spiritus, and the genii, or angels, from the rebels. Then Mano, the greatest, who dwells with the greatest pharaoh, calls Kabarzivo, known also by the name of Nebuchadnezzar Bar Euphaniphophan, helm and vine of the food of life, he being the third life, and, commiserating the rebellious and foolish genii, on account of the magnitude of their ambition, says, Lord of the genii, Aeons, see what the genii, the rebellious angels, do, and about what they are consulting they say, let us call forth the world, and let us call the powers into existence. The genii are the principes, the sons of light, but thou art the messenger of life. And in order to counteract the influence of the 7 badly disposed principles, the progeny of Spiritus, Kabbalah, the mighty Lord of splendor, procreates 7 other lives, the cardinal virtues, who shine in their own form and light from on high, and thus reestablishes the balance between good and evil, light and darkness. But this creation of beings, without the requisite influx of divine pure breath in them, which was known among the Kabbalists as the living fire, produced but creatures of matter and astral light. Thus were generated the animals which preceded men on this earth. The spiritual beings, the sons of light, those who remained faithful to the great Pharaoh, the first cause of all, constitute the celestial or angelic hierarchy, the Adnim, and the legions of the never-embodied spiritual men. The followers of the rebellious and foolish genii, and the descendants of the witless 7 spirits begotten by Charybdanos and the Spiritus, became, in course of time, the men of our planet, after having previously passed through every creation of every one of the elements. From this stage of life they have been traced by Darwin, who shows us how our highest forms have been evolved out of the lowest. Anthropology dares not follow the Kabbalist in his metaphysical flights beyond this planet, and it is doubtful if its teachers have the courage to search for the missing link in the old Kabbalistic manuscripts. Thus was set in motion the first cycle, which in its rotations downward, brought an infinitesimal part of the created lives to our planet of mud. Arrived at the lowest point of the arc of the cycle which directly preceded life on this earth, the pure divine spark still lingering in the atom made an effort to separate itself from the astral spirit, for man was falling gradually into generation, and the fleshy coat was becoming with every action more and more dense. And now comes a mystery, a sod, a secret which Rabbi Simeon imparted but to very few initiates. It was enacted once every 7 years during the mysteries of Samothrace, and the records of it are found self-printed on the leaves of the Thibetan sacred tree, the mysterious Kaunbum, in the lamasery of the holy adepts. In the shoreless ocean of space radiates the central, spiritual, and invisible sun. The universe is his body, spirit and soul, and after this ideal model are framed all things. These 3 emanations are the 3 lives, the 3 degrees of the Gnostic pleroma, the 3 Kabbalistic faces, for the ancient of the ancient, the holy of the aged, the great Ensof, has a form and then he has no form. The invisible assumed a form when he called the universe into existence, says the Sohar, the Book of Splendor. The first light is his soul, the infinite, boundless, and immortal breath, under the efflux of which the universe heaves its mighty bosom, infusing intelligent life throughout creation. The second emanation condenses cometary matter and produces forms within the cosmic circle, sets the countless worlds floating in the electric space, and infuses the unintelligent, blind life principle into every form. The third produces the whole universe of physical matter, and as it keeps gradually receding from the central divine light its brightness wanes and it becomes darkness and the bad pure matter, the gross purgations of the celestial fire of the Hermetists. When the central invisible, the Lord Pharaoh, saw the efforts of the divine scintilla, unwilling to be dragged lower down into the degradation of matter, to liberate itself, he permitted it to shoot out from itself a monad, over which, attached to it as by the finest thread, the divine scintilla, the soul, had to watch during its ceaseless peregrinations from one form to another. Thus the monad was shot down into the first form of matter and became encased in stone, then, in course of time, through the combined efforts of living fire and living water, both of which shone their reflection upon the stone, the monad crept out of its prison to sunlight as a lichen. From change to change it went higher and higher, the monad, with every new transformation borrowing more of the radiance of its parent, scintilla, which approached it nearer at every transmigration. For the first cause had willed it to proceed in this order, and destined it to creep on higher until its physical form became once more the atom of dust, shaped in the image of the atom Cadmon. Before undergoing its last earthly transformation, the external covering of the monad, from the moment of its conception as an embryo, passes in turn, once more, through the phases of the several kingdoms. In its fluidic prison it assumes a vague resemblance at various periods of the gestation to plant, reptile, bird, and animal, until it becomes a human embryo. At the birth of the future man, the monad, radiating with all the glory of its immortal parent which watches it from the seventh sphere, becomes senseless. It loses all recollection of the past, and returns to consciousness but gradually, when the instinct of childhood gives way to reason and intelligence. After the separation between the life principle, astral spirit, and the body takes place, the liberated soul monad exultingly rejoins the mother and father spirit, the radiant ogoids, and the two, merged into one, forever form, with a glory proportioned to the spiritual purity of the past earth life, the atom who has completed the circle of necessity, and is freed from the last vestige of his physical encasement. Henceforth, growing more and more radiant at each step of his upward progress, he mounts the shining path that ends at the point from which he started around the grand cycle. The whole Darwinian theory of natural selection is included in the first 6 chapters of the book of Genesis. The man of chapter 1 is radically different from the Adam of chapter 2, for the former was created, male and female, that is, bisexed and in the image of God, while the latter, according to verse 7, was formed of the dust of the ground, and became a living soul, after the Lord God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Moreover, this Adam was a male being, and in verse 20 we are told that there was not found a helpmeet for him. The Adonai, being pure spiritual entities, had no sex, or rather had both sexes united in themselves, like their Creator, and the ancients understood this so well that they represented many of their deities as of dual sex. The biblical student must either accept this interpretation, or make the passages in the 2 chapters alluded to absurdly contradict each other. It was such literal acceptance of passages that warranted the atheists in covering the Mosaic account with ridicule, and it is the dead letter of the old text that begets the materialism of our age. Not only are these 2 races of beings thus clearly indicated in Genesis, but even a third and a fourth one are ushered before the reader in chapter 4, where the sons of God and the race of giants are spoken of. As we write, there appears in an American paper, the Kansas City Times, an account of important discoveries of the remains of a prehistorical race of giants, which corroborates the statements of the Kabbalists and the Bible allegories at the same time. It is worth preserving. In his researches among the forests of western Missouri, Judge H.P. West has discovered a number of conical-shaped mounds, similar in construction to those found in Ohio and Kentucky. These mounds are found upon the high bluffs overlooking the Missouri River, the largest and more prominent being found in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Until about 3 weeks ago it was not suspected that the mound builders had made this region their home in the prehistoric days, but now it is discovered that this strange and extinct race once occupied this land, and have left an extensive graveyard in a number of high mounds upon the Clay County bluffs. As yet, only one of these mounds has been opened. Judge West discovered a skeleton about 2 weeks ago, and made a report to other members of the society. They accompanied him to the mound, and not far from the surface excavated and took out the remains of 2 skeletons. The bones are very large, so large, in fact, when compared with an ordinary skeleton of modern date, they appear to have formed part of a giant. The head bones, such as have not rotted away, are monstrous in size. The lower jaw of one skeleton is in a state of preservation, and is double the size of the jaw of a civilized person. The teeth in this jawbone are large, and appear to have been ground down and worn away by contact with roots and carnivorous food. The jawbone indicates immense muscular strength. The thigh bone, when compared with that of an ordinary modern skeleton, looks like that of a horse. The length, thickness, and muscular development are remarkable. But the most peculiar part about the skeleton is the frontal bone. It is very low, and differs radically from any ever seen in this section before. It forms one thick ridge of bone about 1 inch wide, extending across the eyes. It is a narrow but rather heavy ridge of bone which, instead of extending upward, as it does now in these days of civilization, receded back from the eyebrows, forming a flat head, and thus indicates a very low order of mankind. It is the opinion of the scientific gentlemen who are making these discoveries that these bones are the remains of a prehistoric race of men. They do not resemble the present existing race of Indians, nor are the mounds constructed upon any pattern or model known to have been in use by any race of men now in existence in America. The bodies are discovered in a sitting posture in the mounds, and among the bones are found stone weapons, such as flint knives, flint scrapers, and all of them different in shape to the arrowheads, war hatchets, and other stone tools and weapons known to have been in use by the aboriginal Indians of this land when discovered by the whites. The gentlemen who have these curious bones in charge have deposited them with Dr. Foe, on Main Street. It is their intention to make further and closer researches in the mounds on the bluffs opposite this city. They will make a report of their labors at the next meeting of the Academy of Science, by which time they expect to be able to make some definite report as to their opinions. It is pretty definitely settled, however, that the skeletons are those of a race of men not now in existence. The author of a recent and very elaborate work finds some cause for merriment over the union of the sons of God with the daughters of men, who were fair, as alluded to in Genesis, and described at great length in that wonderful legend, the Book of Enoch. More is the pity, that our most learned and liberal men do not employ their close and merciless logic to repair its one-sidedness by seeking the true spirit which dictated these allegories of old. This spirit was certainly more scientific than skeptics are yet prepared to admit. But with every year some new discovery may corroborate their assertions, until the whole of antiquity is vindicated. One thing, at least, has been shown in the Hebrew text, viz., that there was one race of purely physical creatures, another purely spiritual. The evolution and transformation of species required to fill the gap between the two has been left to abler anthropologists. We can only repeat the philosophy of men of old, which says that the union of these two races produced a third, the Adamite race. Sharing the natures of both its parents, it is equally adapted to an existence in the material and spiritual worlds. Allied to the physical half of man's nature is reason, which enables him to maintain his supremacy over the lower animals, and to subjugate nature to his uses. Allied to his spiritual part is his conscience, which will serve as his unerring guide through the besetments of the senses, for conscience is that instantaneous perception between right and wrong, which can only be exercised by the spirit, which, being a portion of the divine wisdom and purity, is absolutely pure and wise. Its promptings are independent of reason, and it can only manifest itself clearly, when unhampered by the baser attractions of our dual nature. Reason being a faculty of our physical brain, one which is justly defined as that of deducing inferences from premises, and being wholly dependent on the evidence of other senses, cannot be a quality pertaining directly to our divine spirit. The latter knows hence, all reasoning which implies discussion and argument would be useless. So an entity, which, if it must be considered as a direct emanation from the eternal spirit of wisdom, has to be viewed as possessed of the same attributes as the essence or the whole of which it is a part. Therefore, it is with a certain degree of logic that the ancient theurgists maintained that the rational part of man's soul, spirit, never entered wholly into the man's body, but only overshadowed him more or less through the irrational or astral soul, which serves as an intermediary agent, or a medium between spirit and body. The man who has conquered matter sufficiently to receive the direct light from his shining ogoids, feels truth intuition ally, he could not err in his judgment, notwithstanding all the sophisms suggested by cold reason, for he is illuminated. Hence, prophecy, vaticination, and the so-called divine inspiration are simply the effects of this illumination from above by our own immortal spirit. Swedenborg, following the mystical doctrines of the Hermetic philosophers, devoted a number of volumes to the elucidation of the internal sense of Genesis. Swedenborg was undoubtedly a natural-born magician, a seer. he was not an adept. Thus, however closely he may have followed the apparent method of interpretation used by the alchemists and mystic writers, he partially failed, the more so, that the model chosen by him in this method was one who, albeit a great alchemist, was no more of an adept than the Swedish seer himself, in the fullest sense of the word. Eugenius Philalethes had never attained the highest pyrotechny, to use the diction of the mystic philosophers. But, although both have missed the whole truth in its details, Swedenborg has virtually given the same interpretation of the first chapter of Genesis as the Hermetic philosophers. The seer, as well as the initiates, notwithstanding their veiled phraseology, clearly show that the first chapters of Genesis relate to the regeneration, or a new birth of man, not to the creation of our universe and its crown work man. The fact that the terms of the alchemists, such as salt, sulfur, and mercury are transformed by Swedenborg into ends, cause, and effect, does not affect the underlying idea of solving the problems of the Mosaic books by the only possible method that used by the Hermetists, that of correspondences. His doctrine of correspondence, or Hermetic symbolism, is that of Pythagoras and of the Kabbalists, as above, so below. It is also that of the Buddhist philosophers, who, in their still more abstract metaphysics, inverting the usual mode of definition given by our erudite scholars, call the invisible types the only reality, and everything else the effects of the causes, or visible prototypes illusions. However contradictory their various elucidations of the Pentateuch may appear on their surface, every one of them tends to show that the sacred literature of every country, the Bible as much as the Vedas or the Buddhist scriptures, can only be understood and thoroughly sifted by the light of Hermetic philosophy. The great sages of antiquity, those of the medieval ages, and the mystical writers of our more modern times also, were all Hermetists. Whether the light of truth had illuminated them through their faculty of intuition, or as a consequence of study and regular initiation, virtually, they had accepted the method and followed the path traced to them by such men as Moses, Gautama Buddha, and Jesus. The truth, symbolized by some alchemists as dew from heaven, had descended into their hearts, and they had all gathered it upon the tops of mountains, after having spread clean linen cloths to receive it, and thus, in one sense, they had secured, each for himself, and in his own way, the universal solvent. How much they were allowed to share it with the public is another question. That veil, which is alleged to have covered the face of Moses, when, after descending from Sinai, he taught his people the word of God, cannot be withdrawn at the will of the teacher only. It depends on the listeners, whether they will also remove the veil which is upon their hearts. Paul says it plainly, and his words addressed to the Corinthians can be applied to every man or woman, and of any age in the history of the world. If their minds are blinded by the shining skin of divine truth, whether the Hermetic veil be withdrawn or not from the face of the teacher, it cannot be taken away from their heart unless it shall turn to the Lord. But the latter appellation must not be applied to either of the three anthropomorphized personages of the Trinity, but to the Lord, as understood by Swedenborg and the Hermetic philosophers, the Lord, who is life and man. The everlasting conflict between the world religions Christianity, Judaism, Brahmanism, paganism, Buddhism, proceeds from this one source. Truth is known but to the few, the rest, unwilling to withdraw the veil from their own hearts, imagine it blinding the eyes of their neighbor. The God of every exoteric religion, including Christianity, notwithstanding its pretensions to mystery, is an idol, a fiction, and cannot be anything else. Moses, closely veiled, speaks to the stiff-necked multitudes of Jehovah, the cruel, anthropomorphic deity, as of the highest God, burying deep in the bottom of his heart that truth which cannot be either spoken of or revealed. Kapila cuts with the sharp sword of his sarcasms the Brahmanyagins, who in their mystical visions pretend to see the highest one. Gautama Buddha conceals, under an impenetrable cloak of metaphysical subtleties, the verity, and is regarded by posterity as an atheist. Pythagoras, with his allegorical mysticism and metempsychosis, is held for a clever impostor, and is succeeded in the same estimation by other philosophers, like Apollonius and Plotinus, who are generally spoken of as visionaries, if not charlatans. Plato, whose writings were never read by the majority of our great scholars but superficially, is accused by many of his translators of absurdities and puerilities, and even of being ignorant of his own language, most likely for saying, in reference to the Supreme, that a matter of that kind cannot be expressed by words, like other things to be learned, and making Protagoras lay too much stress on the use of avails. We could fill a whole volume with names of misunderstood sages, whose writings only because our materialistic critics feel unable to lift the veil, which shrouds them pass off in a current way for mystical absurdities. The most important feature of this seemingly incomprehensible mystery lies perhaps in the inveterate habit of the majority of readers to judge a work by its words and insufficiently expressed ideas, leaving the spirit of it out of the question. Philosophers of quite different schools may be often found to use a multitude of different expressions, some dark and metaphorical, all figurative, and yet treating of the same subject. Like the 1,000 divergent rays of a globe of fire, every ray leads, nevertheless, to the central point, so every mystic philosopher, whether he be a devotedly pious enthusiast like Henry More, an irascible alchemist, using a Billingsgate phraseology like his adversary, Eugenius Philolethes, or an atheist like Spinoza, all had one and the same object in view. It is Spinoza, however, who furnishes perhaps the truest key to a portion of this unwritten secret. While Moses forbids graven images of him whose name is not to be taken in vain, Spinoza goes farther. He clearly infers that God must not be so much as described. Human language is totally unfit to give an idea of this being who is altogether unique. Whether it is Spinoza or the Christian theology that is more right in their premises and conclusion, we leave the reader to judge for himself. Every attempt to the contrary leads a nation to anthropomorphize the deity in whom it believes, and the result is that given by Swedenborg. Instead of stating that God made man after his own image, we ought in truth to say that man imagines God after his image, forgetting that he has set up his own reflection for worship. Where, then, lies the true, real secret so much talked about by the Hermetists? That there was and there is a secret, no candid student of esoteric literature will ever doubt. Men of genius as many of the Hermetic philosophers undeniably were would not have made fools of themselves by trying to fool others for several thousand consecutive years. That this great secret, commonly termed the philosopher's stone, had a spiritual as well as a physical meaning attached to it, was suspected in all ages. The author of Remarks on Alchemy and the Alchemists very truly observes that the subject of the Hermetic art is man, and the object of the art is the perfection of man. 30 But we cannot agree with him that only those whom he terms money-loving sots ever attempted to carry a purely moral design of the alchemists into the field of physical science. The fact alone that man, in their eyes, is a trinity, which they divide into soul, water of mercury, and sulfur, which is the secret fire, or, to speak plain, into body, soul, and spirit, shows that there is a physical side to the question. Man is the philosopher's stone spiritually, a triune or trinity in unity, as Philolethes expresses it. But he is also that stone physically. The latter is but the effect of the cause, and the cause is the universal solvent of everything divine spirit. Man is a correlation of chemical physical forces, as well as a correlation of spiritual powers. The latter react on the physical powers of men in proportion to the development of the earthly man. The work is carried to perfection according to the virtue of a body, soul, and spirit, says an alchemist, for the body would never be penetrable were it not for the spirit, nor would the spirit be permanent in its super-perfect tincture, were it not for the body, nor could these two act one upon another without the soul, for the spirit is an invisible thing, nor doth it ever appear without another garment, which garment is the soul. The philosophers by fire asserted, through their chief, Robert Flood, that sympathy is the offspring of light, and antipathy hath its beginning from darkness. Moreover, they taught, with other Kabbalists, that contrarieties in nature doth proceed from one eternal essence, or from the root of all things. Thus, the first cause is the parent source of good as well as of evil. The Creator who is not the highest God is the Father of matter, which is bad, as well as of spirit, which, emanating from the highest, invisible cause, passes through him like through a vehicle, and pervades the whole universe. It is most certain, remarks Robertus de Fluctibus, Robert Flood, that, as there are an infinity of visible creatures, so there is an endless variety of invisible ones, of divers natures, in the universal machine. Through the mysterious name of God, which Moses was so desirous of him, Jehovah, to hear and know, when he received from him this answer, Jehovah is my everlasting name. As for the other name, it is so pure and simple that it cannot be articulated, or compounded, or truly expressed by man's voice. All the other names are wholly comprehended within it, for it contains the property as well of nullity as volunty, of privation as position, of death as life, of cursing as blessing, of evil as good, though nothing ideally is bad in him, of hatred and discord, and consequently of sympathy and antipathy. Lowest in the scale of being are those invisible creatures called by the Kabbalists the elementary. There are three distinct classes of these. The highest, in intelligence and cunning, are the so-called terrestrial spirits, of which we will speak more categorically in other parts of this work. Suffice to say, for the present, that they are the larvae, or shadows of those who have lived on earth, have refused all spiritual light, remained and died deeply immersed in the mire of matter, and from whose sinful souls the immortal spirit has gradually separated. The second class is composed of the invisible antitypes of the men to be born. No form can come into objective existence from the highest to the lowest before the abstract ideal of this form, or, as Aristotle would call it, the privation of this form is called forth. Before an artist paints a picture, every feature of it exists already in his imagination. To have enabled us to discern a watch, this particular watch must have existed in its abstract form in the watchmaker's mind. So with future men. According to Aristotle's doctrine, there are three principles of natural bodies: privation, matter, and form. These principles may be applied in this particular case. The privation of the child which is to be we will locate in the invisible mind of the great architect of the universe, privation not being considered in the Aristotelic philosophy as a principle in the composition of bodies, but as an external property in their production, for the production is a change by which the matter passes from the shape it has not to that which it assumes. Though the privation of the unborn child's form, as well as of the future form of the unmade watch, is that which is neither substance nor extension nor quality as yet, nor any kind of existence, it is still something which is, though its outlines, in order to be, must acquire an objective form. The abstract must become concrete, in short. Thus, as soon as this privation of matter is transmitted by energy to universal ether, it becomes a material form, however sublimated. If modern science teaches that human thought affects the matter of another universe simultaneously with this, how can he who believes in an intelligent first cause deny that the divine thought is equally transmitted, by the same law of energy, to our common mediator, the universal ether, the world soul? And, if so, then it must follow that once there the divine thought manifests itself objectively, energy faithfully reproducing the outlines of that whose privation was first born in the divine mind. Only it must not be understood that this thought creates matter. No, it creates but the design for the future form, the matter which serves to make this design, having always been in existence, and having been prepared to form a human body, through a series of progressive transformations, as the result of evolution. Forms pass, ideas that created them and the material which gave them objectiveness remain. These models, as yet devoid of immortal spirits, are elementals, properly speaking, psychic embryos which, when their time arrives, die out of the invisible world, and are born into this visible one as human infants, receiving in transitu that divine breath called spirit which completes the perfect man. This class cannot communicate objectively with men. The third class are the elementals proper, which never evolve into human beings, but occupy, as it were, a specific step of the ladder of being, and, by comparison with the others, may properly be called nature spirits, or cosmic agents of nature, each being confined to its own element and never transgressing the bounds of others. These are what Tertullian called the princes of the powers of the air. This class is believed to possess but one of the three attributes of man. They have neither immortal spirits nor tangible bodies, only astral forms, which partake, in a distinguishing degree, of the element to which they belong and also of the ether. They are a combination of sublimated matter and a rudimental mind. Some are changeless, but still have no separate individuality, acting collectively, so to say. Others, of certain elements and species, change form under a fixed law which Kabbalists explain. The most solid of their bodies is ordinarily just immaterial enough to escape perception by our physical eyesight, but not so unsubstantial but that they can be perfectly recognized by the inner, or clairvoyant vision. They not only exist and can all live in ether, but can handle and direct it for the production of physical effects, as readily as we can compress air or water for the same purpose by pneumatic and hydraulic apparatus, in which occupation they are readily helped by the human elementary. More than this, they can so condense it as to make to themselves tangible bodies, which by their protean powers they can cause to assume such likeness as they choose, by taking as their models the portraits they find stamped in the memory of the persons present. It is not necessary that the sitter should be thinking at the moment of the one represented. His image may have faded many years before. The mind receives indelible impression even from chance acquaintance or persons encountered but once. As a few seconds' exposure of the sensitized photograph plate is all that is requisite to preserve indefinitely the image of the sitter, so is it with the mind. According to the doctrine of Proclus, the uppermost regions from the zenith of the universe to the moon belong to the gods or planetary spirits, according to their hierarchies and classes. The highest among them were the 12 upper Uranioi, or supercelestial gods, having whole legions of subordinate demons at their command. They are followed next in rank and power by the Cosmioi, the intercosmic gods, each of these presiding over a great number of demons, to whom they impart their power and change it from one to another at will. These are evidently the personified forces of nature in their mutual correlation, the latter being represented by the third class or the elementals we have just described. Further on he shows, on the principle of the Hermetic axiom of types and prototypes, that the lower spheres have their subdivisions and classes of beings as well as the upper celestial ones, the former being always subordinate to the higher ones. He held that the 4 elements are all filled with demons, maintaining with Aristotle that the universe is full, and that there is no void in nature. The demons of the earth, air, fire, and water are of an elastic, ethereal, semi-corporeal essence. It is these classes which officiate as intermediate agents between the gods and men. Although lower in intelligence than the 6th order of the higher demons, these beings preside directly over the elements and organic life. They direct the growth, the inflorescence, the properties, and various changes of plants. They are the personified ideas or virtues shed from the heavenly Yule into the inorganic matter, and, as the vegetable kingdom is one remove higher than the mineral, these emanations from the celestial gods take form and being in the plant, they become its soul. It is that which Aristotle's doctrine terms the form in the 3 principles of natural bodies, classified by him as privation, matter, and form. His philosophy teaches that besides the original matter, another principle is necessary to complete the triune nature of every particle, and this is form, an invisible, but still, in an ontological sense of the word, a substantial being, really distinct from matter proper. Thus, in an animal or a plant, besides the bones, the flesh, the nerves, the brains, and the blood, in the former, and besides the pulpy matter, tissues, fibers, and juice in the latter, which blood and juice, by circulating through the veins and fibers, nourishes all parts of both animal and plant, and besides the animal spirits, which are the principles of motion, and the chemical energy which is transformed into vital force in the green leaf, there must be a substantial form, which Aristotle called in the horse's soul, Proclus, the demon of every mineral, plant, or animal, and the medieval philosophers, the elementary spirits of the 4 kingdoms. All this is held in our century as metaphysics and gross superstition. Still, on strictly ontological principles, there is, in these old hypotheses, some shadow of probability, some clue to the perplexing missing links of exact science. The latter has become so dogmatical of late that all that lies beyond the ken of inductive science is termed imaginary, and we find Professor Joseph Lucanti stating that some of the best scientists ridicule the use of the term vital force or vitality as a remnant of superstition. De Condal suggests the term vital movement instead of vital force, thus preparing for a final scientific leap which will transform the immortal, thinking man into an automaton with a clockwork inside him. But, objects Lucanti, can we conceive of movement without force? And if the movement is peculiar, so also is the form of force. In the Jewish Kabbalah, the nature spirits were known under the general name of Shedim and divided into 4 classes. The Persians called them all devs, the Greeks indistinctly designated them as demons, the Egyptians knew them as afrits. The ancient Mexicans, says Kaiser, believed in numerous spirit abodes, into one of which the shades of innocent children were placed until final disposal, into another, situated in the sun, ascended the valiant souls of heroes, while the hideous specters of incorrigible sinners were sentenced to wander and despair in subterranean caves, held in the bonds of the earth atmosphere, unwilling and unable to liberate themselves. They passed their time in communicating with mortals, and frightening those who could see them. Some of the African tribes know them as Yawahos. In the Indian pantheon there are no less than 330 million of various kinds of spirits, including elementals, which latter were termed by the Brahmins the Daityas. These beings are known by the adepts to be attracted toward certain quarters of the heavens by something of the same mysterious property which makes the magnetic needle turn toward the north, and certain plants to obey the same attraction. The various races are also believed to have a special sympathy with certain human temperaments, and to more readily exert power over such than others. Thus, a bilious, lymphatic, nervous, or sanguine person would be affected favorably or otherwise by conditions of the astral light, resulting from the different aspects of the planetary bodies. Having reached this general principle, after recorded observations extending over an indefinite series of years, or ages, the adept astrologer would require only to know what the planetary aspects were at a given anterior date, and to apply his knowledge of the succeeding changes in the heavenly bodies, to be able to trace, with approximate accuracy, the varying fortunes of the personage whose horoscope was required, and even to predict the future. The accuracy of the horoscope would depend, of course, no less upon the astrologer's knowledge of the occult forces and races of nature, than upon his astronomical erudition. Eliphas Levi expounds with reasonable clearness, in his dogma et ritual de la haute magie, the law of reciprocal influences between the planets and their combined effect upon the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, as well as upon ourselves. He states that the astral atmosphere is as constantly changing from day to day, and from hour to hour, as the air we breathe. He quotes approvingly the doctrine of Paracelsus that every man, animal, and plant bears external and internal evidences of the influences dominant at the moment of germinal development. He repeats the old Kabbalistic doctrine that nothing is unimportant in nature, and that even so small a thing as the birth of one child upon our insignificant planet has its effect upon the universe, as the whole universe has its own reactive influence upon him. The stars, he remarks, are linked to each other by attractions which hold them in equilibrium and cause them to move with regularity through space. This network of light stretches from all the spheres to all the spheres, and there is not a point upon any planet to which is not attached one of these indestructible threads. The precise locality, as well as the hour of birth, should then be calculated by the true adept in astrology. Then, when he shall have made the exact calculation of the astral influences, it remains for him to count the chances of his position in life, the helps or hindrances he is likely to encounter, and his natural impulses toward the accomplishment of his destiny. He also asserts that the individual force of the person, as indicating his ability to conquer difficulties and subdue unfavorable propensities, and so carve out his fortune, or to passively await what blind fate may bring, must be taken into account. A consideration of the subject from the standpoint of the ancients affords us, it will be seen, a very different view from that taken by Professor Tyndall in his famous Belfast address. To supersensual beings, says he, which, however potent and invisible, were nothing but species of human creatures, perhaps raised from among mankind, and retaining all human passions and appetites, were handed over the rule and governance of natural phenomena. To enforce his point, Mr. Tyndall conveniently quotes from Euripides the familiar passage in Hume, "The gods toss all into confusion, mix everything with its reverse, that all of us, from our ignorance and uncertainty, may pay them the more worship and reverence." Although enunciating in Chrysippus several Pythagorean doctrines, Euripides is considered by every ancient writer as heterodox, therefore the quotation proceeding from this philosopher does not at all strengthen Mr. Tyndall's argument. As to the human spirit, the notions of the older philosophers and medieval Kabbalists, while differing in some particulars, agreed on the whole, so that the doctrine of one may be viewed as the doctrine of the other. The most substantial difference consisted in the location of the immortal or divine spirit of man. While the ancient Neoplatonists held that the Ogoides never descends hypostatically into the living man, but only sheds more or less its radiance on the inner man, the astral soul, the Kabbalists of the Middle Ages maintained that the spirit, detaching itself from the ocean of light and spirit, entered into man's soul, where it remained through life imprisoned in the astral capsule. This difference was the result of the belief of Christian Kabbalists, more or less, in the dead letter of the allegory of the fall of man. The soul, they said, became, through the fall of Adam, contaminated with the world of matter, or Satan. Before it could appear with its enclosed divine spirit in the presence of the eternal, it had to purify itself of the impurities of darkness. They compared the spirit imprisoned within the soul to a drop of water enclosed within a capsule of gelatin and thrown in the ocean. So long as the capsule remains whole, the drop of water remains isolated. Break the envelope and the drop becomes a part of the ocean. Its individual existence has ceased. So it is with the spirit. As long as it is enclosed in its plastic mediator, or soul, it has an individual existence. Destroy the capsule, a result which may occur from the agonies of withered conscience, crime, and moral disease, and the spirit returns back to its original abode. Its individuality is gone. On the other hand, the philosophers who explained the fall into generation, in their own way, viewed spirit as something wholly distinct from the soul. They allowed its presence in the astral capsule only so far as the spiritual emanations or rays of the Shining One were concerned. Man and soul had to conquer their immortality by ascending toward the unity with which, if successful, they were finally linked, and into which they were absorbed, so to say. The individualization of man after death depended on the spirit, not on his soul and body. Although the word personality, in the sense in which it is usually understood, is an absurdity, if applied literally to our immortal essence, still the latter is a distinct entity, immortal and eternal, per se, and, as in the case of criminals beyond redemption, when the shining thread which links the spirit to the soul, from the moment of the birth of a child, is violently snapped, and the disembodied entity is left to share the fate of the lower animals, to gradually dissolve into ether, and have its individuality annihilated, even then the spirit remains a distinct being. It becomes a planetary spirit, an angel, for the gods of the pagan or the archangels of the Christian, the direct emanations of the first cause, notwithstanding the hazardous statement of Swedenborg, never were or will be men, on our planet, at least. This specialization has been in all ages the stumbling block of metaphysicians. The whole esotericism of the Buddhistical philosophy is based on this mysterious teaching, understood by so few persons, and so totally misrepresented by many of the most learned scholars. Even metaphysicians are too inclined to confound the effect with the cause. A person may have won his immortal life, and remain the same inner self he was on earth, throughout eternity, but this does not imply necessarily that he must either remain the Mr. Smith or Brown he was on earth, or lose his individuality. Therefore, the astral soul and terrestrial body of man may, in the dark hereafter, be absorbed into the cosmical ocean of sublimated elements, and cease to feel his ego, if this ego did not deserve to soar higher, and the divine spirit still remain an unchanged entity, though this terrestrial experience of his emanations may be totally obliterated at the instant of separation from the unworthy vehicle. If the spirit, or the divine portion of the soul, is pre-existent as a distinct being from all eternity, as Origen, Synesius, and other Christian fathers and philosophers taught, and if it is the same, and nothing more than the metaphysically objective soul, how can it be otherwise than eternal? And what matters it in such a case, whether man leads an animal or a pure life, if, do what he may, he can never lose his individuality? This doctrine is as pernicious in its consequences as that of vicarious atonement. Had the latter dogma, in company with the false idea that we are all immortal, been demonstrated to the world in its true light, humanity would have been bettered by its propagation. Crime and sin would be avoided, not for fear of earthly punishment, or of a ridiculous hell, but for the sake of that which lies the most deeply rooted in our inner nature, the desire of an individual and distinct life in the hereafter, the positive assurance that we cannot win it unless we take the kingdom of heaven by violence, and the conviction that neither human prayers nor the blood of another man will save us from individual destruction after death, unless we firmly link ourselves during our terrestrial life with our own immortal spirit, our God. Pythagoras, Plato, Timaeus of Locris, and the whole Alexandrian school derived the soul from the universal world soul, and the latter was, according to their own teachings, ether, something of such a fine nature as to be perceived only by our inner sight. Therefore, it cannot be the essence of the monas, or cause, because the anima mundi is but the effect, the objective emanation of the former. Both the human spirit and soul are pre-existent. But, while the former exists as a distinct entity, an individualization, the soul exists as pre-existing matter, an unscient portion of an intelligent whole. Both were originally formed from the eternal ocean of light, but as the Theosophists expressed it, there is a visible as well as invisible spirit in fire. They made a difference between the anima bruta and the anima divina. Empedocles firmly believed all men and animals to possess two souls, and in Aristotle we find that he calls one the reasoning soul, and the other, the animal soul. According to these philosophers, the reasoning soul comes from without the universal soul, and the other from within. This divine and superior region, in which they located the invisible and supreme deity, was considered by them, by Aristotle himself, as a fifth element, purely spiritual and divine, whereas the anima mundi proper was considered as composed of a fine, igneous, and ethereal nature spread throughout the universe, in short ether. The Stoics, the greatest materialists of ancient days, accepted the invisible God and divine soul, spirit, from any such a corporeal nature. Their modern commentators and admirers, greedily seizing the opportunity, built on this ground the supposition that the Stoics believed in neither God nor soul. But Epicurus, whose doctrine militating directly against the agency of a supreme being and gods, in the formation or government of the world, placed him far above the Stoics in atheism and materialism, taught, nevertheless, that the soul is of a fine, tender essence, formed from the smoothest, roundest, and finest atoms, which description still brings us to the same sublimated ether. Arnobius, Tertullian, Irenaeus, and Origen, notwithstanding their Christianity, believed, with the more modern Spinoza and Hobbes, that the soul was corporeal, though of a very fine nature. This doctrine of the possibility of losing one's soul and, hence, individuality, militates with the ideal theories and progressive ideas of some spiritualists, though Swedenborg fully adopts it. They will never accept the Kabbalistic doctrine which teaches that it is only through observing the law of harmony that individual life hereafter can be obtained, and that the farther the inner and outer man deviate from this fount of harmony, whose source lies in our divine spirit, the more difficult it is to regain the ground. But while the spiritualists and other adherents of Christianity have little if any perception of this fact of the possible death and obliteration of the human personality by the separation of the immortal part from the perishable, the Swedenborgians fully comprehend it. One of the most respected ministers of the new church, the Reverend Chauncey Giles, D.D., of New York, recently elucidated the subject in a public discourse as follows: physical death, or the death of the body, was a provision of the divine economy for the benefit of man, a provision by means of which he attained the higher ends of his being. But there is another death which is the interruption of the divine order and the destruction of every human element in man's nature, and every possibility of human happiness. This is the spiritual death, which takes place before the dissolution of the body. There may be a vast development of man's natural mind without that development being accompanied by a particle of love of God, or of unselfish love of men. When one falls into a love of self and love of the world, with its pleasures, losing the divine love of God and of the neighbor, he falls from life to death. The higher principles which constitute the essential elements of his humanity perish, and he lives only on the natural plane of his faculties. Physically he exists, spiritually he is dead. To all that pertain to the higher and the only enduring phase of existence he is as much dead as his body becomes dead to all the activities, delights, and sensations of the world when the spirit has left it. This spiritual death results from disobedience of the laws of spiritual life, which is followed by the same penalty as the disobedience of the laws of the natural life. But the spiritually dead have still their delights, they have their intellectual endowments and power, and intense activities. All the animal delights are theirs, and to multitudes of men and women these constitute the highest ideal of human happiness. The tireless pursuit of riches, of the amusements and entertainments of social life, the cultivation of graces of manner, of taste in dress, of social preferment, of scientific distinction, intoxicate and enrapture these dead alive. But, the eloquent preacher remarks, these creatures, with all their graces, rich attire, and brilliant accomplishments, are dead in the eye of the Lord and the angels, and when measured by the only true and immutable standard have no more genuine life than skeletons whose flesh has turned to dust. A high development of the intellectual faculties does not imply spiritual and true life. Many of our greatest scientists are but animate corpses. They have no spiritual sight because their spirits have left them. So we might go through all ages, examine all occupations, weigh all human attainments, and investigate all forms of society, and we would find these spiritually dead everywhere. Pythagoras taught that the entire universe is one vast system of mathematically correct combinations. Plato shows the deity geometrizing. The world is sustained by the same law of equilibrium and harmony upon which it was built. The centripetal force could not manifest itself without the centrifugal in the harmonious revolutions of the spheres. All forms are the product of this dual force in nature. Thus, to illustrate our case, we may designate the spirit as the centrifugal, and the soul as the centripetal, spiritual energies. When in perfect harmony, both forces produce one result: break or damage the centripetal motion of the earthly soul tending toward the center which attracts it, arrest its progress by clogging it with a heavier weight of matter than it can bear, and the harmony of the whole, which was its life, is destroyed. Individual life can only be continued if sustained by this twofold force. The least deviation from harmony damages it. When it is destroyed beyond redemption, the force is separate and the form is gradually annihilated. After the death of the depraved and the wicked, arrives the critical moment. If during life the ultimate and desperate effort of the inner self to reunite itself with the faintly glimmering ray of its divine parent is neglected, if this ray is allowed to be more and more shut out by the thickening crust of matter, the soul, once freed from the body, follows its earthly attractions, and is magnetically drawn into and held within the dense fogs of the material atmosphere. Then it begins to sink lower and lower, until it finds itself, when returned to consciousness, in what the ancients termed Hades. The annihilation of such a soul is never instantaneous. It may last centuries, perhaps, for nature never proceeds by jumps and starts, and the astral soul being formed of elements, the law of evolution must bide its time. Then begins the fearful law of compensation, the inuan of the Buddhists. This class of spirits are called the terrestrial or earthly elementary, in contradistinction to the other classes, as we have shown in the introductory chapter. In the East they are known as the brothers of the shadow. Cunning, low, vindictive, and seeking to retaliate their sufferings upon humanity, they become, until final annihilation, vampires, ghouls, and prominent actors. These are the leading stars on the great spiritual stage of materialization, which phenomena they perform with the help of the more intelligent of the genuine-born elemental creatures, which hover around and welcome them with delight in their own spheres. Henry Kunrath, the great German Kabbalist, has on a plate of his rare work, Amphitheatri Sapientiae Aeterni, representations of the four classes of these human, elementary spirits. Once past the threshold of the sanctuary of initiation, once that an adept has lifted the veil of Isis, the mysterious and jealous goddess, he has nothing to fear, but till then he is in constant danger. Although Aristotle himself, anticipating the modern physiologists, regarded the human mind as a material substance, and ridiculed the hylozoists, nevertheless he fully believed in the existence of a double soul, or spirit and soul. He laughed at Strabo for believing that any particles of matter, per se, could have life and intellect in themselves sufficient to fashion by degrees such a multiform world as ours. Aristotle is indebted for the sublime morality of his Nicomachean Ethics to a thorough study of the Pythagorean ethical fragments, for the latter can be easily shown to have been the source at which he gathered his ideas, though he might not have sworn by him who the Tetractes found. Finally, what do we know so certain about Aristotle? His philosophy is so abstruse that he constantly leaves his reader to supply by the imagination the missing links of his logical deductions. Moreover, we know that before his works ever reached our scholars, who delight in his seemingly atheistical arguments in support of his doctrine of fate, these works passed through too many hands to have remained immaculate. From Theophrastus, his legator, they passed to Neleus, whose heirs kept them moldering in subterranean caves for nearly 150 years, after which, we learn that his manuscripts were copied and much augmented by Apollyon of Theos, who supplied such paragraphs as had become illegible, by conjectures of his own, probably many of these drawn from the depths of his inner consciousness. Our scholars of the 19th century might certainly profit well by Aristotle's example, were they as anxious to imitate him practically as they are to throw his inductive method and materialistic theories at the head of the Platonists. We invite them to collect facts as carefully as he did, instead of denying those they know nothing about. What we have said in the introductory chapter and elsewhere, of mediums and the tendency of their mediumship, is not based upon conjecture, but upon actual experience and observation. There is scarcely one phase of mediumship, of either kind, that we have not seen exemplified during the past 25 years, in various countries. India, Thibet, Borneo, Siam, Egypt, Asia Minor, America, North and South, and other parts of the world, have each displayed to us its peculiar phase of mediumistic phenomena and magical power. Our varied experience has taught us two important truths, viz., that for the exercise of the latter personal purity and the exercise of a trained and indomitable willpower are indispensable, and that spiritualists can never assure themselves of the genuineness of mediumistic manifestations, unless they occur in the light and under such reasonable test conditions as would make an attempted fraud instantly noticed. For fear of being misunderstood, we would remark that while, as a rule, physical phenomena are produced by the nature spirits, of their own motion and to please their own fancy, still good disembodied human spirits, under exceptional circumstances, such as the aspiration of a pure heart or the occurrence of some favoring emergency, can manifest their presence by any of the phenomena except personal materialization. But it must be a mighty attraction indeed to draw a pure, disembodied spirit from its radiant home into the foul atmosphere from which it escaped upon leaving its earthly body. Magi and theurgic philosophers objected most severely to the evocation of souls. Bring her, the soul, not forth, lest in departing she retain something, says Psellus. It becomes you not to behold them before your body is initiated, since, by always alluring, they seduce the souls of the uninitiated, says the same philosopher, in another passage. They objected to it for several good reasons. 1. It is extremely difficult to distinguish a good demon from a bad one, says Iamblichus. 2. If a human soul succeeds in penetrating the density of the earth's atmosphere always oppressive to her, often hateful still, there is a danger the soul is unable to come into proximity with the material world without that she cannot avoid, departing, she retains something, that is to say, contaminating her purity, for which she has to suffer more or less after her departure. Therefore, the true theurgist will avoid causing any more suffering to this pure denizen of the higher sphere than is absolutely required by the interests of humanity. It is only the practitioner of black magic who compels the presence, by the powerful incantations of necromancy, of the tainted souls of such as have lived bad lives, and are ready to aid his selfish designs. Of intercourse with the ogoids, through the mediumistic powers of subjective mediums, we elsewhere speak. The theurgists employed chemicals and mineral substances to chase away evil spirits. Of the latter, a stone called mu nu iota zeta omicron upsilon rho iota nu was one of the most powerful agents. When you shall see a terrestrial demon approaching, exclaim, and sacrifice the stone Nizurin, exclaims a Zoroastrian oracle. And now, to descend from the eminence of theurgico-magian poetry to the unconscious magic of our present century, and the prose of a modern Kabbalist, we will review it in the following. In Dr. Morin's Journal de Magnétisme, published a few years since in Paris, at a time when the table-turning was raging in France, a curious letter was published. "Believe me, sir," wrote the anonymous correspondent, "that there are no spirits, no ghosts, no angels, no demons enclosed in a table, but all of these can be found there, nevertheless, for that depends on our own wills and our imaginations. This men's abulism is an ancient phenomenon misunderstood by us moderns, but natural, for all that, and which pertains to physics and psychology. Unfortunately, it had to remain incomprehensible until the discovery of electricity and heliography, as, to explain a fact of spiritual nature, we are obliged to base ourselves on a corresponding fact of a material order. As we all know, the daguerreotype plate may be impressed, not only by objects, but also by their reflections. Well, the phenomenon in question, which ought to be named mental photography, produces, besides realities, the dreams of our imagination, with such a fidelity that very often we become unable to distinguish a copy taken from one present, from a negative obtained of an image. The magnetization of a table or of a person is absolutely identical in its results. It is the saturation of a foreign body by either the intelligent vital electricity, or the thought of the magnetizer and those present. Nothing can give a better or a more just idea of it than the electric battery gathering the fluid on its conductor, to obtain thereof a brute force which manifests itself in sparks of light, etc. Thus, the electricity accumulated on an isolated body acquires a power of reaction equal to the action, either for charging, magnetizing, decomposing, inflaming, or for discharging its vibrations far away. These are the visible effects of the blind, or crude electricity produced by blind elements, the word blind being used by the table itself in contradistinction to the intelligent electricity. But there evidently exists a corresponding electricity produced by the cerebral pile of men, this soul electricity, this spiritual and universal ether, which is the ambient, middle nature of the metaphysical universe, or rather of the incorporeal universe, has to be studied before it is admitted by science, which, having no idea of it, will never know anything of the great phenomenon of life until she does. It appears that to manifest itself the cerebral electricity requires the help of the ordinary statical electricity, when the latter is lacking in the atmosphere, when the air is very damp. For instance, you can get little or nothing of either tables or mediums. There is no need for the ideas to be formulated very precisely in the brains of the persons present. The table discovers and formulates them itself, in either prose or verse, but always correctly. The table requires time to compose a verse. It begins, then it erases a word, corrects it, and sometimes sends back the epigram to our address. If the persons present are in sympathy with each other, it jokes and laughs with us as any living person could. As to the things of the exterior world, it has to content itself with conjectures, as well as ourselves. It, the table, composes little philosophical systems, discusses and maintains them as the most cunning rhetorician might. In short, it creates itself a conscience and a reason properly belonging to itself, but with the materials it finds in us. The Americans are persuaded that they talk with their dead. Some think, more truly, that these are spirits, others take them for angels, others again for devils. The intelligence, assuming the shape which fits the conviction and preconceived opinion of every one, so did the initiates of the temples of Serapis, of Delphi, and other theurgico-medical establishments of the same kind. They were convinced beforehand that they would communicate with their gods, and they never failed. We, who well know the value of the phenomenon, are perfectly sure that after having charged the table with our magnetic efflux, we have called to life, or created an intelligence analogous to our own, which like ourselves is endowed with a free will, can talk and discuss with us, with a degree of superior lucidity, considering that the resultant is stronger than the individual, or rather the whole is larger than a part of it. We must not accuse Herodotus of telling us fibs when he records the most extraordinary circumstances, for we must hold them to be as true and correct as the rest of historical facts which are to be found in all the pagan writers of antiquity. The phenomenon is as old as the world. The priests of India and China practiced it before the Egyptians and the Greeks. The savages and the Eskimo know it well. It is the phenomenon of faith, sole source of every prodigy, and it will be done to you according to your faith. The one who enunciated this profound doctrine was verily the incarnated Word of Truth. He neither deceived himself, nor wanted to deceive others. He expounded an axiom which we now repeat, without much hope of seeing it accepted. Man is a microcosm, or a little world. He carries in him a fragment of the great all, in a chaotic state. The task of our half-gods is to disentangle from it the share belonging to them by an incessant mental and material labor. They have their task to do, the perpetual invention of new products, of new moralities, and the proper arrangement of the crude and formless material furnished them by the Creator, who created them in His own image, that they should create in their turn and so complete here the work of the creation, an immense labor which can be achieved only when the whole will become so perfect, that it will be like unto God Himself, and thus able to survive to itself. We are very far yet from that final moment, for we can say that everything is to be done, to be undone, and outdone as yet on our globe, institutions, machinery, and products. Mens non solum agitat sed cret molem. We live in this life, in an ambient, intellectual center, which entertains between human beings and things a necessary and perpetual solidarity. Every brain is a ganglion, a station of a universal neurological telegraphy in constant rapport with the central and other stations by the vibrations of thought. The spiritual sun shines for souls as the material sun shines for bodies, for the universe is double and follows the law of couples. The ignorant operator interprets erroneously the divine dispatches, and often delivers them in a false and ridiculous manner. Thus study in true science alone can destroy the superstitions and nonsense spread by the ignorant interpreters placed at the stations of teaching among every people in this world. These blind interpreters of the verbum, the word, have always tried to impose on their pupils the obligation to swear to everything without examination in verba magistri. Alas! We could wish for nothing better were they to translate correctly the inner voices, which voices never deceive but those who have false spirits in them. It is our duty, they say, to interpret oracles. It is we who have received the exclusive mission for it from heaven, spiritus flat ubi vult, and it blows on us alone. It blows on every one, and the rays of the spiritual light illuminate every conscience, and when all the bodies and all the minds will reflect equally this dual light, people will see a great deal clearer than they do now. We have translated and quoted the above fragments for their great originality and truthfulness. We know the writer, fame proclaims him a great Kabbalist, and a few friends know him as a truthful and honest man. The letter shows, moreover, that the writer has well and carefully studied the chameleon-like nature of the intelligences presiding over spiritual circles. That they are of the same kind and race as those so frequently mentioned in antiquity, admits of as little doubt as that the present generation of men are of the same nature as were human beings in the days of Moses. Subjective manifestations proceed, under harmonious conditions, from those beings which were known as the good demons in days of old. Sometimes, but rarely, the planetary spirits beings of another race than our own produce them, sometimes the spirits of our translated and beloved friends, sometimes nature spirits of one or more of the countless tribes, but most frequently of all terrestrial elementary spirits, disembodied evil men, the Diaka of A. Jackson Davis. We do not forget what we have elsewhere written about subjective and objective mediumistic phenomena. We keep the distinction always in mind. There are good and bad of both classes. An impure medium will attract to his impure inner self the vicious, depraved, malignant influences as inevitably as one that is pure draws only those that are good and pure. Of the latter kind of medium, where can a nobler example be found than the gentle Baroness Adelma von Vey, of Austria, born Countess Wurmbrandt, who is described to us by a correspondent as the providence of her neighborhood. She uses her mediumistic power to heal the sick and comfort the afflicted. To the rich she is a phenomenon, but to the poor a ministering angel. For many years she has seen and recognized the nature spirits or cosmic elementaries, and found them always friendly. But this was because she was a pure, good woman. Other correspondents of the Theosophical Society have not fared so well at the hands of these apish and impish beings. The Havana case, elsewhere described, is an example. Though spiritualists discredit them ever so much, these nature spirits are realities. If the gnomes, sylphs, salamanders, and undines of the Rosicrucians existed in their days, they must exist now. Bulwer-Lytton's Dweller of the Threshold is a modern conception, modeled on the ancient type of the Sulanath of the Hebrews and Egyptians, which is mentioned in the book of Jasher. The Christians call them devils, imps of Satan, and like characteristic names. They are nothing of the kind, but simply creatures of ethereal matter, irresponsible, and neither good nor bad, and less influenced by a superior intelligence. It is very extraordinary to hear devout Catholics abuse and misrepresent the nature spirits, when one of their greatest authorities, Clement the Alexandrian, disposed of them by describing these creatures as they really are. Clement, who perhaps had been a theurgist as well as a Neoplatonist, thus arguing upon good authority, remarks that it is absurd to call them devils, for they are only inferior angels, the powers which inhabit elements, move the winds and distribute showers, and as such are agents and subject to God. Origen, who before he became a Christian also belonged to the Platonic school, is of the same opinion. Porphyry describes these demons more carefully than anyone else. When the possible nature of the manifesting intelligences, which science believes to be a psychic force, and spiritualists the identical spirits of the dead, is better known, then will academicians and believers turn to the old philosophers for information. Let us for a moment imagine an intelligent orangutan or some African anthropoid ape disembodied, i.e., deprived of its physical and in possession of an astral, if not an immortal body. We have found in spiritual journals many instances where apparitions of departed pet dogs and other animals have been seen. Therefore, upon spiritualistic testimony, we must think that such animal spirits do appear, although we reserve the right of concurring with the ancients that the forms are but tricks of the elementals. Once open the door of communication between the terrestrial and the spiritual world, what prevents the ape from producing physical phenomena such as he sees human spirits produce? And why may not these excel in cleverness of ingenuity many of those which have been witnessed in spiritual circles? Let spiritualists answer. The orangutan of Borneo is little, if any, inferior to the savage man in intelligence. Mr. Wallace and other great naturalists give instances of its wonderful acuteness, although its brains are inferior in cubic capacity to the most undeveloped of savages. These apes lack but speech to be men of low grade. The sentinels placed by monkeys, the sleeping chambers selected and built by orangutans, their provision of danger and calculations, which show more than instinct, their choice of leaders whom they obey, and the exercise of many of their faculties, certainly entitle them to a place at least on a level with many a flat-headed Australian. Says Mr. Wallace, the mental requirements of savages, and the faculties actually exercised by them, are very little above those of the animals. Now, people assume that there can be no apes in the other world, because apes have no souls. But apes have as much intelligence, it appears, as some men. Why, then, should these men, in no way superior to the apes, have immortal spirits, and the apes none? The materialists will answer that neither the one nor the other has a spirit, but that annihilation overtakes each at physical death. But the spiritual philosophers of all times have agreed that man occupies a step 1 degree higher than the animal, and is possessed of that something which it lacks, be he the most untutored of savages or the wisest of philosophers. The ancients, as we have seen, taught that while man is a trinity of body, astral spirit, and immortal soul, the animal is but a duality, a being having a physical body and an astral spirit animating it. Scientists can distinguish no difference in the elements composing the bodies of men and brutes, and the Kabbalists agree with them so far as to say that the astral bodies, or, as the physicists would call it, the life principle, of animals and men are identical in essence. Physical man is but the highest development of animal life. If, as the scientists tell us, even thought is matter, and every sensation of pain or pleasure, every transient desire is accompanied by a disturbance of ether, and those bold speculators, the authors of the unseen universe, believe that thought is conceived to affect the matter of another universe simultaneously with this, why, then, should not the gross, brutish thought of an orangutan, or a dog, impressing itself on the ethereal waves of the astral light, as well as that of man, assure the animal a continuity of life after death, or a future state? The Kabbalists held, and now hold, that it is unphilosophical to admit that the astral body of man can survive corporeal death, and at the same time assert that the astral body of the ape is resolved into independent molecules. That which survives as an individuality after the death of the body is the astral soul, which Plato, in the Timaeus and Gorgias, calls the mortal soul, for, according to the Hermetic doctrine, it throws off its more material particles at every progressive change into a higher sphere. Socrates narrates to Callicles that this mortal soul retains all the characteristics of the body after the death of the latter, so much so, indeed, that a man marked with the whip will have his astral body full of the prints and scars. The astral spirit is a faithful duplicate of the body, both in a physical and spiritual sense. The divine, the highest and immortal spirit, can be neither punished nor rewarded. To maintain such a doctrine would be at the same time absurd and blasphemous, for it is not merely a flame lit at the central and inexhaustible fountain of light, but actually a portion of it, and of identical essence. It assures immortality to the individual astral being in proportion to the willingness of the latter to receive it. So long as the double man, i.e., the man of flesh and spirit, keeps within the limits of the law of spiritual continuity, so long as the divine spark lingers in him, however faintly, he is on the road to an immortality in the future state. But those who resign themselves to a materialistic existence, shutting out the divine radiance shed by their spirit, at the beginning of the earthly pilgrimage, and stifling the warning voice of that faithful sentry, the conscience, which serves as a focus for the light in the soul, such beings as these, having left behind conscience and spirit, and crossed the boundaries of matter, will of necessity have to follow its laws. Matter is as indestructible and eternal as the immortal spirit itself, but only in its particles, and not as organized forms. The body of so grossly materialistic a person as above described, having been deserted by its spirit before physical death, when that event occurs, the plastic material, astral soul, following the laws of blind matter, shapes itself thoroughly into the mold which vice has been gradually preparing for it through the earth life of the individual. Then, as Plato says, it assumes the form of that animal to which it resembled in its evil ways during life. It is an ancient saying, he tells us, that the souls departing hence exist in Hades and return hither again and are produced from the dead. But those who are found to have lived an eminently holy life, these are they who arrive at the pure abode above and dwell on the upper parts of the earth, the ethereal region. In Phaedrus, again, he says that when man has ended his first life, on earth, some go to places of punishment beneath the earth. This region below the earth, the Kabbalists do not understand as a place inside the earth, but maintain it to be a sphere, far inferior in perfection to the earth, and far more material. The secret doctrine teaches that man, if he wins immortality, will remain forever the trinity that he is in life, and will continue so throughout all the spheres. The astral body, which in this life is covered by a gross physical envelope, becomes when relieved of the covering by the process of corporeal death in its turn the shell of another and more ethereal body. This begins developing from the moment of death, and becomes perfected when the astral body of the earthly form finally separates from it. This process, they say, is repeated at every new transition from sphere to sphere. But the immortal soul, the silvery spark, observed by Dr. Fenwick in Margrave's brain, and not found by him in the animals, never changes, but remains indestructible, buyout that shatters its tabernacle. The descriptions by Porphyry and Iamblichus and others, of the spirits of animals, which inhabit the astral light, are corroborated by those of many of the most trustworthy and intelligent clairvoyants. Sometimes the animal forms are even made visible to every person present at a spiritual circle, by being materialized. In his People from the Other World, Colonel H.S. Alcott describes a materialized squirrel which followed a spirit woman into the view of the spectators, disappeared and reappeared before their eyes several times, and finally followed the spirit into the cabinet. Let us advance another step in our argument. If there is such a thing as existence in the spiritual world after corporeal death, then it must occur in accordance with the law of evolution. It takes man from his place at the apex of the pyramid of matter, and lifts him into a sphere of existence where the same inexorable law follows him. And if it follows him, why not everything else in nature? Why not animals and plants, which have all a life principle, and whose gross forms decay like his, when that life principle leaves them? If his astral body becomes more ethereal upon attaining the other sphere, why not theirs? They, as well as he, have been evolved out of condensed cosmic matter, and our physicists cannot see the slightest difference between the molecules of the four kingdoms of nature, which are thus specified by Professor Leconte. 4. Animal kingdom. 3. Vegetable kingdom. 2. Mineral kingdom. 1. Elements. The progress of matter from each of these planes to the plane above is continuous, and, according to Leconte, there is no force in nature capable of raising matter at once from number 1 to number 3, or from number 2 to number 4, without stopping and receiving an accession of force of a different kind on the intermediate plane. Now, will any one presume to say that out of a given number of molecules, originally and constantly homogeneous, and all energized by the same principle of evolution, a certain number can be carried through those four kingdoms to the final result of evolving immortal men, and the others not be allowed to progress beyond planes 1, 2, and 3? Why should not all these molecules have an equal future before them, the mineral becoming plant, the plant, animal, and the animal, man if not upon this earth, at least somewhere in the boundless realms of space? The harmony which geometry and mathematics, the only exact sciences, demonstrate to be the law of the universe, would be destroyed if evolution were perfectly exemplified in men alone and limited in the subordinate kingdoms. What logic suggests, psychometry proves, and, as we said before, it is not unlikely that a monument will one day be erected by men of science to Joseph R. Buchanan, its modern discoverer. If a fragment of mineral, fossilized plant, or animal form gives the psychometer as vivid and accurate pictures of their previous conditions, as a fragment of human bone does of those of the individual to which it belonged, it would seem as if the same subtle spirit pervaded all nature, and was inseparable from organic or inorganic substances. If anthropologists, physiologists, and psychologists are equally perplexed by primal and final causes, and by finding in matter so much similarity in all its forms, but in spirit such abysses of difference, it is, perhaps, because their inquiries are limited to our visible globe, and that they cannot, or dare not, go beyond. The spirit of a mineral, plant, or animal may begin to form here, and reach its final development millions of ages hereafter, on other planets, known or unknown, visible or invisible to astronomers. 4. Who is able to controvert the theory previously suggested, that the earth itself will, like the living creatures to which it has given birth, ultimately, and after passing through its own stage of death and dissolution, become an etherealized astral planet? As above, so below, harmony is the great law of nature. Harmony in the physical and mathematical world of sense is justice in the spiritual one. Justice produces harmony, and injustice, discord, and discord, on a cosmical scale, means chaos annihilation. If there is a developed immortal spirit in men, it must be in everything else, at least in a latent or germinal state, and it can only be a question of time for each of these germs to become fully developed. What gross injustice it would be for an impenitent criminal man, the perpetrator of a brutal murder when in the exercise of his free will, to have all immortal spirit which in time may be washed clean of sin, and enjoying perfect happiness, while a poor horse, innocent of all crime, should toil and suffer under the merciless torture of his master's whip during a whole life, and then be annihilated at death. Such a belief implies a brutal injustice, and is only possible among people taught in the dogma that everything is created for man, and he alone is the sovereign of the universe, a sovereign so mighty that to save him from the consequences of his own misdeeds, it was not too much that the God of the universe should die to placate his own just wrath. If the most abject savage, with a brain very little inferior to that of a philosopher, the latter developed physically by ages of civilization, is still, as regards the actual exercise of his mental faculties, very little superior to an animal, is it just to infer that both he and the ape will not have the opportunity to become philosophers, the ape in this world, the man on some other planet peopled equally with beings created in some other image of God? Says Professor Denton, when speaking of the future of psychometry, astronomy will not disdain the assistance of this power. As new forms of organic being are revealed, when we go back to the earlier geologic periods, so new groupings of the stars, new constellations, will be displayed, when the heavens of those early periods are examined by the piercing gaze of future psychometers. An accurate map of the starry heavens during the Silurian period may reveal to us many secrets that we have been unable to discover. Why may we not indeed be able to read the history of the various heavenly bodies, their geological, their natural, and, perchance, their human history? I have good reason to believe that trained psychometers will be able to travel from planet to planet, and read their present condition minutely, and their past history. Herodotus tells us that in the 8th of the towers of Belus, in Babylon, used by the sacerdotal astrologers, there was an uppermost room, a sanctuary, where the prophesying priestesses slept to receive communications from the god. Beside the couch stood a table of gold, upon which were laid various stones, which Manetho informs us were all aerolites. The priestesses developed the prophetic vision in themselves by pressing one of these sacred stones against their heads and bosoms. The same took place at Thebes, and at Patara, in Lycia. This would seem to indicate that psychometry was known and extensively practiced by the ancients. We have somewhere seen it stated that the profound knowledge possessed, according to Draper, by the ancient Chaldean astrologers, of the planets and their relations, was obtained more by the divination of the betelos, or the meteoric stone, than by astronomical instruments. Strabo, Pliny, Hellanicus all speak of the electrical, or electromagnetic power of the beteli. They were worshipped in the remotest antiquity in Egypt and Samothrace, as magnetic stones, containing souls which had fallen from heaven, and the priests of Cybele wore a small betelos on their bodies. How curious the coincidence between the practice of the priests of Belus and the experiments of Professor Denton. As Professor Buchanan truthfully remarks of psychometry, it will enable us to detect vice and crime. No criminal act can escape the detection of psychometry. When its powers are properly brought forth, the sure detection of guilt by psychometry, no matter how secret the act, will nullify all concealment. Speaking of the elementary, Porphyry says, these invisible beings have been receiving from men honors as gods. A universal belief makes them capable of becoming very malevolent. It proves that their wrath is kindled against those who neglect to offer them a legitimate worship. Homer describes them in the following terms: our gods appear to us when we offer them sacrifice, sitting themselves at our tables, they partake of our festival meals. Whenever they meet on his travels a solitary Phoenician, they serve to him as guides, and otherwise manifest their presence. We can say that our piety approaches us to them as much as crime and bloodshed unite the Cyclopes and the ferocious race of giants, the latter proving that these gods were kind and beneficent demons, and that, whether they were disembodied spirits or elementary beings, they were no devils. The language of Porphyry, who was himself a direct disciple of Plotinus, is still more explicit as to the nature of these spirits. Demons, he says, are invisible, but they know how to clothe themselves with forms and configurations subjected to numerous variations, which can be explained by their nature having much of the corporeal in itself. Their abode is in the neighborhood of the earth, and when they can escape the vigilance of the good demons, there is no mischief they will not dare commit. One day they will employ brute force, another, cunning. Further, he says, it is a child's play for them to arouse in us vile passions, to impart to societies and nations turbulent doctrines, provoking wars, seditions, and other public calamities, and then tell you that all of these is the work of the gods. These spirits pass their time in cheating and deceiving mortals, creating around them illusions and prodigies. Their greatest ambition is to pass as gods and souls, disembodied spirits. Iamblichus, the great theurgist of the Neoplatonic school, a man skilled in sacred magic, teaches that good demons appear to us in reality, while the bad ones can manifest themselves but under the shadowy forms of phantoms. Further, he corroborates Porphyry, and tells that the good ones fear not the light, while the wicked ones require darkness. The sensations they excite in us make us believe in the presence and reality of things they show, though these things be absent. Even the most practiced theurgists found danger sometimes in their dealings with certain elementaries, and we have Iamblichus stating that the gods, the angels, and the demons, as well as the souls, may be summoned through evocation and prayer. But when, during theurgic operations, a mistake is made, beware. Do not imagine that you are communicating with beneficent divinities, who have answered your earnest prayer. No, for they are bad demons, only under the guise of good ones. For the elementaries often clothe themselves with the similitude of the good, and assume a rank very much superior to that they really occupy. Their boasting betrays them. Some 20 years since, Baron Dupotet, disgusted with the indifference of the scientists, who persisted in seeing in the greatest psychological phenomena only the result of clever trickery, gave vent to his indignation in the following terms. Here am I, on my way, I may truly say, to the land of marvels. I am preparing to shock every opinion, and provoke laughter in our most illustrious scientists, for I am convinced that agents of an immense potency exist outside of us, that they can enter in us, move our limbs and organs, and use us as they please. It was, after all, the belief of our fathers and of the whole of antiquity. Every religion admitted the reality of spiritual agents. Recalling innumerable phenomena which I have produced in the sight of thousands of persons, seeing the beastly indifference of official science, in presence of a discovery which transports the mind into the regions of the unknown and old men, at the very moment when I ought to be just being born. I am not sure if it would not have been better for me to have shared the common ignorance. I have suffered calumnies to be written without refuting them. At one time it is simple ignorance which speaks, and I am silent. At another still, superficiality, raising its voice, makes a bluster, and I find myself hesitating whether or not to speak. Is this indifference or laziness? Has fear the power to paralyze my spirit? No, none of these causes affect me. I know simply that it is necessary to prove what one asserts, and this restrains me. For, in justifying my assertions, in showing the living fact, which proves my sincerity and the truth, I translate outside the precincts of the temple the sacred inscription, which no profane eye should ever read. You doubt sorcery and magic. Oh, truth! Thy possession is a heavy burden. With a bigotry which one might search for in vain outside the church in whose interest he writes, de Mussos quotes the above language, as proof positive that this devoted savant, and all who share his belief, have given themselves over to the dominion of the evil one. Self-complacency is the most serious obstacle to the enlightenment of the modern spiritualist. His 30 years' experience with the phenomena seemed to him sufficient to have established intermundane intercourse upon an unassailable basis. His 30 years have not only brought to him the conviction that the dead communicate and thus prove the spirit's immortality, but also settled in his mind an idea that little or nothing can be learned of the other world, except through mediums. For the spiritualists, the records of the past either do not exist, or if they are familiar with its gathered treasures, they regard them as having no bearing upon their own experiences. And yet, the problems which so vex them were solved thousands of years ago by the theurgists, who have left the keys to those who will search for them in the proper spirit and with knowledge. Is it possible that nature has changed her work, and that we are encountering different spirits and different laws from those of old? Or can any spiritualist imagine that he knows more, or even as much about mediumistic phenomena or the nature of various spirits, as a priest caste who spent their lives in theurgical practice, which had been known and studied for countless centuries? If the narratives of Owen and Hare, of Edmonds, and Crookes, and Wallace are credible, why not those of Herodotus, the father of history, of Iamblichus, and Porphyry, and hundreds of other ancient authors? If the spiritualists have their phenomena under test conditions, so had the old theurgists, whose records, moreover, show that they could produce and vary them at will. The day when this fact shall be recognized, and profitless speculations of modern investigators shall give place to patient study of the works of the theurgists, will mark the dawn of new and important discoveries in the field of psychology. Chapter 10. The more powerful souls perceive truth through themselves, and are of a more inventive nature. Such souls are saved through their own strength, according to the oracle. Proclus. Since the soul perpetually runs and passes through all things in a certain space of time, which being performed, it is presently compelled to run back again through all things, and unfold the same web of generation in the world, for as often as the same causes return, the same effects will in like manner be returned. VIII. Chaldean oracles. If not to some peculiar end assigned, studies the specious trifling of the mind. Young. From the moment when the fetal embryo is formed until the old man, gasping his last, drops into the grave, neither the beginning nor the end is understood by scholastic science. All before us is a blank, all after us chaos. For it there is no evidence as to the relations between spirit, soul, and body, either before or after death. The mere life principle itself presents an unsolvable enigma, upon the study of which materialism has vainly exhausted its intellectual powers. In the presence of a corpse, the skeptical physiologist stands dumb when asked by his pupil whence came the former tenant of that empty box, and whither it has gone. The pupil must either, like his master, rest satisfied with the explanation that protoplasm made the men, and force vitalized and will now consume his body, or he must go outside the walls of his college and the books of its library to find an explanation of the mystery. It is sometimes as interesting as instructive to follow the two great rivals, science and theology, in their frequent skirmishes. Not all of the sons of the Church are as unsuccessful in their attempts at advocacy as the poor Abbé Moignot, of Paris. This respectable, and no doubt well-meaning divine, in his fruitless attempt to refute the free-thinking arguments of Huxley, Tyndall, Du Bois-Reymond, and many others, has met with a sad failure. In his antidotal arguments his success was more than doubtful, and, as a reward for his trouble, the Congregation of the Index forbids the circulation of his book among the faithful. It is a dangerous experiment to engage in a single-handed duel with scientists on topics which are well demonstrated by experimental research. In what they do know they are unassailable, and until the old formula is destroyed by their own hands and replaced by a more newly discovered one, there is no use fighting against Achilles unless, indeed, one is fortunate enough to catch the swift-footed god by his vulnerable heel. This heel is what they confess they do not know. That was a cunning device to which a certain well-known preacher resorted to reach this mortal part. Before we proceed to narrate the extraordinary though well-authenticated facts with which we intend to fill this chapter, it will be good policy to show once more how fallible is modern science as to every fact in nature which can be tested neither by retort nor crucible. The following are a few fragments from a series of sermons by F. Felix, of Notre Dame, entitled Mystery and Science. They are worthy to be translated for and quoted in a work which is undertaken in precisely the same spirit as that exhibited by the preacher. For once the Church silenced for a time the arrogance of her traditional enemy, in the face of the learned academicians. It was known that the great preacher, in response to the general desire of the faithful, and perhaps to the orders of ecclesiastical superiors, had been preparing himself for a great oratorical effort, and the historic cathedral was filled with a monster congregation. Amid a profound silence he began his discourse, of which the following paragraphs are sufficient for our purpose. A portentous word has been pronounced against us to confront progress with Christianity science. Such is the formidable evocation with which they try to appall us. To all that we can say to base progress upon Christianity, they have always a ready response, that is not scientific. We say revelation, revelation is not scientific. We say miracle, a miracle is not scientific. Thus anti-Christianism, faithful to its tradition, and now more than ever, pretends to kill us by science. Principle of darkness, it threatens us with light. It proclaims itself the light. 100 times I asked myself, what is, then, that terrible science which is making ready to devour us? Is it mathematical science? But we also have our mathematicians. Is it physics? Astronomy? Physiology? Geology? But we number in Catholicism astronomers, physicists, geologists, and physiologists, who make somewhat of a figure in the scientific world, who have their place in the academy and their name in history. It would appear that what is to crush us is neither this nor that science, but science in general. And why do they prophesy the overthrow of Christianity by science? Listen, we must perish by science because we teach mysteries, and because the Christian mysteries are in radical antagonism with modern science. Mystery is the negation of common sense, science repels it, science condemns it, she has spoken anathema. Ah! You are right, if Christian mystery is what you proclaim it, then in the name of science hurl the anathema at it. Nothing is antipathetic to science like the absurd and contradictory. But, glory be to the truth. Such is not the mystery of Christianity. If it were so, it would remain for you to explain the most inexplicable of mysteries. How comes it that, during nearly 2,000 years, so many superior minds and rare geniuses have embraced our mysteries, without thinking to repudiate science or abdicate reason? Talk as much as you like of your modern science, modern thought, and modern genius. There were scientists before 1789. If our mysteries are so manifestly absurd and contradictory, how is it that such mighty geniuses should have accepted them without a single doubt? But God preserve me from insisting upon demonstrating that mystery implies no contradiction with science. Of what use to prove, by metaphysical abstractions, that science can reconcile itself with mystery, when all the realities of creation show unanswerably that mystery everywhere baffles science? You ask that we should show you, beyond doubt, that exact science cannot admit mystery. I answer you decidedly that she cannot escape it. Mystery is the fatality of science. Shall we choose our proofs? First, then, look around at the purely material world, from the smallest atom to the most majestic sun. 1. We wonder if Father Felix is prepared to include St. Augustine, Lactantius, and Bede in this category. 2. For instance, Copernicus, Bruno, and Galileo. For further particulars see the Index Expurgatorius. Verily, wise are such popular sayings, as that, boldness carries off cities at one shout. There, if you try to embrace in the unity of a single law all these bodies and their movements, if you seek the word which explains, in this vast panorama of the universe, this prodigious harmony, where all seems to obey the empire of a single force, you pronounce a word to express it, and say attraction. Yes, attraction, this is the sublime epitome of the science of the heavenly bodies. You say that throughout space these bodies recognize and attract each other. You say that they attract in proportion to their mass, and in inverse ratio with the squares of their distances. And, in fact, until the present moment, nothing has happened to give the lie to this assertion, but everything has confirmed a formula which now reigns sovereign in the empire of hypothesis, and therefore it must henceforth enjoy the glory of being an invincible truism. Gentlemen, with all my heart I make my scientific obeisances to the sovereignty of attraction. It is not I who would desire to obscure a light in the world of matter which reflects upon the world of spirits. The empire of attraction, then, is palpable, it is sovereign, it stares us in the face. But, what is this attraction? Who has seen attraction? Who has met attraction? Who has touched attraction? How do these mute bodies, intelligent, insensible, exercise upon each other unconsciously this reciprocity of action and reaction which holds them in a common equilibrium and unanimous harmony? Is this force which draws sun to sun, and atom to atom, an invisible mediator which goes from one to another? And, in such case, what is this mediator? Whence comes to itself this force which mediates, and this power which embraces, from which the sun can no more escape than the atom? But is this force nothing different from the elements themselves which attract each other? Mystery. Mystery. Yes, gentlemen, this attraction which shines with such brightness throughout the material world, remains to you at bottom an impenetrable mystery. Well, because of its mystery, will you deny its reality, which touches you, and its domination, which subjugates you? And again, remark if you please, mystery is so much at the foundation of all science that if you should desire to exclude mystery, you would be compelled to suppress science itself. Imagine whatever science you will, follow the magnificent sweep of its deductions, when you arrive at its parent source, you come face to face with the unknown. Who has been able to penetrate the secret of the formation of a body, the generation of a single atom? What is there I will not say at the center of a sun, but at the center of an atom? Who has sounded to the bottom the abyss in a grain of sand? The grain of sand, gentlemen, has been studied 4,000 years by science, she has turned and returned it, she divides it and subdivides it, she torments it with her experiments, she vexes it with her questions to snatch from it the final word as to its secret constitution, she asks it, with an insatiable curiosity, shall I divide thee infinitesimally? Then, suspended over this abyss, science hesitates, she stumbles, she feels dazzled, she becomes dizzy, and, in despair says, I do not know. But if you are so fatally ignorant of the genesis and hidden nature of a grain of sand, how should you have an intuition as to the generation of a single living being? Whence in the living being does life come? Where does it commence? What is the life principle? Can the scientists answer the eloquent monk? Can they escape from his pitiless logic? Mystery certainly does bound them on every side, and the Ultima Thule, whether of Herbert Spencer, Tyndall, or Huxley, has written upon the closed portals the words incomprehensible, unknowable. For the lover of metaphor, science may be likened to a twinkling star shining with resplendent brightness through rifts in a bank of densely black clouds. If her votaries cannot define that mysterious attraction which draws into concrete masses the material particles which form the smallest pebble on the ocean beach, how can they define the limits at which the possible stops and the impossible begins? Why should there be an attraction between the molecules of matter, and none between those of spirit? If, out of the material portion of the ether, by virtue of the inherent restlessness of its particles, the forms of worlds and their species of plants and animals can be evolved, why, out of the spiritual part of the ether, should not successive races of beings, from the stage of monad to that of man, be developed, each lower form unfolding a higher one until the work of evolution is completed on our earth, in the production of immortal men? It will be seen that, for the moment, we entirely put aside the accumulated facts which prove the case, and submit it to the arbitrament of logic. By whatsoever name the physicists may call the energizing principle in matter is of no account, it is a subtle something apart from the matter itself, and, as it escapes their detection, it must be something besides matter. If the law of attraction is admitted as governing the one, why should it be excluded from influencing the other? Leaving logic to answer, we turn to the common experience of mankind, and there find a mass of testimony corroborative of the immortality of the soul, if we judge but from analogies. But we have more than that. We have the unimpeachable testimony of thousands upon thousands, that there is a regular science of the soul, which, notwithstanding that it is now denied the right of a place among other sciences, is a science. This science, by penetrating the arcana of nature far deeper than our modern philosophy ever dreamed possible, teaches us how to force the invisible to become visible, the existence of elementary spirits, the nature and magical properties of the astral light, the power of living men to bring themselves into communication with the former through the latter. Let them examine the proofs with the lamp of experience, and neither the Academy nor the Church, for which Father Felix so persuasively spoke, can deny them. Modern science is in a dilemma. It must concede our hypothesis to be correct, or admit the possibility of miracle. To do so is to say that there can be an infraction of natural law. If this can happen in one case, what assurance have we that it may not be repeated indefinitely, and so destroy that fixity of law, that perfect balance of forces by which the universe is governed? This is a very ancient and an unanswerable argument. To deny the appearance, in our midst, of supersensual beings, when they have been seen, at various times and in various countries, by not merely thousands, but millions of persons, is unpardonable obstinacy. To say that, in any one instance, the apparition has been produced by a miracle, fatal to the fundamental principle of science. What will they do? What can they do, when they shall have awakened from the benumbing stupor of their pride, but collect the facts, and try to enlarge the boundaries of their field of investigations? The existence of spirit in the common mediator, the ether, is denied by materialism, while theology makes of it a personal God. The Kabbalist holds that both are wrong, saving that in ether, the elements represent but matter, the blind cosmic forces of nature, and spirit, the intelligence which directs them. The Hermetic, Orphic, and Pythagorean cosmogonical doctrines, as well as those of Sanchoniathon and Berosus, are all based upon one irrefutable formula, that the ether and chaos, or, in the Platonic language, mind and matter, were the two primeval and eternal principles of the universe, utterly independent of anything else. The former was the all-vivifying intellectual principle, the chaos, a shapeless, liquid principle, without form or sense, from the union of which two sprang into existence the universe, or rather, the universal world, the first androgynous deity, the chaotic matter becoming its body, and ether the soul. According to the phraseology of a fragment of Hermias, chaos, from this union with spirit, obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced the protogonos, the firstborn, light. This is the universal trinity, based on the metaphysical conceptions of the ancients, who, reasoning by analogy, made of man, who is a compound of intellect and matter, the microcosm of the macrocosm, or great universe. If we now compare this doctrine with the speculations of science, which comes to a full stop at the borderland of the unknown, and, while incompetent to solve the mystery, will allow no one else to speculate upon the subject, or, with the great theological dogma, that the world was called into existence by a heavenly trick of prestidigitation, we do not hesitate to believe that, in the absence of better proof, the Hermetic doctrine is by far the more reasonable, highly metaphysical as it may appear. The universe is there, and we know that we exist, but how did it come, and how did we appear in it? Denied an answer by the representatives of physical learning, and excommunicated and anathematized for our blasphemous curiosity by the spiritual usurpers, what can we do but turn for information to the sages who meditated upon the subject ages before the molecules of our philosophers aggregated in ethereal space? This visible universe of spirit and matter, they say, is but the concrete image of the ideal abstraction. It was built on the model of the first divine idea. Thus our universe existed from eternity in a latent state. The soul animating this purely spiritual universe is the central sun, the highest deity itself. It was not himself who built the concrete form of his idea, but his first begotten, and as it was constructed on the geometrical figure of the dodecahedron, the first begotten was pleased to employ 12,000 years in its creation. The latter number is expressed in the Tyrrhenian cosmogony, which shows man created in the 6th millennium. This agrees with the Egyptian theory of 6,000 years, and with the Hebrew computation. Sanchoniathon, in his cosmogony, declares that when the wind, spirit, became enamored of its own principles, the chaos, an intimate union took place, which connection was called pothos, and from this sprang the seed of all. And the chaos knew not its own production, for it was senseless, but from its embrace with the wind was generated mot, or the elos. From this proceeded the spores of creation and the generation of the universe. The ancients, who named but 4 elements, made of ether a 5th one. On account of its essence being made divine by the unseen presence, it was considered as a medium between this world and the next. They held that when the directing intelligences retired from any portion of ether, one of the 4 kingdoms which they are bound to superintend, the space was left in possession of evil. An adept who prepared to converse with the invisibles had to know well his ritual, and be perfectly acquainted with the conditions required for the perfect equilibrium of the 4 elements in the astral light. First of all, he must purify the essence, and within the circle in which he sought to attract the pure spirits, equilibrize the elements, so as to prevent the ingress of the elementaries into their respective spheres. But woe to the imprudent inquirer who ignorantly trespasses upon forbidden ground. Danger will beset him at every step. He evokes powers that he cannot control, he arouses sentries which allow only their masters to pass. For, in the words of the immortal Rosicrucian, once that thou hast resolved to become a cooperator with the Spirit of the living God, take care not to hinder him in his work, for, if thy heat exceeds the natural proportion, thou hast stirred the wrath of the moist natures, and they will stand up against the central fire, and the central fire against them, and there will be a terrible division in the chaos. The spirit of harmony and union will depart from the elements, disturbed by the imprudent hand, and the currents of blind forces will become immediately infested by numberless creatures of matter and instinct, the bad demons of the theurgists, the devils of theology, the gnomes, salamanders, sylphs, and undines will assail the rash performer under multifarious aerial forms. Unable to invent anything, they will search your memory to its very depths, hence the nervous exhaustion and mental oppression of certain sensitive natures at spiritual circles. The elementals will bring to light long-forgotten remembrances of the past, forms, images, sweet mementos, and familiar sentences, long since faded from our own remembrance, but vividly preserved in the inscrutable depths of our memory and on the astral tablets of the imperishable Book of Life. Every organized thing in this world, visible as well as invisible, has an element appropriate to itself. The fish lives and breathes in the water, the plant consumes carbonic acid, which for animals and men produces death. Some beings are fitted for rarefied strata of air, others exist only in the densest. Life, to some, is dependent on sunlight, to others, upon darkness, and so the wise economy of nature adapts to each existing condition some living form. These analogies warrant the conclusion that, not only is there no unoccupied portion of universal nature, but also that for each thing that has life, special conditions are furnished, and, being furnished, they are necessary. Now, assuming that there is an invisible side to the universe, the fixed habit of nature warrants the conclusion that this half is occupied, like the other half, and that each group of its occupants is supplied with the indispensable conditions of existence. It is as illogical to imagine that identical conditions are furnished to all, as it would be to maintain such a theory respecting the inhabitants of the domain of visible nature. That there are spirits implies that there is a diversity of spirits, for men differ, and human spirits are but disembodied men. The most positive of materialistic philosophers agree that all that exists was evolved from ether, hence, air, water, earth, and fire. The 4 primordial elements must also proceed from ether and chaos. The first duad, all the imponderables, whether now known or unknown, proceed from the same source. Now, if there is a spiritual essence in matter, and that essence forces it to shape itself into millions of individual forms, why is it illogical to assert that each of these spiritual kingdoms in nature is peopled with beings evolved out of its own material? Chemistry teaches us that in man's body there are air, water, earth, and heat, or fire. Air is present in its components, water in the secretions, earth in the inorganic constituents, and fire in the animal heat. The Kabbalist knows by experience that an elemental spirit contains only one, and that each one of the four kingdoms has its own peculiar elemental spirits, men being higher than they, the law of evolution finds its illustration in the combination of all four in him. To say that all spirits are alike, or fitted to the same atmosphere, or possessed of like powers, or governed by the same attractions electric, magnetic, odic, astral, it matters not which is as absurd as though one should say that all planets have the same nature, or that all animals are amphibious, or all men can be nourished on the same food. It accords with reason to suppose that the grossest natures among the spirits will sink to the lowest depths of the spiritual atmosphere, in other words, be found nearest to the earth. Inversely, the purest would be farthest away. In what, were we to coin a word, we should call the psychomatics of occultism, it is as unwarrantable to assume that either of these grades of spirits can occupy the place, or subsist in the conditions, of the other, as in hydraulics it would be to expect that two liquids of different densities could exchange their markings on the scale of Bohm's hydrometer. Gores, describing a conversation he had with some Hindus of the Malabar coast, reports that upon asking them whether they had ghosts among them, they replied, "Yes, but we know them to be bad spirits, good ones can hardly ever appear at all. They are principally the spirits of suicides and murderers, or of those who die violent deaths. They constantly flutter about and appear as phantoms. Night-time is favorable to them, they seduce the feeble-minded and tempt others in 1,000 different ways." Porphyry presents to us some hideous facts whose verity is substantiated in the experience of every student of magic. The soul, says he, having even after death a certain affection for its body, an affinity proportioned to the violence with which their union was broken, we see many spirits hovering in despair about their earthly remains, we even see them eagerly seeking the putrid remains of other bodies, but above all freshly spilled blood, which seems to impart to them for the moment some of the faculties of life. Let spiritualists who doubt the theurgist try the effect of about half a pound of freshly drawn human blood at their next materializing séance. The gods and the angels, says Iamblichus, appear to us among peace and harmony, the bad demons, in tossing everything in confusion. As to the ordinary souls, we can perceive them more rarely, etc. The human soul, the astral body, is a demon that our language may name genius, says Apuleius. She is an immortal god, though in a certain sense she is born at the same time as the men in whom she is. Consequently, we may say that she dies in the same way that she is born. The soul is born in this world upon leaving another world, anima mundi, in which her existence precedes the one we all know, on earth. Thus, the gods who consider her proceedings in all the phases of various existences and as a whole, punish her sometimes for sins committed during an anterior life. She dies when she separates herself from a body in which she crossed this life as in a frail bark. And this is, if I mistake not, the secret meaning of the tumulari inscription, so simple for the initiate, to the gods Manes who lived. But this kind of death does not annihilate the soul, it only transforms it into a lemur. Lemurs are the Manes or ghosts, which we know under the name of Laras. When they keep away and show us a beneficent protection, we honor in them the protecting divinities of the family hearth, but, if their crimes sentence them to err, we call them larvae. They become a plague for the wicked, and the vain terror off the good. This language can hardly be called ambiguous, and yet, the reincarnationists quote Apuleius in corroboration of their theory that man passes through a succession of physical human births upon this planet, until he is finally purged from the dross of his nature. But Apuleius distinctly says that we come upon this earth from another one, where we had an existence, the recollection of which has faded away. As the watch passes from hand to hand and room to room in a factory, one part being added here and another there, until the delicate machine is perfected, according to the design conceived in the mind of the master before the work was begun, so, according to ancient philosophy, the first divine conception of man takes shape little by little, in the several departments of the universal workshop, and the perfect human being finally appears on our scene. This philosophy teaches that nature never leaves her work unfinished. If baffled at the first attempt, she tries again. When she evolves a human embryo, the intention is that a man shall be perfected physically, intellectually, and spiritually. His body is to grow mature, wear out, and die, his mind unfold, ripen, and be harmoniously balanced, his divine spirit illuminate and blend easily with the inner man. No human being completes its grand cycle, or the circle of necessity, until all these are accomplished. As the laggards in a race struggle and plod in their first quarter while the victor darts past the goal, so, in the race of immortality, some souls outspeed all the rest and reach the end, while their myriad competitors are toiling under the load of matter, close to the starting point. Some unfortunates fall out entirely, and lose all chance of the prize, some retrace their steps and begin again. This is what the Hindu dreads above all things: transmigration and reincarnation, only on other and inferior planets, never on this one. But there is a way to avoid it, and Buddha taught it in his doctrine of poverty, restriction of the senses, perfect indifference to the objects of this earthly vale of tears, freedom from passion, and frequent intercommunication with the Atma-soul contemplation. The cause of reincarnation is ignorance of our senses, and the idea that there is any reality in the world, anything except abstract existence. From the organs of sense comes the hallucination we call contact, from contact, desire, from desire, sensation, which also is a deception of our body, from sensation, the cleaving to existing bodies, from this cleaving, reproduction, and from reproduction, disease, decay, and death. Thus, like the revolutions of a wheel, there is a regular succession of death and birth, the moral cause of which is the cleaving to existing objects, while the instrumental cause is karma, the power which controls the universe, prompting it to activity, merit and demerit. It is, therefore, the great desire of all beings who would be released from the sorrows of successive birth, to seek the destruction of the moral cause, the cleaving to existing objects, or evil desire. They, in whom evil desire is entirely destroyed, are called arhats. Freedom from evil desire ensures the possession of a miraculous power. At his death, the arhat is never reincarnated, he invariably attains nirvana, a word, by the by, falsely interpreted by the Christian scholars and skeptical commentators. Nirvana is the world of cause, in which all deceptive effects or delusions of our senses disappear. Nirvana is the highest attainable sphere. The Pitris, the pre-Adamic spirits, are considered as reincarnated, by the Buddhistic philosopher, though in a degree far superior to that of the men of earth. Do they not die in their turn? Do not their astral bodies suffer and rejoice, and feel the same curse of illusionary feelings as when embodied? What Buddha taught in the 6th century, B.C., in India, Pythagoras taught in the 5th, in Greece and Italy. Gibbon shows how deeply the Pharisees were impressed with this belief in the transmigration of souls. The Egyptian circle of necessity is ineffaceably stamped on the hoary monuments of old. And Jesus, when healing the sick, invariably used the following expression: "Thy sins are forgiven thee." This is a pure Buddhistical doctrine. The Jews said to the blind men, "Thou wast altogether born in sins, and dost thou teach us?" The doctrine of the disciples of Christ is analogous to the merit and demerit of the Buddhists, for the sick recovered, if their sins were forgiven. But, this former life believed in by the Buddhists, is not a life on this planet, for, more than any other people, the Buddhistical philosopher appreciated the great doctrine of cycles. The speculations of Dupuy, Volney, and Godfrey Higgins on the secret meaning of the cycles, or the kalpas and the yugas of the Brahmins and Buddhists, amounted to little, as they did not have the key to the esoteric, spiritual doctrine therein contained. No philosophy ever speculated on God as an abstraction, but considered him under his various manifestations. The first cause of the Hebrew Bible, the Pythagorean monad, the one existence of the Hindu philosopher, and the Kabbalistic Ein Sof, the boundless, are identical. The Hindu Bhagavan does not create, he enters the egg of the world, and emanates from it as Brahm, in the same manner as the Pythagorean duad evolves from the highest and solitary monas. The monas of the Samian philosopher is the Hindu monas, mind, who has no first cause, apurva, or material cause, nor is liable to destruction. Brahma, as Prajapati, manifests himself first of all as 12 bodies, or attributes, which are represented by the 12 gods, symbolizing 1. Fire, 2. The sun, 3. Soma, which gives omniscience, 4. All living beings, 5. Vayu, or material ether, 6. Death, or breath of destruction Shiva, 7. Earth, 8. Heaven, 9. Agni, the immaterial fire, 10. Adifir, the immaterial and female invisible sun, 11. Mind, 12. The great infinite cycle, which is not to be stopped. After that, Brahma dissolves himself into the visible universe, every atom of which is himself. When this is done, the not manifested, indivisible, and indefinite monas retires into the undisturbed and majestic solitude of its unity. The manifested deity, a duad at first, now becomes a triad. Its triune quality emanates incessantly spiritual powers, who become immortal gods, souls. Each of these souls must be united in its turn with a human being, and from the moment of its consciousness it commences a series of births and deaths. An Eastern artist has attempted to give pictorial expression to the Kabbalistic doctrine of the cycles. The picture covers a whole inner wall of a subterranean temple in the neighborhood of a great Buddhistic pagoda, and is strikingly suggestive. Let us attempt to convey some idea of the design, as we recall it. Imagine a given point in space as the primordial one, then with compasses draw a circle around this point, where the beginning and the end unite together, emanation and reabsorption meet. The circle itself is composed of innumerable smaller circles, like the rings of a bracelet, and each of these minor rings forms the belt of the goddess which represents that sphere. As the curve of the arc approaches the ultimate point of the semicircle, the nadir of the grand cycle at which is placed our planet by the mystical painter, the face of each successive goddess becomes more dark and hideous than European imagination is able to conceive. Every belt is covered with the representations of plants, animals, and human beings, belonging to the fauna, flora, and anthropology of that particular sphere. There is a gymnosophist who instructed him page 348 in his Metaphysical Theology. The fact alone that Sanskrit, as compared with Greek and Latin, is an elder sister, as Max Muller shows, is not sufficient to account for the perfect identity of the Sanskrit and Greek words monas, in their most metaphysical, abstruse sense. The Sanskrit word deva, God, has become the Latin deus, and points to a common source, but we see in the Zoroastrian Zendavesta the same word, meaning diametrically the opposite, and becoming deva, or evil spirit, from which comes the word devil. Certain distance between each of the spheres, purposely marked, for, after the accomplishment of the circles through various transmigrations, the soul is allowed a time of temporary nirvana, during which space of time the Atma loses all remembrance of past sorrows. The intermediate ethereal space is filled with strange beings. Those between the highest ether and the earth below are the creatures of a middle nature, nature spirits, or, as the Kabbalists term it sometimes, the elementary. This picture is either a copy of the one described to posterity by Berosus, the priest of the Temple of Belus, at Babylon, or the original. We leave it to the shrewdness of the modern archaeologist to decide. But the wall is covered with precisely such creatures as described by the semi-demon, or half-god, Oans, the Chaldean manfish, hideous beings, which were produced of a twofold principle, the astral light and the grosser matter. Even remains of architectural relics of the earliest races have been sadly neglected by antiquarians, until now. The caverns of Ajunta, which are but 200 miles from Bombay, in the Chandar Range, and the ruins of the ancient city of Aurangabad, whose crumbling palaces and curious tombs have lain in desolate solitude for many centuries, have attracted attention but very recently. Mementos of long bygone civilization, they were allowed to become the shelter of wild beasts for ages before they were found worthy of a scientific exploration, and it is only recently that the observer gave an enthusiastic description of these archaic ancestors of Herculaneum and Pompeii. After justly blaming the local government which has provided a bungalow where the traveler may find shelter and safety, but that is all, it proceeds to narrate the wonders to be seen in this retired spot, in the following words. In a deep glen away up the mountain there is a group of cave temples which are the most wonderful caverns on the earth. It is not known at the present age how many of these exist in the deep recesses of the mountains, but 27 have been explored, surveyed, and, to some extent, cleared of rubbish. There are, doubtless, many others. It is hard to realize with what indefatigable toil these wonderful caves have been hewn from the solid rock of amygdaloid. They are said to have been wholly Buddhist in their origin, and were used for purposes of worship and asceticism. They rank very high as works of art. They extend over 500 feet along a high cliff, and are carved in the most curious manner, exhibiting, in a wonderful degree, the taste, talent, and persevering industry of the Hindu sculptors. These cave temples are beautifully cut and carved on the outside, but inside they were finished most elaborately, and decorated with a vast profusion of sculptures and paintings. These long-deserted temples have suffered from dampness and neglect, and the paintings and frescoes are not what they were hundreds of years ago. But the colors are still brilliant, and scenes gay and festive still appear upon the walls. Some of the figures cut in the rock are taken for marriage processions and scenes in domestic life that are represented as joyful. The female figures are beautiful, delicate, and fair as Europeans. Every one of these representations is artistic, and all of them are unpolluted by any grossness or obscenity generally so prominent in Brahmanical representations of a similar character. These caves are visited by a great number of antiquarians, who are striving to decipher the hieroglyphics inscribed on the walls and determine the age of these curious temples. The ruins of the ancient city of Aurangabad are not very far from these caves. It was a walled city of great repute, but is now deserted. There are not only broken walls, but crumbling palaces. They were built of immense strength, and some of the walls appear as solid as the everlasting hills. There are a great many places in this vicinity where there are Hindu remains, consisting of deep caves and rock-cut temples. Many of these temples are surrounded by a circular enclosure, which is often adorned with statues and columns. The figure of an elephant is very common, placed before or beside the opening of a temple, as a sort of sentinel. Hundreds and thousands of niches are beautifully cut in the solid rock, and when these temples were thronged with worshippers, each niche had a statue or image, usually in the florid style of these Oriental sculptures. It is a sad truth that almost every image here is shamefully defaced and mutilated. It is often said that no Hindu will bow down to an imperfect image, and that the Mahometans, knowing this, purposely mutilated all these images to prevent the Hindus from worshipping them. This is regarded by the Hindus as sacrilegious and blasphemous, awakening the keenest animosities, which every Hindu inherits from his father, and which centuries have not been able to efface. Here also are the remains of buried city-sad ruins generally without a single inhabitant. In the grand palaces where royalty once gathered and held festivals, wild beasts find their hiding places. In several places the track of the railway has been constructed over or through these ruins, and the material has been used for the bed of the road. Enormous stones have remained in their places for thousands of years, and probably will for thousands of years to come. These rock-cut temples, as well as these mutilated statues, show a workmanship that no work now being done by the natives can equal. It is very evident that hundreds of years since these hills were alive with a vast multitude, where now it is all utter desolation, without cultivation or inhabitants, and given over to wild beasts. It is good hunting ground, and, as the English are mighty hunters, they may prefer to have these mountains and ruins remain without change. We fervently hope they will. Enough vandalism was perpetrated in earlier ages to permit us the hope that at least in this century of exploration and learning, science, in its branches of archaeology and philology, will not be deprived of these most precious records, wrought on imperishable tablets of granite and rock. We will now present a few fragments of this mysterious doctrine of reincarnation as distinct from metempsychosis which we have from an authority. Reincarnation, i.e., the appearance of the same individual, or rather of his astral monad, twice on the same planet, is not a rule in nature, it is an exception, like the teratological phenomenon of a two-headed infant. It is preceded by a violation of the laws of harmony of nature, and happens only when the latter, seeking to restore its disturbed equilibrium, violently throws back into earth life the astral monad which had been tossed out of the circle of necessity by crime or accident. Thus, in cases of abortion, of infants dying before a certain age, and of congenital and incurable idiocy, nature's original design to produce a perfect human being has been interrupted. Therefore, while the gross matter of each of these several entities is suffered to disperse itself at death, through the vast realm of being, the immortal spirit and astral monad of the individual, the latter having been set apart to animate a frame and the former to shed its divine light on the corporeal organization, must try a second time to carry out the purpose of the creative intelligence. If reason has been so far developed as to become active and discriminative, there is no reincarnation on this earth, for the three parts of the triune man have been united together, and he is capable of running the race. But when the new being has not passed beyond the condition of monad, or when, as in the idiot, the Trinity has not been completed, the immortal spark which illuminates it has to re-enter on the earthly plane as it was frustrated in its first attempt. Otherwise, the mortal or astral, and the immortal or divine, souls, could not progress in unison and pass onward to the sphere above. Spirit follows a line parallel with that of matter, and the spiritual evolution goes hand in hand with the physical. As in the case exemplified by Professor Leconte, there is no force in nature, and the rule applies to the spiritual as well as to the physical evolution, which is capable of raising at once spirit or matter from number 1 to number 3, or from 2 to 4, without stopping and receiving an accession of force of a different kind on the intermediate plane. That is to say, the monad which was imprisoned in the elementary being the rudimentary or lowest astral form of the future man, after having passed through and quitted the highest physical shape of a dumb animal, say an orangutan, or again an elephant, one of the most intellectual of brutes, that monad, we say, cannot skip over the physical and intellectual sphere of the terrestrial man, and be suddenly ushered into the spiritual sphere above. What reward or punishment can there be in that sphere of disembodied human entities for a fetus or a human embryo which had not even time to breathe on this earth, still less an opportunity to exercise the divine faculties of the spirit? Or, for an irresponsible infant, whose senseless monad remaining dormant within the astral and physical casket, could as little prevent him from burning himself as another person to death? Or for one idiotic from birth, the number of whose cerebral circumvolutions is only from 20 to 30% of those of sane persons, and who therefore is irresponsible for either his disposition, acts, or the imperfections of his vagrant, half-developed intellect? No need to remark that if even hypothetical, this theory is no more ridiculous than many others considered as strictly orthodox. We must not forget that either through the inaptness of the specialists or some other reason, physiology itself is the least advanced or understood of sciences, and that some French physicians, with Dr. Forney, positively despair of ever progressing in it beyond pure hypotheses. Further, the same occult doctrine recognizes another possibility, albeit so rare and so vague that it is really useless to mention it. Even the modern Occidental occultists deny it, though it is universally accepted in Eastern countries. When, through vice, fearful crimes and animal passions, a disembodied spirit has fallen to the eighth sphere, the allegorical Hades, and the Gehenna of the Bible the nearest to our earth, he can, with the help of that glimpse of reason and consciousness left to him, repent, that is to say, he can, by exercising the remnants of his willpower, strive upward, and like a drowning man, struggle once more to the surface. In the magical and philosophical precepts of Celis, we find one which, warning mankind, says, "Stoop not down, for a precipice lies below the earth, drawing under a descent of 7 steps, beneath which is the throne of dire necessity." A strong aspiration to retrieve his calamities, a pronounced desire, will draw him once more into the earth's atmosphere. Here he will wander and suffer more or less in dreary solitude. His instincts will make him seek with avidity contact with living persons. These spirits are the invisible but too tangible magnetic vampires, the subjective demons so well known to medieval ecstatics, nuns, and monks, to the witches made so famous in the witch hammer, and to certain sensitive clairvoyants, according to their own confessions. They are the blood demons of porphyry, the larvae and lemurs of the ancients, the fiendish instruments which sent so many unfortunate and weak victims to the rack and stake. Origen held all the demons which possessed the demoniacs mentioned in the New Testament to be human spirits. It is because Moses knew so well what they were, and how terrible were the consequences to weak persons who yielded to their influence, that he enacted the cruel, murderous law against such would-be witches. But Jesus, full of justice and divine love to humanity, healed instead of killing them. Subsequently our clergy, the pretended exemplars of Christian principles, followed the law of Moses, and quietly ignored the law of him whom they call their one living God, by burning dozens of thousands of such pretended witches. Which mighty name, which in the past contained the promise of ignominious death, and in the present has but to be pronounced to raise a whirlwind of ridicule, a tornado of sarcasms. How is it then that there have always been men of intellect and learning, who never thought that it would disgrace their reputation for learning, or lower their dignity, to publicly affirm the possibility of such a thing as a witch, in the correct acceptation of the word? One such fearless champion was Henry More, the learned scholar of Cambridge, of the 17th century. It is well worth our while to see how cleverly he handled the question. It appears that about the year 1678, a certain divine, named John Webster, wrote criticisms and interpretations of Scripture against the existence of witches and other superstitions. Finding the work a weak and impertinent piece, Dr. More criticized it in a letter to Glanville, the author of Sadducismus Triumphatus, and as an appendix sent a treatise on witchcraft and explanations of the word witch itself. This document is very rare, but we possess it in a fragmentary form in an old manuscript, having seen it mentioned besides only in an insignificant work of 1820, on apparitions, for it appears that the document itself was long since out of print. The words witch and wizard, according to Dr. More, signify no more than a wise man or a wise woman. In the word wizard, it is plain at the very sight, and the most plain and least operose deduction of the name witch, is from wit, whose derived adjective might be witty or wittic, and by contraction, afterwards witch, as the noun wit is from the verb to weet, which is, to know. So that a witch, thus far, is no more than a knowing woman, which answers exactly to the Latin word saga, according to that of Festus, sagi dicti anus quae multa scient. This definition of the word appears to us the more plausible, as it exactly answers the evident meaning of the Slavonian Russian names for witches and wizards. The former is called Vyedma, and the latter Vidmak, both from the verb to know, vedit or vidat, the root, moreover, being positively Sanskrit. Veda, says Max Muller, in his lecture on the Vedas, means originally knowing or knowledge. Veda is the same word which appears in Greek omicron iota delta alpha, I know, the digamma, vav being omitted, and in the English wise, wisdom, to wit. Furthermore, the Sanskrit word vidma, answering to the German were wissen, means literally we know. It is a great pity that the eminent philologist, while giving in his lecture the Sanskrit, Greek, Gothic, Anglo-Saxon, and German comparative roots of this word, has neglected the Slavonian. Another Russian appellation for witch and wizard, the former being purely Slavonian, is znahar and znaharka, feminine, from the same verb znat to know. Thus Dr. More's definition of the word, given in 1678, is perfectly correct, and coincides in every particular with modern philology. Use, says this scholar, questionless had appropriated the word to such a kind of skill and knowledge as was out of the common road or extraordinary. Nor did this peculiarity imply any unlawfulness. But there was after a further restriction, in which alone nowadays the words witch and wizard are used. And that is, for one that has the knowledge and skill of doing or telling things in an extraordinary way, and that in virtue of either an express or implicit association or confederacy with some bad spirits. In the clause of the severe law of Moses, so many names are reckoned up with that of witch, that it is difficult as well as useless to give here the definition of every one of them as found in Dr. More's able treatise. There shall not be found among you any one that useth divination, or an observer of time, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer, says the text. We will show, further on, the real object of such severity. For the present, we will remark that Dr. Moore, after giving a learned definition of every one of such appellations, and showing the value of their real meaning in the days of Moses, proves that there is a vast difference between the enchanters, observers of time, etc., and a witch. So many names are reckoned up in this prohibition of Moses, that, as in our common law, the sense may be more sure, and leave no room to evasion. And that the name of witch is not from any tricks of legerdemain as in common jugglers, that delude the sight of the people at a market or fair, but that it is the name of such as raise magical spectres to deceive men's sight, and so are most certainly witches, women and men who have a bad spirit in them. Thou shalt not suffer Mekasepha, that is, a witch, to live. Which would be a law of extreme severity, or rather cruelty, against a poor hocus-pocus for his tricks of legerdemain. Thus, it is but the sixth appellation, that of a consulter with familiar spirits or a witch, that had to incur the greatest penalty of the law of Moses, for it is only a witch which must not be suffered to live, while all the others are simply enumerated as such with whom the people of Israel were forbidden to communicate on account of their idolatry or rather religious views and learning chiefly. This sixth word is sholob, which our English translation renders, a consulter with familiar spirits, but which the Septuagint translates, epsilon nu gamma alpha sigma tau rho iota mu upsilon theta omicron, one that has a familiar spirit inside him, one possessed with the spirit of divination, which was considered to be Python by the Greeks, and Ob by the Hebrews, the old serpent, in its esoteric meaning the spirit of concupiscence in matter, which, according to the Kabbalists, is always an elementary human spirit of the eighth sphere. Sholob, I conceive, says Henry Moore, is to be understood of the witch herself who asks counsel of her or is familiar. The reason of the name Ob was taken first from that spirit that was in the body of the party, and swelled it to a protuberancy, the voice always seeming to come out as from a bottle, for which reason they were named ventriloquists. Ob signifies as much as Pytho, which at first took its name from the Pythii Vates, a spirit that tells hidden things, or things to come. In Acts 16 when Paul being grieved, turned and said to that spirit, I command thee, in the name of Jesus Christ, to come out of her, and he came out at the same hour. Therefore, the words obsessed or possessed are synonyms of the word witch, nor could this Pytho of the eighth sphere come out of her, unless it was a spirit distinct from her. And so it is that we see in Leviticus, a man also or woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, an irresponsible Gidignoni, shall surely be put to death, they shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them. A cruel and unjust law beyond doubt, and one which gives the lie to a recent utterance of spirits, by the mouth of one of the most popular inspirational mediums of the day, to the effect that modern philological research proves that the Mosaic law never contemplated the killing of the poor mediums or witches of the Old Testament, but that the words, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," meant to live by their mediumship, that is, to gain their livelihood. An interpretation no less ingenious than novel. Certainly, nowhere short of the source of such inspiration could we find such philological profundity. Shut the door in the face of the demon, says the Kabbalah, and he will keep running away from you, as if you pursued him, which means that you must not give a hold on you to such spirits of obsession by attracting them into an atmosphere of congenial sin. These demons seek to introduce themselves into the bodies of the simple-minded and idiots, and remain there until dislodged therefrom by a powerful and pure will. Jesus, Apollonius, and some of the apostles, had the power to cast out devils, by purifying the atmosphere within and without the patient, so as to force the unwelcome tenant to flight. Certain volatile salts are particularly obnoxious to them, and the effect of the chemicals used in a saucer, and placed under the bed by Mr. Varley, of London, for the purpose of keeping away some disagreeable physical phenomena at night, are corroborative of this great truth. Pure or even simply inoffensive human spirits fear nothing, for having rid themselves of terrestrial matter, terrestrial compounds can affect them in no wise. Such spirits are like a breath. Not so with the earthbound souls and the nature spirits. It is for these carnal terrestrial larvae, degraded human spirits, that the ancient Kabbalists entertained a hope of reincarnation. But when, or how? At a fitting moment, and if helped by a sincere desire for his amendment and repentance by some strong, sympathizing person, or the will of an adept, or even a desire emanating from the erring spirit himself, provided it is powerful enough to make him throw off the burden of sinful matter. Losing all consciousness, the once bright monad is caught once more into the vortex of our terrestrial evolution, and it repasses the subordinate kingdoms, and again breathes as a living child. To compute the time necessary for the completion of this process would be impossible. Since there is no perception of time in eternity, the attempt would be a mere waste of labor. As we have said, but few Kabbalists believe in it, and this doctrine originated with certain astrologers. While casting up the nativities of certain historical personages renowned for some peculiarities of disposition, they found the conjunction of the planets answering perfectly to remarkable oracles and prophesies about other persons born ages later. Observation, and what would now be termed remarkable coincidences, added to revelation during the sacred sleep of the neophyte, disclosed the dreadful truth. So horrible is the thought that even those who ought to be convinced of it prefer ignoring it, or at least avoid speaking on the subject. This way of obtaining oracles was practiced in the highest antiquity. In India, this sublime lethargy is called the sacred sleep of ******. It is an oblivion into which the subject is thrown by certain magical processes, supplemented by draughts of the juice of the soma. The body of the sleeper remains for several days in a condition resembling death, and by the power of the adept is purified of its earthliness and made fit to become the temporary receptacle of the brightness of the immortal augoids. In this state the torpid body is made to reflect the glory of the upper spheres, as a burnished mirror does the rays of the sun. The sleeper takes no note of the lapse of time, but upon awakening, after 4 or 5 days of trance, imagines he has slept but a few moments. What his lips utter he will never know, but as it is the spirit which directs them they can pronounce nothing but divine truth. For the time being the poor helpless clod is made the shrine of the sacred presence, and converted into an oracle 1,000 times more infallible than the asphyxiated Pythoness of Delphi, and, unlike her romantic frenzy, which was exhibited before the multitude, this holy sleep is witnessed only within the sacred precinct by those few of the adepts who are worthy to stand in the presence of the Adonai. The description which Isaiah gives of the purification necessary for a prophet to undergo before he is worthy to be the mouthpiece of heaven, applies to the case in point. In customary metaphor he says, "Then flew one of the seraphim unto me having a live coal in his hand, which he had taken with the tongs from off the altar, and he laid it upon my mouth and said, Lo, this hath touched thy lips and thine iniquity is taken away." The invocation of his own augoids, by the purified adept, is described in words of unparalleled beauty by Bulwer-Lytton in Zanoni, and there he gives us to understand that the slightest touch of mortal passion unfits the Hierophant to hold communion with his spotless soul. Not only are there few who can successfully perform the ceremony, but even these rarely resort to it except for the instruction of some neophytes, and to obtain knowledge of the most solemn importance. And yet how little is the knowledge treasured up by these hierophants understood or appreciated by the general public. There is another collection of writings and traditions bearing the title of Kabbalah, attributed to Oriental scholars, says the author of Art Magic, but as this remarkable work is of little or no value without a key, which can only be furnished by Oriental fraternities, its transcript would be of no value to the general reader. And how they are ridiculed by every hound-stitch commercial traveler who wanders through India in pursuit of orders and rights to the times, and misrepresented by every nimble-fingered trickster who pretends to show by legerdemain, to the gaping crowd, the feats of true Oriental magicians. But, notwithstanding his unfairness in the Algerian affair, Robert Houdin, an authority on the art of prestidigitation, and Moreau Sinti, another, gave honest testimony in behalf of the French mediums. They both testified, when cross-examined by the academicians, that none but the mediums could possibly produce the phenomena of table rapping and levitation without a suitable preparation and furniture adapted for the purpose. They also showed that the so-called levitations without contact, were feats utterly beyond the power of the professional juggler, that for them, such levitations, unless produced in a room supplied with secret machinery and concave mirrors, was impossible. They added, moreover, that the simple apparition of a diaphanous hand, in a place in which confederacy would be rendered impossible, the medium having been previously searched, would be a demonstration that it was the work of no human agency, whatever else that agency might be. The Siècle and other Parisian newspapers immediately published their suspicions that these two professional and very clever gentlemen had become the confederates of the Spiritists. Professor Pepper, director of the Polytechnic Institute of London, invented a clever apparatus to produce spiritual appearances on the stage, and sold his patent in 1863, in Paris, for the sum of 20,000 francs. The phantoms looked real and were evanescent, being but an effect produced by the reflection of a highly illuminated object upon the surface of plate glass. They seemed to appear and disappear, to walk about the stage and play their parts to perfection. Sometimes one of the phantoms placed himself on a bench, after which, one of the living actors would begin quarreling with him, and, seizing a heavy hatchet, would part the head and body of the ghost in two. But, joining his two parts again, the spectre would reappear, a few steps off, to the amazement of the public. The contrivance worked marvelously well, and nightly attracted large crowds. But to produce these ghosts required a stage apparatus, and more than one confederate. There were nevertheless some reporters who made this exhibition the pretext for ridiculing the Spiritists as though the two classes of phenomena had the slightest connection. What the Pepper ghost pretended to do, genuine disembodied human spirits, when their reflection is materialized by the elementals, can actually perform. They will permit themselves to be perforated with bullets or the sword, or to be dismembered, and then instantly form themselves anew. But the case is different with both cosmic and human elementary spirits, for a sword or dagger, or even a pointed stick, will cause them to vanish in terror. This will seem unaccountable to those who do not understand of what a material substance the elementary are composed, but the Kabbalists understand perfectly. The records of antiquity and of the Middle Ages, to say nothing of the modern wonders at XIII, which have been judicially attested for us, corroborate these facts. Skeptics, and even skeptical spiritualists, have often unjustly accused mediums of fraud, when denied what they considered their inalienable right to test the spirits. But where there is one such case, there are 50 in which spiritualists have permitted themselves to be practiced upon by tricksters, while they neglected to appreciate genuine manifestations procured for them by their mediums. Ignorant of the laws of mediumship, such do not know that when an honest medium is once taken possession of by spirits, whether disembodied or elemental, he is no longer his own master. He cannot control the actions of the spirits, nor even his own. They make him a puppet to dance at their pleasure while they pull the wires behind the scenes. The false medium may seem entranced, and yet be playing tricks all the while the real medium may appear to be in full possession of his senses, when in fact he is far away, and his body is animated by his Indian guide, or control. Or, he may be entranced in his cabinet, while his astral body, double, or doppelganger, is walking about the room moved by another intelligence. Among all the phenomena, that of repercussion, closely allied with those of bilocation and aerial traveling, is the most astounding. In the Middle Ages it was included under the head of sorcery. De Gasperin, in his refutations of the miraculous character of the marvels of XIII, treats of the subject at length, but these pretended explanations were all in their turn exploded by de Merville and de Masseuse, who, while failing in their attempt to trace the phenomena back to the devil, did, nevertheless, prove their spiritual origin. The prodigy of repercussion, says de Masseuse, occurs when a blow aimed at the spirit, visible or otherwise, of an absent living person, or at the phantom which represents him, strikes this person himself, at the same time, and in the very place at which the spectre or his double is touched. We must suppose, therefore, that the blow is repercussed, and that it reaches, as if rebounding, from the image of the living person his phantasmal duplicate the original, wherever he may be, in flesh and blood. Thus, for instance, an individual appears before me, or, remaining invisible, declares war, threatens, and causes me to be threatened with obsession. I strike at the place where I perceive his phantom, where I hear him moving, where I feel something which molests and resists me. I strike, the blood will appear sometimes on this place, and occasionally a scream may be heard, he is wounded perhaps, dead. It is done, and I have explained the fact. Notwithstanding that, at the moment I struck him, his presence in another place is authentically proved. I saw plainly the phantom hurt upon the cheek or shoulder, and this same wound is found precisely on the living person, repercussed upon his cheek or shoulder. Thus, it becomes evident that the facts of repercussion have an intimate connection with those of bilocation or duplication, either spiritual or corporeal. The history of the Salem witchcraft, as we find it recorded in the works of Cotton Mather, Caliph, Upham, and others, furnishes a curious corroboration of the fact of the double, as it also does of the effects of allowing elementary spirits to have their own way. This tragical chapter of American history has never yet been written in accordance with the truth. A party of 4 or 5 young girls had become developed as mediums by sitting with a West Indian Negro woman, a practitioner of obeah. They began to suffer all kinds of physical torture, such as pinching, having pins stuck in them, and the marks of bruises and teeth on different parts of their bodies. They would declare that they were hurt by the specters of various persons, and we learn from the celebrated narrative of Deodat Lawson, London, 1704, that some of them confessed that they did afflict the sufferers, i.e., these young girls, according to the time and manner they were accused thereof, and, being asked what they did to afflict them, some said that they pricked pins into poppets, made with rags, wax, and other materials. One that confessed after the signing of her death warrant, said she used to afflict them by clutching and pinching her hands together, and wishing in what part and after what manner she would have them afflicted, and it was done. Mr. Upham tells us that Abigail Hobbs, one of these girls, acknowledged that she had confederated with the devil, who came to her in the shape of a man, and commanded her to afflict the girls, bringing images made of wood in their likeness, with thorns for her to prick into the images, which she did, whereupon the girls cried out that they were hurt by her. How perfectly these facts, the validity of which was proven by unimpeachable testimony in court, go to corroborate the doctrine of Paracelsus. It is surpassingly strange that so ripe a scholar as Mr. Upham should have accumulated into the 1,000 pages of his 2 volumes such a mass of legal evidence, going to show the agency of earthbound souls and tricksy nature spirits in these tragedies, without suspecting the truth. Ages ago, the old Ennius was made by Lucretius to say, bis duo sunt homines, manes, caro, spiritus umbra, quatuor ist de loci bis duo suciperant, terra tigit carnum, tumulum circumvollat umbra, orcus habet manes. In this present case, as in every similar one, the scientists, being unable to explain the fact, assert that it cannot exist. But we will now give a few historical instances going to show that some daimons, or elementary spirits, are afraid of sword, knife, or anything sharp. We do not pretend to explain the reason. That is the province of physiology and psychology. Unfortunately, physiologists have not yet been able to even establish the relations between speech and thought, and so, have handed it over to the metaphysicians, who, in their turn, according to Forney, have done nothing. Done nothing, we say, but claimed everything. No fact could be presented to some of them that was too large for these learned gentlemen to at least try to stuff into their pigeonholes, labeled with some fancy Greek name, expressive of everything else but the true nature of the phenomenon. Alas, alas! My son, exclaims the wise Mufti of Aleppo to his son Ibrahim, who choked himself with the head of a huge fish. When will you realize that your stomach is smaller than the ocean? Or, as Mrs. Catherine Crowe remarks in her Night Side of Nature, when will our scientists admit that their intellects are no measure of God Almighty's designs? We will not ask which of the ancient writers mention facts of seemingly supernatural nature, but rather which of them does not. In Homer, we find Ulysses evoking the spirit of his friend, the soothsayer Tiresias. Preparing for the ceremony of the Festival of Blood, Ulysses draws his sword, and thus frightens away the thousands of phantoms attracted by the sacrifice. The friend himself, the so long expected Tiresias, dares not approach him so long as Ulysses holds the dreaded weapon in his hand. Aeneas prepares to descend to the kingdom of the shadows, and as soon as they approach its entrance, the Sibyl who guides him utters her warning to the Trojan hero, and orders him to draw his sword and clear himself a passage through the dense crowd of flitting forms, to invade viam, vaginac eripiferum. Glanville gives a wonderful narrative of the apparition of the drummer of Tedworth, which happened in 1661, in which the Sinleca, or double, of the drummer-sorcerer was evidently very much afraid of the sword. Sellis, in his work, gives a long story of his sister-in-law being thrown into a most fearful state by an elementary daimon taking possession of her. She was finally cured by a conjurer, a foreigner named Anaphalangus, who began by threatening the invisible occupant of her body with a naked sword, until he finally dislodged him. Sellis introduces a whole catechism of demonology, which he gives in the following terms: as far as we remember, you want to know, ask the conjurer, whether the bodies of the spirits can be hurt by sword or any other weapon. 38 Yes, they can. Any hard substance striking them can make them sensible to pain, and though their bodies be made neither of solid nor firm substance, they feel it the same, for in beings endowed with sensibility it is not their nerves only which possess the faculty of feeling, but likewise also the spirit which resides in them. The body of a spirit can be sensible in its whole, as well as in each one of its parts. Without the help of any physical organism the spirit sees, hears, and if you touch him feels your touch. If you divide him in two, he will feel the pain as would any living man, for he is matter still, though so refined as to be generally invisible to our eye. One thing, however, distinguishes him from the living men, that when a man's limbs are once divided, their parts cannot be reunited very easily. But, cut a demon in two, and you will see him immediately join himself together. As water or air closes in behind a solid body passing through it, and no trace is left, so does the body of a demon condense itself again, when the penetrative weapon is withdrawn from the wound. But every rent made in it causes him pain nevertheless. That is why daimons dread the point of a sword or any sharp weapon. Let those who want to see them flee try the experiment. One of the most learned scholars of his century, Bodin, the demonologian, held the same opinion, that both the human and cosmical elementaries were sorely afraid of swords and daggers. It is also the opinion of Porphyry, Iamblichus, and Plato. Plutarch mentions it several times. The practicing theurgists knew it well and acted accordingly, and many of the latter assert that the demons suffer from any rent made in their bodies. Bodin tells us a wonderful story to this effect, in his work on the demons, page 292. I remember, says the author, that in 1557 an elemental demon, one of those who are called thundering, fell down with the lightning, into the house of Pudat, the shoemaker, and immediately began flinging stones all about the room. We picked up so many of them that the landlady filled a large chest full, after having securely closed the windows and doors and locked the chest itself. But it did not prevent the demon in the least from introducing other stones into the room, but without injuring any one for all that. Latomy, who was then quarter-president, came to see what was the matter. Immediately upon his entrance, the spirit knocked the cap off his head and made him run away. It had lasted for over 6 days, when M. Jean Morgnes, counselor at the Presidial, came to fetch me to see the mystery. When I entered the house, someone advised the master of it to pray to God with all his heart and to wheel round a sword in the air about the room. He did so. On that following day the landlady told us, that from that very moment they did not hear the least noise in the house, but that during the 7 previous days that it lasted they could not get a moment's rest. The books on the witchcraft of the Middle Ages are full of such narratives. The very rare and interesting work of Glanville, called Saggicismus Triumphatus, ranks with that of Bodin, above mentioned, as one of the best. But we must give space now to certain narratives of the more ancient philosophers, who explain at the same time that they describe. And first in rank for wonders comes Proclus. His list of facts, most of which he supports by the citation of witnesses sometimes well-known philosophers, is staggering. He records many instances in his time of dead persons who were found to have changed their recumbent positions in the sepulchre, for one of either sitting or standing, which he attributes to their being larvae, and which he says is related by the ancients of Aristeus, Epimenides, and Hermodorus. He gives 5 such cases from the history of Clearchus, the disciple of Aristotle. 1. Cleonymus, the Athenian. 2. Polycrates, an illustrious man among the Aeolians. It is related by the historian Nomachius that Polycrates died, and returned in the 9th month after his death. Hiero, the Ephesian, and other historians, says his translator, Taylor, testify to the truth of this. 3. In Nicopolis, the same happened to one Uranus. The latter revived on the 15th day after his burial, and lived for some time after that, leading an exemplary life. 4. Rufus, a priest of Thessalonica, restored to life the 3rd day after his death, for the purpose of performing certain sacred ceremonies according to promise. He fulfilled his engagement, and died again to return no more. 5. This is the case of one Philonia, who lived under the reign of Philip. She was the daughter of Demostratus and Charito of Amphipolos. Married against her wish to one Craterus, she died soon after. But in the 6th month after her death, she revived, as Proclus says, through her love of a youth named Machates, who came to her father Demostratus, from Pella. She visited him for many nights successively, but when this was finally discovered, she, or rather the vampire that represented her, died of rage. Previous to this she declared that she acted in this manner according to the will of terrestrial demons. Her dead body was seen at this second death by every one in the town, lying in her father's house. On opening the vault, where her body had been deposited, it was found empty by those of her relatives, who being incredulous upon that point, went to ascertain the truth. The narrative is corroborated by the epistles of Hipparchus and those of Aristeus to Philip. Says Proclus, many other of the ancients have collected a history of those that have apparently died, and afterward revived. Among these is the natural philosopher Democritus. In his writings concerning Hades, he affirms that, in a certain case under discussion, death was not, as it seemed, an entire desertion of the whole life of the body, but a cessation caused by some blow, or perhaps a wound, but the bonds of the soul yet remained rooted about the marrow, and the heart contained in its profundity the empyrema of life, and this remaining, it again acquired the life, which had been extinguished, in consequence of being adapted to animation. He says again, that it is possible for the soul to depart from and enter into the body, is evident from him, who, according to Clearchus, used a soul-attracting wand on a sleeping boy, and who persuaded Aristotle, as Clearchus relates in his treatise on sleep, that the soul may be separated from the body, and that it enters into a body and uses it as a lodging. 4. Striking the boy with the wand, he drew out, and, as it were, led his soul, for the purpose of evincing that the body was immovable when the soul, astral body, was at a distance from it, and that it was preserved uninjured, but the soul being again led into the body by means of the wand, after its entrance, narrated every particular. From this circumstance, therefore, both the spectators and Aristotle were persuaded that the soul is separate from the body. It may be considered quite absurd to recall so often the facts of witchcraft, in the full light of the 19th century. But the century itself is getting old, and as it gradually approaches the fatal end, it seems as if it were falling into dotage. Not only does it refuse to recollect how abundantly the facts of witchcraft were proven, but it refuses to realize what has been going on for the last 30 years, all over the wide world. After a lapse of several thousand years we may doubt the magic powers of the Thessalonian priests and their sorceries, as mentioned by Pliny. We may throw discredit upon the information given us by Suidas, who narrates Medea's journey through the air, and thus forget that magic was the highest knowledge of natural philosophy. But how are we to dispose of the frequent occurrence of precisely such journeys through the air, when they happen before our own eyes, and are corroborated by the testimony of hundreds of apparently sane persons? If the universality of a belief be a proof of its truth, few facts have been better established than that of sorcery. Every people, from the rudest to the most refined, we may also add in every age, have believed in the kind of supernatural agency, which we understand by this term, says Thomas Wright, the author of Sorcery and Magic, and a skeptical member of the National Institute of France. It was founded on the equally extensive creed, that, besides our own visible existence, we live in an invisible world of spiritual beings, by which our actions and even our thoughts are often guided, and which have a certain degree of power over the elements and over the ordinary course of organic life. Further, marveling how this mysterious science flourished everywhere, and noticing several famous schools of magic in different parts of Europe, he explains the time-honored belief, and shows the difference between sorcery and magic as follows. The magician differed from the witch in this, that, while the latter was an ignorant instrument in the hands of the demons, the former had become their master by the powerful intermediation of science, which was only within reach of the few, and which these beings were unable to disobey. This delineation, established and known since the days of Moses, the author gives as derived from the most authentic sources. If from this unbeliever we pass to the authority of an adept in that mysterious science, the anonymous author of Art Magic, we find him stating the following: the reader may inquire wherein consists the difference between a medium and a magician. The medium is one through whose astral spirit other spirits can manifest, making their presence known by various kinds of phenomena. Whatever these consist in, the medium is only a passive agent in their hands. He can neither command their presence, nor will their absence, can never compel the performance of any special act, nor direct its nature. The magician, on the contrary, can summon and dismiss spirits at will, can perform many feats of occult power through his own spirit, can compel the presence and assistance of spirits of lower grades of being than himself, and effect transformations in the realm of nature upon animate and inanimate bodies. This learned author forgot to point out a marked distinction in mediumship, with which he must have been entirely familiar. Physical phenomena are the result of the manipulation of forces through the physical system of the medium, by the unseen intelligences, of whatever class. In a word, physical mediumship depends on a peculiar organization of the physical system. Spiritual mediumship, which is accompanied by a display of subjective, intellectual phenomena, depends upon a like peculiar organization of the spiritual nature of the medium. As the potter from one lump of clay fashions a vessel of dishonor, and from another a vessel of honor, so, among physical mediums, the plastic astral spirit of one may be prepared for a certain class of objective phenomena, and that of another for a different one. Once so prepared, it appears difficult to alter the phase of mediumship, as when a bar of steel is forged into a certain shape, it cannot be used for any other than its original purpose without difficulty. As a rule, mediums who have been developed for one class of phenomena rarely change to another, but repeat the same performance ad infinitum. The discussion embraces the prophets of Cévennes, the Camisards, the Jansenists, the Abbé Paris, and other historical epidemics, which, as they have been described during the last 20 years by nearly every writer upon the modern phenomena, we will mention as briefly as possible. It is not facts that we desire to bring again under discussion, but merely the way in which such facts were regarded and treated by those who, as physicians and recognized authorities, had the greater responsibility in such questions. If this prejudiced author is introduced to our readers at this time, it is only because his work enables us to show what occult facts and manifestations may expect from orthodox science. When the most world-renowned psychological epidemics are so treated, what will induce a materialist to seriously study other phenomena as well authenticated and as interesting, but still less popular? Let it be remembered that the reports made by various committees to their respective academies at that time, as well as the records of the judicial tribunals, are still in existence, and may be consulted for purposes of verification. It is from such unimpeachable sources that Dr. Figuier compiled his extraordinary work. We must give, at least, in substance, the unparalleled arguments with which the author seeks to demolish every form of supernaturalism, together with the commentaries of the demonological de Mussos, who, in one of his works, pounces upon his skeptical victim like a tiger upon his prey. Between the two champions, the materialist and the bigot, the unbiased student may glean a good harvest. We will begin with the convulsionaires of Cévennes, the epidemic of whose astounding phenomena occurred during the latter part of 1700. The merciless measures adopted by the French Catholics to extirpate the spirit of prophecy from an entire population is historical, and needs no repetition here. The fact alone that a mere handful of men, women, and children, not exceeding 2,000 persons in number, could withstand for years King's troops, which, with the militia, amounted to 60,000 men, is a miracle in itself. The marvels are all recorded, and the procès-verbaux of the time preserved in the archives of France until this day. There is in existence an official report among others, which was sent to Rome by the ferocious Abbé Chéla, the prior of Laval, in which he complains that the evil one is so powerful, that no torture, no amount of inquisitory exorcism, is able to dislodge him from the Sevenoys. He adds, that he closed their hands upon burning coals, and they were not even singed, that he had wrapped their whole persons in cotton soaked with oil, and had set them on fire, and in many cases did not find one blister on their skins, that balls were shot at them, and found flattened between the skin and clothes, without injuring them, etc., etc. Accepting the whole of the above as a solid groundwork for his learned arguments, this is what Dr. Figuier says. Toward the close of the 17th century, an old maid imports into Cévennes the spirit of prophecy. She communicates it to young boys and girls, who transpire it in their turn, and spread it in the surrounding atmosphere. Women and children become the most sensitive to the infection. Men, women, and babies speak under inspiration, not in ordinary patois, but in the purest French language at that time utterly unknown in the country. Children of 12 months, and even less, as we learn from the procès-verbaux, who previously could hardly utter a few short syllables, spoke fluently, and prophesied. 8,000 prophets, says Figuier, were scattered over the country. Doctors and eminent physicians were sent for. Half of the medical schools of France, among others, the faculty of Montpellier, hastened to the spot. Consultations were held, and the physicians declared themselves delighted, lost in wonder and admiration, upon hearing young girls and boys, ignorant and illiterate, deliver discourses on things they had never learned. The sentence pronounced by Figuier against these treacherous professional brethren, for being so delighted with the young prophets, is that they did not understand, themselves, what they saw. Many of the prophets forcibly communicated their spirit to those who tried to break the spell. A great number of them were between 3 and 12 years of age, still others were at the breast, and spoke French distinctly and correctly. These discourses, which often lasted for several hours, would have been impossible to the little orators, were the latter in their natural or normal state. Now, asks the reviewer, what was the meaning of such a series of prodigies, all of them freely admitted in Figuier's book? No meaning at all. It was nothing, he says, except the effect of a momentary exaltation of the intellectual faculties. These phenomena, he adds, are observable in many of the cerebral affections. Momentary exaltation, lasting for many hours in the brains of babies under 1 year old, not weaned yet, speaking good French before they had learned to say one word in their own patois. Oh, miracle of physiology! Prodigy ought to be thy name, exclaims de Maussos. Dr. Kammel, in his work on insanity, remarks Figuier, when reporting on the ecstatic theomania of the Calvinists, concludes that the disease must be attributed in the simpler cases to hysteria, and in those of more serious character to epilepsy. We rather incline to the opinion, says Figuier, that it was a disease sui generis, and in order to have an appropriate name for such a disease, we must be satisfied with the one of the trembling convulsionaries of Cévennes. Theomania and hysteria, again. The medical corporations must themselves be possessed with an incurable atomomania, otherwise why should they give out such absurdities for science, and hope for their acceptance? Such was the fury for exorcising and roasting, continues Figuier, that monks saw possessions by demons everywhere when they felt in need of miracles to either throw more light on the omnipotency of the devil, or keep their dinner pot boiling at the convent. For this sarcasm the pious de Maussos expresses a heartfelt gratitude to Figuier, for, as he remarks, he is in France one of the first writers whom we find, to our surprise, not denying the phenomena which have been made long since undeniable. Moved by a sense of lofty superiority and even disdain for the method used by his predecessors, Dr. Figuier desires his readers to know that he does not follow the same path as they. We will not reject, says he, as being unworthy of credit, facts only because they are embarrassing for our system. On the contrary, we will collect all of the facts that the same historical evidence has transmitted to us, and which, consequently, are entitled to the same credence, and it is upon the whole mass of such facts that we will base the natural explanation, which we have to offer, in our turn, as a sequel to those of the savants who have preceded us on this subject. Thereupon, Dr. Figuier proceeds. He takes a few steps, and, placing himself right in the midst of the convulsionaries of Saint Medard, he invites his readers to scrutinize, under his direction, prodigies which are for him but simple effects of nature. But before we proceed, in our turn, to show Dr. Figuier's opinion, we must refresh the reader's memory as to what the Jansenist miracles comprised, according to historical evidence. Abbé Paris was a Jansenist, who died in 1727. Immediately after his decease the most surprising phenomena began to occur at his tomb. The churchyard was crowded from morning till night. Jesuits, exasperated at seeing heretics perform wonders in healing, and other works, got from the magistrates an order to close all access to the tomb of the abbé. But, notwithstanding every opposition, the wonders lasted for over 20 years. Bishop Douglas, who went to Paris for that sole purpose in 1749, visited the place, and he reports that the miracles were still going on among the convulsionaries. When every endeavor to stop them failed, the Catholic clergy were forced to admit their reality, but screened themselves, as usual, behind the devil. Hume, in his Philosophical Essays, says, "There surely never was so great a number of miracles ascribed to one person as those which were lately said to have been wrought in France upon the tomb of the Abbé Paris. The curing of the sick, giving hearing to the deaf and sight to the blind, were everywhere talked of as the effects of the Holy Sepulchre. But, what is more extraordinary, many of the miracles were immediately proved upon the spot, before judges of unquestioned credit and distinction, in a learned age, and on the most eminent theatre that is now in the world, nor were the Jesuits, though a learned body, supported by the civil magistrates, and determined enemies to those opinions in whose favor the miracles were said to have been wrought, ever able distinctly to refute or detect them. Such is historic evidence." Dr. Middleton, in his Free Inquiry, a book which he wrote at a period when the manifestations were already decreasing, i.e., about 19 years after they had first begun, declares that the evidence of these miracles is fully as strong as that of the wonders recorded of the apostles. The phenomena so well authenticated by thousands of witnesses before magistrates, and in spite of the Catholic clergy, are among the most wonderful in history. Coeur de Montgeron, a member of Parliament and a man who became famous for his connection with the Jansenists, enumerates them carefully in his work. It comprises 4 thick quarto volumes, of which the first is dedicated to the king, under the title, La vérité de miracles opérés par l'intercession de M. de Paris, démontrés contre l'archevêque de sénateurs ouvrage Didio Roy, par M. de Montgeron, Conciliar au Parlement. The author presents a vast amount of personal and official evidence to the truthfulness of every case. For speaking disrespectfully of the Roman clergy, Montgeron was thrown into the Bastille, but his work was accepted. And now for the views of Dr. Figuier upon these remarkable and unquestionably historical phenomena. A convulsionary bends back into an arc, her loins supported by the sharp point of a peg, quotes the learned author, from the Procès-Verbaux. The pleasure that she begs for is to be pounded by a stone weighing 50 pounds, and suspended by a rope passing over a pulley fixed to the ceiling. The stone, being hoisted to its extreme height, falls with all its weight upon the patient's stomach, her back resting all the while on the sharp point of the peg. Montgerin and numerous other witnesses testified to the fact that neither the flesh nor the skin of the back were ever marked in the least, and that the girl, to show she suffered no pain whatever, kept crying out, "Strike harder, harder." Jean Mollet, a girl of 20, leaning with her back against a wall, received upon her stomach 100 blows of a hammer weighing 30 pounds. The blows, administered by a very strong man, were so terrible that they shook the wall. To test the force of the blows, Montgerin tried them on the stone wall against which the girl was leaning. He gets one of the instruments of the Jansenist healing, called the Grand Secours. At the 25th blow, he writes, "The stone upon which I struck, which had been shaken by the preceding efforts, suddenly became loose and fell on the other side of the wall, making an aperture more than half a foot in size." When the blows are struck with violence upon an iron drill held against the stomach of a convulsionaire, who, sometimes, is but a weak woman, it seems, says Montgerin, as if it would penetrate through to the spine and rupture all the entrails under the force of the blows. But, so far from that occurring, the convulsionaire cries out, with an expression of perfect rapture in her face, "Oh, how delightful! Oh, that does me good! Courage, brother, strike twice as hard, if you can." It now remains, continues Dr. Figuier, to try to explain the strange phenomena which we have described. We have said, in the introduction to this work, that at the middle of the 19th century one of the most famous epidemics of possession broke out in Germany, that of the Nonains, who performed all the miracles most admired since the days of Saint Medard, and even some greater ones, who turned somersaults, who climbed dead walls, and spoke foreign languages. The official report of the wonders, which is more full than that of Figuier, adds such further particulars as that the affected persons would stand on their heads for hours together, and correctly describe distant events, even such as were happening in the homes of the committee men, as it was subsequently verified. Men and women were held suspended in the air, by an invisible force, and the combined efforts of the committee were insufficient to pull them down. Old women climbed perpendicular walls 30 feet in height with the agility of wild cats, etc., etc. Now, one should expect that the learned critic, the eminent physician and psychologist, who not only credits such incredible phenomena but himself describes them minutely, and con amore, so to say, would necessarily startle the reading public with some explanation so extraordinary that his scientific views would cause a real hegira to the unexplored fields of psychology. Well, he does startle us, for to all this he quietly observes, recourse was had to marriage to bring to a stop these disorders of the convulsionaires. For once de Musso's had the best of his enemy, marriage. Do you understand this? He remarks. Marriage cures them of this faculty of climbing dead walls like so many flies, and of speaking foreign languages. Oh! The curious properties of marriage in those remarkable days. It should be added, continues Figuier, that with the fanatics of Saint Medard, the blows were never administered except during the convulsive crisis, and that, therefore, as Dr. Kammel suggests, meteorism of the abdomen, the state of spasm of the uterus of women, of the alimentary canal in all cases, the state of contraction, of erethism, of turgescence of the carneous envelopes of the muscular coats which protect and cover the abdomen, chest, and principal vascular masses and the osseous surfaces, may have singularly contributed toward reducing, and even destroying, the force of the blows. The astounding resistance that the skin, the areolar tissue, the surface of the bodies and limbs of the convulsionaires offered to things which seem as if they ought to have torn or crushed them, is of a nature to excite more surprise. Nevertheless, it can be explained. This resisting force, this insensibility, seems to partake of the extreme changes in sensibility which can occur in the animal economy during a time of great exaltation. Anger, fear, in a word, every passion, provided that it be carried to a paroxysmal point, can produce this insensibility. Let us remark, besides, rejoins Dr. Kammel, quoted by Figuier, that for striking upon the bodies of the convulsionaires use was made either of massive objects with flat or rounded surfaces, or of cylindrical and blunt shapes. The action of such physical agents is not to be compared, in respect to the danger which attaches to it, with that of cords, supple or flexible instruments, and those having a sharp edge. In fine, the contact and the shock of the blows produced upon the convulsionaires the effect of a salutary shampooing, and reduce the violence of the tortures of hysteria. The reader will please observe that this is not intended as a joke, but is the sober theory of one of the most eminent of French physicians, hoary with age and experience, the director-in-chief of the government insane asylum at Charenton. Really, the above explanation might lead the reader to a strange suspicion. We might imagine, perhaps, that Dr. Kammel has kept company with the patients under his care a few more years than was good for the healthy action of his own brain. Besides, when Figuier talks of massive objects, of cylindrical and blunt shapes, he surely forgets the sharp swords, pointed iron pegs, and the hatchets, of which he himself gave a graphic description on page 409 of his first volume. The brother of Elie Marion is shown by him striking his stomach and abdomen with the sharp point of a knife, with tremendous force, his body all the while resisting as if it were made of iron. Arrived at this point, de Maussos loses all patience, and indignantly exclaims, "Was the learned physician quite awake when writing the above sentences?" If, perchance, the doctors Kammel and Figuier should seriously maintain their assertions and insist on their theory, we are ready to answer them as follows: we are perfectly willing to believe you. But before such a superhuman effort of condescension, will you not demonstrate to us the truth of your theory in a more practical manner? Let us, for example, develop in you a violent and terrible passion, anger, rage if you choose. You shall permit us for a single moment to be in your sight irritating, rude, and insulting. Of course, we will be so only at your request and in the interest of science and your cause. Our duty under the contract will consist in humiliating and provoking you to the last extremity. Before a public audience, who shall know nothing of our agreement, but whom you must satisfy as to your assertions, we will insult you, we will tell you that your writings are an ambuscade to truth, an insult to common sense, a disgrace which paper only can bear, but which the public should chastise. We will add that you lie to science, you lie to the ears of the ignorant and stupid fools gathered around you, open-mouthed, like the crowd around a peddling quack. And when, transported beyond yourself, your face ablaze, and anger tumefying, you shall have displaced your fluids, when your fury has reached the point of bursting, we will cause your turgescent muscles to be struck with powerful blows, your friends shall show us the most insensible places, we will let a perfect shower, an avalanche of stones fall upon them. For so was treated the flesh of the convulsed women whose appetite for such blows could never be satisfied. But, in order to procure for you the gratification of a salutary shampooing as you deliciously express it, your limbs shall only be pounded with objects having blunt surfaces and cylindrical shapes, with clubs and sticks devoid of suppleness, and, if you prefer it, neatly turned in a lathe. So liberal is de Maussos, so determined to accommodate his antagonists with every possible chance to prove their theory, that he offers them the choice to substitute for themselves in the experiment their wives, mothers, daughters, and sisters, since, he says, you have remarked that the weaker sex is the strong and resistant sex in these disconcerting trials. Useless to remark that de Maussos's challenge remained unanswered. Chapter 11. Strange condition of the human mind, which seems to require that it should long exercise itself in error, before it dare approach the truth. Magendie. It is a truth perpetually, that accumulated facts, lying in disorder, begin to assume some order if an hypothesis is thrown among them. Herbert Spencer. And now we must search magical history for cases similar to those given in the preceding chapter. This insensibility of the human body to the impact of heavy blows, and resistance to penetration by sharp points and musket bullets, is a phenomenon sufficiently familiar in the experience of all times and all countries. While science is entirely unable to give any reasonable explanation of the mystery, the question appears to offer no difficulty to mesmerists, who have well studied the properties of the fluid. The man, who by a few passes over a limb can produce a local paralysis so as to render it utterly insensible to burns, cuts, and the prickings of needles, need be but very little astonished at the phenomena of the Jansenists. As to the adepts of magic, especially in Siam and the East Indies, they are too familiar with the properties of the akasa, the mysterious life fluid, to even regard the insensibility of the convulsionaires as a very great phenomenon. The astral fluid can be compressed about a person so as to form an elastic shell, absolutely non-penetrable by any physical object, however great the velocity with which it travels. In a word, this fluid can be made to equal and even excel in resisting power, water and air. In India, Malabar, and some places of Central Africa, the conjurers will freely permit any traveler to fire his musket or revolver at them, without touching the weapon themselves or selecting the balls. In Lang's Travels among Timani, the Kurankos, and the Solimas, occurs a description by an English traveler, the first white man to visit the tribe of the Solimas, near the sources of the Dialaba, of a very curious scene. A body of picked soldiers fired upon a chief who had nothing to defend himself with but certain talismans. Although their muskets were properly loaded and aimed, not a ball could strike him. Salvert gives a similar case in his Philosophy of Occult Sciences. In 1568, the Prince of Orange condemned a Spanish prisoner to be shot at Juliers. The soldiers tied him to a tree and fired, but he was invulnerable. They at last stripped him to see what armor he wore, but found only an amulet. When this was taken from him, he fell dead at the first shot. This is a very different affair from the dexterous trickery resorted to by Howden in Algeria. He prepared balls himself of tallow, blackened with soot, and by sleight of hand exchanged them for the real bullets, which the Arab sheiks supposed they were placing in the pistols. The simple-minded natives, knowing nothing but real magic, which they had inherited from their ancestors, and which consists in each case of some one thing that they can do without knowing why or how, and seeing Howden, as they thought, accomplish the same results in a more impressive manner, fancied that he was a greater magician than themselves. Many travelers, the writer included, have witnessed instances of this invulnerability where deception was impossible. A few years ago, there lived in an African village an Abyssinian who passed for a sorcerer. Upon one occasion a party of Europeans, going to Sudan, amused themselves for an hour or two in firing at him with their own pistols and muskets, a privilege which he gave them for a trifling fee. As many as 5 shots were fired simultaneously, by a Frenchman named Langlois, and the muzzles of the pieces were not above 2 yards distant from the sorcerer's breast. In each case, simultaneously with the flash, the bullet would appear just beyond the muzzle, quivering in the air, and then, after describing a short parabola, fall harmlessly to the ground. A German of the party, who was going in search of ostrich feathers, offered the magician a 5-franc piece if he would allow him to fire his gun with the muzzle touching his body. The man at first refused, but, finally, after appearing to hold conversation with somebody inside the ground, consented. The experimenter carefully loaded, and pressing the muzzle of the weapon against the sorcerer's body, after a moment's hesitation, fired. The barrel burst into fragments as far down as the stock, and the man walked off unhurt. This quality of invulnerability can be imparted to persons both by living adepts and by spirits. In our own time several well-known mediums have frequently, in the presence of the most respectable witnesses, not only handled blazing coals and actually placed their face upon a fire without singeing a hair, but even laid flaming coals upon the heads and hands of bystanders, as in the case of Lord Lindsay and Lord Adair. The well-known story of the Indian chief, who confessed to Washington that at Braddock's defeat he had fired his rifle at him 17 times at short range without being able to touch him, will recur to the reader in this connection. In fact, many great commanders have been believed by their soldiers to bear what is called a charmed life, and Prince Emil von Sayn-Wittgenstein, a general of the Russian army, is said to be one of these. This same power which enables one to compress the astral fluid so as to form an impenetrable shell around one, can be used to direct, so to speak, a bolt of the fluid against a given object, with fatal force. Many a dark revenge has been taken in that way, and in such cases the coroner's inquest will never disclose anything but sudden death, apparently resulting from heart disease, an apoplectic fit, or some other natural, but still not veritable cause. Many persons firmly believe that certain individuals possess the power of the evil eye. The malocchio, or jettatura, is a belief which is prevalent throughout Italy and southern Europe. The Pope is held to be possessed perchance unconsciously of that disagreeable gift. There are persons who can kill toads by merely looking at them, and can even slay individuals. The malign ants of their desire brings evil forces to a focus, and the death-dealing bolt is projected, as though it were a bullet from a rifle. In 1864, in the French province of Loire, near the little village of Brignoles, lived a peasant named Jacques Pelissier, who made a living by killing birds by simple willpower. His case is reported by the well-known Dr. d'Alger, at whose request the singular hunter gave exhibitions to several scientific men of his method of proceeding. The story is told as follows: at about 15 or 20 paces from us, I saw a charming little meadowlark which I showed to Jacques. "Watch him well, monsieur," said he is mine. Instantly stretching his right hand toward the bird, he approached him gently. The meadowlark stops, raises and lowers his pretty head, spreads his wings, but cannot fly. At last he cannot make a step further and suffers himself to be taken, only moving his wings with a feeble fluttering. I examine the bird. His eyes are tightly closed and his body has a corpse-like stiffness, although the pulsations of the heart are very distinct. It is a true cataleptic sleep, and all the phenomena incontestably prove a magnetic action. 14 little birds were taken in this way. Within the space of an hour, none could resist the power of Master Jacques, and all presented the same cataleptic sleep, a sleep which, moreover, terminates at the will of the hunter, whose humble slaves these little birds have become. 100 times, perhaps, I asked Jacques to restore life and movement to his prisoners, to charm them only halfway, so that they might hop along the ground, and then again bring them completely under the charm. All my requests were exactly complied with, and not one single failure was made by this remarkable Nimrod, who finally said to me, "If you wish it, I will kill those which you designate without touching them." I pointed out two for the experiment, and, at 25 or 30 paces distance, he accomplished in less than 5 minutes what he had promised. A most curious feature of the above case is, that Jacques had complete power only over sparrows, robins, goldfinches, and meadowlarks. He could sometimes charm skylarks, but, as he says, they often escape me. This same power is exercised with greater force by persons known as wild beast tamers. On the banks of the Nile, some of the natives can charm the crocodiles out of the water with a peculiarly melodious, low whistle, and handle them with impunity, while others possess such powers over the most deadly snakes. Travelers tell of seeing the charmers surrounded by multitudes of the reptiles which they dispatch at their leisure. Bruce, Hasselquist, and Lempriere testify to the fact that they have seen in Egypt, Morocco, Arabia, and especially in the Sennar, some natives utterly disregarding the bites of the most poisonous vipers, as well as the stings of scorpions. They handle and play with them, and throw them at will into a state of stupor. In vain do the Latin and Greek writers, says Salvert, assure us that the gift of charming venomous reptiles was hereditary in certain families from time immemorial, that in Africa the same gift was enjoyed by the Scilli, that the Marses in Italy, and the Ophiocines in Cyprus possessed it. The skeptics forget that, in Italy, even at the commencement of the 16th century, men, claiming to be descended from the family of St. Paul, braved, like the Marses, the bites of serpents. Doubts upon this subject, he goes on to say, were removed forever at the time of the expedition of the French into Egypt, and the following relation is attested by thousands of eyewitnesses. The Scilli, who pretended, as Bruce had related, to possess that faculty, went from house to house to destroy serpents of every kind. A wonderful instinct drew them at first toward the place in which the serpents were hidden. Furious, howling, and foaming, they seized and tore them asunder with their nails and teeth. Let us place, says Salvert, inveterate skeptic himself, to the account of charlatanism, the howling and the fury. Still, the instinct which warned the Scilli of the presence of the serpents, has in it something more real. In the Antilles, the Negroes discover, by its odor, a serpent which they do not see. In Egypt, the same tact, formerly possessed, is still enjoyed by men brought up to it from infancy, and born as with an assumed hereditary gift to hunt serpents, and to discover them even at a distance too great for the effluvia to be perceptible to the dull organs of a European. The principal fact above all others, the faculty, or rendering dangerous animals powerless, merely by touching them, remains well verified, and we shall, perhaps, never understand better the nature of this secret, celebrated in antiquity, and preserved to our time by the most ignorant of men. Music is delightful to every person. Low whistling, a melodious chant, or the sounds of a flute will invariably attract reptiles in countries where they are found. We have witnessed and verified the fact repeatedly. In Upper Egypt, whenever our caravan stopped, a young traveler, who believed he excelled on the flute, amused the company by playing. The camel drivers and other Arabs invariably checked him, having been several times annoyed by the unexpected appearance of various families of the reptile tribe, which generally shirk an encounter with men. Finally, our caravan met with a party, among whom were professional serpent charmers, and the virtuoso was then invited, for experiment's sake, to display his skill. No sooner had he commenced, than a slight rustling was heard, and the musician was horrified at suddenly seeing a large snake appear in dangerous proximity with his legs. The serpent, with uplifted head and eyes fixed on him, slowly, and, as if unconsciously, crawled, softly undulating its body, and following his every movement. Then appeared at a distance another one, then a third, and a fourth, which were speedily followed by others, until we found ourselves quite in a select company. Several of the travelers made for the backs of their camels, while others sought refuge in the cantonier's tent. But it was a vain alarm. The charmers, 3 in number, began their chants and incantations, and, attracting the reptiles, were very soon covered with them from head to foot. As soon as the serpents approached the men, they exhibited signs of torpor, and were soon plunged in a deep catalepsy. Their eyes were half closed and glazed, and their heads drooping. There remained but one recalcitrant, a large and glossy black fellow, with a spotted skin. This melaman of the desert went on gracefully nodding and leaping, as if it had danced on its tail all its life, and keeping time to the notes of the flute. This snake would not be enticed by the charming of the Arabs, but kept slowly moving in the direction of the flute player, who at last took to his heels. The modern Scythian then took out of his bag a half-withered plant, which he kept waving in the direction of the serpent. It had a strong smell of mint, and as soon as the reptile caught its odor, it followed the Arab, still erect upon its tail, but now approaching the plant. A few more seconds, and the traditional enemy of man was seen entwined around the arm of his charmer, became torpid in its turn, and the whole lot were then thrown together in a pool, after having their heads cut off. Many believe that all such snakes are prepared and trained for the purpose, and that they are either deprived of their fangs, or have their mouths sewed up. There may be, doubtless, some inferior jugglers, whose trickery has given rise to such an idea. But the genuine serpent charmer has too well established his claims in the East, to resort to any such cheap fraud. They have the testimony on this subject of too many trustworthy travelers, including some scientists, to be accused of any such charlatanism. That the snakes, which are charmed to dance and to become harmless, are still poisonous, is verified by Forbes. On the music stopping too suddenly, says he, or from some other cause, the serpent, who had been dancing within a circle of country people, darted among the spectators, and inflicted a wound in the throat of a young woman, who died in agony, in half an hour afterward. According to the accounts of many travelers, the Negro women of Dutch Guiana, the Obeah women, excel in taming very large snakes called Amothites, or papa. They make them descend from the trees, follow, and obey them by merely speaking to them. We have seen in India a small brotherhood of fakirs settled round a little lake, or rather a deep pool of water, the bottom of which was literally carpeted with enormous alligators. These amphibious monsters crawl out, and warm themselves in the sun, a few feet from the fakirs, some of whom may be motionless, lost in prayer and contemplation. So long as one of these holy beggars remains in view, the crocodiles are as harmless as kittens. But we would never advise a foreigner to risk himself alone within a few yards of these monsters. The poor Frenchman Pradon found an untimely grave in one of these terrible saurians, commonly called by the Hindus Madila. This word should be Nihang or Garil. When Iamblichus, Herodotus, Pliny, or some other ancient writer tells us of priests who caused asps to come forth from the altar of Isis, or of thaumaturgists taming with a glance the most ferocious animals, they are considered liars and ignorant imbeciles. When modern travelers tell us of the same wonders performed in the East, they are set down as enthusiastic jabberers, or untrustworthy writers. But, despite materialistic skepticism, man does possess such a power, as we see manifested in the above instances. When psychology and physiology become worthy of the name of sciences, Europeans will be convinced of the weird and formidable potency existing in the human will and imagination, whether exercised consciously or otherwise. And yet, how easy to realize such power in spirit, if we only think of that grand truism in nature that every most insignificant atom in it is moved by spirit, which is one in its essence, for the least particle of it represents the whole, and that matter is but the concrete copy of the abstract idea, after all. In this connection, let us cite a few instances of the imperial power of even the unconscious will, to create according to the imagination or rather the faculty of discerning images in the astral light. We have but to recall the very familiar phenomenon of stigmata, or birthmarks, where effects are produced by the involuntary agency of the maternal imagination under a state of excitement. The fact that the mother can control the appearance of her unborn child was so well known among the ancients, that it was the custom among wealthy Greeks to place fine statues near the bed, so that she might have a perfect model constantly before her eyes. The cunning trick by which the Hebrew patriarch Jacob caused ring-streaked and speckled calves to be dropped is an illustration of the law among animals, and Aricante tells of 4 successive litters of puppies, born of healthy parents, some of which, in each litter, were well formed, whilst the remainder were without anterior extremities and had hair lip. The works of Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, Burdac, and Elam contain accounts of great numbers of such cases, and in Dr. Prosper Lucas's important volume, Sur l'Hérédité naturelle, there are many. Elam quotes from Pritchard an instance where the child of a Negro and white was marked with black and white color upon separate parts of the body. He adds, with laudable sincerity, these are singularities of which, in the present state of science, no explanation can be given. It is a pity that his example was not more generally imitated. Among the ancients Empedocles, Aristotle, Pliny, Hippocrates, Galen, Marcus Damascenus, and others give us accounts quite as wonderful as our contemporary authors. In a work published in London, in 1659, a powerful argument is made in refutation of the materialists by showing the potency of the human mind upon the subtle forces of nature. The author, Dr. Moore, views the fetus as if it were a plastic substance, which can be fashioned by the mother to an agreeable or disagreeable shape, to resemble some person or in part several persons, and to be stamped with the effigies, or as we might more properly call it, astrograph, of some object vividly presented to her imagination. These effects may be produced by her voluntarily or involuntarily, consciously or unconsciously, feebly or forcibly, as the case may be. It depends upon her ignorance or knowledge of the profound mysteries of nature. Taking women in the mass, the marking of the embryo may be considered more accidental than the result of design, and as each person's atmosphere in the astral light is peopled with the images of his or her immediate family, the sensitive surface of the fetus, which may almost be likened to the collodionized plate of a photograph, is as likely as not to be stamped with the image of a near or remote ancestor, whom the mother never saw, but which, at some critical moment, came as it were into the focus of nature's camera. Says Dr. Elam, near me is seated a visitor from a distant continent, where she was born and educated. The portrait of a remote ancestress, far back in the last century, hangs upon the wall. In every feature, one is an accurate presentment of the other, although the one never left England, and the other was an American by birth and half-parentage. The power of the imagination upon our physical condition, even after we arrive at maturity, is evinced in many familiar ways. In medicine, the intelligent physician does not hesitate to accord to it a curative or morbific potency greater than his pills and potions. He calls it the vis medicatrix naturae, and his first endeavor is to gain the confidence of his patient so completely that he can cause nature to extirpate the disease. Fear often kills, and grief has such a power over the subtle fluids of the body as not only to derange the internal organs but even to turn the hair white. Ficinus mentions the signature of the fetus with the marks of cherries and various fruits, colors, hairs, and excrescences, and acknowledges that the imagination of the mother may transform it into a resemblance of an ape, pig, or dog, or any such animal. Marcus de Maecenas tells of a girl covered with hair and, like our modern Julia Pastrana, furnished with a full beard, Gulielmus Paradinus, of a child whose skin and nails resembled those of a bear, Balduinus Roncius of one born with a turkey's wattles, Parius, of one with a head like a frog, and Avicenna, of chickens with hawks' heads. In this latter case, which perfectly exemplifies the power of the same imagination in animals, the embryo must have been stamped at the instant of conception when the hen's imagination saw a hawk either in fact or in fancy. This is evident, for Dr. Moore, who quotes this case on the authority of Avicenna, remarks very appropriately that, as the egg in question might have been hatched 100 miles distant from the hen, the microscopic picture of the hawk impressed upon the embryo must have enlarged and perfected itself with the growth of the chicken quite independently of any subsequent influence from the hen. Cornelius Gemma tells of a child that was born with his forehead wounded and running with blood, the result of his father's threats toward his mother, with a drawn sword which he directed toward her forehead. Senertius records the case of a pregnant woman who, seeing a butcher divide a swine's head with his cleaver, brought forth her child with his face cloven in the upper jaw, the palate, and upper lip to the very nose. In Van Helmont's De Injectis Materialibus, some very astonishing cases are reported. The wife of a tailor at Mechlin was standing at her door and saw a soldier's hand cut off in a quarrel, which so impressed her as to bring on premature labor, and her child was born with only one hand, the other arm bleeding. In 1602, the wife of Marcus de Vogelier, a merchant of Antwerp, seeing a soldier who had just lost his arm, was taken in labor and brought forth a daughter with one arm struck off and bleeding as in the first case. Van Helmont gives a third example of another woman who witnessed the beheading of 13 men by order of the Duc d'Alva. The horror of the spectacle was so overpowering that she suddenly fell into labor and brought forth a perfectly formed infant. Only the head was wanting, but the neck bloody as their bodies she beheld that had their heads cut off. And that which does still advance the wonder is, that the hand, arm, and head of these infants were none of them to be found. If it was possible to conceive of such a thing as a miracle in nature, the above cases of the sudden disappearance of portions of the unborn human body might be designated. We have looked in vain through the latest authorities upon human physiology for any sufficient theory to account for the least remarkable of fetal signatures. The most they can do is to record instances of what they call spontaneous varieties of type, and then fall back either upon Mr. Proctor's curious coincidences, or upon such candid confessions of ignorance as are to be found in authors not entirely satisfied with the sum of human knowledge. Magendie acknowledges that, despite scientific researches, comparatively little is known of fetal life. At page 518 of the American edition of his Précis élémentaire de physiologie he instances a case where the umbilical cord was ruptured and perfectly cicatrized, and asks, how was the circulation carried on in this organ? On the next page, he says, nothing is at present known respecting the use of digestion in the fetus, and respecting its nutrition, propounds this query, what, then, can we say of the nutrition of the fetus? Physiological works contain only vague conjectures on this point. On page 520, the following language occurs, in consequence of some unknown cause, the different parts of the fetus sometimes develop themselves in a preternatural manner. With singular inconsistency with his previous admissions of the ignorance of science upon all these points which we have quoted, he adds, there is no reason for believing that the imagination of the mother can have any influence in the formation of these monsters. Besides, productions of this kind are daily observed in the offspring of other animals and even in plants. How perfect an illustration is this of the methods of scientific men! The moment they pass beyond their circle of observed facts, their judgment seems to become entirely perverted. Their deductions from their own researches are often greatly inferior to those made by others who have to take the facts at second hand. The literature of science is constantly furnishing examples of this truth, and when we consider the reasoning of materialistic observers upon psychological phenomena, the rule is strikingly manifest. Those who are soul-blind are as constitutionally incapable of distinguishing psychological causes from material effects as the color-blind are to select scarlet from black. Elam, without being in the least a spiritualist, nay, though an enemy to it, represents the belief of honest scientists in the following expressions: "It is certainly inexplicable how matter and mind can act and react one upon the other. The mystery is acknowledged by all to be insoluble, and will probably ever remain so." The great English authority upon the subject of malformation is The Science and Practice of Medicine, by William Aitken, M.D., Edinburgh, and Professor of Pathology in the Army Medical School, the American edition of which, by Professor Meredith Clymer, M.D., of the University of Pennsylvania, has equal weight in the United States. At page 233 of Vol. 1 we find the subject treated at length. The author says, "The superstition, absurd notions, and strange causes assigned to the occurrence of such malformations are now fast disappearing before the lucid expositions of those famous anatomists who have made the development and growth of the ovum a subject of special study. It is sufficient to mention here the names J. Muller, Ratlike, Bischoff, St. Hilaire, Burdack, Alan Thompson, G. and W. Vralik, Wolf, Meckel, Simpson, Rokitansky, and von Amann as sufficient evidence that the truths of science will in time dispel the mists of ignorance and superstition. One would think, from the complacent tone adopted by this eminent writer, that we were in possession if not of the means of readily solving this intricate problem, at least of a clue to guide us through the maze of our difficulties. But, in 1872, after profiting by all the labors and ingenuity of the illustrious pathologists above enumerated, we find him making the same confession of ignorance as that expressed by Magendie in 1838. "Nevertheless," says he, "much mystery still enshrouds the origin of malformation. The origin of them may be considered in two main issues, namely, 1. Are they due to original malformation of the germ? 2. Or, are they due to subsequent deformities of the embryo by causes operating on its development? With regard to the first issue, it is believed that the germ may be originally malformed, or defective, owing to some influence proceeding either from the female, or from the male, as in case of repeated procreation of the same kind of malformation by the same parents, deformities on either side being transmitted as an inheritance. Being unsupplied with any philosophy of their own to account for the lesions, the pathologists, true to professional instinct, resort to negation. That such deformity may be produced by mental impressions on pregnant women there is an absence of positive proof, they say. Moles, mother's marks, and cutaneous spots as ascribed to morbid states of the coats of the ovum. A very generally recognized cause of malformation consists in impeded development of the fetus, the cause of which is not always obvious, but is for the most part concealed. Transient forms of the human fetus are comparable to persistent forms of many lower animals. Can the learned professor explain why? Hence malformations resulting from arrest of development often acquire an animal-like appearance. Exactly, but why do not pathologists inform us why it is so? Any anatomist who has made the development and growth of the embryo and fetus a subject of special study can tell, without much brain work, what daily experience and the evidence of his own eyes show him, that up to a certain period, the human embryo is a facsimile of a young batrachian in its first remove from the spawn a tadpole. But no physiologist or anatomist seems to have had the idea of applying to the development of the human being from the first instant of its physical appearance as a germ to its ultimate formation and birth the Pythagorean esoteric doctrine of metempsychosis, so erroneously interpreted by critics. The meaning of the Kabbalistic axiom, a stone becomes a plant a beast a man, etc., was mentioned in another place in relation to the spiritual and physical evolution of man on this earth. We will now add a few words more to make the idea clearer. What is the primitive shape of the future man? A grain, a corpuscle, say some physiologists, a molecule, an ovum of the ovum, say others. If it could be analyzed by the spectroscope or otherwise, of what ought we to expect to find it composed? Analogically, we should say, of a nucleus of inorganic matter, deposited from the circulation at the germinating point, and united with a deposit of organic matter. In other words, this infinitesimal nucleus of the future man is composed of the same elements as a stone, of the same elements as the earth, which the man is destined to inhabit. Moses is cited by the Kabbalists as authority for the remark that it required earth and water to make a living being, and thus it may be said that man first appears as a stone. At the end of 3 or 4 weeks the ovum has assumed a plant-like appearance, one extremity having become spheroidal and the other tapering, like a carrot. Upon dissection it is found to be composed, like an onion, of very delicate laminae or coats, enclosing a liquid. The laminae approach each other at the lower end, and the embryo hangs from the root of the umbilicus almost like a fruit from the bough. The stone has now become changed, by metempsychosis, into a plant. Then the embryonic creature begins to shoot out, from the inside outward, its limbs, and develops its features. The eyes are visible as 2 black dots, the ears, nose, and mouth form depressions, like the points of a pineapple, before they begin to project. The embryo develops into an animal-like fetus the shape of a tadpole, and like an amphibious reptile lives in water, and develops from it. Its monad has not yet become either human or immortal, for the Kabbalists tell us that only comes at the 4th hour. One by one the fetus assumes the characteristics of the human being, the first flutter of the immortal breath passes through his being, he moves, nature opens the way for him, ushers him into the world, and the divine essence settles in the infant frame, which it will inhabit until the moment of physical death, when man becomes a spirit. This mysterious process of a 9 months formation the Kabbalists call the completion of the individual cycle of evolution. As the fetus develops from the liquor amnii in the womb, so the earths germinate from the universal ether, or astral fluid, in the womb of the universe. These cosmic children, like their pygmy inhabitants, are first nuclei, then ovules, then gradually mature, and becoming mothers in their turn, develop mineral, vegetable, animal, and human forms. From center to circumference, from the imperceptible vesicle to the uttermost conceivable bounds of the cosmos, these glorious thinkers, the Kabbalists, trace cycle merging into cycle, containing and contained in an endless series. The embryo evolving in its prenatal sphere, the individual in his family, the family in the state in mankind, the earth in our system, that system in its central universe, the universe in the cosmos, and the cosmos in the first cause, the boundless and endless. So runs their philosophy of evolution. All are but parts of one stupendous whole, whose body nature is, and God the soul. Worlds without number lie in this bosom like children. While unanimously agreeing that physical causes, such as blows, accidents, and bad quality of food for the mother, affect the fetus in a way which endangers its life, and while admitting again that moral causes, such as fear, sudden terror, violent grief, or even extreme joy, may retard the growth of the fetus or even kill it, many physiologists agree with Magendie in saying, there is no reason for believing that the imagination of the mother can have any influence in the formation of monsters, and only because productions of this kind are daily observed in the production of other animals and even in plants. In this opinion he is supported by the leading teratologists of our day. Although Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire gave its name to the new science, its facts are based upon the exhaustive experiments of Bichat, who, in 1802, was recognized as the founder of analytical and philosophical anatomy. One of the most important contributions to teratological literature is the monograph of G. J. Fisher, M.D., of Sing Sing, N.Y., entitled Diploteratology, an essay on compound human monsters. This writer classifies monstrous fetal growths into their genera and species, accompanying the cases with reflections suggested by their peculiarities. Following Saint Hilaire, he divides the history of the subject into the fabulous, the positive, and the scientific periods. It suffices for our purpose to say that in the present state of scientific opinion 2 points are considered as established. 1. That the maternal, mental condition has no influence in the production of monstrosities. 2. That most varieties of monstrosity may be accounted for on the theory of arrest and retardation of development. Says Fisher, by a careful study of the laws of development and the order in which the various organs are evolved in the embryo, it has been observed that monsters by defect or arrest of development are, to a certain extent, permanent embryos. The abnormal organs merely represent the primitive condition of formation as it existed in an early stage of embryonic or fetal life. With physiology in so confessedly chaotic a state as it is at present, it seems a little like hardihood in any teratologist, however great his achievements in anatomy, histology, or embryology, to take so dangerous a position as that the mother has no influence upon her offspring. While the microscopes of Haller and Prolick, Durest and Laura Boulette have disclosed to us many interesting facts concerning the single or double primitive traces on the vitelline membrane, what remains undiscovered about embryology by modern science appears greater still. If we grant that monstrosities are the result of an arrest of development, nay, if we go farther, and concede that the fetal future may be prognosticated from the vitelline tracings, where will the teratologists take us to learn the antecedent psychological cause of either? Dr. Fisher may have carefully studied some hundreds of cases, and feel himself authorized to construct a new classification of their genera and species, but facts are facts, and outside the field of his observation it appears, even if we judge but by our own personal experience, in various countries, that there are abundant attainable proofs that the violent maternal emotions are often reflected in tangible, visible, and permanent disfigurements of the child. And the cases in question seem, moreover, to contradict Dr. Fisher's assertion that monstrous growths are due to causes traceable to the early stages of embryonic or fetal life. One case was that of a judge of an imperial court at Saratov, Russia, who always wore a bandage to cover a mouse mark on the left side of his face. It was a perfectly formed mouse, whose body was represented in high relief upon the cheek, and the tail ran upward across the temple and was lost in his hair. The body seemed glossy, gray, and quite natural. According to his own account, his mother had an unconquerable repugnance to mice, and her labor was prematurely brought on by seeing a mouse jump out from her workbox. In another instance, of which the writer was a witness, a pregnant lady, within 2 or 3 weeks of her accouchement, saw a bowl of raspberries, and was seized with an irresistible longing for some, but denied. She excitedly clasped her right hand to her neck in a somewhat theatrical manner, and exclaimed that she must have them. The child born under our eyes, 3 weeks later, had a perfectly defined raspberry on the right side of his neck. To this day, when that fruit ripens, his birthmark becomes of a deep crimson, while, during the winter, it is quite pale. Such cases as these, which are familiar to many mothers of families, either in their personal experience or that of friends, carry conviction, despite the theories of all the teratologists of Europe and America. Because, forsooth, animals and plants are observed to produce malformations of their species as well as human beings, Magendie and his school infer that the human malformations of an identical character are not at all due to maternal imagination, since the former are not. If physical causes produce physical effects in the subordinate kingdoms, the inference is that the same rule must hold with ourselves. But an entirely original theory was broached by Professor Armour, of the Long Island Medical College, in the course of a discussion recently held in the Detroit Academy of Medicine. In opposition to the orthodox views which Dr. Fisher represents, Professor Armour says that malformations result from either one of 2 causes: 1, a deficiency or abnormal condition in the generative matter from which the fetus is developed, or 2, morbid influences acting on the fetus in utero. He maintains that the generative matter represents in its composition every tissue, structure, and form, and that there may be such a transmission of acquired structural peculiarities as would make the generative matter incapable of producing a healthy and equally developed offspring. On the other hand, the generative matter may be perfect in itself, but being subjected to morbid influences during the process of gestation, the offspring will, of necessity, be monstrous. To be consistent, this theory must account for diplodontological cases, double-headed or double-membered monsters, which seems difficult. We might, perhaps, admit that in defective generative matter, the head of the embryo might not be represented, or any other part of the body be deficient, but it hardly seems as if there could be 2, 3, or more representatives of a single member. Again, if the generative matter have hereditary taint, it seems as if all the resulting progeny should be equally monstrous, whereas the fact is that in many cases the mother has given birth to a number of healthy children before the monster made its appearance, all being the progeny of one father. Numerous cases of this kind are quoted by Dr. Fisher. Among others he cites the case of Catherine Corcoran, a very healthy woman, 30 years of age and who, previously to giving birth to this monster had borne 5 well-formed children, no 2 of which were twins. It had a head at either extremity, 2 chests, with arms complete, 2 abdominal, and 2 pelvic cavities united end to end, with 4 legs placed 2 at either side, where the union between the 2 occurred. Certain parts of the body, however, were not duplicated, and therefore this cannot be claimed as a case of the growing together of twins. Another instance is that of Maria Teresa Parodi. This woman, who had previously given birth to 8 well-formed children, was delivered of a female infant the upper part of which only was double. Instances in which before and after the production of a monster the children were perfectly healthy are numerous, and if, on the other hand, the fact that monstrosities are as common with animals as they are with mankind is a generally accepted argument against the popular theory that these malformations are due to the imagination of the mother, and that other fact that there is no difference between the ovarian cell of a mammifer and man, be admitted, what becomes of Professor Armour's theory? In such a case an instance of an animal malformation is as good as that of a human monster, and this is what we read in Dr. Samuel L. Mitchell's paper on 2-headed serpents. A female snake was killed, together with her whole brood of young ones, amounting to 120. Of these 3 were monsters. One with 2 distinct heads, one with a double head and only 3 eyes, and one with a double skull, furnished with 3 eyes, and a single lower jaw. This last had 2 bodies. Surely the generative matter which produced these 3 monsters was identical with that which produced the other 117. Thus the Armour theory is as imperfect as all the rest. The trouble proceeds from the defective method of reasoning usually adopted, induction, a method which claims to collect by experiment and observation all the facts within its reach, the former being rather that of collecting and examining experiments and drawing conclusions therefrom, and, according to the author of Philosophical Inquiry, as this conclusion cannot be extended beyond what is warranted by the experiments, the induction is an instrument of proof and limitation. Notwithstanding this limitation is to be found in every scientific inquiry, it is rarely confessed, but hypotheses are constructed for us as though the experimenters had found them to be mathematically proved theorems, while they are, to say the most, simple approximations. For a student of occult philosophy, who rejects in his turn the method of induction on account of these perpetual limitations, and fully adopts the Platonic division of causes, namely, the efficient, the formal, the material, and the final, as well as the Eleatic method of examining any given proposition, it is but natural to reason from the following standpoint of the Neoplatonic school. 1. The subject either is as it is supposed or is not. Therefore we will inquire, does the universal ether, known by the Kabbalists as the astral light, contain electricity and magnetism, or does it not? The answer must be in the affirmative, for exact science herself teaches us that these 2 convertible agents saturating both the air and the earth, there is a constant interchange of electricity and magnetism between them. The question number 1 being settled, we will have now to examine what happens, 1st. to it with respect to itself. 2d. to it with respect to all other things. 3d. with all other things, with respect to it. 4th. To all other things with respect to themselves. Answers. First, with respect to itself. That inherent properties previously latent in electricity become active under favoring conditions, and that at one time the form of magnetic force is assumed by the subtle, all-pervading agent, at another, the form of electric force is assumed. 2d. With respect to all other things. By all other things for which it has an affinity, it is attracted, by all others repelled. 3d. With all other things with respect to it. It happens that whenever they come in contact with electricity, they receive its impress in proportion to their conductivity. Fourth, to all other things with respect to themselves. That under the impulse received from the electric force, and in proportion to its intensity, their molecules change their relations with each other, that either they are wrenched asunder, so as to destroy the object organic or inorganic which they formed, or, if previously disturbed, are brought into equilibrium, as in cases of disease, or the disturbance may be but superficial, and the object may be stamped with the image of some other object encountered by the fluid before reaching them. To apply the above propositions to the case in point, there are several well-recognized principles of science, as, for instance, that a pregnant woman is physically and mentally in a highly impressible state. Physiology tells us that her intellectual faculties are weakened, and that she is affected to an unusual degree by the most trifling events. Her pores are opened, and she exudes a peculiar cutaneous perspiration. She seems to be in a receptive condition for all the influences in nature. Reichenbach's disciples assert that her odic condition is very intense. Dupotet warns against incautiously mesmerizing her, for fear of affecting the offspring. Her diseases are imparted to it, and often it absorbs them entirely to itself. Her pains and pleasures react upon its temperament as well as its health. Great men proverbially have great mothers, and vice versa. It is true that her imagination has an influence upon the fetus, admits Magendie, thus contradicting what he asserts in another place, and he adds that sudden terror may cause the death of the fetus, or retard its growth. In the case recently reported in the American papers, of a boy who was killed by a stroke of lightning, upon stripping the body, there was found imprinted upon his breast the faithful picture of a tree which grew near the window which he was facing at the time of the catastrophe, and which was also felled by the lightning. Now, this electrical photography, which was accomplished by the blind forces of nature, furnishes an analogy by which we may understand how the mental images of the mother are transmitted to the unborn child. Her pores are opened, she exudes an odic emanation which is but another form of the akasa, the electricity, or life principle, and which, according to Reichenbach, produces mesmeric sleep, and consequently is magnetism. Magnetic currents develop themselves into electricity upon their exit from the body. An object making a violent impression on the mother's mind, its image is instantly projected into the astral light, or the universal ether, which Jevons and Babbage, as well as the authors of the Unseen Universe, tell us is the repository of the spiritual images of all forms, and even human thoughts. Her magnetic emanations attract and unite themselves with the descending current which already bears the image upon it. It rebounds, and repercussing more or less violently, impresses itself upon the fetus, according to the very formula of physiology which shows how every maternal feeling reacts on the offspring. Is this Kabbalistic theory more hypothetical or incomprehensible than the teratological doctrine taught by the disciples of Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire? The doctrine, of which Magendie so justly observes, is found convenient and easy from its vagueness and obscurity, and which pretends to nothing less than the creation of a new science, the theory of which reposes on certain laws not very intelligible, as that of arresting, that of retarding, that of similar or eccentric position, especially the great law, as it is called, of self for self. Eliphaz Levi, who is certainly one of the best authorities on certain points among Kabbalists, says, pregnant women are, more than others, under the influence of the astral light, which assists in the formation of their child, and constantly presents to them the reminiscences of forms with which it is filled. It is thus that very virtuous women deceive the malignity of observers by equivocal resemblances. They often impress upon the fruit of their marriage an image which has struck them in a dream, and thus are the same physiognomies perpetuated from age to age. The Kabbalistic use of the pentagram can therefore determine the countenance of unborn infants, and an initiated woman might give to her son the features of Nereus or Achilles, as well as those of Louis XV or Napoleon. If it should confirm another theory than that of Dr. Fisher, he should be the last to complain, for as he himself makes the confession, which his own example verifies, one of the most formidable obstacles to the advancement of science has ever been a blind submission to authority. To untrammel the mind from the influence of mere authority, that it may have free scope in the investigation of facts and laws which exist and are established in nature, is the grand antecedent necessary to scientific discovery and permanent progress. If the maternal imagination can stunt the growth or destroy the life of the fetus, why cannot it influence its physical appearance? There are some surgeons who have devoted their lives and fortunes to find the cause for these malformations, but have only reached the opinion that they are mere coincidences. It would be also highly unphilosophical to say that animals are not endowed with imagination, and, while it might be considered the acme of metaphysical speculation to even formulate the idea that members of the vegetable kingdom, say the mimosas and the group of insect catchers, have an instinct and even rudimentary imagination of their own, yet the idea is not without its advocates. If great physicists like Tyndall are forced to confess that even in the case of intelligent and speaking men they are unable to bridge the chasm between mind and matter, and define the powers of the imagination, how much greater must be the mystery about what takes place in the brain of a dumb animal? What is imagination? Psychologists tell us that it is the plastic or creative power of the soul, but materialists confound it with fancy. The radical difference between the two was, however, so thoroughly indicated by Wordsworth, in the preface to his lyrical ballads, that it is no longer excusable to interchange the words. Imagination, Pythagoras maintained to be the remembrance of precedent spiritual, mental, and physical states, while fancy is the disorderly production of the material brain. From whatever aspect we view and question matter, the world-old philosophy that it was vivified and fructified by the eternal idea, or imagination, the abstract outlining and preparing the model for the concrete form, is unavoidable. If we reject this doctrine, the theory of a cosmos evolving gradually out of its chaotic disorder becomes an absurdity, for it is highly unphilosophical to imagine inert matter, solely moved by blind force, and directed by intelligence, forming itself spontaneously into a universe of such admirable harmony. If the soul of man is really an outcome of the essence of this universal soul, an infinitesimal fragment of this first creative principle, it must of necessity partake in degree of all the attributes of the demiurgic power. As the Creator, breaking up the chaotic mass of dead, inactive matter, shaped it into form, so man, if he knew his powers, could, to a degree, do the same. As Phidias, gathering together the loose particles of clay and moistening them with water, could give plastic shape to the sublime idea evoked by his creative faculty, so the mother who knows her power can fashion the coming child into whatever form she likes. Ignorant of his powers, the sculptor produces only an inanimate though ravishing figure of inert matter, while the soul of the mother, violently affected by her imagination, blindly projects into the astral light an image of the object which impressed it, and, by repercussion, that is stamped upon the fetus. Science tells us that the law of gravitation assures us that any displacement which takes place in the very heart of the earth will be felt throughout the universe, and we may even imagine that the same thing will hold true of those molecular motions which accompany thought. Speaking of the transmission of energy throughout the universal ether or astral light, the same authority says, continual photographs of all occurrences are thus produced and retained. A large portion of the energy of the universe may thus be said to be invested in such pictures. Dr. Forney, of the National Deaf and Dumb Institute of France, in Chapter 11 of his work, in discussing the question of the fetus, says that the most powerful microscope is unable to show us the slightest difference between the ovarian cell of a mammifer and a man, and, respecting the first or last movement of the ovule, asks, "What is it? Has it particular characters which distinguish it from every other ovule?" and justly answers thus, "Until now, science has not replied to these questions, and, Without being a pessimist, I do not think that she ever will reply, from the day when her methods of investigation will permit her to surprise the hidden mechanism of the conflict of the principle of life with matter. She will know life itself, and be able to produce it. If our author had read the sermon of Père Félix, how appropriately he might utter his Amen. To the priest's exclamation, mystery. Mystery. Let us consider the assertion of Magendie in the light of recorded instances of the power of imagination in producing monstrous deformities, where the question does not involve pregnant women. He admits that these occur daily in the offspring of the lower animals. How does he account for the hatching of chickens with hawk heads, except upon the theory that the appearance of the hereditary enemy acted upon the hen's imagination, which, in its turn, imparted to the matter composing the germ a certain motion which, before expanding itself, produced the monstrous chicks? We know of an analogous case, where a tame dove, belonging to a lady of our acquaintance, was frightened daily by a parrot, and in her next brood of young there were 2 squabs with parrots' heads, the resemblance even extending to the color of the feathers. We might also cite Columella, Hewitt, and other authorities, together with the experience of all animal breeders, to show that by exciting the imagination of the mother, the external appearance of the offspring can be largely controlled. These instances in no degree affect the question of heredity, for they are simply special variations of type artificially caused. Catherine Crowe discusses at considerable length the question of the power of the mind over matter, and relates, in illustration, many well-authenticated instances of the same. Among others, that most curious phenomenon called the stigmata have a decided bearing upon this point. These marks come upon the bodies of persons of all ages, and always as the result of exalted imagination. In the cases of the Tyrolese ecstatic, Catherine Emmerich, and many others, the wounds of the crucifixion are said to be as perfect as nature. A certain Madame Bivon N. dreamed one night that a person offered her a red and a white rose, and that she chose the latter. On awaking, she felt a burning pain in her arm, and by degrees there appeared the figure of a rose, perfect in form and color. It was rather raised above the skin. The mark increased in intensity till the 8th day, after which it faded away, and by the 14th, was no longer perceptible. 2 young ladies, in Poland, were standing by an open window during a storm. A flash of lightning fell near them, and the gold necklace on the neck of one of them was melted. A perfect image of it was impressed upon the skin, and remained throughout life. The other girl, appalled by the accident to her companion, stood transfixed with horror for several minutes, and then fainted away. Little by little the same mark of a necklace as had been instantaneously imprinted upon her friend's body, appeared upon her own, and remained there for several years, when it gradually disappeared. Dr. Justinus Kerner, the distinguished German author, relates a still more extraordinary case. At the time of the French invasion, a Cossack having pursued a Frenchman into a cul-de-sac, an alley without an outlet, there ensued a terrible conflict between them, in which the latter was severely wounded. A person who had taken refuge in this close, and could not get away, was so dreadfully frightened, that when he reached home there broke out on his body the very same wounds that the Cossack had inflicted on his enemy. In this case, as in those where organic disorders, and even physical death result from a sudden excitement of the mind reacting upon the body, Magendie would find it difficult to attribute the effect to any other cause than the imagination, and if he were an occultist, like Paracelsus or Van Helmont, the question would be stripped of its mystery. He would understand the power of the human will and imagination, the former conscious, the latter involuntary, on the universal agent to inflict injury, physical and mental, not only upon chosen victims, but also, by reflex action, upon oneself and unconsciously. It is one of the fundamental principles of magic, that if a current of this subtle fluid is not impelled with sufficient force to reach the objective point, it will react upon the individual sending it, as an india-rubber ball rebounds to the thrower's hand from the wall against which it strikes without being able to penetrate it. There are many cases instanced where would-be sorcerers fell victims themselves. Van Helmont says, "The imaginative power of a woman vividly excited produces an idea, which is the connecting medium between the body and spirit. This transfers itself to the being with whom the woman stands in the most immediate relation, and impresses upon it that image which the most agitated herself. Deleuze has collected, in his Bibliothèque du magnétisme animal, a number of remarkable facts taken from Van Helmont, among which we will content ourselves with quoting the following as pendants to the case of the bird hunter, Jacques Pelissier. He says that men by looking steadfastly at animals' oculis intentis for a quarter of an hour may cause their death, which Rousseau confirms from his own experience in Egypt and the East, as having killed several toads in this manner. But when he at last tried this at lions, the toad, finding it could not escape from his eye, turned round, blew itself up, and stared at him so fiercely, without moving its eyes, that a weakness came over him even to fainting, and he was for some time thought to be dead. But to return to the question of teratology. Wierus tells, in his De Prestigiis Daemonum, of a child born of a woman who not long before its birth was threatened by her husband, he saying that she had the devil in her and that he would kill him. The mother's fright was such that her offspring appeared, well-shaped from the middle downward, but upward spotted with blackened red spots, with eyes in his forehead, a mouth like a satyr, ears like a dog, and bended horns on its head like a goat. In a demonological work by Paramatis, there is a story of a monster born at St. Lawrence, in the West Indies, in the year 1573, the genuineness of which is certified to by the Duke of Medina Sidonia. The child, besides the horrible deformity of its mouth, ears, and nose, had 2 horns on the head, like those of young goats, long hair on his body, a fleshy girdle about his middle, double, from whence hung a piece of flesh like a purse, and a bell of flesh in his left hand like those the Indians use when they dance, white boots of flesh on his legs, doubled down. In brief, the whole shape was horrid and diabolical, and conceived to proceed from some fright the mother had taken from the antic dances of the Indians. Dr. Fisher rejects all such instances as unauthenticated and fabulous. But we will not weary the reader with further selections from the multitude of teratological cases to be found recorded in the works of standard authors. The above suffice to show that there is reason to attribute these aberrations of physiological type to the mutual reaction of the maternal mind and the universal ether upon each other. Lest some should question the authority of Van Helmont, as a man of science, we will refer them to the work of Forney, the well-known physiologist, where, at page 717, the following estimate of his character will be found. Van Helmont was a highly distinguished chemist. He had particularly studied aeriform fluids, and gave them the name of gas. At the same time he pushed his piety to mysticism, abandoning himself exclusively to a contemplation of the divinity. Van Helmont is distinguished above all his predecessors by connecting the principle of life, directly and in some sort experimentally, as he tells us, with the most minute movements of the body. It is the incessant action of this entity, in no way associated by him with the material elements, but forming a distinct individuality, that we cannot understand. Nevertheless, it is upon this entity that a famous school has laid its principal foundation. Van Helmont's principle of life, or archeus, is neither more nor less than the astral light of all the Kabbalists, and the universal ether of modern science. If the more unimportant signatures of the fetus are not due to the imagination of the mother, to what other cause would Magendie attribute the formation of horny scales, the horns of goats and the hairy coats of animals, which we have seen in the above instances marking monstrous progeny? Surely there were no latent germs of these distinguishing features of the animal kingdom capable of being developed under a sudden impulse of the maternal fancy. In short, the only possible explanation is the one offered by the adepts in the occult sciences. Before leaving the subject, we wish to say a few words more respecting the cases where the head, arm, and hand were instantly dissolved, though it was evident that in each instance the entire body of the child had been perfectly formed. Of what is a child's body composed at its birth? The chemists will tell us that it comprises 12 pounds of solidified gas, and a few ounces of ashy residuum, some water, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, carbonic acid, a little lime, magnesia, phosphorus, and a few other minerals, that is all. Whence came they? How were they gathered together? How were these particles which Mr. Proctor tells us are drawn in from the depths of space surrounding us on all sides, formed and fashioned into the human being? We have seen that it is useless to ask the dominant school of which Magendie is an illustrious representative, for he confesses that they know nothing of the nutrition, digestion, or circulation of the fetus, and physiology teaches us that while the ovule is enclosed in the Graafian vesicle it forms an integral part of the general structure of the mother. Upon the rupture of the vesicle, it becomes almost as independent of her for what is to build up the body of the future being as the germ in a bird's egg after the mother has dropped it in the nest. There certainly is very little in the demonstrated facts of science to contradict the idea that the relation of the embryonic child to the mother is much different from that of the tenant to the house, upon whose shelter he depends for health, warmth, and comfort. According to Democritus, the soul results from the aggregation of atoms, and Plutarch describes his philosophy as follows, that there are substances infinite in number, indivisible, undisturbed, which are without differences, without qualities, and which move in space, where they are disseminated, that when they approach each other, they unite, interlock, and form by their aggregation water, fire, a plant, or a man. That all these substances, which he calls atoms by reason of their solidity, can experience neither change nor alteration. But, adds Plutarch, we cannot make a color of that which is colorless, nor a substance or soul of that which is without soul and without quality. Professor Balfour Stewart says that this doctrine, in the hands of John Dalton, has enabled the human mind to lay hold of the laws which regulate chemical changes, as well as to picture to itself what is there taking place. After quoting, with approbation, Bacon's idea that men are perpetually investigating the extreme limits of nature, he then erects a standard which he and his brother philosophers would do well to measure their behavior by. Surely we ought, says he, to be very cautious before we dismiss any branch of knowledge or train of thought as essentially unprofitable. Brave words, these. But how many are the men of science who put them into practice? Democritus of Abdera shows us space crammed with atoms, and our contemporary astronomers allow us to see how these atoms form into worlds, and afterward into the races, our own included, which people them. Since we have indicated the existence of a power in the human will, which, by concentrating currents of those atoms upon an objective point, can create a child corresponding to the mother's fancy, why is it not perfectly credible that this same power put forth by the mother, can, by an intense, albeit unconscious reversal of those currents, dissipate and obliterate any portion or even the whole of the body of her unborn child? And here comes in the question of false pregnancies, which have so often completely puzzled both physician and patient. If the head, arm, and hand of the 3 children mentioned by Van Helmont could disappear, as a result of the emotion of horror, why might not the same or some other emotion, excited in a like degree, cause the entire extinction of the fetus in so-called false pregnancy? Such cases are rare, but they do occur, and moreover baffle science completely. There certainly is no chemical solvent in the mother's circulation powerful enough to dissolve her child, without destroying herself. We commend the subject to the medical profession, hoping that as a class they will not adopt the conclusion of Forney, who says, in this succession of phenomena we must confine ourselves to the office of historian, as we have not even tried to explain the whys and wherefores of these things, for there lie the inscrutable mysteries of life, and in proportion as we advance in our exposition, we will be obliged to recognize that this is to us forbidden ground. Within the limits of his intellectual capabilities the true philosopher knows no forbidden ground, and should be content to accept no mystery of nature as inscrutable or inviolable. No student of Hermetic philosophy, nor any spiritualist, will object to the abstract principle laid down by Hume that a miracle is impossible, for to suppose such a possibility would make the universe governed through special instead of general laws. This is one of the fundamental contradictions between science and theology. The former, reasoning upon universal experience, maintains that there is a general uniformity of the course of nature, while the latter assumes that the governing mind can be invoked to suspend general law to suit special emergencies. Says John Stuart Mill, if we do not already believe in supernatural agencies, no miracle can prove to us their existence. The miracle itself, considered merely as an extraordinary fact, may be satisfactorily certified by our senses or by testimony, but nothing can ever prove that it is a miracle. There is still another possible hypothesis, that of its being the result of some unknown natural cause, and this possibility cannot be so completely shut out as to leave no alternative but that of admitting the existence and intervention of a being superior to nature. This is the very point which we have sought to bring home to our logicians and physicists. As Mr. Mill himself says, we cannot admit a proposition as a law of nature, and yet believe a fact in real contradiction to it. We must disbelieve the alleged fact, or believe that we were mistaken in admitting the supposed law. Mr. Hume cites the firm and unalterable experience of mankind as establishing the laws whose operation ipso facto makes miracles impossible. The difficulty lies in his use of the adjective which is italicized, for this is an assumption that our experience will never change, and that, as a consequence, we will always have the same experiments and observations upon which to base our judgment. It also assumes that all philosophers will have the same facts to reflect upon. It also entirely ignores such collected accounts of philosophical experiment and scientific discovery as we may have been temporarily deprived of. Thus, by the burning of the Alexandrian library and the destruction of Nineveh, the world has been for many centuries without the necessary data upon which to estimate the real knowledge, esoteric and exoteric, of the ancients. But, within the past few years, the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, the Ebers, D'Aubigny, Anastasi, and other papyri, and the exhumation of the tile libraries, have opened a field of archaeological research which is likely to lead to radical changes in this firm and unalterable experience. The author of Supernatural Religion justly observes that a person who believes anything contradictory to a complete induction, merely on the strength of an assumption which is incapable of proof, is simply credulous, but such an assumption cannot affect the real evidence for that thing. In a lecture delivered by Mr. Hiram Corson, professor of Anglo-Saxon literature at the Cornell University, Ithaca, N.Y., before the alumni of St. John's College, Annapolis, in July 1875, the lecturer thus deservedly rebukes science. There are things, he says, which science can never do, and which it is arrogant in attempting to do. There was a time when religion and the church went beyond their legitimate domain, and invaded and harried that of science, and imposed a burdensome tribute upon the latter. But it would seem that their former relations to each other are undergoing an entire change, and science has crossed its frontiers and is invading the domain of religion and the church, and instead of a religious papacy, we are in danger of being brought under a scientific papacy. We are in fact already brought under such a papacy, and as in the 16th century a protest was made, in the interests of intellectual freedom, against a religious and ecclesiastical despotism, so, in this 19th century, the spiritual and eternal interests of men demand that a protest should be made against a rapidly developing scientific despotism, and that scientists should not only keep within their legitimate domain of the phenomenal and the conditioned, but should re-examine their stock in trade, so that we may make sure how far the stock of bullion in the cellar on the faith of whose existence so much paper has been circulating is really the solid gold of truth. If this is not done in science as well as in ordinary business, scientists are apt to put their capital at too high a figure, and accordingly carry on a dangerously inflated business. Even since Professor Tyndall delivered his Belfast address, it has been shown, by the many replies it has elicited, that the capital of the evolution school of philosophy to which he belongs is not nearly so great as it was before vaguely supposed to be by many of the non-scientific but intelligent portion of the world. It is quite surprising to a non-scientific person to be made aware of the large purely hypothetical domain which surrounds that of established science, and of which scientists often boast, as a part of their settled and available conquests. Exactly, and at the same time denying the same privilege to others. They protest against the miracles of the Church, and repudiate, with as much logic, modern phenomena. In view of the admission of such scientific authorities as Dr. Humans and others that modern science is passing through a transitional period, it would seem that it is time that people should cease to consider certain things incredible only because they are marvelous, and because they seem to oppose themselves to what we are accustomed to consider universal laws. There are not a few well-meaning men in the present century who, desiring to avenge the memory of such martyrs of science as Agrippa, Palissy, and Cardan, nevertheless fail, through lack of means, to understand their ideas rightly. They erroneously believe that the Neoplatonists gave more attention to transcendental philosophy than to exact science. The failures that Aristotle himself so often exhibits, remarks Professor Draper, are no proof of the unreliability of his method, but rather of its trustworthiness. They are failures arising from want of a sufficiency of facts. What facts? We might inquire. A man of science cannot be expected to admit that these facts can be furnished by occult science, since he does not believe in the latter. Nevertheless, the future may demonstrate this verity. Aristotle has bequeathed his inductive method to our scientists, but until they supplement it with the universals of Plato, they will experience still more failures than the great tutor of Alexander. The universals are a matter of faith only so long as they cannot be demonstrated by reason and based on uninterrupted experience. Who of our present-day philosophers can prove by this same inductive method that the ancients did not possess such demonstrations as a consequence of their esoteric studies? Their own negations, unsupported as they are by proof, sufficiently attest that they do not always pursue the inductive method they so much boast of. Obliged as they are to base their theories, nolens volens, on the groundwork of the ancient philosophers, their modern discoveries are but the shoots put forth by the germs planted by the former. And yet even these discoveries are generally incomplete, if not abortive. Their cause is involved in obscurity and their ultimate effect unforeseen. We are not, says Professor Humans, to regard past theories as mere exploded errors, nor present theories as final. The living and growing body of truth has only mantled its old integuments in the progress to a higher and more vigorous state. This language, applied to modern chemistry by one of the first philosophical chemists and most enthusiastic scientific writers of the day, shows the transitional state in which we find modern science, but what is true of chemistry is true of all its sister sciences. Since the advent of spiritualism, physicians and pathologists are more ready than ever to treat great philosophers like Paracelsus and Van Helmont as superstitious quacks and charlatans, and to ridicule their notions about the archeus, or anima mundi, as well as the importance they gave to a knowledge of the machinery of the stars. And yet, how much of substantial progress has medicine effected since the days when Lord Bacon classed it among the conjectural sciences? Such philosophers as Democritus, Aristotle, Euripides, Epicurus, or rather his biographer, Lucretius, Aeschylus, and other ancient writers, whom the materialists so willingly quote as authoritative opponents of the dreamy Platonists, were only theorists, not adepts. The latter, when they did write, either had their works burned by Christian mobs or they worded them in a way to be intelligible only to the initiated. Who of their modern detractors can warrant that he knows all about what they knew? Diocletian alone burned whole libraries of works upon the secret arts, not a manuscript treating on the art of making gold and silver escaped the wrath of this unpolished tyrant. Arts and civilization had attained such a development at what is now termed the archaic ages that we learn, through Champollion, that Athothi, the second king of the first dynasty, wrote a work on anatomy, and the king Necho on astrology and astronomy. Blantasus and Synchris were two learned geographers of those pre-Mosaic days. Aelian speaks of the Egyptian Iacchus, whose memory was venerated for centuries for his wonderful achievements in medicine. He stopped the progress of several epidemics, merely with certain fumigations. A work of Apollonides, surnamed Orapios, is mentioned by Theophilus, Patriarch of Antioch, entitled The Divine Book, and giving the secret biography and origin of all the gods of Egypt, and Ammianus Marcellinus speaks of a secret work in which was noted the precise age of the bull Apis, a key to many a mystery and cyclic calculation. What has become of all these books, and who knows the treasures of learning they may have contained? We know but one thing for a certainty, and that is, that pagan and Christian vandals destroyed such literary treasures wherever they could find them, and that the Emperor Alexander Severus went all over Egypt to collect the sacred books on mysticism and mythology, pillaging every temple, and that the Ethiopians, old as were the Egyptians in arts and sciences, claimed a priority of antiquity as well as of learning over them, as well they might, for they were known in India at the earliest dawn of history. We also know that Plato learned more secrets in Egypt than he was allowed to mention, and that, according to Champollion, all that is really good and scientific in Aristotle's works so prized in our day by our modern inductionists is due to his divine master, and that, as a logical sequence, Plato, having imparted the profound secrets he had learned from the priests of Egypt to his initiated disciples orally, who in their turn passed it from one generation to another of adepts, the latter know more of the occult powers of nature than our philosophers of the present day. And here we may as well mention the works of Hermes Trismegistus. Who, or how many have had the opportunity to read them as they were in the Egyptian sanctuaries? In his Egyptian Mysteries, Iamblichus attributes to Hermes 1,100 books, and Seleucus reckons no less than 20,000 of his works before the period of Menes. Eusebius saw but 42 of these in his time, he says, and the last of the 6 books on medicine treated on that art as practiced in the darkest ages, and Diodorus says that it was the oldest of the legislators, Nevis, the 3rd successor of Menes, who received them from Hermes. Of such manuscripts as have descended to us, most are but Latin retranslations of Greek translations, made principally by the Neoplatonists from the original books preserved by some adepts. Mark Aelius Ficinus, who was the first to publish them in Venice, in 1488, has given us mere extracts, and the most important portions seem to have been either overlooked, or purposely omitted as too dangerous to publish in those days of auto da fe. And so it happens now, that when a Kabbalist who has devoted his whole life to studying occultism, and has conquered the great secret, ventures to remark that the Kabbalah alone leads to the knowledge of the absolute in the infinite, and the indefinite in the finite, he is laughed at by those who, because they know the impossibility of squaring the circle as a physical problem, deny the possibility of its being done in the metaphysical sense. Psychology, according to the greatest authorities on the subject, is a department of science hitherto almost unknown. Physiology, according to Forney, one of its French authorities, is in so bad a condition as to warrant his saying in the preface to his erudite work Physiologie du système nerveux, that we perceive at last that not only is the physiology of the brain not worked out, but also that no physiology whatever of the nervous system exists. Chemistry has been entirely remodeled within the past few years, therefore, like all new sciences, the infant cannot be considered as very firm on its legs. Geology has not yet been able to tell anthropology how long man has existed. Astronomy, the most exact of sciences, is still speculating and bewildered about cosmic energy, and many other things as important. In anthropology, Mr. Wallace tells us, there exists a wide difference of opinion on some of the most vital questions respecting the nature and origin of man. Medicine has been pronounced by various eminent physicians to be nothing better than scientific guesswork. Everywhere incompleteness, nowhere perfection. When we look at these earnest men groping around in the dark to find the missing links of their broken chains, they seem to us like persons starting from a common, fathomless abyss by divergent paths. Each of these ends at the brink of a chasm which they cannot explore. On the one hand they lack the means to descend into its hidden depths, and on the other they are repulsed at each attempt by jealous sentries, who will not let them pass. And so they go on watching the lower forces of nature and from time to time initiating the public into their great discoveries. Did they not actually pounce upon vital force and catch her playing in her game of correlation with chemical and physical forces? Indeed they did. But if we ask them whence this vital force, how is it that they who had so firmly believed, but a short time since, that matter was destructible and passed out of existence, and now have learned to believe as firmly that it does not, are unable to tell us more about it? Why are they forced in this case as in many others to return to a doctrine taught by Democritus 24 centuries ago? Ask them, and they will answer, creation or destruction of matter, increase or diminution of matter, lies beyond the domain of science. Her domain is confined entirely to the changes of matter. The domain of science lies within the limits of these changes. Creation and annihilation lie outside of her domain. Ah! No, they lie only outside the grasp of materialistic scientists. But why affirm the same of science? And if they say that force is incapable of destruction, except by the same power which created it, then they tacitly admit the existence of such a power, and have therefore no right to throw obstacles in the way of those who, bolder than themselves, try to penetrate beyond, and find that they can only do so by lifting the veil of Isis. But, surely among all these inchoate branches of science, there must be some one at least complete. It seems to us that we heard a great clamor of applause, as the voice of many waters, over the discovery of protoplasm. But, alas! When we turn to read Mr. Huxley, the learned parent of the newborn infant is found saying, in perfect strictness, it is true that chemical investigation can tell us little or nothing, directly, of the composition of living matter, and it is also in strictness true that we know nothing about the composition of any body whatever, as it is. This is a sad confession, indeed. It appears, then, that the Aristotelian method of induction is a failure in some cases, after all. This also seems to account for the fact that this model philosopher, with all his careful study of particulars before rising to universals, taught that the earth was in the center of the universe, while Plato, who lost himself in the maze of Pythagorean vagaries, and started from general principles, was perfectly versed in the heliocentric system. We can easily prove the fact, by availing ourselves of the said inductive method for Plato's benefit. We know that the Sodalian oath of the initiate into the mysteries prevented his imparting his knowledge to the world in so many plain words. It was the dream of his life, says Champollion, to write a work and record in it in full the doctrines taught by the Egyptian hierophants. He often talked of it, but found himself compelled to abstain on account of the solemn oath. And now, judging our modern-day philosophers on the vice versa method, namely, arguing from universals to particulars, and laying aside scientists as individuals to merely give our opinion of them, viewed as a whole, we are forced to suspect this highly respectable association of extremely petty feelings toward their elder, ancient, and archaic brothers. It really seems as if they bore always in mind the adage, "Put out the sun, and the stars will shine." We have heard a French academician, a man of profound learning, remark that he would gladly sacrifice his own reputation to have the record of the many ridiculous mistakes and failures of his colleagues obliterated from the public memory. But these failures cannot be recalled too often in considering our claims and the subject we advocate. The time will come when the children of men of science, unless they inherit the soul blindness of their skeptical parents, will be ashamed of the degrading materialism and narrow-mindedness of their fathers. To use an expression of the Venerable William Howitt, they hate new truths as the owl and the thief hate the sun. Mere intellectual enlightenment cannot recognize the spiritual. As the sun puts out a fire, so spirit puts out the eyes of mere intellect. It is an old, old story. From the days when the preacher wrote, "The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing," scientists have deported themselves as if the saying were written to describe their own mental condition. How faithfully Lecky, himself a rationalist, unconsciously depicts this propensity in men of science to deride all new things, in his description of the manner in which educated men receive an account of a miracle having taken place. They receive it, says he, with an absolute and even derisive incredulity, which dispenses with all examination of the evidences. Moreover, so saturated do they become with the fashionable skepticism after once having fought their way into the academy, that they turn about and enact the role of persecutors in their turn. It is a curiosity of science, says Howitt, that Benjamin Franklin, who had himself experienced the ridicule of his countrymen for his attempts to identify lightning and electricity, should have been one of the committee of savants, in Paris, in 1778, who examined the claims of mesmerism, and condemned it as absolute quackery. If men of science would confine themselves to the discrediting of new discoveries, there might be some little excuse for them on the score of their tendency to a conservatism begotten of long habits of patient scrutiny, but they not only set up claims to originality not warranted by fact, but contemptuously dismiss all allegations that the people of ancient times knew as much and even more than themselves. Pity that in each of their laboratories there is not suspended this text from Ecclesiastes, "Is there anything whereof it may be said, See, this is new? It hath been already of old time, which was before us." In the verse which follows the one here quoted, the wise man says, "There is no remembrance of former things, so that this utterance may account for every new denial." Mr. Meldrum may exact praise for his meteorological observation of cyclones in the Mauritius, and Mr. Baxendale, of Manchester, talk learnedly of the convection currents of the earth, and Dr. Carpenter and Commander Maury map out for us the equatorial current, and Professor Henry show us how the moist wind deposits its burden to form rivulets and rivers, only to be again rescued from the ocean and return to the hilltops. But hear what Koheleth says, "The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north, it whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full, unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again." The philosophy of the distribution of heat and moisture by means of ascending and descending currents between the equator and the poles has a very recent origin, but here has the hint been lying unnoticed in our most familiar book for nearly 3,000 years. And even now, in quoting it, we are obliged to recall the fact that Solomon was a Kabbalist, and in the above texts, simply repeats what was written thousands of years before his time. Cut off as they are from the accumulation of facts in one half of the universe, and that the most important, modern scholars are naturally unable to construct a system of philosophy which will satisfy themselves, let alone others. They are like men in a coal mine, who work all day and emerge only at night, being thereby unable to appreciate or understand the beauty and glory of the sunshine. Life to them measures the term of human activity, and the future presents to their intellectual perception only an abyss of darkness. No hope of an eternity of research, achievement, and consequent pleasure softens the asperities of present existence, and no reward is offered for exertion but the bread-earning of today, and the shadowy and profitless fancy that their names may not be forgotten for some years after the grave has closed over their remains. Death to them means extinction of the flame of life, and the dispersion of the fragments of the lamp over boundless space. Said Berzelius, the great chemist, at his last hour, as he burst into tears, "Do not wonder that I weep. You will not believe me a weak man, nor think I am alarmed by what the doctor has to announce to me. I am prepared for all. But I have to bid farewell to science, and you ought not to wonder that it costs me dear." How bitter must be the reflections of such a great student of nature as this, to find himself forcibly interrupted midway toward the accomplishment of some great study, the construction of some great system, the discovery of some mystery which had baffled mankind for ages, but which the dying philosopher had dared hope that he might solve. Look at the world of science today, and see the atomic theorists, patching the tattered robes which expose the imperfections of their separate specialties. See them mending the pedestals upon which to set up again the idols which had fallen from the places where they had been worshipped before this revolutionary theory had been exhumed from the tomb of Democritus by John Dalton. In the ocean of material science they cast their nets, only to have the meshes broken when some unexpected and monstrous problem comes their way. Its water is like the Dead Sea, bitter to the taste, so dense that they can scarcely immerse themselves in it, much less dive to its bottom, having no outlet, and no life beneath its waves, or along its margin. It is a dark, forbidding, trackless waste, yielding nothing worth the having, because what it yields is without life and without soul. There was a period of time when the learned academics made themselves particularly merry at the simple enunciation of some marvels which the ancients gave as having occurred under their own observations. What poor dolts, perhaps liars, these appeared in the eyes of an enlightened century. Did not they actually describe horses and other animals, the feet of which presented some resemblance to the hands and feet of men? And in A.D. 1876, we hear Mr. Huxley giving learned lectures in which the protohippus, rejoicing in a quasi-human forearm, and the orohippus with his 4 toes and Eocene origin, and the hypothetical pedactyl equus, maternal granduncle of the present horse, play the most important part. The marvel is corroborated. Materialistic Pyrrhonists of the 19th century avenged the assertions of superstitious Platonists, the antediluvian Gobmouches. And before Mr. Huxley, Geoffroy St. Hilaire has shown an instance of a horse which positively had fingers separated by membranes. When the ancients spoke of a pygmy race in Africa, they were taxed with falsehood. And yet, pygmies like these were seen and examined by a French scientist during his voyage in the Tenda Maya, on the banks of the Rio Grande in 1840, by Bayard Taylor at Cairo in 1874, and by M. Bond, of the Indian Trigonometrical Survey, who discovered a wild dwarfish race, living in the hill jungles of the western Ghats, to the southwest of the Pelini Hills, a race, though often heard of, no trace of which had previously been found by the survey. This is a new pygmy race, resembling the African Abongos of Duchelu, the Akas of Schweinfurth, and the Dokos of Dr. Krapf, in their size, appearance, and habits. Herodotus was regarded as a lunatic for speaking of a people who he was told slept during a night which lasted 6 months. If we explain the word slept by an easy misunderstanding, it will be more than easy to account for the rest as an allusion to the night of the polar regions. Pliny has an abundance of facts in his work, which until very recently were rejected as fables. Among others, he mentions a race of small animals, the males of which suckle their young ones. This assertion afforded much merriment among our savants. In his report of the Geological Survey of the Territories, for 1872, Mr. C. H. Merriam describes a rare and wonderful species of rabbit, Lepus bairdi, inhabiting the pine regions about the headwaters of the Wind and Yellowstone rivers, in Wyoming. Mr. Merriam secured 5 specimens of this animal, which are the first individuals of the species that have been brought before the scientific world. One very curious fact is that all the males have teats, and take part in suckling their young. Adult males had large teats full of milk, and the hair around the nipple of one was wet, and stuck to it, showing that, when taken, he had been engaged in nursing his young. In the Carthaginian account of the early voyages of Hanno, was found a long description of savage people, whose bodies were hairy and whom the interpreters called gorilli, alpha nu theta rho omicron pi omicron nu alpha gamma rho iota omicron nu, as the text reads, clearly implying thereby that these wild men were monkeys. Until our present century, the statement was considered an idle story, and Dodwell rejected altogether the authenticity of the manuscript and its contents. The celebrated Atlantis is attributed by the latest modern commentator and translator of Plato's works to one of Plato's noble lies, even the frank admission of the philosopher, in the Timaeus, that, they say, that in their time, the inhabitants of this island, Poseidon, preserved a tradition handed down by their ancestors concerning the existence of the Atlantic island of a prodigious magnitude, does not save the great teacher from the imputation of falsehood, by the infallible modern school. Among the great mass of peoples plunged deep in the superstitious ignorance of the medieval ages, there were but a few students of the Hermetic philosophy of old, who, profiting by what it had taught them, were enabled to forecast discoveries which are the boast of our present age, while at the same time the ancestors of our modern high priests of the Temple of the Holy Molecule were yet discovering the hoof tracks of Satan in the simplest natural phenomenon. Says Professor A. Wilder, Roger Bacon, 13th century, in his treatise on the admirable force of art and nature, devotes the first part of his work to natural facts. He gives us hints of gunpowder and predicts the use of steam as a propelling power. The hydraulic press, the diving bell and kaleidoscope are all described. The ancients speak of waters metamorphosed into blood, of blood rain, of snowstorms during which the earth was covered to the extent of many miles with snow of blood. This fall of crimson particles has been proved, like everything else, to be but a natural phenomenon. It has occurred at different epochs, but the cause of it remains a puzzle until the present day. De Candolle, one of the most distinguished botanists of this century, sought to prove in 1825, at the time when the waters of the Lake of Morat had apparently turned into a thick blood, that the phenomenon could be easily accounted for. He attributed it to the development of myriads of those half-vegetable, half-infusory animals which he terms oscillatory erubescens, and which form the link between animal and vegetable organisms. Elsewhere we give an account of the red snow which Captain Ross observed in the Arctic regions. Many memoirs have been written on the subject by the most eminent naturalists, but no two of them agree in their hypotheses. Some call it pollen powder of a species of pine, others small insects, and Professor Agard confesses very frankly that he is at a loss to either account for the cause of such phenomena, or to explain the nature of the red substance. The unanimous testimony of mankind is said to be an irrefutable proof of truth, and about what was ever testimony more unanimous than that for thousands of ages among civilized people as among the most barbarous, there has existed a firm and unwavering belief in magic. The latter implies a contravention of the laws of nature only in the minds of the ignorant, and if such ignorance is to be deplored in the ancient uneducated nations, why do not our civilized and highly educated classes of fervent Christians deplore it also in themselves? The mysteries of the Christian religion have been no more able to stand a crucial test than biblical miracles. Magic alone, in the true sense of the word, affords a clue to the wonders of Aaron's rod, and the feats of the Magi of Pharaoh, who opposed Moses, and it does that without either impairing the general truthfulness of the authors of the Exodus, or claiming more for the prophet of Israel than for others, or allowing the possibility of a single instance in which a miracle can happen in contravention of the laws of nature. Out of many miracles, we may select for our illustration that of the river turned into blood. The text says, "Take thy rod and stretch out thine hand, with the rod in it, upon the waters, streams, etc., that they may become blood." We do not hesitate to say that we have seen the same thing repeatedly done on a small scale, the experiment not having been applied to a river in these cases. From the time of Van Helmont, who, in the 17th century, despite the ridicule to which he exposed himself, was willing to give the true directions for the so-called production of eels, frogs, and infusoria of various kinds, down to the champions of spontaneous generation of our own century, it has been known that such a quickening of germs is possible without calling in the aid of miracle to contravene natural law. The experiments of Pasteur and Spallanzani, and the controversy of the panspermists with the heterogeneous disciples of Buffon, among them Needham, have too long occupied public attention to permit us to doubt that beings may be called into existence whenever there is air and favorable conditions of moisture and temperature. The records of the official meetings of the Academy of Sciences of Paris contain accounts of frequent appearances of such showers of blood-red snow and water. These blood spots were called leprovestuum, and were but these lichen infusoria. They were first observed in 786 and 959, in both of which years occurred great plagues. Whether these zoocarps were plants or animals is undetermined to this day, and no naturalist would risk stating as a certainty to what division of the organic kingdom of nature they belong. No more can modern chemists deny that such germs can be quickened, in a congenial element, in an incredibly short space of time. Now, if chemistry has, on the one hand, found means of depriving the air of its floating germs, and under opposite conditions can develop, or allow these organisms to develop, why could not the magicians of Egypt do so with their enchantments? It is far easier to imagine that Moses, who, on the authority of Manetho, had been an Egyptian priest, and had learned all the secrets of the land of Chemia, produced miracles according to natural laws, than that God himself violated the established order of his universe. We repeat that we have seen this sanguification of water produced by Eastern adepts. It can be done in either of two ways. In one case the experimenter employed a magnetic rod strongly electrified, which he passed over a quantity of water in a metallic basin, following a prescribed process, which we have no right to describe more fully at present. The water threw up in about 10 hours a sort of reddish froth, which after 2 hours more became a kind of lichen, like the Lepraria kermesina of Baron Wrangel. It then changed into a blood-red jelly, which made of the water a crimson liquid that, 24 hours later, swarmed with living organisms. The second experiment consisted in thickly strewing the surface of a sluggish brook, having a muddy bottom, with the powder of a plant that had been dried in the sun and subsequently pulverized. Although this powder was seemingly carried off by the stream, some of it must have settled to the bottom, for on the following morning the water thickened at the surface and appeared covered with what de Candolle describes as oscillatory iridescence, of a crimson-red color, and which he believes to be the connecting link between vegetable and animal life. Taking the above into consideration, we do not see why the learned alchemists and physicists we say of the Mosaic period should not also have possessed the natural secret of developing in a few hours myriads of a kind of these bacteria, whose spores are found in the air, the water, and most vegetable and animal tissues. The rod plays as important a part in the hands of Aaron and Moses as it did in all so-called magic mummeries of Kabbalist magicians in the Middle Ages that are now considered superstitious foolery and charlatanism. The rod of Paracelsus, his Kabbalistic trident, and the famous wands of Albertus Magnus, Roger Bacon, and Henry Cunrath are no more to be ridiculed than the graduating rod of our electromagnetic physicians. Things which appeared preposterous and impossible to the ignorant quacks and even learned scientists of the last century now begin to assume the shadowy outlines of probability, and in many cases are accomplished facts. Nay, some learned quacks and ignorant scientists even begin to admit this truth. In a fragment preserved by Eusebius, Porphyry, in his letter to Anebo, appeals to Choramon, the hierogrammatist, to prove that the doctrine of the magic arts, whose adepts could terrify even the gods, was really countenanced by Egyptian sages. Now, bearing in mind the rule of historical evidence propounded by Mr. Huxley, in his Nashville address, two conclusions present themselves with irresistible force. First, Porphyry, being in such unquestioned repute as a highly moral and honorable man, not given to exaggeration in his statements, was incapable of telling a lie about this matter, and did not lie. And second, that being so learned in every department of human knowledge about which he treats, it was most unlikely that he should be imposed upon as regards the magic arts, and he was not imposed upon. Therefore, the doctrine of chances supporting the theory of Professor Huxley compels us to believe, 1. That there was really such a thing as magic arts, and 2. That they were known and practiced by the Egyptian magicians and priests, whom even Sir David Brewster concedes to have been men of profound scientific attainments. Chapter 12. You never hear the really philosophical defenders of the doctrine of uniformity speaking of impossibilities in nature. They never say what they are constantly charged with saying, that it is impossible for the builder of the universe to alter his work. No theory upsets them, the English clergy. Let the most destructive hypothesis be stated only in the language current among gentlemen, and they look it in the face. Tyndall, Lecture on the Scientific Use of the Imagination. The world will have a religion of some kind, even though it should fly for it to the intellectual whoredom of spiritualism. Tyndall, Fragments of Science. But first on earth as vampires sent thy corpse shall from its tomb be rent, and suck the blood of all thy race. Lord Byron, Giaour. We are now approaching the hallowed precincts of that Janus god the molecular Tyndall. Let us enter them barefoot. As we pass the sacred addita of the Temple of Learning, we are nearing the blazing sun of the Huxleyocentric system. Let us cast down our eyes, lest we be blinded. We have discussed the various matters contained in this book, with such moderation as we could command in view of the attitude which the scientific and theological world have maintained for centuries toward those from whom they have inherited the broad foundations of all the actual knowledge which they possess. When we stand at one side, and, as a spectator, see how much the ancients knew, and how much the moderns think they know, we are amazed that the unfairness of our contemporary schoolmen should pass undetected. Every day brings new admissions of scientists themselves, and the criticisms of well-informed lay observers. We find the following illustrative paragraph in a daily paper. It is curious to note the various opinions which prevail among scientific men in regard to some of the most ordinary natural phenomena. The aurora is a notable case in point. Descartes considered it a meteor falling from the upper regions of the atmosphere. Halley attributed it to the magnetism of the terrestrial globe, and Dalton agreed with this opinion. Coate supposed that the aurora was derived from the fermentation of a matter emanating from the earth. Marion held it to be a consequence of a contact between the bright atmosphere of the sun and the atmosphere of our planet. Euler thought the aurora proceeded from the vibrations of the ether among the particles of the terrestrial atmosphere. Canton and Franklin regarded it as a purely electrical phenomenon, and Parrot attributed it to the conflagration of hydrogen carbonide escaping from the earth in consequence of the putrefaction of vegetable substances, and considered the shooting stars as the initial cause of such conflagration. De la Rive and Ørsted concluded it to be an electromagnetic phenomenon, but purely terrestrial. Olmsted suspected that a certain nebulous body revolved around the sun in a certain time, and that when this body came into the neighborhood of the earth, a part of its gaseous material mixed with our atmosphere, and that this was the origin of the phenomenon of the aurora. And so we might say of every branch of science. Thus, it would seem that even as to the most ordinary natural phenomena, scientific opinion is far from being unanimous. There is not an experimentalist or theologian who, in dealing with the subtle relations between mind and matter, their genesis and ultimate, does not draw a magical circle, the plane of which he calls forbidden ground. Where faith permits a clergyman to go, he goes, for, as Tyndall says, they do not lack the positive element, namely, the love of truth, but the negative element, the fear of error, preponderates. But the trouble is that their dogmatic creed weighs down the nimble feet of their intellect, as the ball and chain does the prisoner in the trenches. As to the advance of scientists, their very learning, moreover, is impeded by these two causes: their constitutional incapacity to understand the spiritual side of nature, and their dread of public opinion. No one has said a sharper thing against them than Professor Tyndall, when he remarks, in fact, the greatest cowards of the present day are not to be found among the clergy, but within the pale of science itself. If there had been the slightest doubt of the applicability of this degrading epithet, it was removed by the conduct of Professor Tyndall himself, for, in his Belfast address, as president of the British Association, he not only discerned in matter the promise and potency of every form and quality of life, but pictured science as wresting from theology the entire domain of cosmological theory, and then, when confronted with an angry public opinion, issued a revised edition of the address in which he had modified his expression, substituting for the words, every form and quality of life, all terrestrial life. This is more than cowardly, it is an ignominious surrender of his professed principles. At the time of the Belfast meeting, Mr. Tyndall had two pet aversions: theology and spiritualism. What he thought of the former has been shown, the latter he called a degrading belief. When hard pressed by the Church for alleged atheism, he made haste to disclaim the imputation, and sue for peace, but, as his agitated, nervous centers, and cerebral molecules, had to equilibrate by expanding their force in some direction, he turns upon the helpless, because pusillanimous, spiritualists, and in his Fragments of Science insults their belief after this fashion: the world will have a religion of some kind, even though it should fly for it to the intellectual whoredom of spiritualism. What a monstrous anomaly, that some millions of intelligent persons should permit themselves to be thus reviled by a leader in science, who, himself, has told us that the thing to be repressed both in science and out of it is dogmatism. We will not encroach upon space by discussing the etymological value of the epithet. While expressing the hope that it may not be adopted in future ages by science as a Tyndallism, we will simply remind the benevolent gentleman of a very characteristic feature in himself. One of our most intelligent, honorable, and erudite spiritualists, an author of no small renown, has pointedly termed this feature as his, Tyndall's, simultaneous coquetry with opposite opinions. If we are to accept the epithet of Mr. Tyndall in all its coarse signification, it applies less to spiritualists, who are faithful to their belief, than to the atheistical scientist who quits the loving embraces of materialism to fling himself in the arms of a despised theism, only because he finds his profit in it. We have seen how Magendie frankly confesses the ignorance of physiologists as to some of the most important problems of life, and how Forney agrees with him. Professor Tyndall admits that the evolution hypothesis does not profess to solve, the ultimate mystery. We have also given as much thought as our natural powers will permit to Professor Huxley's celebrated lecture on the physical basis of life, so that what we may say in this volume as to the tendency of modern scientific thought may be free from ignorant misstatement. Compressing his theory within the closest possible limits, it may be formulated thus: out of cosmic matter all things are created. Dissimilar forms result from different permutations and combinations of this matter. Matter has devoured spirit, hence spirit does not exist. Thought is a property of matter. Existing forms die that others may take their place. The dissimilarity in organism is due only to varying chemical action in the same life matter, all protoplasm being identical. As far as chemistry and microscopy goes, Professor Huxley's system may be faultless, and the profound sensation caused throughout the world by its enunciation can be readily understood. But its defect is that the thread of his logic begins nowhere, and ends in a void. He has made the best possible use of the available material. Given a universe crowded with molecules, endowed with active force, and containing in themselves the principle of life, and all the rest is easy, one set of inherent forces impelled to aggregate into worlds, and another to evolve the various forms of plant and animal organism. But what gave the first impulse to those molecules and endowed them with that mysterious faculty of life? What is this occult property which causes the protoplasms of man, beast, reptile, fish, or plant, to differentiate, each ever evolving its own kind, and never any other? And after the physical body gives up its constituents to the soil and air, whether fungus or oak, worm or man, what becomes of the life which once animated the frame? Is the law of evolution, so imperative in its application to the method of nature, from the time when cosmic molecules are floating, to the time when they form a human brain, to be cut short at that point, and not allowed to develop more perfect entities out of this pre-existent law of form? Is Mr. Huxley prepared to assert the impossibility of man's attainment to a state of existence after physical death, in which he will be surrounded with new forms of plant and animal life, the result of new arrangements of now sublimated matter? He acknowledges that he knows nothing about the phenomena of gravitation, except that, in all human experience, as stones, unsupported, have fallen to the ground, there is no reason for believing that any stone so circumstanced will not fall to the ground. But he utterly repels any attempt to change this probability into a necessity, and in fact says, "I utterly repudiate and anathematize the intruder. Facts I know, and law I know, but what is this necessity, save an empty shadow of my own mind's throwing? It is this, only, that everything which happens in nature is the result of necessity, and a law once operative will continue to so operate indefinitely until it is neutralized by an opposing law of equal potency. Thus, it is natural that the stone should fall to the ground in obedience to one force, and it is equally natural that it should not fall, or that having fallen, it should rise again, in obedience to another force equally potent, which Mr. Huxley may, or may not, be familiar with. It is natural that a chair should rest upon the floor when once placed there, and it is equally natural, as the testimony of hundreds of competent witnesses shows, that it should rise in the air, untouched by any visible, mortal hand. Is it not Mr. Huxley's duty to first ascertain the reality of this phenomenon, and then invent a new scientific name for the force behind it? Facts I know, says Mr. Huxley, and law I know. Now, by what means did he become acquainted with fact and law? Through his own senses, no doubt, and these vigilant servants enabled him to discover enough of what he considers truth to construct a system which he himself confesses appears almost shocking to common sense. If his testimony is to be accepted as the basis for a general reconstruction of religious belief, when they have produced only a theory after all, why is not the cumulative testimony of millions of people as to the occurrence of phenomena which undermine its very foundations, worthy of a like respectful consideration? Mr. Huxley is not interested in these phenomena, but these millions are, and while he has been digesting his bread and mutton protoplasms, to gain strength for still bolder metaphysical flights, they have been recognizing the familiar handwriting of those they loved the best, traced by spiritual hands, and discerning the shadowy simulacra of those who, having lived here, and passed through the change of death, give the lie to his pet theory. So long as science will confess that her domain lies within the limits of these changes of matter, and that chemistry will certify that matter, by changing its form from the solid or liquid to the gaseous condition, only changes from the visible to the invisible, and that, amid all these changes, the same quantity of matter remains, she has no right to dogmatize. She is incompetent to say either yea or nay, and must abandon the ground to persons more intuitional than her representatives. High above all other names in his pantheon of nihilism, Mr. Huxley writes that of David Hume. He esteems that philosopher's great service to humanity to be his irrefragable demonstration of the limits of philosophical inquiry, outside which lie the fundamental doctrines of spiritualism and other isms. It is true that the 10th chapter of Hume's Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding was so highly esteemed by its author that he considered that, with the wise and learned, it would be an everlasting check to all kinds of superstitious delusion, which with him was simply a convertible term to represent a belief in some phenomena previously unfamiliar and by him arbitrarily classified as miracle. But, as Mr. Wallace justly observes, Hume's apothegm, that a miracle is a violation of the laws of nature, is imperfect, for in the first place it assumes that we know all the laws of nature, and, second, that an unusual phenomenon is a miracle. Mr. Wallace proposes that a miracle should be defined as any act or event necessarily implying the existence and agency of superhuman intelligences. Now Hume himself says that a uniform experience amounts to a proof, and Huxley, in this famous essay of his, admits that all we can know of the existence of the law of gravitation is that since, in all human experience, stones unsupported have fallen to the ground, there is no reason for believing that the same thing will not occur again, under the same circumstances, but, on the contrary, every reason to believe that it will. If it were certain that the limits of human experience could never be enlarged, then there might be some justice in Hume's assumption that he was familiar with all that could happen under natural law, and some decent excuse for the contemptuous tone which marks all of Huxley's allusions to spiritualism. But, as it is evident from the writings of both these philosophers that they are ignorant of the possibilities of psychological phenomena, too much caution cannot be used in according weight to their dogmatic assertions. One would really suppose that a person who should permit himself such rudeness of criticism upon spiritualistic manifestations had qualified himself for the office of censor by an adequate course of study, but, in a letter addressed to the London Dialectical Society, Mr. Huxley, after saying that he had no time to devote to the subject, and that it does not interest him, makes the following confession, which shows us upon what slight foundation modern scientists sometimes form very positive opinions. The only case of spiritualism, he writes, I ever had the opportunity of examining into for myself, was as gross an imposture as ever came under my notice. What would this protoplasmic philosopher think of a spiritualist who, having had but one opportunity to look through a telescope, and upon that sole occasion had had some deception played upon him by a tricky assistant at the observatory, should forthwith denounce astronomy as a degrading belief? This fact shows that scientists, as a rule, are useful only as collectors of physical facts. Their generalizations from them are often feebler and far more illogical than those of their lay critics. And this also is why they misrepresent ancient doctrines. Professor Balfour Stewart pays a very high tribute to the philosophical intuition of Heraclitus, the Ephesian, who lived 5 centuries before our era, the crying philosopher who declared that fire was the great cause, and that all things were in a perpetual flux. It seems clear, says the professor, that Heraclitus must have had a vivid conception of the innate restlessness and energy of the universe, a conception allied in character to, and only less precise than that of modern philosophers who regard matter as essentially dynamical. He considers the expression fire as very vague, and quite naturally, for the evidence is wanting to show that either Professor Balfour Stewart, who seems less inclined to materialism than some of his colleagues, or any of his contemporaries understand in what sense the word fire was used. His opinions about the origin of things were the same as those of Hippocrates. Both entertained the same views of a supreme power, and, therefore, if their notions of primordial fire, regarded as a material force, in short, as one akin to Leibniz's dynamism, were less precise than those of modern philosophers, a question which remains to be settled yet. On the other hand, their metaphysical views of it were far more philosophical and rational than the one-sided theories of our present-day scholars. Their ideas of fire were precisely those of the later fire philosophers, the Rosicrucians, and the earlier Zoroastrians. They affirmed that the world was created of fire, the divine spirit of which was an omnipotent and omniscient God. Science has condescended to corroborate their claims as to the physical question. Fire, in the ancient philosophy of all times and countries, including our own, has been regarded as a triple principle. As water comprises a visible fluid with invisible gases lurking within, and, behind all the spiritual principle of nature, which gives them their dynamic energy, so, in fire, they recognized, first, visible flame, 2D. Invisible, or astral fire, invisible when inert, but when active, producing heat, light, chemical force, and electricity, the molecular powers, 3D. Spirit. They applied the same rule to each of the elements, and everything evolved from their combinations and correlations, men included, was held by them to be triune. Fire, in the opinion of the Rosicrucians, who were but the successors of the Theurgists, was the source, not only of the material atoms, but also of the forces which energize them. When a visible flame is extinguished, it has disappeared, not only from the sight but also from the conception of the materialist, forever. But the Hermetic philosopher follows it through the partition world of the knowable, across and out on the other side into the unknowable, as he traces the disembodied human spirit, vital spark of heavenly flame, into the aetherium, beyond the grave. This point is too important to be passed by without a few words of comment. The attitude of physical science toward the spiritual half of the cosmos is perfectly exemplified in her gross conception of fire. In this, as in every other branch of science, their philosophy does not contain one sound plank, every one is honeycombed and weak. The works of their own authorities, teeming with humiliating confessions, give us the right to say that the floor upon which they stand is so unstable, that at any moment some new discovery, by one of their own number, may knock away the props and let them all fall in a heap together. They are southwest anxious to drive spirit out of their conceptions that, as Balfour Stewart says, there is a tendency to rush into the opposite extreme, and to work physical conceptions to an excess. He utters a timely warning in adding, let us be cautious that, in avoiding Scylla, we do not rush into Charybdis. For the universe has more than one point of view, and there are possibly regions which will not yield their treasures to the most determined physicists, armed only with kilograms and meters and standard clocks. In another place he confesses, we know nothing, or next to nothing, of the ultimate structure and properties of matter, whether organic or inorganic. As to the other great question, we find in Macaulay a still more unreserved declaration, the question what becomes of man after death. We do not see that a highly educated European, left to his unassisted reason, is more likely to be in the right than a Blackfoot Indian. Not a single one of the many sciences in which we surpass the Blackfoot Indians throws the smallest light on the state of the soul after the animal life is extinct. In truth, all the philosophers, ancient and modern, who have attempted, without the help of revelation, to prove the immortality of man, from Plato down to Franklin, appear to us to have failed deplorably. There are revelations of the spiritual senses of man which may be trusted far more than all the sophistries of materialism. What was a demonstration and a success in the eyes of Plato and his disciples is now considered the overflow of a spurious philosophy and a failure. The scientific methods are reversed. The testimony of the men of old, who were nearer to truth, for they were nearer to the spirit of nature, the only aspect under which the deity will allow itself to be viewed and understood in their demonstrations, are rejected. Their speculations, if we must believe the modern thinkers, are but the expression of a redundance of the unsystematic opinions of men unacquainted with the scientific method of the present century. They foolishly based the little they knew of physiology on well-demonstrated psychology, while the scholar of our day bases psychology, of which he confesses himself utterly ignorant, on physiology, which to him is as yet a closed book, and has not even a method of its own, as Forney tells us. As to the last objection in Macaulay's argument, it was answered by Hippocrates centuries ago: all knowledge, all arts are to be found in nature. The artist will display his waves of harmony better on a royal error than he could have done on a spinet of the 16th century. Therefore, whether this instinctive impulse was directly impressed upon the nervous system of the first insect, or each species has gradually had it developed in itself by instinctively mimicking the acts of its like, as the more perfected doctrine of Herbert Spencer has it, is immaterial to the present subject. The question concerns spiritual evolution only. And if we reject this hypothesis as unscientific and undemonstrated, then will the physical aspect of evolution have to follow it to the ground in its turn, because the one is as undemonstrated as the other, and the spiritual intuition of man is not allowed to dovetail the two, under the pretext that it is unphilosophical. Whether we wish it or not, we will have to fall back on the old query of Plutarch's Symposiacs, whether it was the bird or the egg which first made its appearance. Now that the Aristotelian authority is shaken to its foundations with that of Plato, and our men of science reject every authority, nay, hate it, except each his own, and the general estimate of human collective wisdom is at the lowest discount, mankind, headed by science itself, is still irrepressibly drawing back to the starting point of the oldest philosophies. We find our idea perfectly expressed by a writer in the Popular Science Monthly. The gods of sex and specialties, says Osgood Mason, may perhaps be failing of their accustomed reverence, but, in the meantime, there is dawning on the world, with a softer and serener light, the conception, imperfect though it still may be, of a conscious, originating, all-pervading active soul, the oversoul, the cause, the deity, unrevealed through human form or speech, but filling and inspiring every living soul in the wide universe according to its measure, whose temple is nature, and whose worship is admiration. This is pure Platonism, Buddhism, and the exalted but just views of the earliest Aryans in their deification of nature. And such is the expression of the ground thought of every theosophist, Kabbalist, and occultist in general, and if we compare it with the quotation from Hippocrates, which precedes the above, we will find in it exactly the same thought and spirit. To return to our subject. The child lacks reason, it being as yet latent in him, and meanwhile he is inferior to the animal as to instinct proper. He will burn or drown himself before he learns that fire and water destroy and are dangerous for him, while the kitten will avoid both instinctively. The little instinct the child possesses fades away as reason, step by step, develops itself. It may be objected, perhaps, that instinct cannot be a spiritual gift, because animals possess it in a higher degree than men, and animals have no souls. Such a belief is erroneous and based upon very insecure foundations. It came from the fact that the inner nature of the animal could be fathomed still less than that of man, who is endowed with speech and can display to us his psychological powers. But what proofs other than negative have we that the animal is without a surviving, if not immortal, soul? On strictly scientific grounds we can adduce as many arguments pro as contra. To express it clearer, neither man nor animal can offer either proof or disproof of the survival of their souls after death. And from the point of view of scientific experience, it is impossible to bring that which has no objective existence under the cognizance of any exact law of science. But Descartes and Bois-Reymond have exhausted their imaginations on the subject, and Agassiz could not realize such a thing as a future existence not shared by the animals we loved, and even the vegetable kingdom which surrounds us. And it is enough to make one's feelings revolt against the claimed justice of the first cause to believe that while a heartless, cold-blooded villain has been endowed with an immortal spirit, the noble, honest dog, often self-denying unto death, that protects the child or master he loves at the peril of his life, that never forgets him, but starves himself on his grave, the animal in whom the sense of justice and generosity are sometimes developed to an amazing degree, will be annihilated. No, away with the civilized reason which suggests such heartless partiality. Better, far better to cling to one's instinct in such a case, and believe with the Indian of Pope, whose untutored mind can only picture to himself a heaven where, admitted to that equal sky, his faithful dog shall bear him company. Space fails us to present the speculative views of certain ancient and medieval occultists upon this subject. Suffice it that they antedated Darwin, embraced more or less all his theories on natural selection and the evolution of species, and largely extended the chain at both ends. Moreover, these philosophers were explorers as daring in psychology as in physiology and anthropology. They never turned aside from the double parallel path traced for them by their great master Hermes. As above, so below, was ever their axiom, and their physical evolution was traced out simultaneously with the spiritual one. On one point, at least, our modern biologists are quite consistent, unable, as yet, to demonstrate the existence of a distinct individual soul in animals. They deny it to men. Reason has brought them to the brink of Tyndall's impassable chasm between mind and matter. Instinct alone can teach them to bridge it. When in their despair of ever being able to fathom the mystery of life, they will have come to a dead stop, their instinct may reassert itself, and take them across the hitherto fathomless abyss. This is the point which Professor John Fiske and the authors of The Unseen Universe seem to have reached, and Wallace, the anthropologist and ex-materialist, to have been the first to courageously step over. Let them push boldly until they discover that it is not spirit that dwells in matter, but matter which clings temporarily to spirit, and that the latter alone is an eternal, imperishable abode for all things visible and invisible. Esoteric philosophers held that everything in nature is but a materialization of spirit. The eternal first cause is latent spirit, they said, and matter from the beginning. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. While conceding the idea of such a God to be an unthinkable abstraction to human reason, they claimed that the unerring human instinct grasped it as a reminiscence of something concrete to it though intangible to our physical senses. With the first idea, which emanated from the double-sexed and hitherto inactive deity, the first motion was communicated to the whole universe, and the electric thrill was instantaneously felt throughout the boundless space. Spirit begot force, and force matter, and thus the latent deity manifested itself as a creative energy. When, at what point of the eternity, or how? The question must always remain unanswered, for human reason is unable to grasp the great mystery. But, though spirit matter was from all eternity, it was in the latent state. The evolution of our visible universe must have had a beginning. To our feeble intellect, this beginning may seem so remote as to appear to us eternity itself a period inexpressible in figures or language. Aristotle argued that the world was eternal, and that it will always be the same, that one generation of men has always produced another, without ever having had a beginning that could be determined by our intellect. In this, his teaching, in its exoteric sense, clashed with that of Plato, who taught that there was a time when mankind did not perpetuate itself, but in spirit. Both the doctrines agreed. As Plato adds immediately, this was followed by the earthly human race, in which the primitive history was gradually forgotten and men sank deeper and deeper, and Aristotle says, if there has been a first man he must have been born without father or mother, which is repugnant to nature. For there could not have been a first egg to give a beginning to birds, or there should have been a first bird which gave a beginning to eggs, for a bird comes from an egg. The same he held good for all species, believing, with Plato, that everything before it appeared on earth had first its being in spirit. This mystery of first creation, which was ever the despair of science, is unfathomable, unless we accept the doctrine of the Hermetists. Though matter is co-eternal with spirit, that matter is certainly not our visible, tangible, and divisible matter, but its extreme sublimation. Pure spirit is but one remove higher. Unless we allow men to have been evolved out of this primordial spirit matter, how can we ever come to any reasonable hypothesis as to the genesis of animate beings? Darwin begins his evolution of species at the lowest point and traces upward. His only mistake may be that he applies his system at the wrong end. Could he remove his quest from the visible universe into the invisible, he might find himself on the right path. But then, he would be following in the footsteps of the Hermetists. That our philosophers, positivists, even the most learned among them, never understood the spirit of the mystic doctrines taught by the old philosophers Platonists is evident from that most eminent modern work, Conflict Between Religion and Science. Professor Draper begins his 5th chapter by saying that the pagan Greeks and Romans believed that the spirit of man resembles his bodily form, varying its appearance with his variations, and growing with his growth. What the ignorant masses thought is a matter of little consequence, though even they could never have indulged in such speculations taken a la lettre. As to Greek and Roman philosophers of the Platonic school, they believed no such thing of the spirit of man, but applied the above doctrine to his soul, or psychical nature, which, as we have previously shown, is not the divine spirit. Aristotle, in his philosophical deduction on dreams, shows this doctrine of the twofold soul, or soul and spirit, very plainly. It is necessary for us to ascertain in what portion of the soul dreams appear, he says. All the ancient Greeks believed not only a double, but even a triple soul to exist in man. And even Homer we find terming the animal soul, or the astral soul, called by Mr. Draper spirit, and the divine one the name by which Plato also designated the higher spirit. The Hindu Jainas conceive the soul, which they call jiva, to have been united from all eternity to even two sublimated ethereal bodies, one of which is invariable and consists of the divine powers of the higher mind, the other variable and composed of the grosser passions of man, his sensual affections, and terrestrial attributes. When the soul becomes purified after death, it joins its Vaikarika, or divine spirit, and becomes a god. The followers of the Vedas, the learned Brahmins, explain the same doctrine in the Vedanta. The soul, according to their teaching, as a portion of the divine universal spirit or immaterial mind, is capable of uniting itself with the essence of its highest entity. The teaching is explicit. The Vedanta affirms that whoever attains the thorough knowledge of his God becomes a god while yet in his mortal body, and acquires supremacy over all things. Quoting from the Vedaic theology the verse which says, "There is in truth but one deity, the Supreme Spirit, he is of the same nature as the soul of man," Mr. Draper shows the Buddhistic doctrines as reaching Eastern Europe through Aristotle. We believe the assertion unwarranted, for Pythagoras, and after him Plato, taught them long before Aristotle. If subsequently the later Platonists accepted in their dialectics the Aristotelian arguments on emanation, it was merely because his views coincided in some respect with those of the Oriental philosophers. The Pythagorean number of harmony and Plato's esoteric doctrines on creation are inseparable from the Buddhistic doctrine of emanation, and the great aim of the Pythagorean philosophy, namely, to free the astral soul from the fetters of matter and sense, and make it thereby fit for an eternal contemplation of spiritual things, is a theory identical with the Buddhistic doctrine of final absorption. It is the nirvana, interpreted in its right sense, a metaphysical tenet that just begins to be suspected now by our latest Sanskrit scholars. If the doctrines of Aristotle have exercised on the later Neoplatonists such a dominating influence, how is it that neither Plotinus, nor Porphyry, nor Proclus ever accepted his theories on dreams and prophetic soul visions? While Aristotle held that most of those who prophesy have diseases of madness, thus furnishing some American plagiarists and specialists with a few reasonable ideas to disfigure the views of Porphyry, hence those of Plotinus, were quite the reverse. In the most vital questions of metaphysical speculations, Aristotle is constantly contradicted by the Neoplatonists. Furthermore, either the Buddhistic nirvana is not the nihilistic doctrine, as it is now represented to be, or the Neoplatonists did not accept it in this sense. Surely Mr. Draper will not take upon himself to affirm that either Plotinus, Porphyry, Iamblichus, or any other philosopher of their mystic school, did not believe in the soul's immortality. To say that either of them sought ecstasy as a foretaste of absorption into the universal mundane soul, in the sense in which the Buddhist nirvana is understood by every Sanskrit scholar, is to wrong these philosophers. Nirvana is not, as Mr. Draper has it, a reabsorption in the universal force, eternal rest, and bliss, but, when taken literally by the said scholars, means the blowing out, the extinction, complete annihilation, and not absorption. No one, so far as we know, has ever taken upon himself to ascertain the true metaphysical meaning of this word, which is not to be found, even in the Lankavatara, which gives the different interpretations of the nirvana by the Brahmansterthakas. Therefore, for one who reads this passage in Mr. Draper's work, and bears in mind but the usually accepted meaning of the nirvana, will naturally suppose that Plotinus and Porphyry were nihilists. Such a page in the conflict gives us a certain right to suppose that either one, the learned author desired to place Plotinus and Porphyry on the same plane with Giordano Bruno, of whom he makes, very erroneously, an atheist, or, 2, that he never took the trouble of studying the lives of these philosophers and their views. Now, for one who knows Professor Draper, even by reputation, the latter supposition is simply absurd. Therefore, we must think, with deep regret, that his desire was to misrepresent their religious aspirations. It is decidedly an awkward thing for modern philosophers, whose sole aim seems to be the elimination of the ideas of God and the immortal spirit from the mind of humanity, to have to treat with historical impartiality the most celebrated of the pagan Platonists. To have to admit, on the one hand, their profound learning, their genius, their achievements in the most abstruse philosophical questions, and therefore their sagacity, and, on the other, their unreserved adhesion to the doctrine of immortality, of the final triumph of spirit over matter, and their implicit faith in God and the gods, or spirits, in the return of the dead, apparitions, and other spiritual matters, is a dilemma from which academical human nature could not reasonably be expected to extricate itself so easily. The plan resorted to by Lempriere, in such an emergency as the above, is coarser than Professor Draper's, but equally effective. He charges the ancient philosophers with deliberate falsehood, trickery, and credulity. After painting to his readers Pythagoras, Plotinus, and Porphyry as marvels of learning, morality, and accomplishments, as men eminent for personal dignity, purity of lives, and self-abnegation in the pursuit of divine truths, he does not hesitate to rank this celebrated philosopher, Pythagoras, among impostors, while to Porphyry he attributes credulity, lack of judgment, and dishonesty. Forced by the facts of history to give them their just due in the course of his narrative, he displays his bigoted prejudice in the parenthetical comments which he allows himself. From this antiquated writer of the last century we learn that a man may be honest, and at the same time an impostor, pure, virtuous, and a great philosopher, and yet dishonest, a liar, and a fool. We have shown elsewhere that the secret doctrine does not concede immortality to all men alike. The eye would never see the sun, if it were not of the nature of the sun, said Plotinus. Only, through the highest purity and chastity we shall approach nearer to God, and receive in the contemplation of Him, the true knowledge and insight, writes Porphyry. If the human soul has neglected during its lifetime to receive its illumination from its divine spirit, our personal God, then it becomes difficult for the gross and sensual man to survive for a great length of time his physical death. No more than the misshapen monster can live long after its physical birth, can the soul, once that it has become material, exist after its birth into the spiritual world. The viability of the astral form is so feeble that the particles cannot cohere firmly when once it is slipped out of the unyielding capsule of the external body. Its particles, gradually obeying the disorganizing attraction of universal space, finally fly asunder beyond the possibility of reaggregation. Upon the occurrence of such a catastrophe, the individual ceases to exist, his glorious ogoids has left him. During the intermediary period between his bodily death and the disintegration of the astral form, the latter, bound by magnetic attraction to its ghastly corpse, prowls about, and sucks vitality from susceptible victims. The man, having shut out of himself every ray of the divine light, is lost in darkness, and, therefore, clings to the earth and the earthy. No astral soul, even that of a pure, good, and virtuous man, is immortal in the strictest sense. From elements it was formed to elements it must return. Only, while the soul of the wicked vanishes, and is absorbed without redemption, that of every other person, even moderately pure, simply changes its ethereal particles for still more ethereal ones, and, while there remains in it a spark of the divine, the individual man, or rather, his personal ego, cannot die. After death, says Proclus, the soul, the spirit, continueth to linger in the aerial body, astral form, till it is entirely purified from all angry and voluptuous passions, then doth it put off by a second dying the aerial body as it did the earthly one. Whereupon, the ancients say that there is a celestial body always joined with the soul, and which is immortal, luminous, and star-like. But, we will now turn from our digression to further consider the question of reason and instinct. The latter, according to the ancients, proceeded from the divine, the former from the purely human. 1. The instinct is the product of the senses, a sagaciousness shared by the lowest animals, even those who have no reason. It is the other is the product of the reflective faculties, denoting judiciousness and human intellectuality. Therefore, an animal devoid of reasoning powers has in its inherent instinct an unerring faculty which is but that spark of the divine which lurks in every particle of inorganic matter, itself materialized spirit. In the Jewish Kabbalah, the second and third chapters of Genesis are explained thus: when the second Adam is created, out of the dust, matter has become so gross that it reigns supreme. Out of its lusts evolves woman, and Lilith has the best of spirit. The Lord God, walking in the garden in the cool of the day, the sunset of spirit, or divine light obscured by the shadows of matter, curses not only them who have committed the sin, but even the ground itself, and all living things, the tempting serpent matter above all. Who but the Kabbalists are able to explain this seeming act of injustice? How are we to understand this cursing of all created things, innocent of any crime? The allegory is evident. The curse inheres in matter itself. Henceforth, it is doomed to struggle against its own grossness for purification. The latent spark of divine spirit, though smothered, is still there, and its invincible attraction upward compels it to struggle in pain and labor to free itself. Logic shows us that as all matter had a common origin, it must have attributes in common, and as the vital and divine spark is in man's material body, so it must lurk in every subordinate species. The latent mentality which, in the lower kingdoms is recognized as semi-consciousness, consciousness, and instinct, is largely subdued in man. Reason, the outgrowth of the physical brain, develops at the expense of instinct, the flickering reminiscence of a once divine omniscient spirit. Reason, the badge of the sovereignty of physical man over all other physical organisms, is often put to shame by the instinct of an animal. As his brain is more perfect than that of any other creature, its emanations must naturally produce the highest results of mental action, but reason avails only for the consideration of material things. It is incapable of helping its possessor to a knowledge of spirit. In losing instinct, man loses his intuitional powers, which are the crown and ultimatum of instinct. Reason is the clumsy weapon of the scientist's intuition, the unerring guide of the seer. Instinct teaches plant and animal their seasons for the procreation of their species, and guides the dumb brute to find his appropriate remedy in the hour of sickness. Reason, the pride of man, fails to check the propensities of his matter, and brooks no restraint upon the unlimited gratification of his senses. Far from leading him to be his own physician, its subtle sophistries lead him too often to his own destruction. Nothing is more demonstrable than the proposition that the perfection of matter is reached at the expense of instinct. The zoophyte attached to the submarine rock, opening its mouth to attract the food that floats by, shows, proportionately with its physical structure, more instinct than the whale. The ant, with its wonderful architectural, social, and political abilities, is inexpressibly higher in the scale than the subtle royal tiger watching its prey. With awe and wonder, exclaims Du Bois-Reymond, must the student of nature regard that microscopic molecule of nervous substance which is the seat of the laborious, constructive, orderly, loyal, dauntless soul of the ant. Like everything else which has its origin in psychological mysteries, instinct has been too long neglected in the domain of science. We see what indicated the way to man to find relief for all his physical ailings, says Hippocrates. It is the instinct of the earlier races, when cold reason had not as yet obscured man's inner vision. Its indication must never be disdained, for it is to instinct alone that we owe our first remedies. Instantaneous and unerring cognition of an omniscient mind, instinct is in everything unlike the finite reason, and in the tentative progress of the latter, the godlike nature of man is often utterly engulfed, whenever he shuts out from himself the divine light of intuition. The one crawls, the other flies. Reason is the power of the man, intuition the prescience of the woman. Plotinus, the pupil of the great Ammonios Saccas, the chief founder of the Neoplatonic school, taught that human knowledge had three ascending steps: opinion, science, and illumination. He explained it by saying that the means or instrument of opinion is sense, or perception; of science, dialectics; of illumination, intuition, or divine instinct. To the last, reason is subordinate. It is absolute knowledge founded on the identification of the mind with the object known. Prayer opens the spiritual sight of man, for prayer is desire, and desire develops will. The magnetic emanations proceeding from the body at every effort, whether mental or physical, produce self-magnetization and ecstasy. Plotinus recommended solitude for prayer as the most efficient means of obtaining what is asked, and Plato advised those who prayed to remain silent in the presence of the divine ones, till they remove the cloud from thy eyes, and enable thee to see by the light which issues from themselves. Apollonius always isolated himself from men during the conversation he held with God, and whenever he felt the necessity for divine contemplation and prayer, he wrapped himself, head and all, in the drapery of his white woolen mantle. When thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father in secret, says the Nazarene, the pupil of the Essenes. Every human being is born with the rudiment of the inner sense called intuition, which may be developed into what the Scotch know as second sight. All the great philosophers, who, like Plotinus, Porphyry, and Iamblichus, employed this faculty, taught the doctrine. There is a faculty of the human mind, writes Iamblichus, which is superior to all which is born or begotten. Through it we are enabled to attain union with the superior intelligences, to being transported beyond the scenes of this world, and to partaking the higher life and peculiar powers of the heavenly ones. Were there no inner sight or intuition, the Jews would never have had their Bible, nor the Christians Jesus. What both Moses and Jesus gave to the world was the fruit of their intuition or illumination. What their subsequent elders and teachers allowed the world to understand was dogmatic misrepresentations, too often blasphemy. To accept the Bible as a revelation and nail belief to a literal translation is worse than absurdity. It is a blasphemy against the divine majesty of the unseen. If we had to judge of the deity and the world of spirits by its human interpreters, now that philology proceeds with giant strides on the fields of comparative religions, belief in God and the soul's immortality could not withstand the attacks of reason for 1 century more. That which supports the faith of men in God and the spiritual life to come is intuition, that divine outcome of our inner self, which defies the mummeries of the Roman Catholic priest and his ridiculous idols, the 1001 ceremonies of the Brahmin and his idols, and the Jeremiads of the Protestant preacher, and his desolate and arid creed, with no idols, but a boundless hell and damnation hooked on at the end. Were it not for this intuition, undying though often wavering because so clogged with matter, human life would be a parody and humanity a fraud. This ineradicable feeling of the presence of someone outside and inside ourselves is one that no dogmatic contradictions, nor external form of worship can destroy in humanity, let scientists and clergy do what they may. Moved by such thoughts of the boundlessness and impersonality of the deity, Gautama Buddha, the Hindu Christ, exclaimed, "As the 4 rivers which fall in the Ganges lose their names as soon as they mingle their waters with the holy river, so all who believe in Buddha cease to be Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras." The Old Testament was compiled and arranged from oral tradition. The masses never knew its real meaning, for Moses was ordered to impart the hidden truths but to his 70 elders on whom the Lord put of the Spirit which was upon the legislator. Maimonides, whose authority and whose knowledge of the sacred history can hardly be rejected, says, "Whoever shall find out the true sense of the book of Genesis ought to take care not to divulge it. If a person should discover the true meaning of it by himself, or by the aid of another, then he ought to be silent, or, if he speaks of it, he ought to speak of it but obscurely and in an enigmatical manner." This confession, that what is written in the Holy Writ is but an allegory, was made by other Jewish authorities besides Maimonides, for we find Josephus stating that Moses philosophized, spoke riddles in figurative allegory, when writing the book of Genesis. Therefore modern science, by neglecting to unriddle the true sense of the Bible, and by allowing the whole of Christendom to go on believing in the dead letter of the Jewish theology, tacitly constitutes herself the confederate of the fanatical clergy. She has no right to ridicule the records of a people who never wrote them with the idea that they would receive such a strange interpretation at the hands of an inimical religion. That their holiest texts should be turned against them and that the dead men's bones could have smothered the spirit of truth is the saddest feature of Christianity. The gods exist, says Epicurus, but they are not what the rabble suppose them to be. And yet Epicurus, judged as usual by superficial critics, is set down and paraded as a materialist. But neither the great first cause nor its emanation human, immortal spirit have left themselves without a witness. Mesmerism and modern spiritualism are there to attest the great truths. For over 15 centuries, thanks to the blindly brutal persecutions of those great vandals of early Christian history, Constantine and Justinian, ancient wisdom slowly degenerated until it gradually sank into the deepest mire of monkish superstition and ignorance. The Pythagorean knowledge of things that are, the profound erudition of the Gnostics, the world and time-honored teachings of the great philosophers, all were rejected as doctrines of Antichrist and paganism, and committed to the flames. With the last 7 wise men of the Orient, the remnant group of the Neoplatonists, Hermias, Priscianus, Diogenes, Euloleus, Damascius, Simplicius and Isidorus, who fled from the fanatical persecutions of Justinian, to Persia, the reign of wisdom closed. The books of Thoth, or Hermes Trismegistus, which contain within their sacred pages the spiritual and physical history of the creation and progress of our world, were left to mold in oblivion and contempt for ages. They found no interpreters in Christian Europe. The Philolithians, or wise, lovers of the truth, were no more. They were replaced by the light fleers, the tonsured and hooded monks of papal Rome, who dread truth, in whatever shape and from whatever quarter it appears, if it but clashes in the least with their dogmas. As to skeptics, this is what Professor Alexander Wilder remarks of them and their followers, in his sketches on Neoplatonism and alchemy. A century has passed since the compilers of the French Encyclopedia infused skepticism into the blood of the civilized world, and made it disreputable to believe in the actual existence of anything that cannot be tested in crucibles or demonstrated by critical reasoning. Even now, it requires candor as well as courage to venture to treat upon a subject which has been for many years discarded and contemned, because it has not been well or correctly understood. The person must be bold who accounts the Hermetic philosophy to be other than a pretense of science, and so believing, demands for its enunciation a patient hearing. Yet its professors were once the princes of learned investigation, and heroes among common men. Besides, nothing is to be despised which men have reverently believed, and disdain for the earnest convictions of others is itself the token of ignorance, and of an ungenerous mind. And now, encouraged by these words from a scholar who is neither a fanatic nor a conservative, we will recall a few things reported by travelers as having been seen by them in Thibet and India, and which are treasured by the natives as practical proofs of the truth of the philosophy and science handed down by their forefathers. First, we may consider that most remarkable phenomenon as seen in the temples of Thibet, and the accounts of which have reached Europe from eyewitnesses other than Catholic missionaries whose testimony we will exclude for obvious reasons. Early in the present century, a Florentine scientist, a skeptic and a correspondent of the French Institute, having been permitted to penetrate in disguise to the hallowed precincts of a Buddhist temple, where the most solemn of all ceremonies was taking place, relates the following as having been seen by himself. An altar is ready in the temple to receive the resuscitated Buddha, found by the initiated priesthood, and recognized by certain secret signs to have reincarnated himself in a newborn infant. The baby, but a few days old, is brought into the presence of the people and reverentially placed upon the altar. Suddenly rising into a sitting posture, the child begins to utter in a loud, manly voice, the following sentences: "I am Buddha, I am his spirit, and I, Buddha, your Dalai Lama, have left my old, decrepit body, at the temple of, and selected the body of this young babe as my next earthly dwelling. Our scientist, being finally permitted by the priests to take, with due reverence, the baby in his arms, and carry it away to such a distance from them as to satisfy him that no ventriloquial deception is being practiced, the infant looks at the grave academician with eyes that make his flesh creep, as he expresses it, and repeats the words he had previously uttered. A detailed account of this adventure, attested with the signature of this eyewitness, was forwarded to Paris, but the members of the Institute, instead of accepting the testimony of a scientific observer of acknowledged credibility, concluded that the Florentine was either suffering under an attack of sunstroke, or had been deceived by a clever trick of acoustics. Although, according to Mr. Stanislas Julien, the French translator of the sacred Chinese texts, there is a verse in the Lotus which says that a Buddha is as difficult to be found as the flowers of Adumbra and Palaka. If we are to believe several eyewitnesses, such a phenomenon does happen. Of course its occurrence is rare, for it happens but on the death of every great Dalai Lama, and these venerable old gentlemen live proverbially long lives. The poor Abbé Huck, whose works of travel in Tibet and China are so well known, relates the same fact of the resuscitation of Buddha. He adds, furthermore, the curious circumstance that the baby oracle makes good his claim to being an old mind in a young body by giving to those who ask him, and who knew him in his past life, the most exact details of his anterior earthly existence. It is worthy of notice that de Mussos, who expatiates at length on the phenomenon, attributing it as a matter of course to the devil, gravely remarks of the abbé himself, that the fact that he had been unfrocked, defroque, is an accident which he confess scarcely tends to strengthen our confidence. In our humble opinion this little circumstance strengthens it all the more. The Abbé Huck had his work placed on the index for the truth he told about the similarity of the Buddhistical rites with the Roman Catholic ones. He was moreover suspended in his missionary work for being too sincere. If this example of infant prodigy stood alone, we might reasonably indulge in some hesitation as to accepting it, but, to say nothing of the Camisard prophets of 1707, among whom was the boy of 15 months described by Jacques du Bois, who spoke in good French, as though God were speaking through his mouth, and of the Savants babies, whose speaking and prophesying were witnessed by the first savants of France, we have instances in modern times of quite as remarkable a character. Lloyd's weekly newspaper, for March, 1875, contained an account of the following phenomenon. At Sarlouis, France, a child was born. The mother had just been confined, the midwife was holding forth garrulously on the blessed little creature, and the friends were congratulating the father on his luck, when somebody asked what time it was. Judge of the surprise of all, on hearing the newborn babe reply distinctly, 2 o'clock. But this was nothing to what followed. The company were looking on the infant, with speechless wonder and dismay, when it opened its eyes, and said, I have been sent into the world to tell you that 1875 will be a good year, but that 1876 will be a year of blood. Having uttered this prophecy it turned on its side and expired, aged half an hour. We are not aware that this prodigy has received official authentication by the civil authority. Of course we should look for none from the clergy, since no profit or honor was to be derived from it, but even if a respectable British commercial journal was not responsible for the story, the result has given it special interest. The year 1876, just past, we write in February, 1877, was emphatically, and, from the standpoint of March, 1875, unexpectedly a year of blood. In the Danubian principalities was written one of the bloodiest chapters of the history of war, and rapine a chapter of outrages of Moslem upon Christian that has scarcely been paralleled since Catholic soldiers butchered the simple natives of North and South America by tens of thousands, and Protestant Englishmen waded to the imperial throne of Delhi, step by step, through rivers of blood. If the Sarlouis prophecy was but a mere newspaper sensation, still the turn of events elevated it into the rank of a fulfilled prediction. 1875 was a year of great plenty, and 1876, to the surprise of everybody, a year of carnage. But even if it should be found that the baby prophet never opened its lips, the instance of the Jenkin infant still remains to puzzle the investigator. This is one of the most surprising cases of mediumship. The child's mother is the famous Kate Fox, its father H.D. Jenkin, barrister at law, in London. He was born in London in 1873, and before he was 3 months old showed evidences of spirit mediumship. Rappings occurred on his pillow and cradle, and also on his father's person, when he held the child in his lap and Mrs. Jenkin was absent from home. 2 months later, a communication of 20 words, exclusive of signature, was written through his hand. A gentleman, a Liverpool solicitor, named J. Wason, was present at the time, and united with the mother and nurse in a certificate which was published in the London Medium and Daybreak of May 8, 1874. The professional and scientific rank of Mr. Jenkin make it in the highest degree improbable that he would lend himself to a deception. Moreover, the child was within such easy reach of the Royal Institution, of which his father is a member, that Professor Tyndall and his associates had no excuse for neglecting to examine and inform the world about this psychological phenomenon. The sacred baby of Thibet being so far away, they find their most convenient plan to be a flat denial, with hints of sunstroke and acoustical machinery. As for the London baby, the affair is still easier. Let them wait until the child has grown up and learned to write, and then deny the story point blank. In addition to other travelers, the Abbé Huck gives us an account of that wonderful tree of Thibet called the Kaunbaum, that is to say, the tree of the 10,000 images and characters. It will grow in no other latitude, although the experiment has sometimes been tried, and it cannot even be multiplied from cuttings. The tradition is that it sprang from the hair of one of the avatars, the Lama Tsongkhapa, one of the incarnations of Buddha. But we will let the Abbé Huck tell the rest of the story. Each of its leaves, in opening, bears either a letter or a religious sentence, written in sacred characters, and these letters are, of their kind, of such a perfection that the type foundries of Didot contain nothing to excel them. Open the leaves, which vegetation is about to unroll, and you will there discover, on the point of appearing, the letters or the distinct words which are the marvel of this unique tree. Turn your attention from the leaves of the plant to the bark of its branches, and new characters will meet your eyes. Do not allow your interest to flag. Raise the layers of this bark, and still other characters will show themselves below those whose beauty had surprised you. 4. Do not fancy that these superposed layers repeat the same printing. No, quite the contrary. For each lamina you lift presents to view its distinct type. How, then, can we suspect jugglery? I have done my best in that direction to discover the slightest trace of human trick, and my baffled mind could not retain the slightest suspicion. We will add to M. Huck's narrative the statement that the characters which appear upon the different portions of the Kaunbaum are in the Sansar, or language of the sun, characters, ancient Sanskrit, and that the sacred tree, in its various parts, contains in extenso the whole history of the creation, and in substance the sacred books of Buddhism. In this respect, it bears the same relation to Buddhism as the pictures in the Temple of Dendera, in Egypt, due to the ancient faith of the pharaohs. The latter are briefly described by Professor W. B. Carpenter, President of the British Association, in his Manchester lecture on Egypt. He makes it clear that the Jewish book of Genesis is nothing more than an expression of the early Jewish ideas, based upon the pictorial records of the Egyptians among whom they lived. But he does not make it clear, except inferentially, whether he believes either the Dendera pictures or the Mosaic account to be an allegory or a pretended historical narrative. How a scientist who had devoted himself to the most superficial investigation of the subject can venture to assert that the ancient Egyptians had the same ridiculous notions about the world's instantaneous creation as the early Christian theologians, passes comprehension. How can he say that because the Dendera picture happens to represent their cosmogony in one allegory, they intended to show the scene as occurring in 6 minutes or 6 millions of years? It may as well indicate allegorically 6 successive epochs or eons, or eternity, as 6 days. Besides, the books of Hermes certainly give no color to the charge, and the Avesta specifically names 6 periods, each embracing thousands of years, instead of days. Many of the Egyptian hieroglyphics contradict Dr. Carpenter's theory, and Champollion has avenged the ancients in many particulars. From what is gone before, it will, we think, be made clear to the reader that the Egyptian philosophy had no room for any such crude speculations, if the Hebrews themselves ever believed them. Their cosmogony viewed man as the result of evolution, and his progress to be marked by immensely lengthened cycles. But to return to the wonders of Thebat. Speaking of pictures, the one described by Huck as hanging in a certain lamasery may fairly be regarded as one of the most wonderful in existence. It is a simple canvas without the slightest mechanical apparatus attached, as the visitor may prove by examining it at his leisure. It represents a moonlit landscape, but the moon is not at all motionless and dead, quite the reverse, for, according to the Abbé, one would say that our moon herself, or at least her living double, lighted the picture. Each phase, each aspect, each movement of our satellite, is repeated in her facsimile, in the movement and progress of the moon in the sacred picture. You see this planet in the painting ride as a crescent, or full, shine brightly, pass behind the clouds, peep out or set, in a manner corresponding in the most extraordinary way with the real luminary. It is, in a word, a most servile and resplendent reproduction of the pale queen of the night, which received the adoration of so many people in the days of old. When we think of the astonishment that would inevitably be felt by one of our self-complacent academicians at seeing such a picture, and it is by no means the only one, for they have them in other parts of Tibet and Japan also, which represent the sun's movements, when we think, we say, of his embarrassment at knowing that if he ventured to tell the unvarnished truth to his colleagues, his fate would probably be like that of poor Huck, and he flung out of the academical chair as a liar or a lunatic, we cannot help recalling the anecdote of Tycho Brahe, given by Humboldt in his Cosmos. One evening, says the great Danish astronomer, as, according to my usual habit, I was considering the celestial vault, to my indescribable amazement, I saw, close to the zenith, in Cassiopeia, a radiant star of extraordinary size. Struck with astonishment, I knew not whether I could believe my own eyes. Some time after that, I learned that in Germany, Cartman, and other persons of the lower classes had repeatedly warned the scientists that a great apparition could be seen in the sky, which fact afforded both the press and public one more opportunity to indulge in their usual raillery against the men of science, who, in the cases of several antecedent comets, had not predicted their appearance. From the days of the earliest antiquity, the Brahmins were known to be possessed of wonderful knowledge in every kind of magic arts. From Pythagoras, the first philosopher who studied wisdom with the gymnosophists, and Plotinus, who was initiated into the mystery of uniting oneself with the deity through abstract contemplation, down to the modern adepts, it was well known that in the land of the Brahmins and Gautama Buddha the sources of hidden wisdom are to be sought after. It is for future ages to discover this grand truth, and accept it as such, whereas now it is degraded as a low superstition. What did anyone, even the greatest scientists, know of India, Tibet, and China, until the last quarter of this century? That most untiring scholar, Max Muller, tells us that before then not a single original document of the Buddhist religion had been accessible to European philologists, that 50 years ago, there was not a single scholar who could have translated a line of the Veda, a line of the Zendavesta, or a line of the Buddhist Tripitaka, let alone other dialects or languages. And even now, that science is in possession of various sacred texts, what they have are but very incomplete editions of these works, and nothing, positively nothing of the secret sacred literature of Buddhism. And the little that our Sanskrit scholars have got hold of, and which at first was termed by Max Muller a dreary jungle of religious literature, the most excellent hiding place for lamas and Dalai Lamas, is now beginning to shed a faint light on the primitive darkness. We find this scholar stating that that which appeared at the first glance into the labyrinth of the religions of the world, all darkness, self-deceit, and vanity begin to assume another form. It sounds, he writes, like a degradation of the very name of religion, to apply it to the wild ravings of Hindu yogins, and the blank blasphemies of Chinese Buddhists. But, as we slowly and patiently wend our way through the dreary prisons, our own eyes seem to expand, and we perceive a glimmer of light, where all was darkness at first. As an illustration of how little even the generation which directly preceded our own was competent to judge the religions and beliefs of the several 100 million Buddhists, Brahmins, and Parsas, let the student consult the advertisement of a scientific work published in 1828 by a Professor Dunbar, the first scholar who has undertaken to demonstrate that the Sanskrit is derived from the Greek. It appeared under the following title: An Inquiry into the Structure and Affinity of the Greek and Latin Languages, with occasional comparisons of the Sanskrit and Gothic, within which the derivation of the Sanskrit from the Greek is endeavored to be established. By George Dunbar, and Professor of Greek in the University of Edinburgh. Had Max Muller happened to fall from the sky at that time, among the scholars of the day, and with his present knowledge, we would like to have compiled the epithets which would have been bestowed by the learned academicians upon the daring innovator. One who, classifying languages genealogically, says that Sanskrit, as compared to Greek and Latin, is an elder sister, the earliest deposit of Aryan speech. And so, we may naturally expect that in 1976, the same criticisms will be justly applied to many a scientific discovery, now deemed conclusive and final by our scholars. That which is now termed the superstitious verbiage and gibberish of mere heathens and savages, composed many thousands of years ago, may be found to contain the master key to all religious systems. The cautious sentence of St. Augustine, a favorite name in Max Muller's lectures, which says that there is no false religion which does not contain some elements of truth, may yet be triumphantly proved correct, the more so as, far from being original with the Bishop of Hippo, it was borrowed by him from the works of Ammonios Saccas, the great Alexandrian teacher. This God-taught philosopher, the Theodidactos, had repeated these same words to exhaustion, in his numerous works some 140 years before Augustine. Acknowledging Jesus as an excellent man, and the friend of God, he always maintained that his design was not to abolish the intercourse with gods and demons, spirits, but simply to purify the ancient religions, that the religion of the multitude went hand in hand with philosophy, and with her had shared the fate of being by degrees corrupted and obscured with mere human conceits, superstition, and lies, that it ought therefore to be brought back to its original purity by purging it of this dross and expounding it upon philosophical principles, and that the whole which Christ had in view was to reinstate and restore to its primitive integrity the wisdom of the ancients. It was Ammonios who first taught that every religion was based on one and the same truth, which is the wisdom found in the books of Thoth, Hermes Trismegistus, from which books Pythagoras and Plato had learned all their philosophy. And the doctrines of the former he affirmed to have been identical with the earliest teachings of the Brahmins now embodied in the oldest Vedas. The name Thoth, says Professor Wilder, means a college or assembly, and it is not improbable that the books were so named as being the collected oracles and doctrines of the sacerdotal fraternity of Memphis. Rabbi Wise had suggested a similar hypothesis in relation to the divine utterances recorded in the Hebrew scripture. But the Indian writers assert that during the reign of King Kansa, Yadus, Judeans, or sacred tribe left India and migrated to the west, carrying the four Vedas with them. There was certainly a great resemblance between the philosophical doctrines and religious customs of the Egyptians and Eastern Buddhists, but whether the Hermetic books and the four Vedas were identical, is not now known. But one thing is certainly known, and that is, that before the word philosopher was first pronounced by Pythagoras at the court of the king of the Philasians, the secret doctrine or wisdom was identical in every country. Therefore it is in the oldest texts, those least polluted by subsequent forgeries, that we have to look for the truth. And now that philology has possessed itself of Sanskrit texts which may be boldly affirmed to be documents by far antedating the Mosaic Bible, it is the duty of the scholars to present the world with truth, and nothing but the truth. Without regard to either skeptical or theological prejudice, they are bound to impartially examine both documents, the oldest Vedas and the Old Testament, and then decide which of the two is the original Sruti or revelation, and which but the Smrti, which, as Max Muller shows, only means recollection or tradition. Origen writes that the Brahmins were always famous for the wonderful cures which they performed by certain words, and in our own age we find O'Reilly, a learned corresponding member of the French Institute, corroborating the statement of Origen in the 3rd century, and that of Leonard de Vere of the 16th, in which the latter wrote, "There are also persons, who upon pronouncing a certain sentence a charm, walk barefooted on red, burning coals, and on the points of sharp knives stuck in the ground, and, once poised on them, on one toe, they will lift up in the air a heavy man or any other burden of considerable weight. They will tame wild horses likewise, and the most furious bulls, with a single word. This word is to be found in the mantras of the Sanskrit Vedas, say some adepts. It is for the philologists to decide for themselves whether there is such a word in the Vedas. So far as human evidence goes, it would seem that such magic words do exist. It appears that the Reverend Fathers of the Order of Jesuits have picked up many such tricks in their missionary travels. Baldinger gives them full credit for it. The tchamping, a Hindu word, from which the modern word shampooing is derived, is a well-known magical manipulation in the East Indies. The native sorcerers use it with success to the present day, and it is from them that the Father Jesuits derived their wisdom. Camerarius, in his Ori Subsessivi, narrates that once upon a time there existed a great rivalry of miracles between the Austin friars and the Jesuits. A disputation having taken place between the Father General of the Austin friars, who was very learned, and the General of the Jesuits, who was very unlearned, but full of magical knowledge, the latter proposed to settle the question by trying their subordinates, and finding out which of them would be the readiest to obey his superiors. Thereupon, turning to one of his Jesuits, he said, "Brother Mark, our companions are cold. I command you, in virtue of the holy obedience you have sworn to me, to bring here instantly out of the kitchen fire, and in your hands, some burning coals, that they may warm themselves over your hands." Father Mark instantly obeyed, and brought in both his hands a supply of red, burning coals, and held them till the company present had all warmed themselves, after which he took them back to the kitchen hearth. The General of the Austin friars found himself crestfallen, for none of his subordinates would obey him so far as that. The triumph of the Jesuits was thus accomplished. If the above is looked upon as an anecdote unworthy of credence, we will inquire of the reader what we must think of some modern mediums, who perform the same while entranced. The testimony of several highly respectable and trustworthy witnesses, such as Lord Adair and Mr. S.C. Hall, is unimpeachable. Spirits, the spiritualists will argue. Perhaps so, in the case of American and English fireproof mediums, but not so in Tibet and India. In the West, a sensitive has to be entranced before being rendered invulnerable by the presiding guides, and we defy any medium, in his or her normal physical state, to bury the arms to the elbows in glowing coals. But in the East, whether the performer be a holy lama or a mercenary sorcerer, the latter class being generally termed jugglers, he needs no preparation or abnormal state to be able to handle fire, red-hot pieces of iron, or melted lead. We have seen in southern India these jugglers keep their hands in a furnace of burning coals until the latter were reduced to cinders. During the religious ceremony of Shivaratri, or the vigil night of Shiva, when the people spend whole nights in watching and praying, some of the Shivaites called in a Tamil juggler, who produced the most wonderful phenomena by simply summoning to his help a spirit whom they call Kudisatan, the little demon. But, far from allowing people to think he was guided or controlled by this gnome, for it was a gnome, if it was anything, the man, while crouching over his fiery pit, proudly rebuked a Catholic missionary, who took his opportunity to inform the bystanders that the miserable sinner had sold himself to Satan. Without removing his hands and arms from the burning coals within which he was coolly refreshing them, the Tamil only turned his head and gave one arrogant look at the flushed missionary. "My father and my father's father," he said, "had this little one at their command. For 2 centuries the Kudi is a faithful servant in our home, and now, sir, you would make people believe that he is my master. But they know better." After this, he quietly withdrew his hands from the fire, and proceeded with other performances. As for the wonderful powers of prediction and clairvoyance possessed by certain Brahmins, they are well known to every European resident of India. If these upon their return to civilized countries laugh at such stories, and sometimes even deny them outright. They only impugn their good faith, not the fact. These Brahmins live principally in sacred villages and secluded places, principally on the western coast of India. They avoid populated cities, and especially Europeans, and it is but rarely that the latter can succeed in making themselves intimate with the seers. It is generally thought that the circumstance is due to their religious observance of the caste, but we are firmly convinced that in many cases this is not so. Years, perhaps centuries, will roll away before the real reason is ascertained. As to the lower castes, some of which are termed by the missionaries devil worshippers, notwithstanding the pious efforts on the part of the Catholic missionaries to spread in Europe heart-rending reports of the misery of these people, sold to the archenemy, and like efforts, perhaps only a trifle less ridiculous and absurd, of Protestant missionaries, the word devil, in the sense understood by Christians, is a nonentity for them. They believe in good and bad spirits, but they neither worship nor dread the devil. Their worship is simply a ceremonial precaution against terrestrial and human spirits, whom they dread far more than the millions of elementals of various forms. They use all kinds of music, incense, and perfumes, in their efforts to drive away the bad spirits, the elementary. In this case, they are no more to be ridiculed than the well-known scientist, a firm spiritualist, who suggested the keeping of vitriol and powdered niter in the room to keep away unpleasant spirits, and no more than he. Are they wrong in so doing? For the experience of their ancestors, extending over many thousands of years, has taught them how to proceed against this vile, spiritual horde. That they are human spirits is shown by the fact that very often they try to humor and propitiate the larvae of their own daughters and relatives, when they have reason to suspect that the latter did not die in the odor of sanctity and chastity. Such spirits they name canny, bad virgins. The case was noticed by several missionaries, Reverend E. Lewis, among others. But these pious gentlemen usually insist upon it that they worship devils, whereas they do nothing of the sort, for they merely try to remain on good terms with them in order to be left unmolested. They offer them cakes and fruit, and various kinds of food which they liked while alive, for many of them have experienced the wickedness of these returning dead ones, whose persecutions are sometimes dreadful. On this principle likewise they act toward the spirits of all wicked men. They leave on their tombs, if they were buried, or near the place where their remains were burnt, food and liquors, with the object of keeping them near these places, and with the idea that these vampires will be prevented thereby from returning to their homes. This is no worship, it is rather a spiritualism of a practical sort. Until 1861, there prevailed a custom among the Hindus of mutilating the feet of executed murderers, under the firm belief that thereby the disembodied soul would be prevented from wandering and doing more mischief. Subsequently, they were prohibited, by the police, from continuing the practice. Another good reason why the Hindu should not worship the devil is that they have no word to convey such a meaning. They call these spirits padam, which answers rather to our spook, or malicious imp. Another expression they use is pay, and the Sanskrit pasesu, both meaning ghosts or returning ones, perhaps goblins, in some cases. The padam are the most terrible, for they are literally haunting spooks, who return on earth to torment the living. They are believed to visit generally the places where their bodies were burnt. The fire or Shiva spirits are identical with the Rosicrucian gnomes and salamanders, for they are pictured as dwarfs of a fiery appearance, living in earth and fire. The Ceylonese demon called Dul is a stout smiling female figure with a white Elizabethan frill around the neck and a red jacket. As Dr. Wharton justly observes, there is no character more strictly Oriental than the dragons of romance and fiction. They are intermixed with every tradition of early date and of themselves confer a species of illustrative evidence of origin. In no writings are these characters more marked than in the details of Buddhism. These record particulars of the Nagas, or kingly snakes, inhabiting the cavities under the earth, corresponding with the abodes of Tiresias and the Greek seers, a region of mystery and darkness, wherein revolves much of the system of divination and oracular response, connected with inflation, or a sort of possession, designating the spirit of Python himself, the dragon serpent slain by Apollo. But the Buddhists no more believe in the devil of the Christian system, that is, an entity as distinct from humanity as the deity itself, than the Hindus. Buddhists teach that there are inferior gods who have been men either on this or another planet, but still who were men. They believe in the Nagas, who had been sorcerers on earth, bad people, and who give the power to other bad and yet living men to blight all the fruit they look upon, and even human lives. When a Sinhalese has the reputation that if he looks on a tree or on a person both will wither and die, he is said to have the Nagaraja, or King Serpent, on him. The whole endless catalogue of bad spirits are not devils in the sense the Christian clergy wants us to understand, but merely spiritually incarnated sins, crimes, and human thoughts, if we may so express it. The blue, green, yellow, and purple god-demons, like the inferior gods of Yugandir, are more of the kind of presiding genii, and many are as good and beneficent as the Nat deities themselves, although the Nats reckon in their numbers giants, evil genii, and the like which inhabit the desert of Mount Yugandir. The true doctrine of Buddha says that the demons, when nature produced the sun, moon, and stars, were human beings, but, on account of their sins, they fell from the state of felicity. If they commit greater sins, they suffer greater punishments, and condemned men are reckoned by them among the devils, while, on the contrary, demons who die, elemental spirits, and are born or incarnated as men, and commit no more sin, can arrive at the state of celestial felicity. Which is a demonstration, remarks Edward Upham, in his History and Doctrine of Buddhism, that all beings, divine as well as human, are subject to the laws of transmigration, which are operative on all, according to a scale of moral deeds. This faith, then, is a complete test of a code of moral enactments and motives, applied to the regulation and government of men, an experiment, he adds, which renders the study of Buddhism an important and curious subject for the philosopher. The Hindus believe, as firmly as the Servians or Hungarians, in vampires. Furthermore, their doctrine is that of Pierart, the famous French spiritist and mesmerizer, whose school flourished some dozen years ago. The fact of a spectre returning to suck human blood, says this doctor, is not so inexplicable as it seems, and here we appeal to the spiritualists who admit the phenomenon of bicorporeity or soul duplication. The hands which we have pressed, these materialized limbs, so palpable, prove clearly how much is possible for astral specters under favorable conditions. The honorable physician expresses the theory of the Kabbalists. The Shadim are the lowest of the spiritual orders. Maimonides, who tells us that his countrymen were obliged to maintain an intimate intercourse with their departed ones, describes the feast of blood they held on such occasions. They dug a hole, and fresh blood was poured in, over which was placed a table, after which the spirits came and answered all their questions. Pierart, whose doctrine was founded on that of the Theurgists, exhibits a warm indignation against the superstition of the clergy which requires, whenever a corpse is suspected of vampirism, that a stake should be driven through the heart. So long as the astral form is not entirely liberated from the body, there is a liability that it may be forced by magnetic attraction to re-enter it. Sometimes it will be only halfway out, when the corpse, which presents the appearance of death, is buried. In such cases the terrified astral soul violently re-enters its casket, and then, one of two things happens: either the unhappy victim will writhe in the agonizing torture of suffocation, or, if he had been grossly material, he becomes a vampire. The bicorporeal life begins, and these unfortunate buried cataleptics sustain their miserable lives by having their astral bodies rob the life-blood from living persons. The ethereal form can go wherever it pleases, and so long as it does not break the link which attaches it to the body, it is at liberty to wander about, either visible or invisible, and feed on human victims. According to all appearance, this spirit then transmits through a mysterious and invisible cord of connection, which perhaps, some day may be explained, the results of the suction to the material body which lies inert at the bottom of the tomb, aiding it, in a manner, to perpetuate the state of catalepsy. Brière de Boismont gives a number of such cases, fully authenticated, which he is pleased to term hallucinations. A recent inquest, says a French paper, has established that in 1871 2 corpses were submitted to the infamous treatment of popular superstition, at the instigation of the clergy. Oh, blind prejudice! But Dr. Pierart, quoted by de Mussos, who stoutly adheres to vampirism, exclaims, "Blind, you say? Yes, blind, as much as you like. But whence sprang these prejudices? Why are they perpetuated in all ages, and in so many countries? After a crowd of facts of vampirism so often proved, should we say that there are no more and that they never had a foundation? Nothing comes of nothing. Every belief, every custom springs from facts and causes which gave it birth. If one had never seen appear, in the bosom of families of certain countries, beings clothing themselves in the shape of the familiar dead, coming thus to suck the blood of one or of several persons, and if the death of the victims by emaciation had not followed, they would never have gone to disinter the corpses in cemeteries. We would never have had attested the incredible fact of persons buried for several years being found with the corpse soft, flexible, the eyes open, with rosy complexions, the mouth and nose full of blood, and of the blood running in torrents under blows, from wounds, and when decapitated. One of the most important examples of vampirism figures in the private letters of the philosopher, the Marquis d'Argens, and, in the Revue Britannique, for March, 1837, the English traveller Pashley describes some that came under his notice in the island of Candia. Dr. Jobbard, the anti-Catholic and anti-spiritual Belgian savant, testifies to similar experiences. "I will not examine," wrote the Bishop d'Avranches, "whether the facts of vampirism, which are constantly being reported, are true, or the fruit of a popular error, but it is certain that they are testified to by so many authors, able and trustworthy, and by so many eyewitnesses, that no one ought to decide upon the question without a good deal of caution." The Chevalier, who went to great pains to collect materials for his demonological theory, brings the most thrilling instances to prove that all such cases are produced by the devil, who uses graveyard corpses with which to clothe himself, and roams at night sucking people's blood. Methinks we could do very well without bringing this dusky personage upon the scene. If we are to believe at all in the return of spirits, there are plenty of wicked sensualists, misers, and sinners of other descriptions, especially suicides, who could have rivaled the devil himself in malice in his best days. It is quite enough to be actually forced to believe in what we do see, and know to be a fact, namely spirits, without adding to our pantheon of ghosts the devil whom nobody ever saw. Still, there are interesting particulars to be gathered in relation to vampirism, since belief in this phenomenon has existed in all countries, from the remotest ages. The Slavonian nations, the Greeks, the Wallachians, and the Servians would rather doubt the existence of their enemies, the Turks, than the fact that there are vampires. The Brukolak, or Vurdalak, as the latter are called, are but too familiar guests at the Slavonian fireside. Writers of the greatest ability, men as full of sagacity as of high integrity, have treated of the subject and believed in it. Whence, then, such a superstition? Whence that unanimous credence throughout the ages, and whence that identity in details and similarity of description as to that one particular phenomenon which we find in the testimony generally sworn evidence of peoples foreign to each other and differing widely in matters concerning other superstitions? There are, says Dom Comet, a skeptical Benedictine monk of the last century, 2 different ways to destroy the belief in these pretended ghosts. The first would be to explain the prodigies of vampirism by physical causes. The second way is to deny totally the truth of all such stories, and the latter plan would be undoubtedly the most certain, as the most wise. The first way, that of explaining it by physical, though occult causes, is the one adopted by the Pierart school of mesmerism. It is certainly not the spiritualists who have a right to doubt the plausibility of this explanation. The second plan is that adopted by scientists and skeptics. They deny point blank. As de Mussos remarks, there is no better or surer way, and none exacts less of either philosophy or science. The spectre of a village herdsman, near Kodum, in Bavaria, began appearing to several inhabitants of the place, and either in consequence of their fright or some other cause, every one of them died during the following week. Driven to despair, the peasants disinterred the corpse and pinned it to the ground with a long stake. The same night he appeared again, plunging people into convulsions of fright and suffocating several of them. Then the village authorities delivered the body into the hands of the executioner, who carried it to a neighboring field and burned it. The corpse, says de Mussos, quoting Dom Comet, howled like a madman, kicking and tearing as if he had been alive. When he was run through again with sharp-pointed stakes, he uttered piercing cries, and vomited masses of crimson blood. The apparitions of this spectre ceased only after the corpse had been reduced to ashes. Officers of justice visited the places said to be so haunted, the bodies were exhumed, and in nearly every case it was observed that the corpse suspected of vampirism looked healthy and rosy, and the flesh was in no way decaying. The objects which had belonged to these ghosts were observed moving about the house without anyone touching them. But the legal authorities generally refused to resort to cremation and beheading before they had observed the strictest rules of legal procedure. Witnesses were summoned to appear, and evidence was heard and carefully weighed. After that the exhumed corpses were examined, and if they exhibited the unequivocal and characteristic signs of vampirism, they were handed over to the executioner. But, argues Dom Comet, the principal difficulty consists in learning how these vampires can quit their tombs, and how they re-enter them, without appearing to have disturbed the earth in the least. How is it that they are seen with their usual clothing? How can they go about, and walk, and eat? If this is all imagination on the part of those who believe themselves molested by such vampires, how happens it that the accused ghosts are subsequently found in their graves, exhibiting no signs of decay, full of blood, supple and fresh? How explain the cause of their feet found muddy and covered with dirt on the day following the night they had appeared and frightened their neighbors, while nothing of the sort was ever found on other corpses buried in the same cemetery? How is it again that once burned they never reappear? And that these cases should happen so often in this country that it is found impossible to cure people from this prejudice, for, instead of being destroyed, daily experience only fortifies the superstition in the people, and increases belief in it. There is a phenomenon in nature unknown, and therefore rejected by physiology and psychology in our age of unbelief. This phenomenon is a state of half-death. Virtually, the body is dead, and, in cases of persons in whom matter does not predominate over spirit and wickedness not so great as to destroy spirituality, if left alone, their astral soul will disengage itself by gradual efforts, and, when the last link is broken, it finds itself separated forever from its earthly body. Equal magnetic polarity will violently repulse the ethereal man from the decaying organic mass. The whole difficulty lies in that one, the ultimate moment of separation between the two is believed to be that when the body is declared dead by science, and two, a prevailing unbelief in the existence of either soul or spirit in man, by the same science. Pierart tries to demonstrate that in every case it is dangerous to bury people too soon, even though the body may show undoubted signs of putrefaction. Poor dead cataleptics, says the doctor, buried as if quite dead, in cold and dry spots where morbid causes are incapable to effect the destruction of their bodies, their astral spirit enveloping itself with a fluidic body, ethereal, is prompted to quit the precincts of its tomb, and to exercise on living beings acts peculiar to physical life, especially that of nutrition, the result of which, by a mysterious link between soul and body, which spiritualistic science will explain some day, is forwarded to the material body lying still in its tomb, and the latter thus help to perpetuate its vital existence. These spirits, in their ephemeral bodies, have been often seen coming out from the graveyard. They are known to have clung to their living neighbors, and have sucked their blood. Judicial inquiry has established that from this resulted an emaciation of the victimized persons, which often terminated in death. Thus, following the pious advice of Dom Comet, we must either go on denying, or, if human and legal testimonies are worth anything, accept the only explanation possible. That souls departed are embodied in aerial or ethereal vehicles is most fully and plainly proved by those excellent men, Dr. C. and Dr. Moore, says Glanville, and they have largely shown that this was the doctrine of the greatest philosophers and most ancient and aged fathers. Gors, the German philosopher, says to the same effect, that God never created man as a dead corpse, but as an animal full of life. Once he had thus produced him, finding him ready to receive the immortal breath, he breathed him in the face, and thus man became a double masterpiece in his hands. It is in the center of life itself that this mysterious insufflation took place in the first man, race, and thence were united the animal soul issued from earth, and the spirit emanating from heaven. Desmusos, in company with other Roman Catholic writers, exclaims, "This proposition is utterly anti-Catholic." Well, and suppose it is. It may be archi-anti-Catholic, and still be logic, and offer a solution for many a psychological puzzle. The sun of science and philosophy shines for every one, and if Catholics, who hardly number 1/7 part of the population of the globe, do not feel satisfied, perhaps the many millions of people of other religions who outnumber them will. And now, before parting with this repulsive subject of vampirism, we will give one more illustration, without other voucher than the statement that it was given to us by apparently trustworthy witnesses. About the beginning of the present century, there occurred in Russia one of the most frightful cases of vampirism on record. The governor of the province of Th was a man of about 60 years, of a malicious, tyrannical, cruel, and jealous disposition. Clothed with despotic authority, he exercised it without stint, as his brutal instincts prompted. He fell in love with the pretty daughter of a subordinate official. Although the girl was betrothed to a young man whom she loved, the tyrant forced her father to consent to his having her marry him, and the poor victim, despite her despair, became his wife. His jealous disposition exhibited itself. He beat her, confined her to her room for weeks together, and prevented her seeing anyone except in his presence. He finally fell sick and died. Finding his end approaching, he made her swear never to marry again, and with fearful oaths, threatened that, in case she did, he would return from his grave and kill her. He was buried in the cemetery across the river, and the young widow experienced no further annoyance, until, nature getting the better of her fears, she listened to the importunities of her former lover, and they were again betrothed. On the night of the customary betrothal feast, when all had retired, the old mansion was aroused by shrieks proceeding from her room. The doors were burst open, and the unhappy woman was found lying on her bed, in a swoon. At the same time a carriage was heard rumbling out of the courtyard. Her body was found to be black and blue in places, as from the effect of pinches, and from a slight puncture on her neck drops of blood were oozing. Upon recovering, she stated that her deceased husband had suddenly entered her room, appearing exactly as in life, with the exception of a dreadful pallor, that he had upbraided her for her inconstancy, and then beaten and pinched her most cruelly. Her story was disbelieved, but the next morning, the guard stationed at the other end of the bridge which spans the river, reported that, just before midnight, a black coach and 6 had driven furiously past them, toward the town, without answering their challenge. The new governor, who disbelieved the story of the apparition, took nevertheless the precaution of doubling the guards across the bridge. The same thing happened, however, night after night, the soldiers declaring that the toll bar at their station near the bridge would rise of itself, and the spectral equipage sweep by them despite their efforts to stop it. At the same time every night, the coach would rumble into the courtyard of the house, the watchers, including the widow's family, and the servants, would be thrown into a heavy sleep, and every morning the young victim would be found bruised, bleeding, and swooning as before. The town was thrown into consternation. The physicians had no explanations to offer, priests came to pass the night in prayer, but as midnight approached, all would be seized with the terrible lethargy. Finally, the archbishop of the province came, and performed the ceremony of exorcism in person, but the following morning the governor's widow was found worse than ever. She was now brought to death's door. The governor was finally driven to take the severest measures to stop the ever-increasing panic in the town. He stationed 50 Cossacks along the bridge, with orders to stop the spectre carriage at all hazards. Promptly at the usual hour, it was heard and seen approaching from the direction of the cemetery. The officer of the guard, and a priest bearing a crucifix, planted themselves in front of the toll bar, and together shouted, "In the name of God, and the Tsar, who goes there?" Out of the coach window was thrust a well-remembered head, and a familiar voice responded, "The Privy Councillor of State and Governor." At the same moment, the officer, the priest, and the soldiers were flung aside as by an electric shock, and the ghostly equipage passed by them, before they could recover breath. The archbishop then resolved, as a last expedient, to resort to the time-honored plan of exhuming the body, and pinning it to the earth with an oaken stake driven through its heart. This was done with great religious ceremony in the presence of the whole populace. The story is that the body was found gorged with blood, and with red cheeks and lips. At the instant that the first blow was struck upon the stake, a groan issued from the corpse, and a jet of blood spurted high into the air. The archbishop pronounced the usual exorcism, the body was rain-terred, and from that time no more was heard of the vampire. How far the facts of this case may have been exaggerated by tradition, we cannot say. But we had it years ago from an eyewitness, and at the present day there are families in Russia whose elder members will recall the dreadful tale. As to the statement found in medical books that there are frequent cases of inhumation while the subjects are but in a cataleptic state, and the persistent denials of specialists that such things happen, except very rarely, we have but to turn to the daily press of every country to find the horrid facts substantiated. The Reverend H.R. Hoyes, author of Ashes to Ashes, enumerates in his work, written in advocacy of cremation, some very distressing cases of premature burial. On page 46 occurs the following dialogue, "But do you know of many cases of premature burial?" "Undoubtedly I do. I will not say that in our temperate climate they are frequent, but they do occur. Hardly a graveyard is opened but coffins are found containing bodies not only turned, but skeletons contorted in the last hopeless struggle for life underground. The turning may be due to some clumsy shaking of the coffin, but not the contortion." After this he proceeds to give the following recent cases. At Bergerac, Dordogne, in 1842, the patient took a sleeping draught, but he woke not. They bled him, and he woke not. At last they declared him to be dead, and buried him. After a few days, remembering the sleeping draught, they opened the grave. The body had turned and struggled. The Sunday Times, December 30, 1838, relates that at Tonines, Lower Garonne, a man was buried. When an indistinct noise proceeded from the coffin, the reckless gravedigger fled. The coffin was hauled up and burst open. A face stiffened in terror and despair, a torn winding sheet, contorted limbs, told the sad truth too late. The Times, May, 1874, states that in August of 1873, a young lady died soon after her marriage. Within a year the husband married again, and the mother of his first bride resolved to remove her daughter's body to Marseilles. They opened the vault and found the poor girl's body prostrate, her hair disheveled, her shroud torn to pieces. As we will have to refer to the subject once more in connection with Bible miracles, we will leave it for the present, and return to magical phenomena. If we were to give a full description of the various manifestations which take place among adepts in India and other countries, we might fill volumes, but this would be profitless, as there would remain no space for explanation. Therefore we select in preference such as either find their parallels in modern phenomena or are authenticated by legal inquiry. Horst tried to present an idea of certain Persian spirits to his readers, and failed, for the bare mention of some of them is calculated to set the brains of a believer in a whirl. There are the Devs and their specialties, the Darwans and their gloomy tricks, the Shadim and Jinnas, the whole vast legion of spirits, demons, goblins, and elves of the Persian calendar, and, on the other hand, the Jewish seraphim, cherubim, Izds, Amshaspands, Sephiroth, Malachim, Elohim, and, adds Horst, the millions of astral and elementary spirits, of intermediary spirits, ghosts, and imaginary beings of all races and colors. But the majority of these spirits have naught to do with the phenomena consciously and deliberately produced by the Eastern magicians. The latter repudiate such an accusation and leave to sorcerers the help even of elemental spirits and the elementary spooks. The adept has an unlimited power over both, but he rarely uses it. For the production of physical phenomena he summons the nature spirits as obedient powers, not as intelligences. As we always like to strengthen our arguments by testimonies other than our own, it may be well to present the opinion of a daily paper, the Boston Herald, as to phenomena in general and mediums in particular. Having encountered sad failures with some dishonest persons, who may or may not be mediumistic, the writer went to the trouble of ascertaining as to some wonders said to be produced in India, and compares them with those of modern thaumaturgy. The medium of the present day, he says, bears a closer resemblance, in methods and manipulations, to the well-known conjurer of history, than any other representative of the magic art. How far short he still remains of the performances of his prototypes is illustrated below. In 1615 a delegation of highly educated and distinguished men from the English East India Company visited the Emperor Jahangir. While on their mission they witnessed many most wonderful performances, almost causing them to discredit their senses, and far beyond any hint even of solution. A party of Bengalese conjurers and jugglers, showing their art before the emperor, were desired to produce upon the spot, and from seed, 10 mulberry trees. They immediately planted 10 seeds, which, in a few minutes produced as many trees. The ground divided over the spot where a seed was planted, tiny leaves appeared, at once followed by slender shoots, which rapidly gained elevation, putting out leaves and twigs and branches, finally spreading wide in the air, budding, blossoming and yielding fruit, which matured upon the spot, and was found to be excellent. And this before the beholder had turned away his eyes. Fig, almond, mango, and walnut trees were at the same time under like conditions produced, yielding the fruit which belonged to each. Wonder succeeded wonder. The branches were filled with birds of beautiful plumage flitting about among the leaves and singing sweet notes. The leaves turned to russet, fell from their places, branches and twigs withered, and finally the trees sank back into the earth, out of which they had all sprung within the hour. Another had a bow and about 50 steel-pointed arrows. He shot an arrow into the air, when, lo! The arrow became fixed in space at a considerable height. Another and another arrow was sent off, each fixing itself in the shaft of the preceding, until all formed a chain of arrows in the air, excepting the last shot, which, striking the chain, brought the whole to the ground in detachments. They set up 2 common tents facing each other, and about a bowshot apart. These tents were critically examined by the spectators, as are the cabinets of the mediums, and pronounced empty. The tents were fastened to the ground all around. The lookers-on were then invited to choose what animals or birds they would have issue from these tents to engage in a battle. Connie Jahan incredulously asked to see a fight between ostriches. In a few minutes an ostrich came out from each tent, rushed to combat with deadly earnestness, and from them the blood soon began to stream, but they were so nearly matched that neither could win the victory, and they were at last separated by the conjurers and conveyed within the tents. After this the varied demands of the spectators for birds and animals were exactly complied with, always with the same results. A large cauldron was set, and into it a quantity of rice thrown. Without the sign of fire this rice soon began to boil, and out from the cauldron was taken more than 100 platters of cooked rice, with a stewed fowl at the top of each. This trick is performed on a smaller scale by the most ordinary fakirs of the present day. But space fails to give opportunity for illustrating, from the records of the past, how the miserably tame performances by comparison of the mediums of the present day were pale and overshadowed by those of other days and more adroit peoples. There is not a wonderful feature in any of the so-called phenomena or manifestations which was not, nay, which is not now more than duplicated by other skillful performers, whose connection with earth, and earth alone, is too evident to be doubted, even if the fact was not supported by their own testimony. It is an error to say that fakirs or jugglers will always claim that they are helped by spirits. In quasi-religious evocations, such as Jacaliot's Kovindasamy is described to have produced before this French gentleman, when the parties desire to see real spiritual manifestations, they will resort to Pitris, their disembodied ancestors, and other pure spirits. These they can evoke but through prayer. As to all other phenomena, they are produced by the magician and fakir at will. Notwithstanding the state of apparent abjectness in which the latter lives, he is often an initiate of the temples, and is as well acquainted with occultism as his richer brethren. The Chaldeans, whom Cicero counts among the oldest magicians, place the basis of all magic in the inner powers of man's soul, and by the discernment of magic properties in plants, minerals, and animals. By the aid of these they performed the most wonderful miracles. Magic, with them, was synonymous with religion and science. It is but later that the religious myths of the Magdene dualism, disfigured by Christian theology and euhemerized by certain fathers of the Church, assumed the disgusting shape in which we find them expounded by such Catholic writers as de Maussa's. The objective reality of the medieval incubus and succubus, that abominable superstition of the Middle Ages which cost so many human lives, advocated by this author in a whole volume, is the monstrous production of religious fanaticism and epilepsy. It can have no objective form, and to attribute its effects to the devil is blasphemy, implying that God, after creating Satan, would allow him to adopt such a course. If we are forced to believe in vampirism, it is on the strength of two irrefragable propositions of occult psychological science. 1. The astral soul is a separable distinct entity of our ego, and can roam far away from the body without breaking the thread of life. 2. The corpse is not utterly dead, and while it can yet be re-entered by its tenant, the latter can gather sufficient material emanations from it to enable itself to appear in a quasi-terrestrial shape. But to uphold, with de Maussa's and de Merville, that the devil, whom the Catholics endow with a power which, in antagonism, equals that of the supreme deity, transforms himself into wolves, snakes, and dogs, to satisfy his lust and procreate monsters, is an idea within which lie hidden the germs of devil worship, lunacy, and sacrilege. The Catholic Church, which not only teaches us to believe in this monstrous fallacy, but forces her missionaries to preach such a dogma, need not revolt against the devil worship of some Parsi and South India sections. Quite the reverse, for when we hear the Yezides repeat the well-known proverb, "Keep friends with the demons, give them your property, your blood, your service, and you need not care about God, he will not harm you," we find him but consistent with his belief and reverential to the Supreme. His logic is sound and rational. He reveres God too deeply to imagine that he who created the universe and its laws is able to hurt him. Poor Adam, but the demons are there, they are imperfect, and therefore he has good reasons to dread them. Therefore, the devil, in his various transformations, can be but a fallacy. When we imagine that we see, and hear, and feel him, it is but too often the reflection of our own wicked, depraved, and polluted soul that we see, hear, and feel. Like attracts like, they say. Thus, according to the mood in which our astral form oozes out during the hours of sleep, according to our thoughts, pursuits, and daily occupations, all of which are fairly impressed upon the plastic capsule called the human soul, the latter attracts around itself spiritual beings congenial to itself. Hence some dreams and visions that are pure and beautiful, others fiendish and beastly. The person awakes, and either hastens to the confessional, or laughs in callous indifference at the thought. In the first case, he is promised final salvation, at the cost of some indulgences, which he has to purchase from the Church, and perhaps a little taste of purgatory, or even of hell. What matter? Is he not safe to be eternal and immortal, do what he may? It is the devil. Away with him, with bell, book, and holy sprinkler. But the devil comes back, and often the true believer is forced to disbelieve in God, when he clearly perceives that the devil has the best of his Creator and Master. Then he is left to the second emergency. He remains indifferent, and gives himself up entirely to the devil. He dies, and the reader has learned the sequel in the preceding chapters. The thought is beautifully expressed by Dr. Ennemoser. Religion did not here, Europe and China, strike root so deeply as among the Hindus, says he, arguing upon this superstition. The spirit of the Greeks and Persians was more volatile. The philosophical idea in the good and bad principle, and of the spiritual world, must have assisted tradition in forming visions of heavenly and hellish shapes, and the most frightful distortions, which in India were much more simply produced by a more enthusiastic fanaticism. There the seer received by divine light, here he lost himself in a multitude of outward objects, with which he confounded his own identity. Convulsions, accompanied by the mind's absence from the body, in distant countries, were here common, for the imagination was less firm, and also less spiritual. The outward causes are also different, the modes of life, geographical position, and artificial means producing various modifications. The mode of life in Western countries has always been very variable, and therefore disturbs and distorts the occupation of the senses, and the outward life is therefore reflected upon the inner dream world. The spirits, therefore, are of endless varieties of shape, and incline men to gratify their passions, showing them the means of so doing, and descending even to the minutest particulars, which was so far below the elevated natures of Indian seers. Let the student of occult sciences make his own nature as pure and his thoughts as elevated as those of these Indian seers, and he may sleep unmolested by vampire, incubus, or succubus. Around the insensible form of such a sleeper the immortal spirit sheds a power divine that protects it from evil approaches, as though it were a crystal wall. Chapter 13. Alchemist. Thou always speakest riddles. Tell me if thou art that fountain of which Bernard Lord Trevigan writ. Mercury. I am not that fountain, but I am the water. The fountain compasseth me about. Sandivogus, new light of alchemy. All that we profess to do is this, to find out the secrets of the human frame, to know why the parts ossify and the blood stagnates, and to apply continual preventatives to the effects of time. This is not magic, it is the art of medicine rightly understood. Bulwer Lytton. Lo, warrior! Now the cross of red points to the grave of the mighty dead, within it burns a wondrous light, to chase the spirits that love the night. That lamp shall burn unquenchably until the eternal doom shall be. No earthly flame blazed e'er so bright. Sir Walter Scott. There are persons whose minds would be incapable of appreciating the intellectual grandeur of the ancients, even in physical science, were they to receive the most complete demonstration of their profound learning and achievements. Notwithstanding the lesson of caution which more than one unexpected discovery has taught them, they still pursue their old plan of denying, and, what is still worse, of ridiculing that which they have no means of either proving or disproving. So, for instance, they will pooh-pooh the idea of talismans having any efficacy one way or the other. That the 7 spirits of the Apocalypse have direct relation to the 7 occult powers in nature, appears incomprehensible and absurd to their feeble intellects, and the bare thought of a magician claiming to work wonders through certain Kabbalistic rites convulses them with laughter. Perceiving only a geometrical figure traced upon a paper, a bit of metal, or other substance, they cannot imagine how any reasonable being should ascribe to either any occult potency. But those who have taken the pains to inform themselves know that the ancients achieved as great discoveries in psychology as in physics, and that their explorations left few secrets to be discovered. For our part, when we realize that a pentacle is a synthetic figure which expresses in concrete form a profound truth of nature, we can see nothing more ridiculous in it than in the figures of Euclid, and nothing half so comical as the symbols in a modern work on chemistry. What to the uninitiated reader can appear more absurd than that the symbol Na2CO2 means soda, and that C2H6O is but another way of writing alcohol? How very amusing that the alchemists should express their Azoth, or creative principle of nature, astral light, by the symbol which embraces 3 things: first, the divine hypothesis; second, the philosophical synthesis; third, the physical synthesis, that is to say, a belief, an idea, and a force. But how perfectly natural that a modern chemist who wishes to indicate to the students in his laboratory the reaction of a sodic carbonate with cream of tartar in solution, should employ the following symbol: Na, 2, CO, 3, plus 2 HKC, 4, H, 4, O, 6, plus AQ, equals 2 Na Kc, 4, H, 4, O, 6, comma plus H, 2, O plus AQ, plus CO, 2. If the uninspired reader may be pardoned for looking aghast at this abracadabra of chemical science, why should not its teachers restrain their mirth until they have learned the philosophical value of the symbolism of the ancients? At least they might spare themselves from being as ridiculous as Monsieur de Merville, who, confounding the azoth of the Hermetic philosophers with the azote of the chemists, asserted that the former worshipped nitrogen gas. Apply a piece of iron to a magnet, and it becomes imbued with its subtle principle and capable of imparting it to other iron in its turn. It neither weighs more nor appears different from what it was before. And yet, one of the most subtle potencies of nature has entered into its substance. A talisman, in itself perhaps a worthless bit of metal, a scrap of paper, or a shred of any fabric, has nevertheless been imbued by the influence of the greatest of all magnets, the human will, with a potency for good or ill just as recognizable and as real in its effects as the subtle property which the iron acquired by contact with the physical magnet. Let the bloodhound snuff an article of clothing that has been worn by the fugitive, and he will track him through swamp and forest to his hiding place. Give one of Professor Buchanan's psychometers a manuscript, no matter how old, and he will describe to you the character of the writer, and perhaps even his personal appearance. Hand a clairvoyant a lock of hair or some article that has been in contact with the person of whom it is desired to know something, and she will come into sympathy with him so intimate that she may trace him through his whole life. Breeders tell us that young animals should not be herded with old ones, and intelligent physicians forbid parents to have young children occupy their own beds. When David was old and feeble, his vital forces were recruited by having a young person brought in close contact with him so that he could absorb her strength. The late Empress of Russia, the sister of the present German Emperor, was so feeble the last years of her life that she was seriously advised by her physicians to keep in her bed at night a robust and healthy young peasant girl. Whoever has read the description given by Dr. Kerner of the Seeress of Prevorst, Madame Haufa, must well remember her words. She repeatedly stated that she supported life merely on the atmosphere of the people surrounding her and their magnetic emanations, which were quickened in an extraordinary way by her presence. The seeress was very plainly a magnetic vampire, who absorbed by drawing to herself the life of those who were strong enough to spare her their vitality in the shape of volatilized blood. Dr. Kerner remarks that these persons were all more or less affected by this forcible loss. With these familiar illustrations of the possibility of a subtle fluid communicated from one individual to another, or to substances which he touches, it becomes less difficult to understand that by a determined concentration of the will an otherwise inert object may become imbued with protective or destructive power according to the purpose directing. A magnetic emanation, unconsciously produced, is sure to be overpowered by any stronger one with which it may come into opposition. But when an intelligent and powerful will directs the blind force, and concentrates it upon a given spot, the weaker emanation will often master the stronger. A human will has the same effect on the Akasa. Upon one occasion, we witnessed in Bengal an exhibition of willpower that illustrates a highly interesting phase of the subject. An adept in magic made a few passes over a piece of common tin, the inside of a dish cover, that lay conveniently by, and while regarding it attentively for a few moments, seemed to grasp the imponderable fluid by handfuls and throw it against the surface. When the tin had been exposed to the full glare of light for about 6 seconds, the bright surface was suddenly covered as with a film. Then patches of a darker hue began coming out on its surface, and when in about 3 minutes the tin was handed back to us, we found imprinted upon it a picture, or rather a photograph, of the landscape that stretched out before us, faithful as nature itself, and every color perfect. It remained for about 48 hours and then slowly faded away. This phenomenon is easily explained. The will of the adept condensed upon the tin a film of Akasa which made it for the time being like a sensitized photographic plate. Light did the rest. Such an exhibition as this of the potency of the will to affect even objective physical results will prepare the student to comprehend its efficacy in the cure of disease by imparting the desired virtue to inanimate objects which are placed in contact with the patient. When we see such psychologists as Maudsley quoting, without contradiction, the stories of some miraculous cures effected by Swedenborg's father, stories which do not differ from hundreds of other cures by other fanatics, as he calls them, magicians and natural healers, and, without attempting to explain their facts, stooping to laugh at the intensity of their faith, without asking himself whether the secret of that healing potency were not in the control given by that faith over occult forces, we grieve that there should be so much learning and so little philosophy in our time. Upon our word, we cannot see that the modern chemist is any less a magician than the ancient theurgist or hermetic philosopher, except in this, that the latter, recognizing the duality of nature, had twice as wide a field for experimental research as the chemist. The ancients animated statues, and the Hermetists called into being, out of the elements, the shapes of salamanders, gnomes, undines, and sylphs, which they did not pretend to create, but simply to make visible by holding open the door of nature, so that, under favoring conditions, they might step into view. The chemist brings into contact two elements contained in the atmosphere, and by developing a latent force of affinity, creates a new body water. In the spheroidal and diaphanous pearls which are born of this union of gases, come the germs of organic life, and in their molecular interstices lurk heat, electricity, and light, just as they do in the human body. Whence comes this life into the drop of water just born of the union of two gases? And what is the water itself? Have the oxygen and hydrogen undergone some transformation which obliterates their qualities simultaneously with the obliteration of their form? Here is the answer of modern science: whether the oxygen and hydrogen exist as such, in the water, or whether they are produced by some unknown and unconceived transformation of its substance, is a question about which we may speculate, but in regard to which we have no knowledge. Knowing nothing about so simple a matter as the molecular constitution of water, or the deeper problem of the appearance of life within it, would it not be well for Mr. Maudsley to exemplify his own principle, and maintain a calm acquiescence in ignorance until light comes? The claims of the friends of esoteric science, that Paracelsus produced, chemically, homunculi from certain combinations as yet unknown to exact science, are, as a matter of course, relegated to the storehouse of exploded humbugs. But why should they? If the homunculi were not made by Paracelsus, they were developed by other adepts, and that not 1,000 years ago. They were produced, in fact, upon exactly the same principle as that by which the chemist and physicist calls to life his animalcula. A few years ago, an English gentleman, Andrew Cross, of Somersetshire, produced ackery in the following manner: black flint burned to redness and reduced to powder was mixed with carbonate of potash, and exposed to a strong heat for 15 minutes, and the mixture was poured into a black lead crucible in an air furnace. It was reduced to powder while warm, mixed with boiling water, kept boiling for some minutes, and then hydrochloric acid was added to supersaturation. After being exposed to voltaic action for 26 days, a perfect insect of the ackery tribe made its appearance, and in the course of a few weeks about 100 more. The experiment was repeated with other chemical fluids with like results. A Mr. Weeks also produced the ackery in ferrocyanide of potassium. This discovery produced a great excitement. Mr. Cross was now accused of impiety and aiming at creation. He replied, denying the implication and saying he considered to create was to form a something out of a nothing. Another gentleman, considered by several persons as a man of great science, has told us repeatedly that he was on the eve of proving that even unfructified eggs could be hatched by having a negative electric current caused to pass through them. The mandrakes, dudum or love fruit, found in the field by Reuben, Jacob's son, which excited the fancy of Rachel, was the Kabbalistic mandragora, notwithstanding denial, and the verses which refer to it belong to the crudest passages, in their esoteric meaning, of the whole work. The mandrake is a plant having the rudimentary shape of a human creature, with a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs forming roots. The superstition that when pulled out of the ground it cries with a human voice is not utterly baseless. It does produce a kind of squeaking sound, on account of the resinous substance of its root, which it is rather difficult to extract, and it has more than one hidden property in it perfectly unknown to the botanist. The reader who would obtain a clear idea of the commutation of forces and the resemblance between the life principles of plants, animals, and human beings, may profitably consult a paper on the correlation of nervous and mental forces by Professor Alexander Bain, of the University of Aberdeen. This mandragora seems to occupy upon earth the point where the vegetable and animal kingdoms touch, as the zoophytes and polypi do in the sea, the boundary being in each case so indistinct as to make it almost imperceptible where the one ceases and the other begins. It may seem improbable that there should be homunculi, but will any naturalist, in view of the recent expansion of science, dare say it is impossible? Who, says Bain, is to limit the possibilities of existence? The unexplained mysteries of nature are many, and of those presumably explained hardly one may be said to have become absolutely intelligible. There is not a plant or mineral which has disclosed the last of its properties to the scientists. What do the naturalists know of the intimate nature of the vegetable and mineral kingdoms? How can they feel confident that for every one of the discovered properties there may not be many powers concealed in the inner nature of the plant or stone, and that they are only waiting to be brought in relation with some other plant, mineral, or force of nature to manifest themselves in what is termed a supernatural manner? Wherever Pliny, the naturalist, Aelian, and even Diodorus, who sought with such a laudable perseverance to extricate historical truth from its medley of exaggerations and fables, have attributed to some plant or mineral an occult property unknown to our modern botanists and physicists, their assertions have been laid aside without further ceremony as absurd, and no more referred to. It has been the speculation of men of science from time immemorial what this vital force or life principle is. To our mind the secret doctrine alone is able to furnish the clue. Exact science recognizes only 5 powers in nature, 1 molar, and 4 molecular, Kabbalists 7, and in these 2 additional ones is enwrapped the whole mystery of life. One of these is immortal spirit, whose reflection is connected by invisible links even with inorganic matter, the other, we leave to every one to discover for himself. Says Professor Joseph Lucanti, what is the nature of the difference between the living organism and the dead organism? We can detect none, physical or chemical. All the physical and chemical forces withdrawn from the common fund of nature, and embodied in the living organism, seem to be still embodied in the dead, until little by little it is returned by decomposition. Yet the difference is immense, is inconceivably great. What is the nature of this difference expressed in the formula of material science? What is that is gone, and whither is it gone? There is something here that science cannot yet understand. Yet it is just this loss which takes place in death, and before decomposition, which is in the highest sense vital force. Difficult, nay impossible, as it seems to science to find out the invisible, universal motor of all life, to explain its nature, or even to suggest a reasonable hypothesis for the same, the mystery is but half a mystery, not merely for the great adepts and seers, but even for true and firm believers in a spiritual world. To the simple believer, unblessed with a personal organism, the delicate, nervous sensitiveness of which would enable him as it enables a seer to perceive the visible universe reflected as in a clear glass in the invisible one, and, as it were, objectively, there remains divine faith. The latter is firmly rooted in his inner senses, in his unerring intuition, with which cold reason has naught to do, he feels it cannot play him false. Let human-born, erroneous dogmas, and theological sophistry contradict each other, let one crowd off the other, and the subtle casuistry of one creed fell to the ground the crafty reasoning of another one, truth remains one, and there is not a religion, whether Christian or heathen, that is not firmly built upon the rock of ages God and immortal spirit. Every animal is more or less endowed with the faculty of perceiving, if not spirits, at least something which remains for the time being invisible to common men, and can only be discerned by a clairvoyant. We have made hundreds of experiments with cats, dogs, monkeys of various kinds, and, once, with a tame tiger. A round black mirror, known as the magic crystal, was strongly mesmerized by a native Hindu gentleman, formerly an inhabitant of Dindigul, and now residing in a more secluded spot, among the mountains known as the Western Ghats. He had tamed a young cub, brought to him from the Malabar coast, in which part of India the tigers are proverbially ferocious, and it is with this interesting animal that we made our experiments. Like the ancient Marsi and Scylla, the renowned serpent charmers, this gentleman claimed to be possessed of the mysterious power of taming any kind of animal. The tiger was reduced to a chronic mental numbness, so to say. He had become as inoffensive and harmless as a dog. Children could tease and pull him by the ears, and he would only shake himself and howl like a dog. But whenever forced to look into the magic mirror, the poor animal was instantly excited to a sort of frenzy. His eyes became full of a human terror, howling in despair, unable to turn away from the mirror to which his gaze seemed riveted as by a magnetic spell. He would writhe and tremble till he convulsed with fear at some vision which to us remained unknown. He would then lie down, feebly groaning but still gazing in the glass. When it was taken away from him, the animal would lie panting and seemingly prostrated for about 2 hours. What did he see? What spirit picture from his own invisible, animal world, could produce such a terrific effect on the wild and naturally ferocious and daring beast? Who can tell? Perhaps he who produced the scene. The same effect on animals was observed during spiritual seances with some holy mendicants, the same when a Syrian, half-heathen and half-Christian, from Conanculum, Cochin State, a reputed sorcerer, who was invited to join us for the sake of experimenting. We were 9 persons in all, 7 men and 2 women, one of the latter a native. Besides us, there were in the room the young tiger, intensely occupied on a bone, a wanderer, or lion monkey, which, with its black coat and snow-white goatee and whiskers, and cunning, sparkling eyes, looked the personification of mischief, and a beautiful golden oriole, quietly cleaning its radiant-colored tail on a perch, placed near a large window of the veranda. In India, spiritual seances are not held in the dark, as in America, and no conditions, but perfect silence and harmony, are required. It was in the full glare of daylight streaming through the open doors and windows, with a faraway buzz of life from the neighboring forests and jungles sending us the echo of myriads of insects, birds, and animals. We sat in the midst of a garden in which the house was built, and instead of breathing the stifling atmosphere of a séance room, we were amid the fire-colored clusters of the erythrina, the coral tree, inhaling the fragrant aromas of trees and shrubs, and the flowers of the bignonia, whose white blossoms trembled in the soft breeze. In short, we were surrounded with light, harmony, and perfumes. Large nosegays of flowers and shrubs, sacred to the native gods, were gathered for the purpose, and brought into the rooms. We had the sweet basil, the Vishnu flower, without which no religious ceremony in Bengal will ever take place, and the branches of the Ficus religiosa, the tree dedicated to the same bright deity, intermingling their leaves with the rosy blossoms of the sacred lotus and the Indian tuberose, profusely ornamented the walls. While the Blessed One, represented by a very dirty, but, nevertheless, really holy fakir, remained plunged in self-contemplation, and some spiritual wonders were taking place under the direction of his will, the monkey and the bird exhibited but few signs of restlessness. The tiger alone visibly trembled at intervals, and stared around the room, as if his phosphorically shining green orbs were following some invisible presence as it floated up and down. That which was as yet unperceived by human eyes, must have therefore been objective to him. As to the wanderer, all its liveliness had fled, it seemed drowsy, and sat crouching and motionless. The bird gave few, if any, signs of uneasiness. There was a sound as of gently flapping wings in the air. The flowers went traveling about the room, displaced by invisible hands, and, as a glorious azure-tinted flower fell on the folded paws of the monkey, it gave a nervous start, and sought refuge under its master's white robe. These displays lasted for an hour, and it would be too long to relate all of them, the most curious of all being the one which closed that season of wonders. Somebody complaining of the heat, we had a shower of delicately perfumed dew. The drops fell fast and large, and conveyed a feeling of inexpressible refreshment, drying the instant after touching our persons. When the fakir had brought his exhibition of white magic to a close, the sorcerer, or conjurer, as they are called, prepared to display his power. We were treated to a succession of the wonders that the accounts of travelers have made familiar to the public, showing, among other things, the fact that animals naturally possess the clairvoyant faculty, and even, it would seem, the ability to discern between the good and the bad spirits. All of the sorcerer's feats were preceded by fumigations. He burned branches of resinous trees and shrubs, which sent up volumes of smoke. Although there was nothing about this calculated to affright an animal using only his natural eyes, the tiger, monkey, and bird exhibited an indescribable terror. We suggested that the animals might be frightened at the blazing brands, the familiar custom of burning fires round the camp to keep off wild beasts, recurring to our mind. To leave no doubt upon this point, the Syrian approached the crouching tiger with a branch of the Baal tree, sacred to Shiva, and waved it several times over his head, muttering, meanwhile, his incantations. The brute instantly displayed a panic of terror beyond description. His eyes started from their sockets like blazing fireballs, he foamed at the mouth, he flung himself upon the floor, as if seeking some hole in which to hide himself, he uttered scream after scream, that awoke 100 responsive echoes from the jungle and the woods. Finally, taking a last look at the spot from which his eyes had never wandered, he made a desperate plunge, which snapped his chain, and dashed through the window of the veranda, carrying a piece of the framework with him. The monkey had fled long before, and the bird fell from the perch as though paralyzed. We did not ask either the fakir or sorcerer for an explanation of the method by which their respective phenomena were effected. If we had, unquestionably they would have replied as did a fakir to a French traveler, who tells his story in a recent number of a New York newspaper, called the Franco-American, as follows: many of these Hindu jugglers who live in the silence of the pagodas perform feats far surpassing the prestidigitations of Robert Houdin, and there are many others who produce the most curious phenomena in magnetism and catalepsy upon the first objects that come across their way, that I have often wondered whether the Brahmins, with their occult sciences, have not made great discoveries in the questions which have recently been agitated in Europe. On one occasion, while I and others were in a café with Sir Maswell, he ordered his dobaki to introduce the charmer. In a few moments a lean Hindu, almost naked, with an ascetic face and bronzed color entered. Around his neck, arms, thighs, and body were coiled serpents of different sizes. After saluting us, he said, "God be with you, I am Chibkandar, son of Chibgotnalmava." "We desire to see what you can do," said our host. "I obey the orders of Shiva, who has sent me here," replied the fakir, squatting down on one of the marble slabs. The serpents raised their heads and hissed, but without showing any anger. Then taking a small pipe, attached to a wick in his hair, he produced scarcely audible sounds, imitating the telepaka, a bird that feeds upon bruised coconuts. Here the serpents uncoiled themselves, and one after another glided to the floor. As soon as they touched the ground they raised about 1/3 of their bodies, and began to keep time to their master's music. Suddenly the fakir dropped his instrument and made several passes with his hands over the serpents, of whom there were about 10, all of the most deadly species of Indian cobra. His eye assumed a strange expression. We all felt an undefinable uneasiness, and sought to turn away our gaze from him. At this moment a small chakra, monkey, whose business was to hand fire in a small brazier for lighting cigars, yielded to his influence, lay down, and fell asleep. 5 minutes passed thus, and we felt that if the manipulations were to continue a few seconds more we should all fall asleep. Kandar then rose, and making 2 more passes over the chakra, said to it, "Give the commander some fire." The young monkey rose, and without tottering, came and offered fire to its master. It was pinched, pulled about, till there was no doubt of its being actually asleep. Nor would it move from Sir Maswell's side till ordered to do so by the fakir. We then examined the cobras. Paralyzed by magnetic influence, they lay at full length on the ground. On taking them up we found them stiff as sticks. They were in a state of complete catalepsy. The fakir then awakened them, on which they returned and again coiled themselves round his body. We inquired whether he could make us feel his influence. He made a few passes over our legs, and instantly we lost the use of these limbs. We could not leave our seats. He released us as easily as he had paralyzed us. Chibconder closed his séance by experimenting upon inanimate objects. By mere passes with his hands in the direction of the object to be acted upon, and without leaving his seat, he paled and extinguished lights in the furthest parts of the room, moved the furniture, including the divans upon which we sat, opened and closed doors. Catching sight of a Hindu who was drawing water from a well in the garden, he made a pass in his direction, and the rope suddenly stopped in its descent, resisting all the efforts of the astonished gardener. With another pass the rope again descended. I asked Chibconder, "Do you employ the same means in acting upon inanimate objects that you do upon living creatures?" He replied, "I have only one means." "What is it?" "The will. Man, who is the end of all intellectual and material forces, must dominate over all. The Brahmins know nothing besides this." Sanang Setsan, says Colonel Yule, enumerates a variety of the wonderful acts which could be performed through the Dharni, mystic Hindu charms. Such were sticking a peg into solid rock, restoring the dead to life, turning a dead body into gold, penetrating everywhere as air does, in astral form, flying, catching wild beasts with the hand, reading thoughts, making water flow backward, eating tiles, sitting in the air with the legs doubled under, etc. Old legends ascribe to Simon Magus precisely the same powers. He made statues to walk, leaped into the fire without being burned, flew in the air, made bread of stones, changed his shape, assumed two faces at once, converted himself into a pillar, caused closed doors to fly open spontaneously, made the vessels in a house move of themselves, etc. The Jesuit Del Rio laments that credulous princes, otherwise of pious repute, should have allowed diabolical tricks to be played before them, as for example, things of iron, and silver goblets, or other heavy articles, to be moved by bounds, from one end of the table to the other, without the use of a magnet, or of any attachment. We believe willpower the most powerful of magnets. The existence of such magical power in certain persons is proved, but the existence of the devil is a fiction, which no theology is able to demonstrate. There are certain men whom the Tartars honor above all in the world, says Friar Rickald, the Bhaksati, who are a kind of idol priests. These are men from India, persons of deep wisdom, well conducted, and of the gravest morals. They are usually with magic arts, they exhibit many illusions, and predict future events. For instance, one of eminence among them was said to fly, but the truth, however, was as it proved, that he did not fly, but did walk close to the surface of the ground without touching it, and would seem to sit down without having any substance to support him. This last performance was witnessed by Ibn Battuta, at Delhi, adds Colonel Yule, who quotes the friar in the book of Ser Marco Polo, in the presence of Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq, and it was professedly exhibited by a Brahmin at Madras in the present century, a descendant doubtless of those Brahmins whom Apollonius saw walking 2 cubits from the ground. It is also described by the worthy Francis Valentine, as a performance known and practiced in his own day in India. It is related, he says, that a man will first go and sit on 3 sticks put together so as to form a tripod, after which, first one stick, then a second, then a third shall be removed from under him, and the men shall not fall but shall still remain sitting in the air. Yet I have spoken with 2 friends who had seen this at one and the same time, and one of them, I may add, mistrusting his own eyes, had taken the trouble to feel about with a long stick if there were nothing on which the body rested, yet, as the gentleman told me, he could neither feel nor see any such thing. We have stated elsewhere that the same thing was accomplished last year, before the Prince of Wales and his suite. Such feats as the above are nothing in comparison to what is done by professed jugglers. Feats, remarks the above-quoted author, which might be regarded as simply inventions if told by one author only, but which seem to deserve prominent notice from being recounted by a series of authors, certainly independent of one another, and writing at long intervals of time and place. Our first witness is Ibn Battuta, and it will be necessary to quote him as well as the others in full, in order to show how closely their evidence tallies. The Arab traveler was present at a great entertainment at the court of the Viceroy of Kansa. That same night a juggler, who was one of the Khan's slaves, made his appearance, and the emir said to him, "Come and show us some of your marvels." Upon this he took a wooden ball, with several holes in it, through which long thongs were passed, and laying hold of one of these, slung it into the air. It went so high that we lost sight of it altogether. We were in the middle of the palace court. There now remained only a little of the end of a thong in the conjurer's hand, and he desired one of the boys who assisted him to lay hold of it and mount. He did so, climbing by the thong, and we lost sight of him also. The conjurer then called to him 3 times, but, getting no answer, he snatched up a knife as if in a great rage, laid hold of the thong, and disappeared also. By and by, he threw down one of the boy's hands, then a foot, then the other hand, and then the other foot, then the trunk, and last of all the head. Then he came down himself, puffing and panting, and with his clothes all bloody kissed the ground before the emir, and said something to him in Chinese. The emir gave some order in reply, and our friend then took the lad's limbs, laid them together in their places, and gave a kick, when, presto! There was the boy, who got up and stood before us. All this astonished me beyond measure, and I had an attack of palpitation like that which overcame me once before in the presence of the Sultan of India, when he showed me something of the same kind. They gave me a cordial, however, which cured the attack. The Kaji Afgharuddin was next to me, and quoth he, "Wallah, is my opinion there has been neither going up nor coming down, neither marring nor mending. Tea is all hocus-pocus. And who doubts but that it is a hocus-pocus, an illusion, or maya, as the Hindus express it? But when such an illusion can be forced on, say, 10,000 people at the same time, as we have seen it performed during a public festival, surely the means by which such an astounding hallucination can be produced merits the attention of science. When by such magic a man who stands before you, in a room, the doors of which you have closed and of which the keys are in your hand, suddenly disappears, vanishes like a flash of light, and you see him nowhere but hear his voice from different parts of the room addressing you and laughing at your perplexity, surely such an art is not unworthy either of Mr. Huxley or Dr. Carpenter. Is it not quite as well worth spending time over, as the lesser mystery why barnyard cocks crow at midnight? What Ibn Battuta, the Moor, saw in China about the year 1348, Colonel Yule shows Edward Melton, an Anglo-Dutch traveler, witnessing in Batavia about the year 1670, one of the same gang of conjurers, says Melton, took a small ball of cord, and grasping one end of the cord in his hand slung the other up into the air with such force that its extremity was beyond reach of our sight. He then climbed up the cord with indescribable swiftness. I stood full of astonishment, not conceiving where he had disappeared, when lo! A leg came tumbling down out of the air. A moment later a hand came down, etc. In short, all the members of the body came successively tumbling from the air and were cast together by the attendant into the basket. The last fragment of all was the head, and no sooner had that touched the ground than he who had snatched up all the limbs and put them in the basket, turned them all out again topsy-turvy. Then straightway we saw with these eyes all those limbs creep together again, and, in short, form a whole man, who at once could stand and go just as before without showing the least damage. Never in my life was I so astonished, and I doubted now no longer that these misguided men did it by the help of the devil. In the memoirs of the Emperor Jahangir, the performances of 7 jugglers from Bengal, who exhibited before him, are thus described. 9th. They produced a man whom they divided limb from limb, actually severing his head from the body. They scattered these mutilated members along the ground, and in this state they lay some time. They then extended a sheet over the spot, and one of the men putting himself under the sheet, in a few minutes came from below, followed by the individual supposed to have been cut into joints, in perfect health and condition. 23rd. They produced a chain of 50 cubits in length, and in my presence threw one end of it toward the sky, where it remained as if fastened to something in the air. A dog was then brought forward and being placed at the lower end of the chain, immediately ran up, and reaching the other end, immediately disappeared in the air. In the same manner a hog, a panther, a lion, and a tiger were successively sent up the chain, and all equally disappeared at the upper end of the chain. At last they took down the chain, and put it into the bag, no one ever discovering in what way the different animals were made to vanish into the air in the mysterious manner above described. We have in our possession a picture painted from such a Persian conjurer, with a man, or rather the various limbs of what was a minute before a man, scattered before him. We have seen such conjurers, and witnessed such performances more than once and in various places. Bearing ever in mind that we repudiate the idea of a miracle and returning once more to phenomena more serious, we would now ask what logical objection can be urged against the claim that the reanimation of the dead was accomplished by many thaumaturgists. The fakir described in the Franco-American might have gone far enough to say that this willpower of men is so tremendously potential that it can reanimate a body apparently dead, by drawing back the flitting soul that has not yet quite ruptured the thread that through life had bound the two together. Dozens of such fakirs have allowed themselves to be buried alive before thousands of witnesses, and weeks afterward have been resuscitated. And if fakirs have the secret of this artificial process, identical with, or analogous to, hibernation, why not allow that their ancestors, the Gymnosophists, and Apollonius of Tyana, who had studied with the latter in India, and Jesus, and other prophets and seers, who all knew more about the mysteries of life and death than any of our modern men of science, might have resuscitated dead men and women? And being quite familiar with that power, that mysterious something that science cannot yet understand, as Professor Lucanti confesses knowing, moreover, whence it came and whither it was going, Elisha, Jesus, Paul, and Apollonius, enthusiastic ascetics and learned initiates, might have recalled to life with ease any man who was not dead but sleeping, and that without any miracle. If the molecules of the cadaver are imbued with the physical and chemical forces of the living organism, what is to prevent them from being set again in motion, provided we know the nature of the vital force, and how to command it? The materialist can certainly offer no objection, for with him it is no question of rain-fusing a soul. For him the soul has no existence, and the human body may be regarded simply as a vital engine, a locomotive which will start upon the application of heat and force, and stop when they are withdrawn. To the theologian the case offers greater difficulties, for, in his view, death cuts asunder the tie which binds soul and body, and the one can no more be returned into the other without miracle than the born infant can be compelled to resume its fetal life after parturition and the severing of the umbilicus. But the Hermetic philosopher stands between these two irreconcilable antagonists, master of the situation. He knows the nature of the soul, a form composed of nervous fluid and atmospheric ether, and knows how the vital force can be made active or passive at will, so long as there is no final destruction of some necessary organ. The claims of Gaffarillus, which, by the by, appeared so preposterous in 1650, were later corroborated by science. He maintained that every object existing in nature, provided it was not artificial, when once burnt still retained its form in the ashes, in which it remained till raised again. Duchesne, an eminent chemist, assured himself of the fact. Kircher, Digby, and Vaillant have demonstrated that the forms of plants could be resuscitated from their ashes. At a meeting of naturalists in 1834, at Stuttgart, a receipt for producing such experiments was found in a work of Oettinger. Ashes of burned plants contained in vials, when heated, exhibited again their various forms. A small obscure cloud gradually rose in the vial, took a defined form, and presented to the eye the flower or plant the ashes consisted of. The earthly husk, wrote Oettinger, remains in the retort, while the volatile essence ascends, like a spirit, perfect in form, but void of substance. And, if the astral form of even a plant when its body is dead still lingers in the ashes, will skeptics persist in saying that the soul of man, the inner ego, is after the death of the grosser form at once dissolved, and is no more? At death, says the philosopher, the one body exudes from the other, by osmose and through the brain. It is held near its old garment by a double attraction, physical and spiritual, until the latter decomposes, and if the proper conditions are given the soul can re-inhabit it and resume the suspended life. It does it in sleep, it does it more thoroughly in trance, most surprisingly at the command and with the assistance of the Hermetic adept. Iamblichus declared that a person endowed with such resuscitating powers is full of God. All the subordinate spirits of the upper spheres are at his command, for he is no longer a mortal, but himself a god. In his epistle to the Corinthians, Paul remarks that the spirits of the prophets are subject to the prophets. Some persons have the natural and some the acquired power of withdrawing the inner from the outer body, at will, and causing it to perform long journeys, and be seen by those whom it visits. Numerous are the instances recorded by unimpeachable witnesses of the doubles of persons having been seen and conversed with, hundreds of miles from the places where the persons themselves were known to be. Hermotimus, if we may credit Pliny and Plutarch, could at will fall into a trance and then his second soul proceeded to any distant place he chose. The Abbé Trithemius, the famous author of steganography, who lived in the 17th century, could converse with his friends by the mere power of his will. I can make my thoughts known to the initiated, he wrote, at a distance of many hundred miles, without word, writing, or cipher, by any messenger. The latter cannot betray me, for he knows nothing. If needs be, I can dispense with the messenger. If any correspondent should be buried in the deepest dungeon, I could still convey to him my thoughts as clearly and as frequently as I chose, and this quite simply, without superstition, without the aid of spirits. Cordanus could also send his spirit, or any messages he chose. When he did so, he felt as if a door was opened, and I myself immediately passed through it, leaving the body behind me. The case of a high German official, a Councillor Wiesermann, was mentioned in a scientific paper. He claimed to be able to cause any friend or acquaintance, at any distance, to dream of every subject he chose, or see any person he liked. His claims were proved good, and testified to on several occasions by skeptics and learned professional persons. He could also cause his double to appear wherever he liked, and be seen by several persons at one time. By whispering in their ears a sentence prepared and agreed upon beforehand by unbelievers, and for the purpose, his power to project the double was demonstrated beyond any cavil. According to Napier, Osborne, Major Laws, Knulit, Nikiforovich, and many other modern witnesses, fakirs are now proved to be able, by a long course of diet, preparation, and repose, to bring their bodies into a condition which enables them to be buried 6 feet underground for an indefinite period. Sir Claude Wade was present at the court of Ranjit Singh, when the fakir, mentioned by the Honourable Captain Osborne, was buried alive for 6 weeks, in a box placed in a cell 3 feet below the floor of the room. To prevent the chance of deception, a guard comprising 2 companies of soldiers had been detailed, and 4 sentries were furnished and relieved every 2 hours, night and day, to guard the building from intrusion. On opening it, says Sir Claude, we saw a figure enclosed in a bag of white linen fastened by a string over the head. The servant then began pouring warm water over the figure. The legs and arms of the body were shriveled and stiff, the face full, the head reclining on the shoulder like that of a corpse. I then called to the medical gentleman who was attending me, to come down and inspect the body, which he did, but could discover no pulsation in the heart, the temples, or the arm. There was, however, a heat about the region of the brain, which no other part of the body exhibited. Regretting that the limits of our space forbid the quotation of the details of this interesting story, we will only add, that the process of resuscitation included bathing with hot water, friction, the removal of wax and cotton pledgets from the nostrils and ears, the rubbing of the eyelids with ghee or clarified butter, and, what will appear most curious to many, the application of a hot wheaten cake, about an inch thick, to the top of the head. After the cake had been applied for the third time, the body was violently convulsed, the nostrils became inflated, the respiration ensued, and the limbs assumed a natural fullness, but the pulsation was still faintly perceptible. The tongue was then anointed with ghee, the eyeballs became dilated and recovered their natural color, and the fakir recognized those present and spoke. It should be noticed that not only had the nostrils and ears been plugged, but the tongue had been thrust back southwest as to close the gullet, thus effectually stopping the orifices against the admission of atmospheric air. While in India, a fakir told us that this was done not only to prevent the action of the air upon the organic tissues, but also to guard against the deposit of the germs of decay, which in case of suspended animation would cause decomposition exactly as they do in any other meat exposed to air. There are also localities in which a fakir would refuse to be buried, such as the many spots in southern India infested with the white ants, which annoying termites are considered among the most dangerous enemies of man and his property. They are so voracious as to devour everything they find except perhaps metals. As to wood, there is no kind through which they would not burrow, and even bricks and mortar offer but little impediment to their formidable armies. They will patiently work through mortar, destroying it particle by particle, and a fakir, however holy himself, and strong his temporary coffin, would not risk finding his body devoured when it was time for his resuscitation. Then, here is a case, only one of many, substantiated by the testimony of two English noblemen, one of them an army officer and a Hindu prince, who was as great a skeptic as themselves. It places science in this embarrassing dilemma. It must either give the lie to many unimpeachable witnesses, or admit that if one fakir can resuscitate after 6 weeks, any other fakir can also, and if a fakir, why not a Lazarus, a Shunammite boy, or the daughter of Jairus? And now, perhaps, it may not be out of place to inquire what assurance can any physician have, beyond external evidence, that the body is Mrs. Catherine Crowe, in her Night Side of Nature, page 118, gives us the particulars of a similar burial of a fakir, in the presence of General Ventura, together with the Maharaja, and many of his Sirdars. The political agent at Ludhiana was present when he was disinterred, 10 months after he had been buried. The coffin, or box, containing the fakir being buried in a vault, the earth was thrown over it and trod down, after which a crop of barley was sown on the spot, and sentries placed to watch it. The Maharaja, however, was so skeptical that in spite of all page 479 these precautions, he had him, twice in the 10 months, dug up and examined, and each time he was found to be exactly in the same state as when they had shut him up, really dead. The best authorities agree in saying that there are none. Dr. Todd Thomson, of London, says most positively that the immobility of the body, even its cadaverous aspect, the coldness of surface, the absence of respiration and pulsation, and the sunken state of the eye, are no unequivocal evidences that life is wholly extinct. Nothing but total decomposition is an irrefutable proof that life has fled forever and that the tabernacle is tenantless. Democritus asserted that there existed no certain signs of real death. Pliny maintained the same. Asclepiades, a learned physician and one of the most distinguished men of his day, held that the assurance was still more difficult in the cases of women than in those of men. Todd Thomson, above quoted, gives several remarkable cases of such a suspended animation. Among others he mentions a certain Francis Neville, a Norman gentleman, who twice apparently died, and was twice in the act of being buried. But, at the moment when the coffin was being lowered in the grave, he spontaneously revived. In the 17th century, Lady Russell, to all appearance died, and was about to be buried, but as the bell was tolling for her funeral, she sat up in her coffin and exclaimed, "It is time to go to church." Demerbroke mentions a peasant who gave no signs of life for 3 days, but when placed in his coffin, near the grave, revived and lived many years afterward. In 1836, a respectable citizen of Brussels fell into a profound lethargy on a Sunday morning. On Monday, as his attendants were preparing to screw the lid of the coffin, the supposed corpse sat up, rubbed his eyes, and called for his coffee and a newspaper. Such cases of apparent death are not very infrequently reported in the newspaper press. As we write, April 1877, we find in a London letter to the New York Times the following paragraph: Miss Annie Goodale, the actress, died 3 weeks ago. Up to yesterday she was not buried. The corpse is warm and limp, and the features as soft and mobile as when in life. Several physicians have examined her, and have ordered that the body shall be watched night and day. The poor lady is evidently in a trance, but whether she is destined to come to life it is impossible to say. Science regards man as an aggregation of atoms temporarily united by a mysterious force called the life principle. To the materialist, the only difference between a living and a dead body is that in the one case, that force is active, in the other latent. When it is extinct or entirely latent, the molecules obey a superior attraction, which draws them asunder and scatters them through space. This dispersion must be death, if it is possible to conceive such a thing as death, where the very molecules of the dead body manifest an intense vital energy. If death is but the stoppage of a digesting, locomotive, and thought-grinding machine, how can death be actual and not relative, before that machine is thoroughly broken up and its particles dispersed? So long as any of them cling together, the centripetal vital force may overmatch the dispersive centrifugal action. Says Eliphas Levi, change attests movement, and movement only reveals life. The corpse would not decompose if it were dead. All the molecules which compose it are living and struggle to separate. And would you think that the spirit frees itself first of all to exist no more? That thought and love can die when the grossest forms of matter do not die? If the change should be called death, we die and are born again every day, for every day our forms undergo change. The Kabbalists say that a man is not dead when his body is entombed. Death is never sudden, for, according to Hermes, nothing goes in nature by violent transitions. Everything is gradual, and as it required a long and gradual development to produce the living human being, so time is required to completely withdraw vitality from the carcass. Death can no more be an absolute end than birth a real beginning. Birth proves the pre-existence of the being, as death proves immortality, says the same French Kabbalist. While implicitly believing in the restoration of the daughter of Jairus, the ruler of the synagogue, and in other Bible miracles, well-educated Christians, who otherwise would feel indignant at being called superstitious, meet all such cases as that of Apollonius and the girl said by his biographer to have been recalled to life by him, with scornful skepticism. Diogenes Laertius, who mentions a woman restored to life by Empedocles, is treated with no more respect, and the name of pagan thaumaturgist, in the eyes of Christians, is but a synonym for impostor. Our scientists are at least 1 degree more rational. They embrace all Bible prophets and apostles, and the heathen miracle-doers in 2 categories of hallucinated fools and deceitful tricksters. But Christians and materialists might, with a very little effort on their part, show themselves fair and logical at the same time. To produce such a miracle, they have but to consent to understand what they read, and submit it to the unprejudiced criticism of their best judgment. Let us see how far it is possible. Setting aside the incredible fiction of Lazarus, we will select 2 cases: the ruler's daughter, recalled to life by Jesus, and the Corinthian bride, resuscitated by Apollonius. In the former case, totally disregarding the significant expression of Jesus, she is not dead but sleepeth. The clergy force their God to become a breaker of his own laws and grant unjustly to one what he denies to all others, and with no better object in view than to produce a useless miracle. In the second case, notwithstanding the words of the biographer of Apollonius, so plain and precise that there is not the slightest cause to misunderstand them, they charge Philostratus with deliberate imposture. Who could be fairer than he, who less open to the charge of mystification, when, in describing the resuscitation of the young girl by the Tyanean sage, in the presence of a large concourse of people, the biographer says, she had seemed to die. In other words, he very clearly indicates a case of suspended animation, and then adds immediately, as the rain fell very fast on the young girl, while she was being carried to the pile, with her face turned upwards, this, also, might have excited her senses. Does this not show most plainly that Philostratus saw no miracle in that resuscitation? Does it not rather imply, if anything, the great learning and skill of Apollonius, who like Asclepiades had the merit of distinguishing at a glance between real and apparent death? A resuscitation, after the soul and spirit have entirely separated from the body, and the last electric thread is severed, is as impossible as for a once disembodied spirit to reincarnate itself once more on this earth, except as described in previous chapters. A leaf, once fallen off, does not reattach itself to the branch, says Eliphas Levi. The caterpillar becomes a butterfly, but the butterfly does not again return to the grub. Nature closes the door behind all that passes, and pushes life forward. Forms pass, thought remains, and does not recall that which it has once exhausted. Why should it be imagined that Asclepiades and Apollonius enjoyed exceptional powers for the discernment of actual death? Has any modern school of medicine this knowledge to impart to its students? Let their authorities answer for them. These prodigies of Jesus and Apollonius are so well attested that they appear authentic. Whether in either or both cases life was simply suspended or not, the important fact remains that by some power, peculiar to themselves, both the wonder-workers recalled the seemingly dead to life in an instant. Is it because the modern physician has not yet found the secret which the theurgists evidently possessed that its possibility is denied? Neglected as psychology now is, and with the strangely chaotic state in which physiology is confessed to be by its most fair students, certainly it is not very likely that our men of science will soon rediscover the lost knowledge of the ancients. In the days of old, when prophets were not treated as charlatans, nor thaumaturgists as impostors, there were colleges instituted for teaching prophecy and occult sciences in general. Samuel is recorded as the chief of such an institution at Ramah, Elisha, also, at Jericho. The schools of Hazim, prophets or seers, were celebrated throughout the country. Hillel had a regular academy, and Socrates is well known to have sent away several of his disciples to study Manticism. The study of magic, or wisdom, included every branch of science, the metaphysical as well as the physical, psychology and physiology in their common and occult phases, and the study of alchemy was universal, for it was both a physical and a spiritual science. Therefore why doubt or wonder that the ancients, who studied nature under its double aspect, achieved discoveries which to our modern physicists, who study but its dead letter, are a closed book. Thus, the question at issue is not whether a dead body can be resuscitated, for to assert that would be to assume the possibility of a miracle, which is absurd, but to assure ourselves whether the medical authorities pretend to determine the precise moment of death. The Kabbalists say that death occurs at the instant when both the astral body, or life principle, and the spirit part forever with the corporeal body. The scientific physician who denies both astral body and spirit, and admits the existence of nothing more than the life principle, judges death to occur when life is apparently extinct. When the beating of the heart and the action of the lungs cease, and rigor mortis is manifested, and especially when decomposition begins, they pronounce the patient dead. But the annals of medicine teem with examples of suspended animation, as the result of asphyxia by drowning, the inhalation of gases and other causes, life being restored in the case of drowning persons even after they had been apparently dead for 12 hours. In cases of somnambulic trance, none of the ordinary signs of death are lacking, breathing and the pulse are extinct, animal heat has disappeared, the muscles are rigid, the eye glazed, and the body is colorless. In the celebrated case of Colonel Townsend, he threw himself into this state in the presence of 3 medical men, who, after a time, were persuaded that he was really dead, and were about leaving the room, when he slowly revived. He describes his peculiar gift by saying that he could die or expire when he pleased, and yet, by an effort, or somehow he could come to life again. There occurred in Moscow, a few years since, a remarkable instance of apparent death. The wife of a wealthy merchant lay in the cataleptic state 17 days, during which the authorities made several attempts to bury her, but, as decomposition had not set in, the family averted the ceremony, and at the end of that time she was restored to life. The above instances show that the most learned men in the medical profession are unable to be certain when a person is dead. What they call suspended animation is that state from which the patient spontaneously recovers, through an effort of his own spirit, which may be provoked by any one of many causes. In these cases, the astral body has not parted from the physical body, its external functions are simply suspended, the subject is in a state of torpor, and the restoration is nothing but a recovery from it. But, in the case of what physiologists would call real death, but which is not actually so, the astral body has withdrawn, perhaps local decomposition has set in. How shall the man be brought to life again? The answer is, the interior body must be forced back into the exterior one, and vitality reawakened in the latter. The clock has run down, it must be wound. If death is absolute, if the organs have not only ceased to act, but have lost the susceptibility of renewed action, then the whole universe would have to be thrown into chaos to resuscitate the corpse. A miracle would be demanded. But, as we said before, the man is not dead when he is cold, stiff, pulseless, breathless, and even showing signs of decomposition. He is not dead when buried, nor afterward, until a certain point is reached. That point is, when the vital organs have become so decomposed, that if reanimated, they could not perform their customary functions, when the mainspring and cogs of the machine, so to speak, are so eaten away by rust, that they would snap upon the turning of the key. Until that point is reached, the astral body may be caused, without miracle, to re-enter its former tabernacle, either by an effort of its own will, or under the resistless impulse of the will of one who knows the potencies of nature and how to direct them. The spark is not extinguished, but only latent as the fire in the flint, or the heat in the cold iron. In cases of the most profound cataleptic clairvoyance, such as obtained by Dupotet, and described very graphically by the late Professor William Gregory, in his letters on animal magnetism, the spirit is so far disengaged from the body that it would be impossible for it to re-enter it without an effort of the mesmerizer's will. The subject is practically dead, and, if left to itself, the spirit would escape forever. Although independent of the torpid physical casing, the half-freed spirit is still tied to it by a magnetic cord, which is described by clairvoyants as appearing dark and smoky by contrast with the ineffable brightness of the astral atmosphere through which they look. Plutarch, relating the story of Thespesius, who fell from a great height, and lay 3 days apparently dead, gives us the experience of the latter during his state of partial decease. Thespesius, says he, then observed that he was different from the dead by whom he was surrounded. They were transparent and environed by a radiance, but he seemed to trail after him a dark radiation or line of shadow. His whole description, minute and circumstantial in its details, appears to be corroborated by the clairvoyance of every period, and, so far as this class of testimony can be taken, is important. The Kabbalists, as we find them interpreted by Eliphas Levi, in his Science d'Esprits, say that, when a man falls into the last sleep, he is plunged at first into a sort of dream, before gaining consciousness in the other side of life. He sees, then, either in a beautiful vision, or in a terrible nightmare, the paradise or hell, in which he believed during his mortal existence. This is why it often happens, that the affrighted soul breaks violently back into the terrestrial life it has just left, and why some who were really dead, i.e., who, if left alone and quiet, would have peaceably passed away forever in a state of unconscious lethargy, when entombed too soon, reawake to life in the grave. In this connection, the reader may perhaps recall the well-known case of the old man who had left some generous gifts in his will to his orphan nieces, which document, just before his death, he had confided to his rich son, with injunctions to carry out his wishes. But, he had not been dead more than a few hours before the son, finding himself alone with the corpse, tore the will and burned it. The sight of this impious deed apparently recalled the hovering spirit, and the old man, rising from his couch of death, uttered a fierce malediction upon the horror-stricken wretch, and then fell back again, and yielded up his spirit this time forever. Dion Boucicault makes use of an incident of this kind in his powerful drama Louis XI, and Charles Keene created a profound impression in the character of the French monarch, when the dead man revives for an instant and clutches the crown as the heir apparent approaches it. Levi says that resuscitation is not impossible while the vital organism remains undestroyed, and the astral spirit is yet within reach. Nature, he says, accomplishes nothing by sudden jerks, and eternal death is always preceded by a state which partakes somewhat of the nature of lethargy. It is a torpor which a great shock or the magnetism of a powerful will can overcome. He accounts in this manner for the resuscitation of the dead man thrown upon the bones of Elisha. He explains it by saying that the soul was hovering at that moment near the body. The burial party, according to tradition, were attacked by robbers, and their fright communicating itself sympathetically to it, the soul was seized with horror at the idea of its remains being desecrated, and re-entered violently into its body to raise and save it. Those who believe in the survival of the soul can see in this incident nothing of a supernatural character. It is only a perfect manifestation of natural law. To narrate to the materialist such a case, however well attested, would be but an idle talk. The theologian, always looking beyond nature for a special providence, regards it as a prodigy. Eliphas Levi says, they attributed the resuscitation to the contact with the bones of Elisha, and worship of relics dates logically from his epoch. Balfour Stewart is right. Scientists know nothing, or next to nothing, of the ultimate structure and properties of matter, whether organic or inorganic. We are now on such firm ground that we will take another step in advance. The same knowledge and control of the occult forces, including the vital force which enabled the fakir temporarily to leave and then re-enter his body, and Jesus, Apollonius, and Elisha to recall their several subjects to life, made it possible for the ancient hierophants to animate statues, and cause them to act and speak like living creatures. It is the same knowledge and power which made it possible for Paracelsus to create his homunculi, for Aaron to change his rod into a serpent and a budding branch, Moses to cover Egypt with frogs and other pests, and the Egyptian theurgist of our day to vivify his pygmy mandragora, which has physical life but no soul. It was no more wonderful that upon presenting the necessary conditions Moses should call into life large reptiles and insects, than that, under like favoring conditions, the physical scientist should call into life the small ones which he names bacteria. And now, in connection with ancient miracle-doers and prophets, let us bring forward the claims of the modern mediums. Nearly every form of phenomena recorded in the sacred and profane histories of the world we find them claiming to reproduce in our days. Selecting, among the variety of seeming wonders, levitation of ponderable inanimate objects as well as of human bodies, we will give our attention to the conditions under which the phenomenon is manifested. History records the names of pagan theurgists, Christian saints, Hindu fakirs, and spiritual mediums who have been thus levitated, and who remain suspended in the air, sometimes for a considerable time. The phenomenon has not been confined to one country or epoch, but almost invariably the subjects have been religious ecstatics, adepts in magic, or, as now, spiritual mediums. We assume the fact to be so well established as to require no labored effort on our part at this time to furnish proof that unconscious manifestations of spirit power, as well as conscious feats of high magic, have happened in all countries, in all ages, and with hierophants as well as through irresponsible mediums. When the present perfected European civilization was yet in an inchoate state, occult philosophy, already hoary with age, speculated upon the attributes of man by analogy with those of his creator. Individuals later, whose names will remain forever immortal, inscribed on the portal of the spiritual history of man, have afforded in their persons examples of how far could be developed the godlike powers of the microcosmos. Describing the doctrines and principal teachers of the Alexandrian school, Professor A. Wilder says, Plotinus taught that there was in the soul a returning impulse, love, which attracted it inward toward its origin and center, the eternal good. while the person who does not understand how the soul contains the beautiful within itself will seek by laborious effort to realize beauty without. The wise man recognizes it within himself, develops the idea by withdrawal into himself, concentrating his attention, and so floating upward toward the divine fountain, the stream of which flows within him. The infinite is not known through the reason, but by a faculty superior to reason, by entering upon a state in which the individual, so to speak, ceases to be his finite self, in which state divine essence is communicated to him. This is ecstasy. Of Apollonius, who asserted that he could see the present and the future in a clear mirror, on account of his abstemious mode of life, the professor very beautifully observes, this is what may be termed spiritual photography. The soul is the camera in which facts and events, future, past, and present, are alike fixed, and the mind becomes conscious of them. Beyond our everyday world of limits, all is as one day or state, the past and future comprised in the present. Were these godlike men mediums, as the orthodox spiritualists will have it? By no means, if by the term we understand those sick sensitives who are born with a peculiar organization, and who in proportion as their powers are developed become more and more subject to the irresistible influence of miscellaneous spirits, purely human, elementary, or elemental. Unquestionably so, if we consider every individual a medium in whose magnetic atmosphere the denizens of higher invisible spheres can move, and act, and live. In such a sense every person is a medium. Mediumship may be either first, self-developed, second, by extraneous influences, or third, may remain latent throughout life. The reader must bear in mind the definition of the term, for, unless this is clearly understood, confusion will be inevitable. Mediumship of this kind may be either active or passive, repellent or receptive, positive or negative. Mediumship is measured by the quality of the aura with which the individual is surrounded. This may be dense, cloudy, noisome, mephitic, nauseating to the pure spirit, and attract only those foul beings who delight in it, as the eel does in turbid waters, or, it may be pure, crystalline, limpid, opalescent as the morning dew. All depends upon the moral character of the medium. About such men as Apollonius, Iamblichus, Plotinus, and Porphyry, there gathered this heavenly nimbus. It was evolved by the power of their own souls in close unison with their spirits, by the superhuman morality and sanctity of their lives, and aided by frequent interior ecstatic contemplation. Such holy men pure spiritual influences could approach. Radiating around an atmosphere of divine beneficence, they caused evil spirits to flee before them. Not only is it not possible for such to exist in their aura, but they cannot even remain in that of obsessed persons, if the thaumaturgist exercises his will, or even approaches them. This is mediatorship, not mediumship. Such persons are temples in which dwells the Spirit of the living God, but if the temple is defiled by the admission of an evil passion, thought, or desire, the mediator falls into the sphere of sorcery. The door is opened, the pure spirits retire and the evil ones rush in. This is still mediatorship, evil as it is. The sorcerer, like the pure magician, forms his own aura and subjects to his will congenial inferior spirits. But mediumship, as now understood and manifested, is a different thing. Circumstances, independent of his own volition, may, either at birth or subsequently, modify a person's aura, so that strange manifestations, physical or mental, diabolical or angelic, may take place. Such mediumship, as well as the above-mentioned mediatorship, has existed on earth since the first appearance here of living men. The former is the yielding of weak, mortal flesh to the control and suggestions of spirits and intelligences other than one's own immortal demon. It is literally obsession and possession, and mediums who pride themselves on being the faithful slaves of their guides, and who repudiate with indignation the idea of controlling the manifestations, could not very well deny the fact without inconsistency. This mediumship is typified in the story of Eve succumbing to the reasonings of the serpent, of Pandora peeping in the forbidden casket and letting loose on the world sorrow and evil, and by Mary Magdalene, who from having been obsessed by 7 devils was finally redeemed by the triumphant struggle of her immortal spirit, touched by the presence of a holy mediator, against the dweller. This mediumship, whether beneficent or maleficent, is always passive. Happy are the pure in heart, who repel unconsciously, by that very cleanness of their inner nature, the dark spirits of evil. For verily they have no other weapons of defense but that inborn goodness and purity. Mediumism, as practiced in our days, is a more undesirable gift than the robe of Nessus. The tree is known by its fruits. Side by side with passive mediums in the progress of the world's history, appear active mediators. We designate them by this name for lack of a better one. The ancient witches and wizards, and those who had a familiar spirit, generally made of their gifts a trade, and the Obeah woman of Endor, so well defined by Henry Moore, though she may have killed her calf for Saul, accepted hire from other visitors. In India, the jugglers, who by the way are less so than many a modern medium, and the Asawa or sorcerers and serpent charmers of Asia and Africa, all exercise their gifts for money. Not so with the mediators, or hierophants. Buddha was a mendicant and refused his father's throne. The Son of Man had not where to lay his head. The chosen apostles provided neither gold, nor silver, nor brass in their purses. Apollonius gave 1/2 of his fortune to his relatives, the other half to the poor. Iamblichus and Plotinus were renowned for charity and self-denial. The fakirs, or holy mendicants, of India are fairly described by Jacaliot. The Pythagorean Essenes and Therapeutae believed their hands defiled by the contact of money. When the apostles were offered money to impart their spiritual powers, Peter, notwithstanding that the Bible shows him a coward and thrice a renegade, still indignantly spurned the offer, saying, "Thy money perish with thee, because thou hast thought that the gift of God may be purchased with money." These men were mediators, guided merely by their own personal spirit, or divine soul, and availing themselves of the help of spirits but so far as these remain in the right path. Far from us be the thought of casting an unjust slur on physical mediums. Harassed by various intelligences, reduced by the overpowering influence which their weak and nervous natures are unable to shake off to a morbid state, which at last becomes chronic, they are impeded by these influences from undertaking other occupation. They become mentally and physically unfit for any other. Who can judge them harshly when, driven to the last extremity, they are constrained to accept mediumship as a business? And heaven knows, as recent events have too well proved, whether the calling is one to be envied by any one. It is not mediums, real, true, and genuine mediums that we would ever blame, but their patrons, the spiritualists. Plotinus, when asked to attend public worship of the gods, is said to have proudly answered, "It is for them, the spirits, to come to me." Iamblichus asserted and proved in his own case, that our soul can attain communion with the highest intelligences, with natures loftier than itself, and carefully drove away from his theurgical ceremonies every inferior spirit, or bad demon, which he taught his disciples to recognize. Proclus, who elaborated the entire theosophy and theurgy of his predecessors into a complete system, according to Professor Wilder, believed with Iamblichus in the attaining of a divine power, which, overcoming the mundane life, rendered the individual an organ of the deity. He even taught that there was a mystic password that would carry a person from one order of spiritual beings to another, higher and higher, till he arrived at the absolute divine. Apollonius spurned the sorcerers and common soothsayers, and declared that it was his peculiar abstemious mode of life which produced such an acuteness of the senses and created other faculties, so that the greatest and most remarkable things can take place. Jesus declared man the Lord of the Sabbath, and at his command the terrestrial and elementary spirits fled from their temporary abodes, a power which was shared by Apollonius and many of the brotherhood of the Essenes of Judea and Mount Carmel. It is undeniable that there must have been some good reasons why the ancients persecuted unregulated mediums. Otherwise why, at the time of Moses and David and Samuel, should they have encouraged prophecy and divination, astrology and soothsaying, and maintained schools and colleges in which these natural gifts were strengthened and developed, while witches and those who divined by the spirit of Ob were put to death. Even at the time of Christ, the poor oppressed mediums were driven to the tombs and waste places without the city walls. Why this apparent gross injustice? Why should banishment, persecution, and death be the portion of the physical mediums of those days, and whole communities of thaumaturgists like the Essenes be not merely tolerated but revered? It is because the ancients, unlike ourselves, could try the spirits and discern the difference between the good and the evil ones, the human and the elemental. They also knew that unregulated spirit intercourse brought ruin upon the individual and disaster to the community. This view of mediumship may be novel and perhaps repugnant to many modern spiritualists, but still it is the view taught in the ancient philosophy, and supported by the experience of mankind from time immemorial. It is erroneous to speak of a medium having powers developed. A passive medium has no power. He has a certain moral and physical condition which induces emanations, or an aura, in which his controlling intelligences can live, and by which they manifest themselves. He is only the vehicle through which they display their power. This aura varies day by day, and, as would appear from Mr. Crookes' experiments, even hour by hour. It is an external effect resulting from interior causes. The medium's moral state determines the kind of spirits that come, and the spirits that come reciprocally influence the medium, intellectually, physically, and morally. The perfection of his mediumship is in ratio to his passivity, and the danger he incurs is in equal degree. When he is fully developed, perfectly passive, his own astral spirit may be benumbed, and even crowded out of his body, which is then occupied by an elemental, or, what is worse, by a human fiend of the eighth sphere, who proceeds to use it as his own. But too often the cause of the most celebrated crime is to be sought in such possessions. Physical mediumship depending upon passivity, its antidote suggests itself naturally: let the medium cease being passive. Spirits never control persons of positive character who are determined to resist all extraneous influences. The weak and feeble-minded whom they can make their victims they drive into vice. If these miracle-making elementals and disembodied devils called elementary were indeed the guardian angels that they have passed for these last 30 years, why have they not given their faithful mediums at least good health and domestic happiness? Why do they desert them at the most critical moments of trial when under accusations of fraud? It is notorious that the best physical mediums are either sickly or, sometimes, what is still worse, inclined to some abnormal vice or other. Why do not these healing guides, who make their mediums play the therapeutists and thaumaturgists to others, give them the boon of robust physical vigor? The ancient thaumaturgist and apostle, generally, if not invariably, enjoyed good health. Their magnetism never conveyed to the sick patient any physical or moral taint, and they never were accused of vampirism, which a spiritual paper very justly charges upon some medium healers. If we apply the above law of mediumship and mediatorship to the subject of levitation, with which we opened our present discussion, what shall we find? Here we have a medium and one of the mediator class levitated, the former at a séance, the latter at prayer, or in ecstatic contemplation. The medium being passive must be lifted up, the ecstatic being active must levitate himself. The former is elevated by his familiar spirits, whoever or whatever they may be; the latter, by the power of his own aspiring soul. Can both be indiscriminately termed mediums? But nevertheless we may be answered that the same phenomena are produced in the presence of a modern medium as of an ancient saint. Undoubtedly, and so it was in the days of Moses, for we believe that the triumph claimed for him in Exodus over Pharaoh's magicians is simply a national boast on the part of the chosen people. That the power which produced his phenomena produced that of the magicians also, who were moreover the first tutors of Moses and instructed him in their wisdom, is most probable. But even in those days they seem to have well appreciated the difference between phenomena apparently identical. The tutelar national deity of the Hebrews, who is not the highest Father, forbids expressly, in Deuteronomy, his people to learn to do after the abominations of other nations. To pass through the fire, or use divination, or be an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a necromancer. What difference was there then between all the above enumerated phenomena as performed by the other nations, and when enacted by the prophets? Evidently, there was some good reason for it, and we find it in John's first epistle, 4, which says, "Believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world." The only standard within the reach of spiritualists and present-day mediums by which they can try the spirits is to judge 1, by their actions and speech, 2, by their readiness to manifest themselves, and 3, whether the object in view is worthy of the apparition of a disembodied spirit, or can excuse any one for disturbing the dead. Saul was on the eve of destruction, himself and his sons, yet Samuel inquired of him, "Why hast thou disquieted me, to bring me up?" But the intelligences that visit the circle rooms come at the beck of every trifler who would while away a tedious hour. In the number of the London Spiritualist for July 14th, we find a long article, in which the author seeks to prove that the marvelous wonders of the present day, which belong to so-called modern spiritualism, are identical in character with the experiences of the patriarchs and apostles of old. We are forced to contradict, point blank, such an assertion. They are identical only so far that the same forces and occult powers of nature produce them. But though these powers and forces may be, and most assuredly are, all directed by unseen intelligences, the latter differ more in essence, character, and purposes than mankind itself, composed, as it now stands, of white, black, brown, red, and yellow men, and numbering saints and criminals, geniuses and idiots. The writer may avail himself of the services of a tame orangutan or a South Sea Islander, but the fact alone that he has a servant makes neither the latter nor himself identical with Aristotle and Alexander. The writer compares Ezekiel lifted up and taken into the east gate of the Lord's house with the levitations of certain mediums, and the 3 Hebrews in the burning fiery furnace, with other fireproof mediums. The John King spirit light is assimilated with the burning lamp of Abraham. And finally, after many such comparisons, the case of the Davenport brothers, released from the jail of Oswego, is confronted with that of Peter delivered from prison by the angel of the Lord. Now, except the story of Saul and Samuel, there is not a case instanced in the Bible of the evocation of the dead. As to being lawful, the assertion is contradicted by every prophet. Moses issues a decree of death against those who raise the spirits of the dead, the necromancers. Nowhere throughout the Old Testament, nor in Homer, nor Virgil is communion with the dead termed otherwise than necromancy. Philo Judaeus makes Saul say that if he banishes from the land every diviner and necromancer, his name will survive him. One of the greatest reasons for it was the doctrine of the ancients, that no soul from the abode of the blessed will return to earth, unless, indeed, upon rare occasions its apparition might be required to accomplish some great object in view, and so bring benefit upon humanity. In this latter instance the soul has no need to be evoked. It sent its portentous message either by an evanescent simulacrum of itself, or through messengers, who could appear in material form, and personate faithfully the departed. The souls that could so easily be evoked were deemed neither safe nor useful to commune with. They were the souls, or larvae rather, from the infernal region of the limbo, the Sheol, the region known by the Kabbalists as the 8th sphere, but far different from the orthodox hell or Hades of the ancient mythologists. Horace describes this evocation and the ceremonial accompanying it, and Maimonides gives us particulars of the Jewish rite. Every necromantic ceremony was performed on high places and hills, and blood was used for the purpose of placating these human ghouls. "I cannot prevent the witches from picking up their bones," says the poet. "See the blood they pour in the ditch to allure the souls that will utter their oracles. Cruer in fossum confusus, ut ind manes illicerant, onimus responsa deturas." The souls, says Porphyry, prefer, to everything else, freshly spilt blood, which seems for a short time to restore to them some of the faculties of life. As for materializations, they are many and various in the sacred records. But, were they affected under the same conditions as at modern seances? Darkness, it appears, was not required in those days of patriarchs and magic powers. The 3 angels who appeared to Abraham drank in the full blaze of the sun, for he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day, says the book of Genesis. The spirits of Elias and Moses appeared equally in daytime, as it is not probable that Christ and the apostles would be climbing a high mountain during the night. Jesus is represented as having appeared to Mary Magdalene in the garden in the early morning, to the apostles, at 3 distinct times, and generally by day, once, when the morning was come. Even when the ass of Balaam saw the materialized angel, it was in the full light of noon. We are fully prepared to agree with the writer in question, that we find in the life of Christ, and we may add in the Old Testament, too, an uninterrupted record of spiritualistic manifestations, but nothing mediumistic, of a physical character though, if we accept the visit of Saul to Sedekla, the Obi, a woman of Endor. This is a distinction of vital importance. True, the promise of the Master was clearly stated, "I, and greater works than these shall ye do," works of mediatorship. According to Joel, the time would come when there would be an outpouring of the divine Spirit. "Your sons and your daughters," says he, "shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, your young men shall see visions." The time has come, and they do all these things now. Spiritualism has its seers and martyrs, its prophets and healers. Like Moses, and David, and Jehoram, there are mediums who have direct writings from genuine planetary and human spirits, and the best of it brings the mediums no pecuniary recompense. The greatest friend of the cause in France, Mary, now languishes in a prison cell, and, as he says with touching pathos, is no longer a man, but a number on the prison register. There are a very few, orators on the spiritualistic platform who speak by inspiration, and if they know what is said at all, they are in the condition described by Daniel, "And I retain no strength. Yet heard I the voice of his words, and when I heard the voice of his words, then was I in a deep sleep." And there are mediums, these whom we have spoken of, for whom the prophecy in Samuel might have been written, "The Spirit of the Lord will come upon thee, thou shalt prophesy with them, and shalt be turned into another man." But where, in the long line of Bible wonders, do we read of flying guitars, and tinkling tambourines, and jangling bells being offered in pitch-dark rooms as evidences of immortality? When Christ was accused of casting out devils by the power of Beelzebub, he denied it, and sharply retorted by asking, "By whom do your sons or disciples cast them out?" Again, spiritualists affirm that Jesus was a medium, that he was controlled by one or many spirits, but when the charge was made to him direct, he said that he was nothing of the kind. Say we not well, that thou art a Samaritan, and hast a devil, daimonion, an obia, or familiar spirit in the Hebrew text? Jesus answered, "I have not a devil." The writer from whom we have above quoted, attempts also a parallel between the aerial flights of Philip and Ezekiel and of Mrs. Guppy and other modern mediums. He is ignorant or oblivious of the fact that while levitation occurred as an effect in both classes of cases, the producing causes were totally dissimilar. The nature of this difference we have adverted to already. Levitation may be produced consciously or unconsciously to the subject. The juggler determines beforehand that he will be levitated, for how long a time, and to what height. He regulates the occult forces accordingly. The fakir produces the same effect by the power of his aspiration and will, and, except when in the ecstatic state, keeps control over his movements. So does the priest of Siam, when, in the sacred pagoda, he mounts 50 feet in the air with taper in hand, and flits from idol to idol, lighting up the niches, self-supported, and stepping as confidently as though he were upon solid ground. This, persons have seen and testify to. The officers of the Russian squadron which recently circumnavigated the globe, and was stationed for a long time in Japanese waters, relate the fact that, besides many other marvels, they saw jugglers walk in mid-air from treetop to treetop, without the slightest support. They also saw the pole and tape climbing feats, described by Colonel Alcott in his People from the Other World, and which have been so much called in question by certain spiritualists and mediums whose zeal is greater than their learning. The quotations from Colonel Yule and other writers, elsewhere given in this work, seem to place the matter beyond doubt that these effects are produced. Such phenomena, when occurring apart from religious rites, in India, Japan, Tibet, Siam, and other heathen countries, phenomena 100 times more various and astounding than ever seen in civilized Europe or America, are never attributed to the spirits of the departed. The Pitris have naught to do with such public exhibitions. And we have but to consult the list of the principal demons or elemental spirits to find that their very names indicate their professions, or, to express it clearly, the tricks to which each variety is best adapted. So we have the Madan, a generic name indicating wicked elemental spirits, half brutes, half monsters, for Madan signifies one that looks like a cow. He is the friend of the malicious sorcerers and helps them to effect their evil purposes of revenge by striking men and cattle with sudden illness and death. The Shadalamadan, or graveyard fiend, answers to our ghouls. He delights where crime and murder were committed, near burial spots and places of execution. He helps the juggler in all the fire phenomena as well as Kudishatan, the little juggling imps. Shadala, they say, is a half-fire, half-water demon, for he received from Shiva permission to assume any shape he chose, transform one thing into another, and when he is not in fire, he is in water. It is he who blinds people to see that which they do not see. Shula Madan is another mischievous spook. He is the furnace demon, skilled in pottery and baking. If you keep friends with him, he will not injure you, but woe to him who incurs his wrath. Shula likes compliments and flattery, and as he generally keeps underground, it is to him that a juggler must look to help him raise a tree from a seed in a quarter of an hour and ripen its fruit. Kumalmadan is the undine proper. He is an elemental spirit of the water, and his name means blowing like a bubble. He is a very merry imp, and will help a friend in anything relative to his department. He will shower rain and show the future and the present to those who will resort to hydromancy or divination by water. Paruthamadan is the wrestling demon. He is the strongest of all, and whenever there are feats shown in which physical force is required, such as levitations, or taming of wild animals, he will help the performer by keeping him above the soil or will overpower a wild beast before the tamer has time to utter his incantation. So, every physical manifestation has its own class of elemental spirits to superintend them. Returning now to levitations of human bodies and inanimate bodies, in modern circle rooms, we must refer the reader to the introductory chapter of this work. See Aethrobasi. In connection with the story of Simon the Magician, we have shown the explanation of the ancients as to how the levitation and transport of heavy bodies could be produced. We will now try and suggest a hypothesis for the same in relation to mediums, i.e., persons supposed to be unconscious at the moment of the phenomena, which the believers claim to be produced by disembodied spirits. We need not repeat that which has been sufficiently explained before. Conscious athrobasi under magnetoelectrical conditions is possible only to adepts who can never be overpowered by an influence foreign to themselves, but remain sole masters of their will. Thus levitation, we will say, must always occur in obedience to law, a law as inexorable as that which makes a body unaffected by it remain upon the ground. And where should we seek for that law outside of the theory of molecular attraction? It is a scientific hypothesis that the form of force which first brings nebulous or star matter together into a whirling vortex is electricity, and modern chemistry is being totally reconstructed upon the theory of electric polarities of atoms. The waterspout, the tornado, the whirlwind, the cyclone, and the hurricane are all doubtless the result of electrical action. This phenomenon has been studied from above as well as from below, observations having been made both upon the ground and from a balloon floating above the vortex of a thunderstorm. Observe now that this force, under the conditions of a dry and warm atmosphere at the Earth's surface, can accumulate a dynamic energy capable of lifting enormous bodies of water, of compressing the particles of atmosphere, and of sweeping across a country, tearing up forests, lifting rocks, and scattering buildings in fragments over the ground. Wilde's electric machine causes induced currents of magnetoelectricity so enormously powerful as to produce light by which small print may be read, on a dark night, at a distance of 2 miles from the place where it is operating. As long ago as the year 1600, Gilbert, in his De Magnete, enunciated the principle that the globe itself is one vast magnet, and some of our advanced electricians are now beginning to realize that man, too, possesses this property, and that the mutual attractions and repulsions of individuals toward each other may at least in part find their explanation in this fact. The experience of attendance upon spiritualistic circles corroborates this opinion. Says Professor Nicholas Wagner, of the University of St. Petersburg, heat, or perhaps the electricity of the investigators sitting in the circle, must concentrate itself in the table and gradually develop into motions. At the same time, or a little afterward, the psychical force unites to assist the two other powers. By psychical force, I mean that which evolves itself out of all the other forces of our organism. The combination into one general something of several separate forces, and capable, when combined, of manifesting itself in degree, according to the individuality. The progress of the phenomena he considers to be affected by the cold or the dryness of the atmosphere. Now, remembering what has been said as to the subtler forms of energy which the Hermetists have proved to exist in nature, and accepting the hypothesis enunciated by Mr. Wagner that the power which calls out these manifestations is centered in the mediums, may not the medium, by furnishing in himself a nucleus as perfect in its way as the system of permanent steel magnets in Wilde's battery, produce astral currents sufficiently strong to lift in their vortex a body even as ponderable as a human form. It is not necessary that the object lifted should assume a gyratory motion, for the phenomenon we are observing, unlike the whirlwind, is directed by an intelligence, which is capable of keeping the body to be raised within the ascending current and preventing its rotation. Levitation in this case would be a purely mechanical phenomenon. The inert body of the passive medium is lifted by a vortex created either by the elemental spirits possibly, in some cases, by human ones, and sometimes through purely morbific causes, as in the cases of Professor Purdy's sick somnambules. The levitation of the adept is, on the contrary, a magnetoelectric effect, as we have just stated. He has made the polarity of his body opposite to that of the atmosphere, and identical with that of the earth, hence, attractable by the former, retaining his consciousness the while. A like phenomenal levitation is possible, also, when disease has changed the corporeal polarity of a patient, as disease always does in a greater or lesser degree. But, in such case, the lifted person would not be likely to remain conscious. In one series of observations upon whirlwinds, made in 1859, in the basin of the Rocky Mountains, a newspaper was caught up to a height of some 200 feet, and there it oscillated to and fro across the track for some considerable time, whilst accompanying the onward motion. Of course, scientists will say that a parallel cannot be instituted between this case and that of human levitation, that no vortex can be formed in a room by which a medium could be raised, but this is a question of astral light and spirit, which have their own peculiar dynamical laws. Those who understand the latter affirm that a concourse of people laboring under mental excitement, which reacts upon the physical system, throw off electromagnetic emanations, which, when sufficiently intense, can throw the whole circumambient atmosphere into perturbation. Force enough may actually be generated to create an electrical vortex, sufficiently powerful to produce many a strange phenomenon. With this hint, the whirling of the dervishes, and the wild dances, swayings, gesticulations, music, and shouts of devotees will be understood as all having a common object in view, namely, the creation of such astral conditions as favor psychological and physical phenomena. The rationale of religious revivals will also be better understood if this principle is borne in mind. But there is still another point to be considered. If the medium is a nucleus of magnetism and a conductor of that force, he would be subject to the same laws as a metallic conductor, and be attracted to his magnet. If, therefore, a magnetic center of the requisite power was formed directly over him by the unseen powers presiding over the manifestations, why should not his body be lifted toward it, despite terrestrial gravity? We know that, in the case of a medium who is unconscious of the progress of the operation, it is necessary to first, what forces were in operation to cause this oscillation of the newspaper, asks J. W. Phelps, who quotes the case. These were the rapid upward motion of heated air, the downward motion of cold air, the translatory motion of the surface breeze, and the circular motion of the whirlwind. But how could these combine so as to produce the oscillation? Lecture on Force Electrically Explained, admit the fact of such an intelligence, and next, the possibility of the experiment being conducted as described, but, in view of the multifarious evidences offered, not only in our own researches, which claim no authority, but also in those of Mr. Crookes, and a great number of others, in many lands and at different epochs, we shall not turn aside from the main object of offering this hypothesis in the profitless endeavor to strengthen a case which scientific men will not consider with patience, even when sanctioned by the most distinguished of their own body. As early as 1836, the public was apprised of certain phenomena which were as extraordinary, if not more so than all the manifestations which are produced in our days. The famous correspondence between two well-known mesmerizers, Deleuze and Billow, was published in France, and the wonders discussed for a time in every society. Billow firmly believed in the apparition of spirits, for, as he says, he has both seen, heard, and felt them. Deleuze was as much convinced of this truth as Billow, and declared that man's immortality and the return of the dead, or rather of their shadows, was the best demonstrated fact in his opinion. Material objects were brought to him from distant places by invisible hands, and he communicated on most important subjects with the invisible intelligences. In regard to this, he remarks, I cannot conceive how spiritual beings are able to carry material objects. More skeptical, less intuitional than Billow, nevertheless, he agreed with the latter that the question of spiritualism is not one of opinions, but of facts. Such is precisely the conclusion to which Professor Wagner, of St. Petersburg, was finally driven. In the second pamphlet on mediumistic phenomena, issued by him in December 1875, he administers the following rebuke to Mr. Shkliarevsky, one of his materialistic critics: so long as the spiritual manifestations were weak and sporadic, we men of science could afford to deceive ourselves with theories of unconscious muscular action, or unconscious cerebrations of our brains, and tumble the rest into one heap as juglaries. But now these wonders have grown too striking. The spirits show themselves in the shape of tangible, materialized forms, which can be touched and handled at will by any learned skeptic like yourself, and even be weighed and measured. We can struggle no longer, for every resistance becomes absurd, it threatens lunacy. Try then to realize this, and to humble yourself before the possibility of impossible facts. Iron is only magnetized temporarily, but steel permanently, by contact with the lodestone. Now steel is but iron which has passed through a carbonizing process, and yet that process has quite changed the nature of the metal, so far as its relations to the lodestone are concerned. In like manner, it may be said that the medium is but an ordinary person who is magnetized by influx from the astral light, and as the permanence of the magnetic property in the metal is measured by its more or less steel-like character, so may we not say that the intensity and permanency of mediumistic power is in proportion to the saturation of the medium with the magnetic or astral force. This condition of saturation may be congenital, or brought about in any one of these ways, by the mesmeric process, by spirit agency, or by self-will. Moreover, the condition seems here dietable, like any other physical or mental peculiarity. Many, and we may even say most great mediums having had mediumship exhibited in some form by one or more progenitors. Mesmeric subjects easily pass into the higher forms of clairvoyance and mediumship, now so called, as Gregory, Deleuze, Peisger, Dupotet, and other authorities inform us. As to the process of self-saturation, we have only to turn to the account of the priestly devotees of Japan, Siam, China, India, Thibet, and Egypt, as well as of European countries, to be satisfied of its reality. Long persistence in a fixed determination to subjugate matter brings about a condition in which not only is one insensible to external impressions, but even death itself may be simulated, as we have already seen. The ecstatic so enormously reinforces his willpower as to draw into himself, as into a vortex, the potencies resident in the astral light to supplement his own natural store. The phenomena of mesmerism are explicable upon no other hypothesis than the projection of a current of force from the operator into the subject. If a man can project this force by an exercise of the will, what prevents his attracting it toward himself by reversing the current? Unless, indeed, it be urged that the force is generated within his body and cannot be attracted from any supply without. But even under such an hypothesis, if he can generate a superabundant supply to saturate another person, or even an inanimate object by his will, why cannot he generate it in excess for self-saturation? In his work on anthropology, Professor J.R. Buchanan notes the tendency of the natural gestures to follow the direction of the phrenological organs, the attitude of combativeness being downward and backward, that of hope and spirituality upward and forward, that of firmness upward and backward, and so on. The adepts of Hermetic science know this principle so well that they explain the levitation of their own bodies, whenever it happens unawares, by saying that the thought is so intently fixed upon a point above them, that when the body is thoroughly imbued with the astral influence, it follows the mental aspiration and rises into the air as easily as a cork held beneath the water rises to the surface when its buoyancy is allowed to assert itself. The giddiness felt by certain persons when standing upon the brink of a chasm is explained upon the same principle. Young children, who have little or no active imagination, and in whom experience has not had sufficient time to develop fear, are seldom, if ever, giddy, but the adult of a certain mental temperament, seeing the chasm and picturing in his imaginative fancy the consequences of a fall, allows himself to be drawn by the attraction of the earth, and unless the spell of fascination be broken, his body will follow his thought to the foot of the precipice. That this giddiness is purely a temperamental affair is shown in the fact that some persons never experience the sensation, and inquiry will probably reveal the fact that such are deficient in the imaginative faculty. We have a case in view: a gentleman who, in 1858, had so firm a nerve that he horrified the witnesses by standing upon the coping of the Arc de Triomphe, in Paris, with folded arms, and his feet half over the edge, but, having since become short-sighted, was taken with a panic upon attempting to cross a plank walk over the courtyard of a hotel, where the footway was more than 2.5 feet wide, and there was no danger. He looked at the flagging below, gave his fancy free play, and would have fallen had he not quickly sat down. It is a dogma of science that perpetual motion is impossible. It is another dogma that the allegation that the Hermetists discovered the elixir of life, and that certain of them, by partaking of it, prolonged their existence far beyond the usual term, is a superstitious absurdity. And the claim that the baser metals have been transmuted into gold, and that the universal solvent was discovered, excites only contemptuous derision in a century which has crowned the edifice of philosophy with a copestone of protoplasm. The first is declared a physical impossibility, as much so, according to Babinet, the astronomer, as the levitation of an object without contact; the second, a physiological vagary begotten of a disordered mind; the third, a chemical absurdity. Balfour Stewart says that while the men of science cannot assert that he is intimately acquainted with all the forces of nature, and cannot prove that perpetual motion is impossible, for, in truth, he knows very little of these forces, he does think that he has entered into the spirit and design of nature, and therefore he denies at once the possibility of such a machine. If he has discovered the design of nature, he certainly has not the spirit, for he denies its existence in one sense. And denying spirit, he prevents that perfect understanding of universal law which would redeem modern philosophy from its thousand mortifying dilemmas and mistakes. If Professor B. Stewart's negation is founded upon no better analogy than that of his French contemporary, Babinet, he is in danger of a like humiliating catastrophe. The universe itself illustrates the actuality of perpetual motion, and the atomic theory, which has proved such a balm to the exhausted minds of our cosmic explorers, is based upon it. The telescope searching through space, and the microscope probing the mysteries of the little world in a drop of water, reveal the same law in operation, and, as everything below is like everything above, who would presume to say that when the conservation of energy is better understood, and the two additional forces of the Kabbalists are added to the catalogue of orthodox science, it may not be discovered how to construct a machine which shall run without friction and supply itself with energy in proportion to its wastes. 50 years ago, says the Venerable Mr. de Lara, a Hamburg paper, quoting from an English one an account of the opening of the Manchester and Liverpool Railway, pronounced it a gross fabrication, capping the climax by saying, "Even so far extends the credulity of the English, the moral is apparent." The recent discovery of the compound called metalline, by an American chemist, makes it appear probable that friction can, in a large degree, be overcome. One thing is certain: when a man shall have discovered the perpetual motion, he will be able to understand by analogy all the secrets of nature, progress in direct ratio with resistance. We may say the same of the elixir of life, by which is understood physical life, the soul being of course deathless only by reason of its divine immortal union with spirit. But continual or perpetual does not mean endless. The Kabbalists have never claimed that either an endless physical life or unending motion is possible. The Hermetic axiom maintains that only the first cause and its direct emanations, our spirits, scintillas from the eternal central sun which will be reabsorbed by it at the end of time, are incorruptible and eternal. But, in possession of a knowledge of occult natural forces, yet undiscovered by the materialists, they asserted that both physical life and mechanical motion could be prolonged indefinitely. The philosopher's stone had more than one meaning attached to its mysterious origin. Says Professor Wilder, the study of alchemy was even more universal than the several writers upon it appear to have known, and was always the auxiliary of, if not identical with, the occult sciences of magic, necromancy, and astrology, probably from the same fact that they were originally but forms of a spiritualism which was generally extant in all ages of human history. Our greatest wonder is, that the very men who view the human body simply as a digesting machine, should object to the idea that if some equivalent for metal line could be applied between its molecules, it should run without friction. Man's body is taken from the earth, or dust, according to Genesis, which allegory bars the claims of modern analysts to original discovery of the nature of the inorganic constituents of human body. If the author of Genesis knew this, and Aristotle taught the identity between the life principle of plants, animals, and men, our affiliation with Mother Earth seems to have been settled long ago. Elie de Beaumont has recently reasserted the old doctrine of Hermes that there is a terrestrial circulation comparable to that of the blood of men. Now, since it is a doctrine as old as time, that nature is continually renewing her wasted energies by absorption from the source of energy, why should the child differ from the parent? Why may not man, by discovering the source and nature of this recuperative energy, extract from the earth herself the juice or quintessence with which to replenish his own forces? This may have been the great secret of the alchemists. Stop the circulation of the terrestrial fluids and we have stagnation, putrefaction, death. Stop the circulation of the fluids in men, and stagnation, absorption, calcification from old age, and death ensue. If the alchemists had simply discovered some chemical compound capable of keeping the channels of our circulation unclogged, would not all the rest easily follow? And why, we ask, if the surface waters of certain mineral springs have such virtue in the cure of disease and the restoration of physical vigor, is it illogical to say that if we could get the first runnings from the alembic of nature in the bowels of the earth, we might, perhaps, find that the fountain of youth was no myth after all? Jennings asserts that the elixir was produced out of the secret chemical laboratories of nature by some adepts, and Robert Boyle, the chemist, mentions a medicated wine or cordial which Dr. Lefebvre tried with wonderful effect upon an old woman. Alchemy is as old as tradition itself. The first authentic record on this subject, says William Godwin, is an edict of Diocletian, about 300 years after Christ, ordering a diligent search to be made in Egypt for all the ancient books which treated of the art of making gold and silver, that they might be consigned to the flames. This edict necessarily presumes a certain antiquity to the pursuit, and fabulous history has recorded Solomon, Pythagoras, and Hermes among its distinguished votaries. And this question of transmutation, this alcest or universal solvent, which comes next after the elixir vitae in the order of the three alchemical agents. Is the idea so absurd as to be totally unworthy of consideration in this age of chemical discovery? How shall we dispose of the historical anecdotes of men who actually made gold and gave it away, and of those who testify to having seen them do it? Libavius, Geberus, Arnoldus, Thomas Aquinas, Bernardus Comes, Jonas, Panotus, Quercetanus Geber, the Arabian father of European alchemy, Eugenius Philalethes, Baptista Porta, Rubius, Dornsius, Voglius, Irenaeus Philaletha Cosmopolita, and many medieval alchemists and hermetic philosophers assert the fact. Must we believe them all visionaries and lunatics, these otherwise great and learned scholars? Francesco Pecus, in his work De Oro, gives 18 instances of gold being produced in his presence by artificial means, and Thomas Vaughan, going to a goldsmith to sell 1,200 marks worth of gold, when the men suspiciously remarked that the gold was too pure to have ever come out of a mine, ran away, leaving the money behind him. In a preceding chapter we have brought forward the testimony of a number of authors to this effect. Marco Polo tells us that in some mountains of Thibet, which he calls Chinchentalas, there are veins of the substance from which salamander is made, for the real truth is that the salamander is no beast, as they allege in our parts of the world, but is a substance found in the earth. Then he adds that a Turk of the name of Zulfikar told him that he had been procuring salamanders for the Great Khan, in those regions, for the space of 3 years. He said that the way they got them was by digging in that mountain till they found a certain vein. The substance of this vein was then taken and crushed, and, when so treated, it divides, as it were, into fibers of wool, which they set forth to dry. When dry, these fibers were pounded and washed, so as to leave only the fibers, like fibers of wool. These were then spun. When first made, these napkins are not very white, but, by putting them into the fire for a while, they come out as white as snow. Therefore, as several authorities testify, this mineral substance is the famous asbestos, which the Reverend A. Williamson says is found in Shantung. But, it is not only incombustible thread which is made from it. An oil, having several most extraordinary properties, is extracted from it, and the secret of its virtues remains with certain lamas and Hindu adepts. When rubbed into the body, it leaves no external stain or mark, but, nevertheless, after having been so rubbed, the part can be scrubbed with soap and hot or cold water, without the virtue of the ointment being affected in the least. The person so rubbed may boldly step into the hottest fire; unless suffocated, he will remain uninjured. Another property of the oil is that, when combined with another substance, that we are not at liberty to name, and left stagnant under the rays of the moon, on certain nights indicated by native astrologers, it will breed strange creatures. Infusoria we may call them in one sense, but then these grow and develop. Speaking of Kashmir, Marco Polo observes that they have an astonishing acquaintance with the devilries of enchantment, insomuch that they make their idols to speak. To this day, the greatest Magian mystics of these regions may be found in Kashmir. The various religious sects of this country were always credited with preternatural powers, and were the resort of adepts and sages. As Colonel Yule remarks, Vambry tells us that even in our day, the Kashmiri dervishes are preeminent among their Mahometan brethren for cunning, secret arts, skill in exorcisms and magic. But, all modern chemists are not equally dogmatic in their negation of the possibility of such a transmutation. Dr. Pais, Desprez, and even the all-denying Louis Figuier, of Paris, seem to be far from rejecting the idea. Dr. Wilder says, the possibility of reducing the elements to their primal form, as they are supposed to have existed in the igneous mass from which the earth crust is believed to have been formed, is not considered by physicists to be so absurd an idea as has been intimated. There is a relationship between metals, often so close as to indicate an original identity. Persons called alchemists may, therefore, have devoted their energies to investigations into these matters, as Lavoisier, Davy, Faraday, and others of our day have explained the mysteries of chemistry. A learned theosophist, a practicing physician of this country, one who has studied the occult sciences and alchemy for over 30 years, has succeeded in reducing the elements to their primal form, and made what is termed the pre-Adamite earth. It appears in the form of an earthy precipitate from pure water, which, on being disturbed, presents the most opalescent and vivid colors. The secret, say the alchemists, as if enjoying the ignorance of the uninitiated, is an amalgamation of the salt, sulfur, and mercury combined 3 times in azoth, by a triple sublimation and a triple fixation. How ridiculously absurd, will exclaim a learned modern chemist. Well, the disciples of the great Hermes understand the above as well as a graduate of Harvard University comprehends the meaning of his professor of chemistry, when the latter says, with one hydroxyl group we can only produce monatomic compounds, use 2 hydroxyl groups, and we can form around the same skeleton a number of diatomic compounds. Attach to the nucleus 3 hydroxyl groups, and there result triatomic compounds, among which is a very familiar substance glycerin. Attach thyself, says the alchemist, to the 4 letters of the tetragram disposed in the following manner. The letters of the ineffable name are there, although thou mayest not discern them at first. The incommunicable axiom is Kabbalistically contained therein, and this is what is called the magic arcanum by the masters. The arcanum, the 4th emanation of the Akasa, the principle of life, which is represented in its 3rd transmutation by the fiery sun, the eye of the world, or of Osiris, as the Egyptians termed it. An eye tenderly watching its youngest daughter, wife, and sister Isis, our Mother Earth. See what Hermes, the thrice great master, says of her: her father is the sun, her mother is the moon. It attracts and caresses, and then repulses her by a projectile power. It is for the Hermetic student to watch its motions, to catch its subtle currents, to guide and direct them with the help of the Athanor, the Archimedean lever of the alchemist. What is this mysterious Athanor? Can the physicist tell us, he who sees and examines it daily? Aye, he sees, but does he comprehend the secret ciphered characters traced by the divine finger on every seashell in the ocean's deep, on every leaf that trembles in the breeze, in the bright star, whose stellar lines are in his sight but so many more or less luminous lines of hydrogen? God geometrizes, said Plato. The laws of nature are the thoughts of God, exclaimed Ørsted, 2,000 years later. His thoughts are immutable, repeated the solitary student of Hermetic lore, therefore it is in the perfect harmony and equilibrium of all things that we must seek the truth. And thus, proceeding from the indivisible unity, he found emanating from it 2 contrary forces, each acting through the other and producing equilibrium, and the 3 were but one, the Pythagorean eternal monad. The primordial point is a circle, the circle squaring itself from the 4 cardinal points becomes a quaternary, the perfect square, having at each of its 4 angles a letter of the mirific name, the sacred tetragram. It is the 4 Buddhas who came and have passed away, the Pythagorean tetractes absorbed and resolved by the one eternal No being. Tradition declares that on the dead body of Hermes, at Hebron, was found by an Isarim, an initiate, the tablet known as the Smaragdin. It contains, in a few sentences, the essence of the Hermetic wisdom. To those who read but with their bodily eyes, the precepts will suggest nothing new or extraordinary, for it merely begins by saying that it speaks not fictitious things, but that which is true and most certain. What is below is like that which is above, and what is above is similar to that which is below to accomplish the wonders of one thing. As all things were produced by the mediation of one being, so all things were produced from this one by adaptation. Its father is the sun, its mother is the moon. Diogenes began and said, let us admit Plato to the conference and inquire upon what account he says, supposing it to be page 507, his sentence that God always plays the geometer. I said, this sentence was not plainly set down in any of his books, yet there are good arguments that it is his, and it is very much like his expression. Tyndale's presently subjoined, he praises geometry as a science that takes off men from sensible objects, and makes them apply themselves to the intelligible and eternal nature, the contemplation of which is the end of philosophy, as a view of the mysteries of initiation into holy rites. It is the cause of all perfection throughout the whole earth. Its power is perfect if it is changed into earth. Separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, acting prudently and with judgment. Ascend with the greatest sagacity from the earth to heaven, and then descend again to earth, and unite together the power of things inferior and superior. Thus you will possess the light of the whole world, and all obscurity will fly away from you. This thing has more fortitude than fortitude itself, because it will overcome every subtle thing and penetrate every solid thing. By it the world was formed. This mysterious thing is the universal, magical agent, the astral light, which in the correlations of its forces furnishes the alcest, the philosopher's stone, and the elixir of life. Hermetic philosophy names it Azoth, the soul of the world, the celestial virgin, the great Magnus, etc., etc. Physical science knows it as heat, light, electricity, and magnetism, but ignoring its spiritual properties and the occult potency contained in ether, rejects everything it ignores. It explains and depicts the crystalline forms of the snowflakes, their modifications of an hexagonal prism which shoot out an infinity of delicate needles. It has studied them so perfectly that it has even calculated, with the most wondrous mathematical precision, that all these needles diverge from each other at an angle of 60 degrees. Can it tell us as well the cause of this endless variety of the most exquisite forms, each of which is a most perfect geometrical figure in itself? These frozen, star-like and flower-like blossoms may be, for all materialistic science knows, a shower of messages snowed by spiritual hands from the worlds above for spiritual eyes below to read. The philosophical cross, the two lines running in opposite directions, the horizontal and the perpendicular, the height and breadth, which the geometrizing deity divides at the intersecting point, and which forms the magical as well as the scientific quaternary, when it is inscribed within the perfect square, is the basis of the occultist. Within its mystical precinct lies the master key which opens the door of every science, physical as well as spiritual. It symbolizes our human existence, for the circle of life circumscribes the 4 points of the cross, which represent in succession birth, life, death, and immortality. Everything in this world is a trinity completed by the quaternary, and every element is divisible on this same principle. Physiology can divide men ad infinitum. As physical science has divided the 4 primal and principal elements in several dozens of others, she will not succeed in changing either. Birth, life, and death will ever be a trinity completed only at the cyclic end. Even were science to change the longed-for immortality into annihilation, it still will ever be a quaternary, for God it geometrizes. Therefore, perhaps alchemy will one day be allowed to talk of her salt, mercury, sulfur, and azoth, her symbols and mirific letters, and repeat, with the exponent of the synthesis of organic compounds, that it must be remembered that the grouping is no play of fancy, and that a good reason can be given for the position of every letter. Dr. Pais, of Paris, wrote in 1863 the following one word, apropos of alchemy. What must we think of the Hermetic art? Is it lawful to believe that we can transmute metals, make gold? Well, positive men, esprits forts of the 19th century, know that Mr. Figuier, Doctor of Science and Medicine, chemical analyst in the School of Pharmacy, of Paris, does not wish to express himself upon the subject. He doubts, he hesitates. He knows several alchemists, for there are such, who, basing themselves upon modern chemical discoveries, and especially on the singular circumstance of the equivalence demonstrated by M. Dumas, pretend that metals are not simple bodies, true elements in the absolute sense, and that in consequence they may be produced by the process of decomposition. This encourages me to take a step further, and candidly avow that I would be only moderately surprised to see someone make gold. I have only one reason to give, but sufficient it seems, which is, that gold has not always existed. It has been made by some chemical travail or other in the bosom of the fused matter of our globe, perhaps some of it may be even now in process of formation. The pretended simple bodies of our chemistry are very probably secondary products in the formation of the terrestrial mass. It has been proved so with water, one of the most respectable elements of ancient physics. Today, we create water. Why should we not make gold? An eminent experimentalist, Mr. Desprez, has made the diamond. True, this diamond is only a scientific diamond, a philosophical diamond, which would be worth nothing, but, no matter, my position holds good. Besides, we are not left to simple conjectures. There is a man living, who, in a paper addressed to the scientific bodies, in 1853, has underscored these words: I have discovered the method of producing artificial gold, I have made gold. This adept is Mr. Theodore Tifero, ex-preparator of chemistry in the École Professionnelle et Supérieure of Nantes. Cardinal de Rohan, the famous victim of the diamond necklace conspiracy, testified that he had seen the Count Cagliostro make both gold and diamonds. We presume that those who agree with Professor T. Sterryhunt will have no patience with the theory of Dr. Peiss, for they believe that all of our metalliferous deposits are due to the action of organic life. And so, until they do come to some composition of their differences, so as to let us know for a certainty the nature of gold, and whether it is the product of interior volcanic alchemy or surface segregation and filtration, we will leave them to settle their quarrel between themselves, and give credit meanwhile to the old philosophers. Professor Balfour Stewart, whom no one would think of classing among illiberal minds, who, with far more fairness and more frequently than any of his colleagues admits the failings of modern science, shows himself, nevertheless, as biased as other scientists on this question. Perpetual light being only another name for perpetual motion, he tells us, and the latter being impossible because we have no means of equilibrating the waste of combustible material, a hermetic light is, therefore, an impossibility. Noting the fact that a perpetual light was supposed to result from magical powers, and remarking further that such a light is certainly not of this earth, where light and all other forms of superior energy are essentially evanescent, this gentleman argues as though the Hermetic philosophers had always claimed that the flame under discussion was an ordinary earthly flame, resulting from the combustion of luminiferous material. In this the philosophers have been constantly misunderstood and misrepresented. How many great minds unbelievers from the start, after having studied the secret doctrine, have changed their opinions and found out how mistaken they were. And how contradictory it seems to find one moment Balfour Stewart quoting some philosophical morals of Bacon, whom he terms the father of experimental science, and saying, "Surely we ought to learn a lesson from these remarks, and be very cautious before we dismiss any branch of knowledge or train of thought as essentially unprofitable," and then dismissing the next moment, as utterly impossible, the claims of the alchemists. He shows Aristotle as entertaining the idea that light is not any body, or the emanation of any body, and that therefore light is an energy or act, and yet, although the ancients were the first to show, through Democritus, to John Dalton the doctrine of atoms, and through Pythagoras and even the oldest of the Chaldean oracles, that of ether as a universal agent, their ideas, says Stewart, were not prolific. He admits that they possessed great genius and intellectual power, but adds that they were deficient in physical conceptions, and, in consequence, their ideas were not prolific. The whole of the present work is a protest against such a loose way of judging the ancients. To be thoroughly competent to criticize their ideas, and assure one's self whether their ideas were distinct and appropriate to the facts, one must have sifted these ideas to the very bottom. It is idle to repeat that which we have frequently said, and that which every scholar ought to know, namely, that the quintessence of their knowledge was in the hands of the priests, who never wrote them, and in those of the initiates, who, like Plato, did not dare write them. Therefore, those few speculations on the material and spiritual universes, which they did put in writing, could not enable posterity to judge them rightly, even had not the early Christian Vandals, the later Crusaders, and the fanatics of the Middle Ages destroyed 3 parts of that which remained of the Alexandrian library and its later schools. Professor Draper shows that the Cardinal Ximenes alone delivered to the flames in the squares of Granada 80,000 Arabic manuscripts, many of them translations of classical authors. In the Vatican libraries, Whole passages in the most rare and precious treatises of the ancients were found erased and blotted out, for the sake of interlining them with absurd psalmodies. Who then, of those who turn away from the secret doctrine, as being unphilosophical and, therefore, unworthy of a scientific thought, has a right to say that he studied the ancients, that he is aware of all that they knew, and knowing now far more, knows also that they knew little, if anything. This secret doctrine contains the alpha and the omega of universal science. Therein lies the corner and the keystone of all the ancient and modern knowledge, and alone in this unphilosophical doctrine remains buried the absolute in the philosophy of the dark problems of life and death. The great energies of nature are known to us only by their effects, said Paley. Paraphrasing the sentence, we will say that the great achievements of the days of old are known to posterity only by their effects. If one takes a book on alchemy, and sees in it the speculations on gold and light by the brothers of the Rosy Cross, he will find himself certainly startled, for the simple reason that he will not understand them at all. The hermetic gold, he may read, is the outflow of the sunbeam, or of light suffused invisibly and magically into the body of the world. Light is sublimated gold, rescued magically by invisible stellar attraction, out of material depths. Gold is thus the deposit of light, which of itself generates. Light in the celestial world is subtle, vaporous, magically exalted gold, or spirit of flame. Gold draws inferior natures in the metals, and intensifying and multiplying, converts into itself. Nevertheless, facts are facts, and, as Billow says of spiritualism, we will remark of occultism generally and of alchemy in particular, it is not a matter of opinion but of facts. Men of science call an inextinguishable lamp an impossibility, but nevertheless persons in our own age as well as in the days of ignorance and superstition have found them burning bright in old vaults shut up for centuries, and other persons there are who possess the secret of keeping such fires for several ages. Men of science say that ancient and modern spiritualism, magic, and mesmerism are charlatanry or delusion, but there are 800 millions on the face of the globe, of perfectly sane men and women, who believe in all these. Whom are we to credit? Democritus, says Lucian, believed in no miracles. He applied himself to discover the method by which the theurgists could produce them. In a word, his philosophy brought him to the conclusion that magic was entirely confined to the application and the imitation of the laws and the works of nature. Now, the opinion of the laughing philosopher is of the greatest importance to us, since the Magi left by Xerxes, at Abdera, were his instructors, and he had studied magic, moreover, for a considerably long time with the Egyptian priests. For nearly 90 years of the 109 of his life, this great philosopher had made experiments, and noted them down in a book, which, according to Petronius, treated of nature facts that he had verified himself. And we find him not only disbelieving in and utterly rejecting miracles, but asserting that every one of those that were authenticated by eyewitnesses, had, and could have taken place, for all, even the most incredible, was produced according to the hidden laws of nature. The day will never come when any one of the propositions of Euclid will be denied, says Professor Draper, exalting the Aristotelians at the expense of the Pythagoreans and Platonists. Shall we, in such a case, disbelieve a number of well-informed authorities, Lempriere among others, who assert that the 15 books of the elements are not to be wholly attributed to Euclid, and that many of the most valuable truths and demonstrations contained in them owe their existence to Pythagoras, Thales, and Eudoxus? That Euclid, notwithstanding his genius, was the first who reduced them to order, and only interwove theories of his own to render the whole a complete and connected system of geometry. And if these authorities are right, then it is again to that central son of metaphysical science Pythagoras and his school, that the moderns are indebted directly for such men as Eratosthenes, the world-famous geometer and cosmographer, Archimedes, and even Ptolemy, notwithstanding his obstinate errors. Were it not for the exact science of such men, and for fragments of their works that they left us to base Galilean speculations upon, the great priests of the 19th century might find themselves, perhaps, still in the bondage of the Church, and philosophizing, in 1876, on the Augustine and Bedean cosmogony, the rotation of the canopy of heaven round the earth, and the majestic flatness of the latter. The 19th century seems positively doomed to humiliating confessions. Feltri, Italy, erects a public statue to Panfilo Castaldi, the illustrious inventor of movable printing types, and adds in its inscription the generous confession that Italy renders to him, this tribute of honor too long deferred. But no sooner is the statue placed, than the Feltriians are advised by Colonel Yule to burn it in honest lime. He proves that many a traveler besides Marco Polo had brought home from China movable wooden types and specimens of Chinese books, the entire text of which was printed with such wooden blocks. We have seen in several Thibetan lamaseries, where they have printing offices, such blocks preserved as curiosities. They are known to be of the greatest antiquity, inasmuch as types were perfected, and the old ones abandoned contemporaneously with the earliest records of Buddhistic Lamaism. Therefore, they must have existed in China before the Christian era. Let every one ponder over the wise words of Professor Roscoe, in his lecture on spectrum analysis. The infant truths must be made useful. Neither you nor I, perhaps, can see the how or the when, but that the time may come at any moment, when the most obscure of nature's secrets shall at once be employed for the benefit of mankind. No one who knows anything of science can for one instant doubt. Who could have foretold that the discovery that a dead frog's legs jump when they are touched by two different metals should have led in a few short years to the discovery of the electric telegraph? Professor Roscoe, visiting Kirchhoff and Bunsen when they were making their great discoveries of the nature of the Fraunhofer lines, says that it flashed upon his mind at once that there is iron in the sun, therein presenting one more evidence to add to a million predecessors, that great discoveries usually come with a flash, and not by induction. There are many more flashes in store for us. It may be found, perhaps, that one of the last sparkles of modern science, the beautiful green spectrum of silver, is nothing new, but was, notwithstanding the paucity and great inferiority of their optical instruments, well known to the ancient chemists and physicists. Silver and green were associated together as far back as the days of Hermes. Luna, or Astarte, the Hermetic silver, is one of the two chief symbols of the Rosicrucians. It is a Hermetic axiom that the cause of the splendor and variety of colors lies deep in the affinities of nature, and that there is a singular and mysterious alliance between color and sound. The Kabbalists place their middle nature in direct relation with the moon, and the green ray occupies the center point between the others, being placed in the middle of the spectrum. The Egyptian priests chanted the 7 vowels as a hymn addressed to Serapis, and at the sound of the 7th vowel, as at the 7th ray of the rising sun, the statue of Memnon responded. Recent discoveries have proved the wonderful properties of the blue-violet light, the 7th ray of the prismatic spectrum, the most powerfully chemical of all, which corresponds with the highest note in the musical scale. The Rosicrucian theory, that the whole universe is a musical instrument, is the Pythagorean doctrine of the music of the spheres. Sounds and colors are all spiritual numerals. As the 7 prismatic rays proceed from one spot in heaven, so the 7 powers of nature, each of them a number, are the 7 radiations of the unity, the central, spiritual sun. Happy is he who comprehends the spiritual numerals, and perceives their mighty influence, exclaims Plato. And happy, we may add, is he who, treading the maze of force correlations, does not neglect to trace them to this invisible sun. Future experimenters will reap the honor of demonstrating that musical tones have a wonderful effect upon the growth of vegetation. And with the enunciation of this unscientific fallacy, we will close the chapter, and proceed to remind the patient reader of certain things that the ancients knew, and the moderns think they know.